In the depths of a late autumn night, within a secluded courtyard of the duke's residence in Nanjing during the Han Dynasty, there resided the youthful Chen Qun, merely 18 years of age. Gently placing the book in hand down, I murmured to myself, wondering if I now possessed the capability to vanquish those exalted innate warriors. If at this moment someone were to overhear Chen Qun's soliloquy. Thus, Chen Qun is bound to be ridiculed, for he is notoriously known as a failure, having suffered from obstructed meridians since childhood. His father, General Hui, the Earl, spared no expense to restore his health, even going so far as to summon the imperial physician from the royal city of Yanjing for treatment. Yet the outcome remains that the congenital meridians are obstructed, rendering cultivation impossible and healing unattainable. In this era where martial prowess is revered, particularly for the offspring of generals, it appears that fate has destined Chen Qun to endure the scorn of others in the future. The indifference of humanity. Yet the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Although Chen Qun was frequently scrutinized and criticized by others from a young age, he remained undeterred and resolute in his ambitions. While he could not pursue martial arts, he aspired to become the foremost scholar of the Han Dynasty. If one cannot rise to the stature of a great general, then let one aspire to be a chancellor adept in governance through wisdom. It is a poignant truth that resonates with the hearts of all parents. His father, a rugged general, devotedly sought to fulfill his son's aspirations, amassing an entire roomful of books within a mere few years. Regardless of whether it originates from the populace or the authorities, anything inscribed on paper is to be collected without exception. This matter became a subject of amusement during that time. After all, a rough and uncouth general, neglecting his duty to serve the nation, spends his days indulging in trivial literary pursuits, which is indeed quite unbecoming. Duke Chen Qun's grandfather, residing far away in Yanjing, was so incensed that he nearly issued a decree to strip Chen Qun's elder of his official title and banish him from their home. Chen Qun grew up amidst the companionship of these countless volumes. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. 3 years ago, Chen Qun stumbled upon an unnamed book. He was instantly astonished by the contents within. Chen Qun speculated that this must be a legendary manual for cultivation. But do cultivators truly exist? There are still individuals who fabricate stories. In this regard, Chen Qun holds reservations. Therefore, when presented with this opportunity for verification, he shall not let it slip away. Chen Qun is attempting to test whether he can cultivate immortality, despite being unable to practice martial arts himself. He seeks to verify the veracity of the legends surrounding immortals. It is not genuine. With the assistance of the numerous books within these rooms, Chen Qun's knowledge has far surpassed that of his aging general. Indeed, in terms of scholarship, there are few who can confidently claim to surpass Chen Qun. During the subsequent 3 years, Chen Qun diligently practiced in secret, employing the methods outlined in an obscure tome. Ultimately, he became convinced of the existence of practitioners of the mystical arts. Although the nameless tome contained no remarkable techniques, merely a collection of breathing and meditation methods, Chen Qun could sense that his awareness of the myriad phenomena in the universe had become significantly more acute. Particularly, his speed and strength are experiencing a rapid escalation. Moreover, Chen Qun has meticulously pondered over this matter. Although he possesses no mastery of internal force techniques. However, in a direct confrontation, his father, a general at the pinnacle of his prowess, would undoubtedly be unable to withstand more than 10 moves against him. It appeared that even with the enhancement of inner strength, his father did not possess the same formidable physical power as he did. If Chen Qun were merely to launch a surprise attack, it is likely that a single strike would suffice to effortlessly vanquish his father. However, it is important to note that Chen Qun has never witnessed the prowess of an innate martial artist in action. Thus, he is utterly incapable of determining whether he can triumph over innate martial artists. At this moment, Chen Qun feels somewhat fatigued. He was reluctant to ponder any further, for on the morrow he was to accompany his father, Chen Xiaolei, along with his elder brother, Chen Feng, and his younger brother, Chen Chong. Leading the troops to hunt in the Sunset Mountains, it is indeed Chen Qun who follows. In the eyes of all, he is merely a burden. Based on their understanding of Chen Qun, they fear that once he reaches the Sunset Mountains, he may not even wield a bow and arrow suitable for hunting. As the night deepened, uncertainty lingered. Gradually, Chen Qun continued to follow the meditation techniques and breathing methods outlined in the unnamed book, drifting into a state of slumber. The sound of drums and gongs resounded in the air. A battalion of loyal soldiers stood in perfect formation on the parade ground, with a trio of father and sons at the forefront, exuding an extraordinary might. Yet, the ranks remained motionless, seemingly awaiting further command. It seems somewhat unusual. Chen Qun whispered to Chen Feng, Tiangu, second brother has yet to arrive. Surely he hasn't forgotten that we are to go hunting today. It seems that you have overslept. Chen Feng has yet to respond. All of a sudden, their father, General Chen Xiaolei, exhibited a fleeting frown, a shadow crossing his brow. He then bellowed at the drumming soldier, continue. I beat the war drums resoundingly. The drummers, at this moment, are filled with despair. In their hearts, they silently lament, my subordinates have been drumming for a quarter of an hour. You may proceed. At this moment, a figure clad in an elegant robe approached slowly, muttering to himself, what has come over this drum-beating soldier today? He has been drumming for quite some time now. What exactly is he aiming to accomplish? The figure clad in an elegant long robe is none other than Chen Qun. Unbeknownst to Chen Qun, he has completely misremembered the time of departure. His father, in an effort to enlighten him, has taken steps to ensure he understands. Everyone has gathered together. Thus, the drums of departure have been struck time and again. The purpose being to ensure that Chen Qun is well aware. The time for departure had arrived. A well-disciplined army marched towards the fringes of the Sunset Mountains. This formidable contingent was none other than the troops led by Chen Qun, advancing into the designated area. After the mountains, Chen Xiaolei addressed the three brothers of the Chen family. In our military families, it is customary to partake in hunting every year. We must not forget our roots. Fomer, Chonger, each of you shall lead a contingent of elite soldiers to hunt. Remember, you are permitted to venture no deeper than 50 miles into the mountains. Come along with me, urged the group. Chen Qun scratched his head and replied, I shall remain with the third brother. I fear that in his youthful exuberance, he may recklessly charge deep into the mountains when caught up in the excitement. Chen Xiaolei glanced at Chen Qun and then at Chen Qun, ultimately nodding in acknowledgement. He understood that Chen Qun was excessively arrogant. Chen Qun's words hold significant truth. However, Chen Qun possesses a certain degree of arrogance backed by his accomplishments. At the tender age of 16, he has already attained the midstage of an acquired martial artist. His cultivation surpasses that of his elder brother by an entire level. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as a genius among geniuses. However, his personality lacks the necessary composure. In contrast, Chen Xiaolei's second son, Chen Qun, possesses a demeanor of remarkable stability. Merely unable to cultivate, Chen Xiaolei could not help but sigh inwardly, it is indeed reassuring to have them together. Thus, Chen Xiaolei entrusted his own personal guards. Once again, half was given to the two brothers. Thus, Chen Qun, carefree and untroubled, set forth on the hunt, safeguarding Chen Qun. Second brother. Quickly behold, I have struck a wild boar. Hasten, second brother, and see, I have also felled a tiger. Chen Qun jubilantly boasted. While Chen Qun was both amused and exasperated by his lively younger sibling. The incessant noise has dulled the joy of appreciating the scenery. Nevertheless, his spirited younger brother undeniably possesses talent. In just a single day, the entire team has reaped abundant rewards. As dusk approaches, Chen Qun turns to Chen Qun and says, we must return to reunite with father and elder brother. No further exploration is possible. Chen Qun wore an expression of reluctance. Therefore, with a playful demeanor, he turned to Chen Qun and said, I shall catch one last prey before returning. Chen Qun, resigned, could only rely on him. Yet, it was peculiar they had wandered a great distance without encountering a single beast. Chen Qun turned to Chen Qun and remarked, heaven is benevolent towards living beings. You have fought enough. It seems that fate does not wish for you to take any more lives today. Let us return now, for the night has fallen. Chen Qun had no choice but to nod slightly. Then, with a lingering sense of unfulfillment, he said, very well then. After all, we have fought enough already. We can return now and fulfill our obligations. However, just as they were preparing to head back, Chen Qun sensed a hint of impending danger. With a piercing scream echoing, a soldier collapsed instantaneously. Shortly thereafter, a small, fiery red figure darted past. One by one, the soldiers fell to the ground. With keen eyes, Chen Qun recognized the fiery crimson creature, which was none other than the first-tier demon beast, the firefox, as described in the ancient texts. Moreover, its prowess is comparable to that of innate martial artists. This is not good, it is a first-tier demon beast, the firefox. Chen Qun exclaimed, his heart filled with astonishment, for according to the records in the book, even a first-tier demon beast. That is beyond the capabilities of this group of individuals. The distinction between demonic beasts and wild beasts is merely a single character, yet it signifies an immense disparity. Wild beasts are merely ordinary creatures, susceptible to human hunting and consumption. Conversely, demonic beasts have already grasped the essence of cultivation, even if they are but first-tier demonic beasts. Thus, he possessed the prowess equivalent to that of a novice innate warrior. Chen Qun was taken aback, and Chen Shong was equally astonished. Chen Shang's surprise stemmed from his insufficient cultivation. Facing the fiery fox would surely lead to his demise. Meanwhile, Chen Qun merely boasted the strength without the requisite finesse. He had never battled against anyone before. At that moment, the firefox suddenly charged towards Chen Shong. Observing this, Chen Qun immediately pushed Chen Shong aside, only to find himself unable to evade in time. Struck directly by the fierce torrent of flames, Chen Qun collapsed instantly. Through this fiery onslaught, he came to a profound realization regarding the swiftness of innate-level martial artists. There exists a considerable disparity. The first-tier demon beast, the firefox, is merely comparable to a martial artist at the initial stage of innate development. Given that the firefox possesses such astonishing speed, one can only imagine the velocity of an innate martial artist. Certainly, it cannot be said to be inferior to Firefox in any significant way. In truth, Chen Qun was unaware that Firefox is renowned for its unparalleled speed, even surpassing that of innate pinnacle warriors. One cannot confidently claim to be faster than Firefox. Upon witnessing Chen Qun collapse, Chen Shong immediately became enraged, seizing his sword and charging towards Firefox. Chen Chang's actions bear little distinction from courting death. After all, his strength pales in comparison to that of a first-tier demon beast, the firefox. A flicker of panic also crossed Chen Qun's eyes. Chen Qun found himself in a predicament, compelled to grasp a nearby stone amidst the chaos. He summoned the spiritual energy he had cultivated from an obscure tome and hurled the stone towards the head of the firefox. However, his aim faltered. Instead of striking the fox's head, the stone merely struck its body. Upon impact, the creature yelped in pain. As a beast of supernatural origins, the firefox possessed a degree of intelligence. It sensed a formidable threat from the force of the stone and, without hesitation, swiftly retreated into the dense forest of the mountains. Witnessing the firefox's rapid departure, Chen Shong and the others felt a profound sense of relief, as though they had narrowly escaped disaster. Yet, their focus remained solely on the fox, oblivious to the fact that the stone had been thrown by Chen Qun. To disguise his involvement, Chen Qun pretended to address the air in the distance, expressing gratitude to an unseen elder for their timely intervention, imploring the elder to reveal themselves. However, the elder remained elusive. After hastily tending to their injured comrades, they dared not linger and quickly returned to regroup with Chen Xiaolei. "You encountered a firefox?" Chen Xiaolei exclaimed, astonished yet immensely relieved. He was incredulous that his two sons had come face to face with such a creature, but thankful that they had emerged unscathed. Chen Xiaolei understood well that even he would face grave peril against a first-tier beast. Encountering a swift adversary like the firefox would be tantamount to certain death. Thus, he was convinced that the one who had saved his sons must be a martial artist of at least mid-innate rank. Yet, with the elder refusing to reveal themselves, he felt powerless, though relief prevailed in his heart. After comforting his frightened sons, Chen Xiaolei resolved to conclude their hunting expedition and return home at dawn. Such a fright was not something an ordinary person could endure. Upon returning to the count's estate, Chen Qun reflected on the moment he faced the firefox. Overwhelmed with panic, this experience ignited a fervent desire within him to rapidly enhance his combat skills. Comparing his speed to that of the firefox, he assessed his own cultivation level to be at the pinnacle of postnatal, teetering on the threshold of innate. Unbeknownst to him, after years of covert training, the purity of the power within him was nearing the equivalent of the innate peak. He simply lacked the knowledge to harness it. This crisis prompted Chen Qun to recognize that apart from using his body for physical confrontation, he possessed no other means of defense. Should he find himself in danger again? Relying solely on his physicality and fists would inevitably expose his secret. If that were to happen, he would be at a loss on how to explain the circumstances. He could never divulge to anyone that he possessed a manual on immortality cultivation. The principle of innocent of the crime but guilty of possessing a treasure was well understood by Chen Qun, who had immersed himself in literature. Should Chen Qun's secret be exposed, it is likely that numerous individuals would rush to seize his cultivation manual, potentially resorting to murder to silence him. If such a scenario were to unfold, it would spell a catastrophic bloodbath for the entire Earl General's residence. The value of a single cultivation manual could compel formidable factions to go to any lengths to obtain it. Just as Chen Qun found himself in a quandary. A sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled the moment he had hurled a stone at the fiery fox. However, employing his arm to throw stones would be too conspicuous. Thus, Chen Qun contemplated practicing the technique of launching stones with his fingers as a means of attack. Chapter 3: The rigorous cultivation of Chen Qun. Within the confines of the Earl's residence in Nanjing, the pebbles in Chen Qun's small courtyard were in constant disarray. Fortunately, few ventured to visit him, rendering his peculiar circumstances unnoticed for several days. The inhabitants of the Earl's estate recognized Chen Qun, the second son, as a reclusive scholar devoted solely to his studies. Even his parents and siblings refrained from intruding upon his solitude, fully aware of his inability to cultivate martial skills. Thus, he found solace solely within the pages of books. Consequently, his courtyard remained largely abandoned. I still lack precision, I must strive harder, Chen Qun murmured to himself. For several days past, he had tirelessly practiced, day and night. As time slipped by unnoticed, he gazed upon the branches punctured by the stones he had deftly propelled and broke into a blissful grin. Exhaling deeply, he realized he had finally managed to attain a semblance of accuracy with his stone projectiles. His fingers, however, were thoroughly fatigued and numb. Once he had grasped the rudiments of launching stones with some measure of skill, Chen Qun yearned to find a martial artist with whom to hone his combat abilities. Yet, he was caught in a conundrum. He sought to enhance his practical prowess while simultaneously wishing to keep his secret concealed. Faced with this paradox, he found no satisfactory solution and resolved to seek a reprieve from his thoughts. After all, it had been quite some time since he had ventured beyond the confines of the Earl's estate to practice his finger-flicking techniques. Before long, Chen Qun strolled along the bustling streets of Nanjing, observing the throngs of merchants and passers-by. He pondered deeply how he might simultaneously refine his skills. Suddenly, he was drawn to the sound of applause resonating from a distance. Instinctively, he moved toward the source of the cheers. Upon nearing, he discovered a troupe of street performers showcasing an astonishing face-changing act. The swift transitions between white, black, and red masks were nothing short of miraculous. Leaving the audience in awe, their true identities remained shrouded in mystery. The crowd, captivated by the performers' exceptional artistry, erupted into sporadic cheers. Some even tossed coins as tokens of appreciation for the entertainers. Chen Qun, captivated by the ever-shifting masks, was struck by inspiration. He promptly turned to leave, but not before tossing a silver ingot as a reward for the performer. The clink of silver upon the ground elicited gasps from the onlookers. For such a generous gesture was indeed remarkable. Having departed, Chen Qun paid little heed to the opinions of others. He hastened to a nearby general store, where he selected a black cloak and a painted mask before swiftly making his exit. Upon returning to the Earl's residence, he donned a purchased black cloak and a painted mask, whimsically adorning himself until he could no longer recognize the figure reflected in the mirror as himself. Satisfied, he nodded in approval. The next day, before the Yangwei Martial Arts Academy in Nanjing, an unexpected visitor arrived. This stranger, cloaked in black and wearing a mask adorned with vibrant colors, was left with only his eyes exposed. Upon his arrival, he rasped to the doorman of the Yangwei Academy, "I have heard of your esteemed master's profound prowess. I have come to pay my respects and would kindly request that you summon your master to engage in a spar with me." Upon hearing this, the doorman understood that this individual had come to challenge the academy, a frequent occurrence for martial arts schools. Consequently, he hurried inside to report. Shortly thereafter, the master of the Yangwei Academy emerged, accompanied by others, exuding an air of authority. The master inquired, "Who are you to be so audacious as to challenge my academy?" From the aura emanating from the master, Chen Qun could surmise that he was likely a practitioner at the initial stage of postnatal cultivation. Note, the ranks of martial artists are categorized as novice, intermediate, advanced, postnatal, innate, martial saint, and the legendary martial god. Chen Qun replied, Master Yang, since I have dared to challenge your academy, it is evident that I possess some courage. Let us dispense with idle chatter and demonstrate our skills directly. He had no desire to engage in needless conversation, for he was there to hone his abilities, not to exchange pleasantries. Moreover, the more he spoke, the easier it became to expose his identity. Yang Wei, incensed by Chen Qun's disdain, declared, since you were so confrontational, I shall not hold back. With that, he launched a series of attacks towards Chen Qun's face. However, Chen Qun effortlessly evaded all of Yang Wei's strikes. After several dozen exchanges, Yang Wei had yet to graze the hem of Chen Qun's garment. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became. While Chen Qun perceived Yang Wei's speed as languid, so much so that he need not deliberately evade, he could simply react instinctively. Before long, having thoroughly acclimated to Yang Wei's tempo, Chen Qun ceased his evasive maneuvers and initiated his own offense. Channeling the energy within him, he struck towards Yang Wei's chest with a palm. Yang Wei, observing the lightning-fast movement, instinctively attempted to evade, but found that his speed was no match for Chen Qun's. He was struck squarely, sent hurtling backward several paces, blood spilling from his mouth incessantly. It is evident that Yang Wei has sustained severe injuries. Chen Qun gazed at Yang Wei's current condition, astonished by the sight before him. He had never intended to cause such harm to Yang Wei, rather, he was unaware of the extent of his own strength. He had not anticipated that a mere casual strike could leave Yang Wei in this state. Lying on the ground, gravely wounded, Yang Wei looked up at Chen Qun with a mixture of alarm and respect. He realized that he had encountered a formidable master, one whose level of cultivation was unparalleled in his lifetime. With great effort, Yang Wei managed to rise to his feet and, cupping his fists in a gesture of respect, addressed Chen Qun, your esteemed cultivation is truly profound, and I, Yang, willingly concede. I apologize for my previous offenses and hope you will forgive my indiscretions. At that moment, Yang Wei felt a tempest of emotions surging within him. He could sense that the individual before him was relatively young, yet possessed an extraordinary level of skill. Although Yang Wei could not gauge the depth of Chen Qun's abilities, he was certain that among all the martial artists in Nanjing, few could rival him. As Yang Wei pondered these thoughts, Chen Qun spoke, Master Yang, I sincerely apologize for today's incident and hope you will not take it to heart. I bid you farewell. With that, Chen Qun swiftly vanished from Yang Wei's sight in a series of agile leaps. In the following day, Chen Qun employed the same tactics to challenge over a dozen martial arts academies, each encounter yielding similar results. Not a single fighter among them posed any challenge to him. By the time evening arrived and Chen Qun returned to the Earl's estate, he had concluded that the martial artists of the acquired realm no longer posed any threat to him. There was simply no need for him to engage with them further, as they were far too weak in comparison. In fact, he did not even have the opportunity to test his skills against them. Chen Qun now felt a strong desire to seek out the innate martial artists for some clandestine practice. However, such individuals rarely made appearances, and finding them was no simple task. While he contemplated how to locate these innate warriors, his father, General Chen Xiaolei, was summoned by the city lord of Nanjing, Long Hua. News of Chen Qun's daytime challenges had spread like wildfire, morphing into wild rumors that suggested a sinister motive behind his actions. Upon hearing this, Lord Long Hua promptly dispatched someone to bring Chen Xiaolei for a discussion. He also requested that the Hui army, led by Chen Xiaolei, collaborate with the city defense forces for precautionary measures. After much deliberation, Chen Qun struggled to determine where he might find the innate martial artists. The only idea that came to mind was to visit his elder brother, Chen Feng, and inquire casually. Chen Feng, who had spent years on military assignments, was likely to possess knowledge regarding such matters. Just as Chen Qun made his way towards Chen Feng's courtyard, as he traversed halfway, he overheard a conversation among several servants. One servant remarked, Have you heard? There are rumors of an impending uprising within Nanjing, prompting the city lord to summon our master to deploy the troops for assistance. Furthermore, it is said that the esteemed guest, Master Lu, a practitioner of innate martial arts, has been called upon from the lord's residence. Another servant responded, Such a significant matter has certainly reached our ears. Yet we remain unaware of who possesses the audacity to target Nanjing. Chen Qun did not fully grasp the specifics of the situation. However, Upon hearing the mention of Master Lu, his eyes instantly sparkled with intrigue. To him, it was akin to an unexpected opportunity to encounter an innate martial artist. Nevertheless, he was puzzled as to who would dare to incite chaos in the otherwise peaceful city of Nanjing. Unbeknownst to Chen Qun, he was, in fact, the very catalyst for this turmoil. Chapter 4: The Mysterious Master. On the morning of the following day, outside the Lord's mansion of Nanjing, imposing stone lions flanked either side, lending an air of grandeur and solemn dignity. Inside the Lord's mansion, Lord Longhua was engrossed in his official duties within his study when a guard abruptly entered to deliver a report. Reporting to the Lord. A masked figure in black is currently outside the mansion, specifically challenging the innate martial artist, Mr. Lu. Upon hearing this, Lord Longhua was struck by a mix of astonishment and anger. He had been troubled by the elusive presence of this mysterious individual, and now, unexpectedly, the challenger had come to his doorstep. Addressing the guard, Lord Longhua commanded, "Hasten to the rear courtyard and summon Mr. Lu to my presence. Today, I shall ensure that Mr. Lu confronts this masked enigma." The guard promptly bowed and departed with urgency towards the rear courtyard. Shortly thereafter, outside the mansion, the innate martial artist Lu Jinrong gazed in astonishment at the mysterious figure before him. Moments earlier, after emerging alongside Lord Longhua, Lu Jinrong had engaged in a clash of strength with this enigmatic opponent. Eager to showcase his prowess as an innate martial artist before Lord Longhua, Lu Jinrong had unleashed his full internal power against Chen Qun. However, to his surprise, he found himself pushed back a step. Sensing that the mysterious figure had yet to exert his full strength, the onlookers, including Lord Longhua, were left nearly speechless. They had not anticipated that this masked individual could hold the upper hand against Lu Jinrong, a seasoned innate martial artist. After regaining his composure, Lu Jinrong addressed Chen Qun. "I am Lu Jinrong. May I inquire your name and the purpose of your visit?" Initially, Lu Jinrong had thought to easily subdue this mysterious figure and present him to Lord Longhua. He had not regarded the individual as a serious threat. Although there exists a mere thread separating the acquired from the innate, the distinction is vast. Yet, Lu Jinrong had not foreseen that this mysterious figure might possess a slight edge in strength over him, and he sensed that Chen Qun was likely a physical cultivator, as he felt no internal energy but rather a mysterious force emanating from him. In a gravelly voice, Chen Qun replied, "I am but an unnamed novice, and my name is of little consequence. I merely seek a worthy opponent of comparable strength for a friendly exchange, with no ulterior motives. I hope you will indulge me." Mr. Lu. Chen Qun refrained from elaborating further out of fear of revealing his identity, opting instead for a direct approach. Lord Longhua's expression grew complex upon hearing this. He discerned that the mysterious figure might not be a harbinger of chaos, but rather a martial enthusiast seeking a challenge. Lu Jinrong, upon this realization, felt compelled to oblige. Recognizing that it was only fitting to engage with a fellow warrior of similar caliber who had come specifically to spar with him. If he were to refuse outright, it would convey a certain disdain for the opponent. Lu Jinrong unsheathed his sword and declared, "Very well, since you wish to engage in a friendly spar with me, I shall comply with your request." Having said this, he readied himself for an immediate commencement of their duel. Chen Qun responded, "Mr. Lu, please proceed." Noticing that Chen Qun had not drawn a weapon, Lu Jinrong suggested, "Perhaps you might retrieve your weapon first, then I shall make my move." Presently, Chen Qun possessed no weapon at all. He could only politely respond, "Mr. Lu, please feel free to strike, I require no weapon." Although Chen Qun harbored no ulterior motives, these words, when heard by Lu Jinrong, took on a different connotation. For warriors of equal standing, Chen Qun's statement was perceived as an outright affront. A flicker of anger ignited within Lu Jinrong. At that moment, he resolved to teach Chen Qun a lesson. Lu Jinrong proclaimed, "Since you are so presumptuous, I shall not hold back. Swords are blind to their targets, and should you be harmed, it shall not be my fault." Lu Jinrong's intent was unmistakable. Given Chen Qun's arrogance, he was determined to leave his mark on him. With that, he lunged forward, brandishing his long sword in an assault against Chen Qun. Lu Jinrong's attack was cunningly devised. Aware that Chen Qun was an adept in physical prowess, he refrained from engaging in close combat. Instead, He relied primarily on sword techniques and distant sword energies to outmaneuver Chen Qun. After all, Lu Jinrong was no match for Chen Qun in sheer strength. Thus, he employed exquisite swordplay, occasionally unleashing sword energies to keep Chen Qun at bay. Faced with such a shrewd approach to combat, Chen Qun felt considerable frustration. Although he possessed tremendous strength, Lu Jinrong merely danced around him, utilizing agility and acrobatics to evade confrontation. Relying solely on strength, Chen Qun found it impossible to strike Lu Jinrong. However, this method of combat afforded Chen Qun the opportunity to retaliate with stones infused with spiritual energy. At the moment Lu Jinrong leaped back into the air, Chen Qun launched a stone imbued with spiritual energy toward him. The stone sped forth, hurtling towards Lu Jinrong. Upon noticing this, Lu Jinrong hastily raised his sword to parry. Yet, he was jolted by the impact of the spiritually charged stone, causing his hands to tingle. The dynamics of their duel shifted dramatically. One after another, stones infused with spiritual energy flew toward Lu Jinrong like a torrential downpour. Amidst the flurry of chaotic defenses, one particularly swift stone struck Lu Jinrong's arm, causing blood to flow profusely. Furthermore, he sensed a troubling crack in the bone of his arm, indicating that it had sustained significant damage. Lu Jinrong hastily sheathed his long sword and said, "Esteemed sir, please cease your actions. I, Lu, concede defeat. I did not anticipate that you would be a master of hidden weapons. This time, I accept my loss with full conviction. However, a person of your caliber cannot be an unknown. I implore you to reveal your name." Chen Qun replied, "Mr. Lu, I apologize for any offense caused today. I am but an inconspicuous individual, and it is best left unmentioned. I hope you will not hold it against me." Without allowing Lu Jinrong a moment to respond, Chen Qun swiftly leapt away, vanishing from sight in a matter of moments. Lu Jinrong gazed at the retreating figure of Chen Qun and pondered, such formidable strength. Who could this person truly be? Days later, a rumor circulated within Nanjing, proclaiming that the innate master of the city lord's estate, Mr. Lu, had been decisively defeated by a mysterious masked figure. Upon hearing this gossip, Chen Qun resolved that he could no longer engage in such high-profile affairs. After all, these events could potentially yield dire consequences. Through his contest with Lu Jinrong, Chen Qun gained a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. He now recognized that his strength surpassed that of ordinary innate warriors, albeit only slightly. At this moment, Chen Qun was fervently eager to become a true cultivator, particularly yearning for the vision of soaring through the heavens on a sword, slaying foes from 1,000 miles away. In pursuit of this legendary aspiration, he recommenced his diligent practice, intensifying his efforts according to the esoteric texts he had discovered. Chapter 5, Departure to Yinjing, Rescuing in the Suburbs unbeknownst to him. Half a year had slipped by. The tumult surrounding the enigmatic masked figure had nearly faded from public memory. During this period, Chen Qun experienced a remarkable enhancement in his cultivation. However, until a month ago, he found himself unable to progress any further, regardless of his efforts. Chen Qun surmised that he had encountered a bottleneck in his training. He had read about such impediments in numerous texts. Should he fail to transcend this barrier, it seemed likely that he would remain stagnant for life. Conversely, should he manage to break through, it would signify a profound transformation for him. Nonetheless, even though Chen Qun's current prowess appeared to be at a standstill, he had already reached a level where he could effortlessly vanquish the innate martial artist Lu Jinrong from his past. At this moment, the elderly steward, Fu Bo, arrived at Chen Qun's courtyard, knocking on the door and calling out, "Second young master, the master and madam request your presence in the front hall." Chen Qun was perplexed as to why his parents summoned him at such a time. He hurriedly opened the door and replied to Fu Bo, "Very well, Fu Bo. I shall change my attire and join you shortly." Fu Bo responded, "You need only arrive shortly, second young master, I shall go inform third young master." With that, Fu Bo hurried off towards Chen Chang's courtyard. As Chen Qun and Chen Shong entered the Chen family's front hall, they found General Hu Wei, Chen Xiaolei, Chen's wife, and an unfamiliar guest waiting for them. Upon noticing their arrival, Chen Xiaolei addressed them, "Kuner, Chonger, come forward to meet your uncle Mo." In unison, Chen Qun and Chen Shong cupped their fists in respect and greeted the guest. Nephews pay their respects to Uncle Mo. Satisfied, Mo the swordsman nodded and remarked, Both young masters possess extraordinary bearing. In time, you shall surely achieve great things. You may discuss your journey to Yanjing amongst yourselves. I must return to report to the master. Chen Xiaolei cupped his hands and replied, "Safe travels, brother Mo, until we meet again." Mo the swordsman responded, "Until we meet again." With that, he departed. Chen Xiaolei and his wife accompanied Chen Qun and Chen Qun to the gates of the earl's residence, only returning to the front hall once Mo had disappeared from view. Once back in the front hall, Chen Xiaolei addressed Chen Qun and Chen Qun, saying, "Kuner, Chonger. In 1 month, the royal family will host a martial arts competition to inspire the younger generation of noble families. Any noble scion under the age of 20 is eligible to participate. Chonger possesses exceptional talent. So your grandfather has sent Mo the swordsman to inform me that Chonger is to attend the contest in Yanjing. If he secures a place among the top 3, the royal family will bestow a mysterious reward." Chen Qun inquired, "Might father intend for me to accompany Chonger to Yanjing?" Chen Xiaolei affirmed, "Indeed. Though it is regrettable that you cannot cultivate, otherwise, your achievements would rival those of Chonger. Given Chonger's impulsive nature, your presence as an elder brother will help him avoid unnecessary troubles. Furthermore, I wish for you to grow closer to your grandfather. Since your grandfather learned that you could not cultivate, he has scarcely seen you, and I hope you do not hold it against him, for he is indeed your grandfather." After Chen Xiaolei finished speaking, his nose tinged with a slight bitterness. Due to his physical constitution, the fate of his second son was destined to be fraught with difficulties. At times, Chen Xiaolei would rather it be himself who could not cultivate, than to have such misfortune befall his son. Upon hearing this, Madame Chen discreetly wiped away her tears. A few days later, Uncle Fu and several servants, driving a horse-drawn carriage, set off towards the city of Yanjing with Chen Qun and Chen Qun. Along the way, Chen Qun was in high spirits, insisting on sightseeing. And what should have been a 3-day journey extended to 5 before they finally reached the outskirts of Yanjing. Uncle Fu turned to Chen Qun and Chen Qun, suggesting, "Gentlemen, as the day is drawing to a close, it would be prudent for us to find an inn for the night and enter Yanjing tomorrow." Chen Qun politely responded, "I defer to your judgment, Uncle Fu." Thus, the group settled into an inn on the outskirts of the capital. After dinner, Chen Qun lay in his guest room, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. He attempted various methods, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not grasp the means to break through his cultivation bottleneck. Frustrated, he approached the window and opened it. As the window swung wide, a beam of pure white moonlight flooded in. Gazing at the pristine moonlight, Chen Qun leaped down to the ground below. Feeling disheartened by his inability to surpass his cultivation limits, he made his way towards the thicket adjacent to the inn, seeking solace in nature. However, not long after he began his stroll, he heard a voice crying for help, filled with panic. With his heightened senses, Chen Qun was certain of what he heard. He immediately dashed toward the source of the sound like a wraith. Upon arriving near the commotion, he saw 2 figures clad in black pursuing a young man and woman. The pair had already fallen from their horses, their situation dire. The woman, dressed in white, appeared on the verge of fainting, while the man in ornate attire stared wide-eyed in despair. Yet, the 2 black-clad pursuers showed no mercy as they charged forward, intent on delivering the fatal blow. Just when the young man believed all hope was lost, a shadow flashed before him. Suddenly, he heard a resounding thud. The 2 black-clad figures were sent flying as if severed from their strings. One of the assailants, feeling the force that had repelled them, turned to his companion and exclaimed, "Flee! To be so easily repelled by someone, that person must be a peak innate martial artist." Upon hearing their intention to escape, Chen Qun felt compelled to test his own speed. With a swift motion, Chen Qun pursued the fleeing figure. He instantly blocked the path of a man clad in black, whose eyes widened in disbelief. The black-clad assailant had only just been sent flying several paces back and had yet to regain his footing when Chen Qun stood before him. In the black-clad man's mind, only their master possessed such formidable strength. However, his moment of astonishment was fleeting. In a heartbeat, he resolved to fight to the death. With determination, he lunged forward, sword drawn, while shouting to another black-clad figure, "You must flee. Ensure our master avenges me." The second black-clad man, witnessing this, hesitated not for an instant and swiftly vanished into the depths of the forest. Chen Qun focused on the advancing swordsman, waiting for the perfect moment. And with a decisive kick, he sent the assailant sprawling. After the black-clad man was propelled away, he lay motionless. Upon inspection, Chen Qun discovered, to his shock, that the man had succumbed to death by poison. It was evident that he had taken his own life with a potent toxin, which had swiftly extinguished his breath. Standing there, Chen Qun was enveloped in a complex array of emotions. He had never intended to kill, yet this man's demise was undeniably a consequence of his actions. However, upon reflection, he recognized that his intentions had been to save others, which brought him some solace. Meanwhile, the richly dressed man on the ground was frozen in place. He understood all too well the danger posed by the two black-clad warriors. They were both martial artists of innate prowess. His own squad of elite guards had been easily dispatched by them. Yet, the youth before him, seemingly of similar age, had dispatched one with ease and forced the other to flee in just 2 moves. It appeared that the latter's escape had been deliberate, for at that speed, there was no way he could have escaped otherwise. Just as the richly dressed man contemplated expressing his gratitude to Chen Qun for saving them, an elderly figure in simple attire rushed towards them. "Yan, Linger, are you unharmed?" the elder inquired with concern. The young man hastily replied, "Grandfather, I am well. But my sister has fainted. We owe our lives to this brave brother who intervened." The elder, with a hint of gratitude, addressed Chen Qun, "I am Xiao Tianhe. I thank you, young friend, for rescuing my grandchildren. This act has earned you a debt of gratitude from the Xiao family, and should you ever require assistance, we shall certainly repay this kindness." Chen Qun humbly responded, "It was but a small effort, not worth mentioning. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now." With that, he slowly made his way towards the distant thicket. Xiao Tianhe watched Chen Qun disappear into the foliage, his mind swirling with questions and uncertainties as he glanced again at the lifeless body of the black-clad man. Xiao Tianhe inquired succinctly about the circumstances surrounding his grandson. However, upon hearing that Chen Qun had defeated 2 formidable innate martial artists with a single move, Xiao Tianhe was left in a state of profound shock, his emotions unable to settle for an extended period. Chapter 6, A Beautiful Misunderstanding. The following morning, Chen Qun and his companions swaggered into the grand city of Yinjing, arriving at the magnificent residence of the Duke of Chen. This place evoked a multitude of unhappy memories for Chen Qun. He had visited here several times during his childhood. Yet his grandfather, Chen Huawu, had never shown him any affection. This led to a quarrel between his father, Chen Xiaolei, and his grandfather, after which his father ceased to bring him back. Chen Qun's elder brother, Chen Feng, and younger brother, Chen Chong, however, visited this estate with their father during every festive occasion. Without a shred of hesitation, Chen Chong eagerly bounded toward the grand entrance of the Duke's residence. The guards stationed there recognized the young master immediately. Chen Chong called out to them, urging, "Quickly inform my grandfather and uncle that Chonger has come to see them." At the same time, within a residence even more resplendent than the Duke's, an elder was questioning his trusted shadow guard. "Have you uncovered everything I requested?" The shadow guard responded, "Reporting to you, esteemed sir, we have gathered all the information. The assailants targeting the young master and young lady are 2 elders from the sinister sect known as the Red Cult. The one who rescued the young master is none other than the Duke of Chen's grandson, Chen Qun, the second son of General Chen Xiaolei, who has been unable to cultivate martial skills since childhood due to a blockage in his meridians." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianhe erupted in fury. "Nonsense! If the boy's abilities are as described by Yenner, he is hardly inferior to me. How can you claim he is incapable of cultivation? This is utter absurdity. The Xiao family possesses the finest intelligence network in the Han Dynasty. Do you think we employ you imbeciles for nothing?" The shadow guard, feeling helpless, replied, "The intelligence we have gathered indeed states so. It is said that Chen Xiaolei sought the imperial physician for the second son, but to no avail. Furthermore, the Duke nearly exiled Chen Xiaolei for this child's sake." Xiao Tianhe pondered for a moment, and then a realization dawned upon him. He burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Old Chen has miscalculated this time. His grandson is undoubtedly an extraordinary talent. I must find a way to bring this young man into our Xiao family." After his laughter subsided, he continued speaking to the shadow guard, "My granddaughter Linger should have awakened by now. After all, she was merely frightened and not seriously harmed.
Go fetch her for me.
The shadow guard replied, as you command, I shall bring the young lady at once. With that, the shadow guard hastened away. Once he was gone, Xiao Tianhe wore a sly grin, muttering to himself, a young innate martial artist such as him must have limitless potential. I will do whatever it takes to recruit him into the Xiao family. Let us see how I shall employ the art of seduction. In the grand hall of the Chen family, Chen Qun's elder uncle, Chen Xiaoyun, casually arranged a few matters before departing to attend to official duties at the court. Prior to his departure, Chen Xiaoyun instructed his cousin Chen Shi to ensure that Chen Qun and his companions were well accommodated. After Chen Shi had settled them into their temporary lodgings, Chen Qun sought a reason to venture alone to the place Chen Shi had arranged for them. It seemed that the locals were reluctant to associate with someone like Chen Qun, whom they regarded as a failure, thus, it was preferable for him to keep his distance from them.
Meanwhile, Chen Shong was taken by Chen Shi to join their cousins who were eager to participate in the upcoming competition.
They convened to discuss the details of the contest.
All eager to make a name for themselves before the royal family and the four prominent clans.
Their dedication to the competition was palpable.
Chen Shi,
who was a year older than Chen Qun and just shy of 20, shared the same mid-stage postnatal warrior cultivation as Chen Shong. Being the most cherished grandson of the Duke of Chen, it was only natural for Chen Shi to assume the role of leader among this group. Just as Chen Shi was preparing to organize Chen Shong and the other cousins for a sparring session, a striking figure burst into the room.
Oh! Why has the little princess of the Xiao family come here?
Murmured a junior member of the Chen clan. Upon seeing the radiant figure, Chen Shi promptly approached her, exclaiming, Miss Xiao, your presence graces our humble abode, we are truly honored.
May I inquire what brings you to the Chen residence? The Xiao family's little princess,
known as Xiao Ling'er, was a 16-year-old renowned beauty, one of the top 10 in Yanjing City.
Moreover,
she was the apple of the eye of the patriarch of the esteemed Xiao family, the foremost of the four great clans in Yanjing. Countless young men of the city sought her favor, yet Xiao Ling'er regarded these idle suitors with disdain.
Which of you is the son of General Hu Hui from Nanjing?
Xiao Ling'er asked bluntly. Chen Shong, upon hearing this, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He could not fathom why this beautiful Miss Xiao would be looking for him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, his cousins turned their gazes toward him, including Chen Shi, whose expression was filled with curiosity. Chen Shong addressed Xiao Ling'er, saying, I am Chen Shong, son of General Hu Hui, Chen Xiaolei.
May I ask what brings you to seek me?
After hearing his introduction, Xiao Ling'er studied the handsome young man among the crowd. Memories of the noble figure who had rescued her and her brother from impending peril flooded her mind as she recognized that this striking individual before her was none other than her savior. In that moment, her heart raced, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words.
Ahem. A gentle cough from Chen Shi jolted Xiao Ling'er back to reality.
She recalled how she had been staring at Chen Shong without blinking, and an overwhelming sense of embarrassment washed over her.
When Xiao Ling'er noticed Chen Chang's own discomfort,
her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She hastily addressed him, saying, It's nothing, nothing at all. I merely came to express my gratitude. Without waiting for anyone to process her words, she dashed out like the wind.
Chen Chang's cousins stood in stunned silence,
their expressions a mix of confusion and curiosity as they regarded him. They pondered in their minds what Chen Shong could have possibly done to warrant such a personal visit from the Xiao family's princess, who had even run away while covering her face in shyness. At that moment, Chen Shi turned to Chen Shong and inquired, Cousin,
what exactly is going on between you and Miss Xiao? It seems your relationship is rather extraordinary.
Faced with this question, Chen Shong found himself at a loss for words. In truth, he was just as bewildered as anyone else about the situation. With a resigned sigh, he replied, I do not know Miss Xiao at all. I am perplexed as to why she expressed her thanks, let alone why she ran away covering her face.
The onlookers were left in disbelief,
finding it hard to accept Xin Chang's words. Meanwhile, the architect of this misunderstanding, Xiao Tianhe, was leisurely savoring tea in his study. He muttered to himself, Chen Huawu, you old coot, you remain oblivious to the prowess of your own grandson. This lad has already achieved remarkable feats, perhaps he shall one day ascend to that legendary realm. Since you do not cherish your own grandson, watch as I entice him to become my granddaughter's suitor. Xiao Tianhe had praised the son of General Hu Hui so highly in front of Xiao Ling'er, prompting her to visit the Chen residence to express her thanks. His intention was clear: with both the young man unmarried and the young lady unwed, fostering interaction would be beneficial. He planned to approach the elder Chen with a proposal, confident that the old man would not refuse him such a favor. Xiao Tianhe's only concern was whether his beloved granddaughter would agree. He well understood her temperament. Once she set her mind on something, persuading her otherwise would prove to be quite the challenge. While the cunning old fox, Xiao Tianhe, delighted in his schemes within the confines of his study, Xiao Linger had returned to her chamber at the Xiao estate. Reflecting on her embarrassing encounter at the Chen residence, she wished to vanish into a crack in the ground. However, thoughts of Chun Cheng's handsome visage, his commanding presence, and the tall figure that had rescued her brought a sweet smile to her lips. Had the old fox, Xiao Tianhe, been privy to the events of the day, he would likely have been driven to the brink of apoplexy. Although Xiao Tianhe's concerns did not materialize, as Xiao Linger indeed developed a fondness for Chen Qun, he overlooked the fact that General Huhui had brought along both of his sons this time. Moreover, his foolish granddaughter mistakenly identified one of them. This time, the cunning old fox, Xiao Tianhe, truly miscalculated, and he committed a rather elementary blunder. Chapter 7, Breakthrough. In the few days since Chen Qun arrived at the Chen residence in Yanjing, he has truly witnessed the fickleness of human emotions. As one unable to cultivate, Chen Qun found himself largely ignored, regardless of the occasion he attended. During this time, his grandfather, Chen Huawu, hosted a family banquet. The old gentleman was exceedingly delighted, boasting of his two prodigious grandsons, Chen Shi and Chen Qun. On that day, intoxicated with joy, he lavished Chen Qun with affectionate teachings, overflowing with familial warmth and love. Yet, despite sharing the same bloodline, Chen Qun was afforded no opportunity to engage with his grandfather, being entirely overlooked. Both his uncle, Chen Xiaoyun, and his cousins treated him as though he were invisible. Even with his amiable temperament, an overwhelming sense of desolation welled up within him. However, not all recent tidings were bleak. Chen Qun learned that his younger brother, Chen Xiong, had been rather close to a young lady named Xiao Linger while preparing for the imperial city competition. It was said that the Xiao family was quite compatible with theirs, the Chens. Chen Qun grew weary of his stay in the Chen residence, eagerly anticipating the day he and his brother would return to their home in Nanjing after the competition. He had truly had enough of the pervasive coldness surrounding him. During his time at the Chen residence, the frequent disdain he faced only deepened his yearning for strength. Now, seated before his bed, he held the nameless tome and mused. Still no progress. How am I to break through this bottleneck in my cultivation? Frustration washed over him, for the mysterious book had ceased to be of any assistance. He had committed its contents to memory, and keeping it nearby posed a risk. If it fell into the hands of the wrong person, calamity could ensue. After all, history has shown that possessing something precious may lead to peril. Thus, Chen Qun took a candlestick and set the nameless tome ablaze. He felt a profound reluctance to part with this book that had accompanied him for years. Yet, to avoid future troubles, he had no choice but to destroy what had become useless to him. However, at the moment the tome ignited, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. As it burned fiercely, it seemed to grip his palm with an unyielding force, drawing the energy from within him inexorably towards the conflagration. Chen Qun desperately wished to cast the tome aside, yet he was powerless to release his hold. As the tome's pull intensified, his internal energy was rapidly depleted, and soon he succumbed to unconsciousness. In that instant, the nameless tome was consumed entirely in the flames he had ignited. However, the ashes transformed from the nameless secret manual radiated a golden luminescence. Subsequently, a more bizarre scene unfolded. Those ashes, shimmering with a golden glow, began to swirl rapidly, coalescing into a small golden orb that gradually merged into Chen Qun's third eye. Once the golden orb penetrated Chen Qun's brow, a verdant energy emanated from his previously blocked meridians. This emerald energy, drawn by the golden orb, slowly integrated into Chen Qun's dantian. The golden energy emitted by the orb began to cleanse Chen Qun's dantian. Were any advanced cultivators present? They would undoubtedly perceive with their consciousness that Chen Qun was gently stepping toward the threshold of foundational establishment. The energy radiating from the golden orb effectively replaced some of the coveted foundational pills sought after by cultivators, and this cleansing process surpassed that of ordinary foundational pills. In his slumber, Chen Qun seemed to traverse a lengthy dream, experiencing stages of qi cultivation, foundational establishment, golden core, and nascent soul. After a considerable time had passed, the legacy consciousness contained within the golden orb was fully imprinted in Chen Qun's memory, and he awakened languidly. Recalling the strangeness of the previous night, he was momentarily startled. Suddenly, Chen Qun realized that the flora and fauna outside his room appeared remarkably vivid to him, and he felt as though he had shattered a bottleneck.
Breaking through to a new realm.
This was divine consciousness.
Last night had not been a dream, Chen Qun exclaimed. After his exclamation, he settled into a meditative posture,
inwardly focusing his consciousness to examine the changes within his body. After a thorough introspection, he discovered a small golden orb within his sea of consciousness, which seemed to harbor considerable space. However, Chen Qun had no time to investigate this golden orb. His priority was to delve into the profound techniques inscribed within his mind. A full day elapsed before Chen Qun emerged from his meditation, truly embarking on the path of cultivation. With the sudden influx of memories, he learned that the technique he was to cultivate was a superior and formidable method known as the 5 elements yin-yang art. The art's potency lay in its ability to harness any form of spiritual energy present in his vicinity for his own purposes. Aside from this dominant technique, Chen Qun had only inherited 2 spells. One was the Shumi Palm, which could amalgamate the spiritual energy of surrounding entities in his own to assail an opponent. The higher his cultivation, the more terrifying the energy consumption. The other was the Void Step, which allowed for brief spatial overlap during movement. However, within the annals of Chen Qun's inherited memories, it is recorded that the Shumi Palm and the Void Step, once inherited, should never be employed unless absolutely necessary. Nonetheless, Chen Qun harbored some reservations regarding these 2 spells, particularly the absence of a technique for flight upon a sword, which left him somewhat disheartened. Yet, were some formidable nascent soul cultivators to learn of Chen Qun's current sentiments, they would undoubtedly rush forth to strangle him and seize the techniques for themselves. For to directly wield the powers of heaven and earth in battle or traverse through the forces of space is a feat that even some of the most powerful spirit-severing cultivators might find unattainable. Note, the hierarchy of cultivators is categorized into 9 realms: qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit severing, void refinement, integration, tribulation transcendence, and great ascension. As Chen Qun felt the surging spiritual energy within him, an impulse arose within him to soar into the Grand Han Imperial City and challenge the legendary royal guardian, an ancient figure of immense strength. According to legend, within the Han royal family resided a martial saint, the protector of the entire Han dynasty. Once, Chen Qun held that legendary guardian in high esteem. Yet now, by some twist of fate, he possessed strength on par with that martial saint. In fact, as a foundation establishment cultivator, Chen Qun found that he could dominate even the martial saints of his own rank with his imposing aura. Just as Chen Qun was engulfed in his contemplations, he suddenly perceived a shadow darting swiftly across the sky above the Chen residence, pursued closely by another figure. These 2 fleeting silhouettes evaded detection by any means other than Chen Qun's spiritual awareness. Upon sweeping his perception over the trailing figure, he recognized it as Xiao Tianhe, someone with whom he had previously crossed paths. Though Chen Qun remained unaware of the unfolding events, he nonetheless trailed the 2 figures from a distance, stealthily following their path. Chapter 8, Peril. Chen Qun gazed at the 2 figures racing ahead, his heart brimming with myriad emotions. With the enhancement of his cultivation and the elevation of his state of mind, the grievances he once endured seemed to have dissipated like leaves in the wind, leaving only a profound excitement within him. The moment he formally embarked on the path of immortality, it became inevitable that he and those around him would no longer exist on the same plane. Thus, Chen Qun followed closely behind the 2 figures for approximately half an hour, until they had distanced themselves from the city of Yanjing. At which point the 2 figures came to a halt. After stopping, Xiao Tianhe coldly addressed the cloaked figure before him, saying, "Your sect ambushed my 2 grandsons not long ago, and now you dare to invade my Xiao family's territory under the cover of night. Surely, you are pushing the boundaries of audacity." Upon hearing this, the cloaked figure let out a hearty laugh, replying, "Xiao Tianhe, when you led your army to annihilate our Red Sect's headquarters years ago, did you not think it was excessive? Now, our leader has broken through to the martial saint realm. All the humiliations of the past shall be repaid in double, though you shall not live to witness it. As the words of the cloaked figure fell, two more figures emerged from the shadows, taking their positions flanking Xiao Tianhe.
At that moment,
it became evident to Chen Qun that the elderly Xiao was in dire straits. The three cloaked figures possessed formidable prowess, one in the late innate stage and two in the mid-innate stage. If they were to strike together, it would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge for Xiao Tianhe. Looking at the two newly appeared cloaked figures, Xiao Tianhe commented, "I never imagined my presence would be so significant that the three top experts of the Red Sect would join forces against me. Whatever abilities you possess, feel free to unleash them." The leading cloaked figure, having heard this, ceased to engage in idle chatter, for they were determined to ensure Xiao Tianhe remained here today. He commanded the other two, attack together, eliminate him. With the leader's command, the trio launched a simultaneous assault on Xiao Tianhe. Instantly, shadows of palms danced and true energy surged wildly, causing the surrounding trees to be reduced to splinters by the overwhelming force. Though Xiao Tianhe's cultivation was exceptional, the prowess of the three cloaked figures was not far behind. Ultimately, he found himself overwhelmed, and in a moment of carelessness, he was struck by a palm. After taking the blow, he coughed up blood and was sent flying several paces backward. Nevertheless, he managed to injure one of his assailants in the process. Seeing Xiao Tianhe wounded, the leading cloaked figure hastily summoned his palm energy for another strike aimed directly at Xiao Tianhe's face. However, just as the leading cloaked figure was about to land another blow, a stone imbued with spiritual energy hurtled through the air, striking his palm. The leader, feeling the pain radiating from his injured hand, was suddenly gripped by an ominous foreboding. The leader clad in black inquired, "Who dares to lurk and launch a covert attack against me?" Upon hearing this, Chen Qun remained silent. To his astonishment, ever since his cultivation had transcended to the foundation establishment stage, he discovered that when he infused spiritual energy into the stones and commanded them with his consciousness, their power had magnified several-fold. Elated, Chen Qun resumed familiarizing himself with his stone projectiles. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several stones imbued with spiritual energy were unleashed. Despite the leader's vehement shouts, Chen Qun remained concealed. The only response to the leader's cries was the swift, lightning-like stones. Moments later, under the relentless assault of Chen Qun's hidden weapons, all three black-clad individuals lay incapacitated. The leader, stripped of his earlier arrogance, gritted his teeth and half sat on the ground, uttering, "Mysterious friend lurking in the shadows, have you resolved to oppose our Red Sect? If there is any misunderstanding, I implore you to reveal yourself." Nearby, Xiao Tianhe was rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. After all, a person who could vanquish three innate masters without revealing their identity, relying solely on a few stones, even if not a martial saint, had certainly touched the threshold of that realm. Xiao Tianhe pondered when such a formidable figure had emerged in the Han Dynasty. He silently hoped that the enigmatic individual was an ally rather than an adversary, for the repercussions of the latter would be dire. However, upon hearing the black-clad leader's words, Chen Qun remained resolute in his decision not to reveal himself. For Chen Qun, courting trouble was not in his nature. He believed in the virtue of humility and discretion. With the three black-clad men now devoid of any threat to Xiao Tianhe, he felt his benevolent deed was complete. At this moment, he contemplated whether he should quietly return to Yinjing City. Just as Chen Qun prepared to slip away unnoticed, a surge of dangerous energy surged toward him. Instinctively, he activated his inherited technique, the Void Step, and instantly teleported 10 zhang away. The spot where he had concealed himself was now marked by a massive crater, the result of the incoming force. As the assailant descended, the three black-clad figures, half reclining on the ground, quickly prostrated themselves, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the sect master." After landing, the individual surveyed the three prostrate figures and sternly rebuked them. "A bunch of useless fools, you have brought disgrace upon our sect. Once I deal with that brat in Xiao Tianhe, I shall return to rectify your failures." After chastising the three black-clad men, he turned to Xiao Tianhe and asked, "Xiao Tianhe, do you still recognize me?" Without hesitation, Xiao Tianhe replied, "Ren Dongfang. Years ago I led my troops to annihilate your Red Sect. Now that I have fallen into your hands, consider this a form of retribution. I entrust my life to you today. I beseech you to spare this young brother." Xiao Tianhe cast a guilty glance at Chen Qun. He was able to surmise that Chen Qun had appeared here to save him. Ren Dongfang, upon hearing this, burst into laughter and declared, "Beneath the sacred realm,
all are but ants. What right do you have to bargain with me? I shall first let you witness this boy's demise before sending you on your way." With that, Ren Dongfang casually struck out his palm towards Chen Qun.
At that moment, Chen Qun was filled with profound regret. He had never anticipated that the spiritual energy required for the void step would be so immense. Having only teleported a mere 10 zhang, he had exhausted 80% of his total spiritual energy. Now, he needed the remaining 20% to confront Ren Dongfang, a martial saint, which left him in a state of despair.
Chen Qun now understood why his inherited memories had cautioned him against using these two techniques unless absolutely necessary.
As he gazed at Ren Dongfang's approaching palm strike, he found himself devoid of options. He could only muster the last vestiges of his spiritual energy to reluctantly employ his inherited technique, the Shumi palm, in a bid to match Ren Dongfang's prowess. Chen Qun recognized the perilousness of his situation, a calamity born from his ignorance of these two inherited techniques.
Should he mismanage this precarious scenario?
He feared he might meet his end today. With a resounding crash, Chen Qun's and Ren Dongfang's palms collided. Xiao Tianhe and the three cloaked figures were thrown off balance by the dispersing gusts of wind. Ren Dongfang, astonished, exclaimed, "You are a being of the Dao Saint level." The term Dao Saint is a respectful title bestowed upon those at the foundation establishment stage by ordinary mortals.
Just moments ago,
Ren Dongfang had distinctly sensed that Chen Qun was not utilizing the internal energy of a martial artist, but rather the unique spiritual energy of a cultivator.
Moreover,
the intensity of Chen Qun's spiritual energy surpassed his own. At Ren Dongfang's level of cultivation, he was well acquainted with the systems of cultivators.
Though a Dao Saint and a martial saint are of equivalent strength, any martial artist would prefer not to oppose a cultivator of the same rank.
Without a moment to ponder further, Ren Dongfang promptly clasped his hands in respect towards Chen Qun and stated, "It is merely that I harbor a deep-seated grudge against Xiao Tianhe. I did not intend to offend you, esteemed Dao Saint.
This is all a misunderstanding,
and I hope for your forgiveness." Ren Dongfang adopted such a conciliatory stance primarily because most cultivators are significantly stronger than their martial counterparts of the same level.
Furthermore,
the methods employed by cultivators are often enigmatic, capable of swiftly severing heads with swordplay, which is exceedingly domineering. This was immensely intimidating for Ren Dongfang, who had only just broken through to the martial saint realm.
Most crucially, Ren Dongfang did not believe he could defeat a Dao Saint. Thus, he felt compelled to do everything in his power to ease the tension with Chen Qun, for no one wishes to unwittingly forge a feud with a Dao Saint. In his panic, Ren Dongfang remained oblivious to Chen Qun's current state. Chen Qun, suppressing his physical weakness, calmly addressed Ren Dongfang, saying, "Today, I shall spare Xiao Tianhe's life. Your eagerness for vengeance is understandable, hence, I shall not hold this matter against you. While my resolve remains unaltered, you may depart." Initially,
Ren Dongfang intended to utter some polite phrases, but upon reflecting on the domineering nature of cultivators, he swallowed his words.
With Chen Qun's decree to leave issued,
Ren Dongfang could merely bow in acknowledgement, stating, "Since Your Excellency, the Dao Saint, is so magnanimous, I shall take my leave."
After speaking,
he signaled to the three cloaked figures, and they swiftly departed in a limping fashion. At that moment, standing not far from Chen Qun was Xiao Tianhe, whose emotions were beyond tumultuous. He had initially believed Chen Qun to be merely a peak-innate martial artist, never anticipating that he was, in fact, a formidable Dao Saint. Just as Xiao Tianhe was about to express his gratitude, he heard Chen Qun's voice, "Mr. Xiao, I kindly ask that you depart, I have matters to attend to here."
Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianhe dared not delay.
The individual before him was no longer the young friend from the Chen family he once knew. Instead,
he stood before a lofty Dao Saint.
Xiao Tianhe promptly replied, "Since Your Excellency has urgent matters to handle, I shall not intrude further.
Farewell." After bowing respectfully to Chen Qun, he took his leave.
Once Xiao Tianhe had departed, Chen Qun could no longer withstand his exhaustion. He suddenly felt darkness envelop him and lost consciousness.
Chapter 9: The Despair of the Chen Family. A few days later,
in a secluded forest on the outskirts of Yanqing City, Chen Qun sat cross-legged, exuding an aura of refreshing elegance. Since awakening from his fainting spell, he had not rushed back to the Chengguogong mansion but instead devoted himself to thoroughly familiarizing himself with his own cultivation techniques.
After days of diligent practice and introspection,
Chen Qun finally grasped the intricacies of his techniques and two spells.
He was particularly exhilarated by the remarkable 5 elements yin-yang technique.
Suspecting it to be the work of an extraordinary master, possibly even not from this realm.
In the Tianlan continent,
other cultivators typically absorbed the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth or from spirit stones.
However,
the 5 elements yin-yang technique was unique in its ability to absorb not only the energy that other techniques could harness but also all energies infused with yin-yang.
And the 5 elements.
This included the energy from every flower, blade of grass, and tree. Consequently, this meant that in the future,
the energy Chen Qun could absorb would far exceed that of others.
Since successfully establishing his foundation, he had examined his spiritual root constitution, which turned out to be the weakest 5-element root. Yet, he felt a sense of relief, for had he possessed a stronger spiritual constitution, he might have perished by now. The 5 elements yin-yang technique was perilous for anyone not of the 5-element root, as it would lead to a gradual imbalance of elemental forces, ultimately resulting in their demise. However, he found himself deeply conflicted regarding his 2 spells. Whether casting the Shumi Palm or the Void Step, both consumed over 70% of his total spiritual energy. This meant that casting either of these spells would deplete the majority of his power. If he were to forcefully employ the second spell, he would be left utterly exhausted,
vulnerable to any attack.
Moreover, as his cultivation advanced, the energy drawn from the heavens and earth for these spells would increase,
resulting in even greater consumption of his spiritual energy.
Chen Qun recognized that, ultimately, these 2 spells should not be employed lightly.
Nevertheless, they were indispensable means for desperate situations or retreat.
He felt a pressing desire to acquire some ordinary spells for practice,
as he could not rely solely on life-threatening techniques in his confrontations with others. Over the past few days,
Chen Qun also investigated the golden sphere in his sea of consciousness. This sphere possessed significant utility, serving as a storage medium for items.
Initially, out of curiosity,
he filled it with stones, branches, flowers, and other items he could find, using his spiritual sense to store them.
He then practiced retrieving these items. In that moment,
Chen Qun felt a joy akin to that of a child, completely shedding the demeanor expected of one at the foundational stage of cultivation.
Days continued to pass.
When Chen Qun fully regained his peak state, he set off towards the direction of Yanjing City.
However, upon reaching the entrance of the Chen Qun residence, he found the grand gates firmly shut.
Not a single guard was present outside the estate.
The once resplendent Chen Qun residence now exuded an air of desolation, devoid of its former glory, replaced by an overwhelming sense of bleakness.
Chen Qun was perplexed. He had departed from the Chen Qun residence scarcely 10 days prior, and yet it had transformed into such a sorrowful and desolate place.
A foreboding feeling arose within him.
Despite the disdain shown by the residents of the Chen Qun estate towards him, they still shared a blood connection, and his brother, Chen Shong, was within the premises. Sensing something amiss, Chen Qun refrained from knocking and instead scaled the wall to enter.
Upon his clandestine entry, Chen Qun discovered the outer courtyard of the Chen residence was utterly deserted. With little time to ponder, he hastened towards the inner courtyard. Upon entering,
he was relieved to find many members of the Chen family gathered there, including his brother. Hundreds of Chen clan members congregated in the inner courtyard, where his grandfather, Chen Huawu, and several elders stood upon a raised platform. Beneath them lay the lifeless bodies of several young members of the Chen family.
At that moment,
Chen Huawu addressed the gathered clan members with a heavy heart. Our family faces a calamity of unprecedented proportions. It seems we shall never recover from this devastation.
Shortly, I,
along with a few elders, will devise a plan to hold off the enemy's formidable forces. You must focus on escaping. Save yourselves as best as you can. After a pained glance at the fallen bodies, he sighed deeply and continued, remember, if you manage to flee today, you must conceal your identities and never speak of revenge again. Finally, Chen Huawu turned to the remorseful Chen Chong and spoke tenderly, Chonger,
should you rise to eradicate evil and protect the innocent, your grandfather will not blame you, nor will the Chen family.
Now, let us go, time is of the essence.
Follow me to confront the enemy.
With that, he grasped Shen Chang's hand and proceeded towards the exit, followed closely by the somber faces of the remaining clan members. Outside the grand gates of the Chen residence, the hundreds of family members stood in silence, the oppressive atmosphere growing increasingly tense.
What on earth has transpired within our Chen family?
Chen Qun inquired, turning to a younger cousin beside him. The cousin, taken aback by the question, stammered, "You must know. Our family is besieged by a grave threat, we are all in peril."
How could you possibly ask what has happened to the Chen family? Chen Qun remarked, "Dear cousin,
I have been preoccupied with certain matters recently, which prevented me from remaining in Yanjing.
It is only today that I have returned.
And thus I am unaware of the events that have transpired within our Chen family."
His young cousin, though somewhat puzzled, recounted the entire series of events to Chen Qun.
It turned out that the imperial competition had concluded a few days prior, with Chen Chong securing the second position.
He was bestowed the title of Viscount by the Emperor Long Ao.
The elevation of Chen Chong to the rank of Viscount was a remarkable achievement, bringing immense pride to the Chen family, and the elder Chen Huawu was so elated that he could not sleep throughout the night.
However, as the saying goes, joy often precedes sorrow. Following the conclusion of the imperial competition, the inept second prince of the Chu kingdom arrived in the Han dynasty to facilitate a royal marriage between the two nations. To demonstrate its formidable national strength, the Chu kingdom sent its Dao saint alongside the prince.
The motives behind the Chu kingdom's assertive posture were twofold: to secure a marriage for the second prince and to intimidate the Han dynasty. The reason for Chu's strength lay in its possession of both a Dao saint and a martial saint to safeguard the nation.
In contrast,
most neighboring countries had only a single martial saint, and some smaller nations lacked even that privilege.
Upon arriving in Yanjing, the inept second prince took advantage of the fact that the Dao saint was preoccupied with his cultivation and stealthily slipped out of the inn with 2 attendants, intent on indulging in revelry. Coincidentally, he encountered a beautiful woman of respectable standing along the way and proceeded to harass her. Unfortunately, his lewd behavior was witnessed by Chen Chong, who, in his youthful exuberance, acted recklessly and inadvertently caused the death of the inept prince. Upon learning of this incident,
the Dao saint of the Chu kingdom was enraged, feeling that both his own dignity and that of his nation had been grievously affronted. He issued a stern warning to the Han royal family, declaring his intent to annihilate the entire Chen clan.
Should the Han dynasty dare to intervene,
it would provoke a conflict between the two nations, culminating in a direct challenge to the Han's martial saint, leading to a fight to the death.
The Dao saint's unwavering resolve truly frightened the Han royal family, resulting in the inevitable abandonment of the Chen clan. At this moment,
as the members of the Chen family collectively awaited their final desperate stand, a procession gradually approached from the distance, led by Xiao Tianhe, the head of the Xiao family. As he drew near, he observed the stunned expression of Chen Huawu and proclaimed, "Old Chen, we have served together in the court for decades. Even if the royal family refuses to assist you, my Xiao family will not stand idly by and witness your destruction. Today, we come to stand united with the Chen family in facing this threat and to defend our shared existence." Upon hearing these words, Chen Huawu was profoundly moved,
tears streaming down his face.
Chen Huawu spoke loudly to Xiao Tianhe, expressing deep gratitude. True feelings are revealed in times of adversity.
Xiao brother's immense kindness, I, Chen Huawu, shall repay in this life.
I implore you, Xiao brother, do not make unnecessary sacrifices, depart swiftly.
Chen Huawu did not believe that the arrival of the Xiao family could enable them to contend with the Dao saint. For even if the 4 great families of the Han dynasty united, without the royal family's intervention, they would still not stand a chance against a Dao saint. Xiao Tianhe laughed heartily, "Since I, Xiao, have arrived, I shall not retreat. Today, I am determined to join forces with Brother Chen and confront our formidable enemy." Xiao Tianhe's resolve stemmed from a gamble he wagered on the appearance of Chen Qun. Even if Chen Qun did not arrive, he had ensured that the Xiao family retained numerous escape routes. Should the Chen family face peril and the Xiao family refrain from assisting, they might incur Chen Qun's wrath in the future. After all, Chen Qun had once saved Xiao Tianhe from peril. Thus, Xiao Tianhe sought to forge a strong alliance with the Chen family, aspiring for the immensely promising Dao saint, Chen Qun, to become their family's pillar of support. Ever since Xiao Tianhe learned of Xiao Linger mistakenly identifying Chen Chong as Chen Qun, and that the two had developed feelings for each other, such a blunder had nearly driven the cunning old fox, Xiao Tianhe, to the brink of exasperation. However, after Chen Qun had rescued him with a single blow that repelled a martial saint,
Xiao Tian has ceased to oppose the relationship between Xiao Linger and Chen Qun. Although Chen Qun's talents were not of the highest caliber, he possessed an exceptionally gifted elder brother.
Consequently,
Xiao Tian had eagerly anticipated the union between Xiao Linger and Chen Qun, as it would allow him to become related by marriage to Chen Qun.
The old fox, Xiao,
always managed to maximize his interests.
Just as Chen Huawu was profoundly moved by Xiao Tian's actions, a Dao saint from the Chu kingdom arrived, accompanied by 3 innate experts from Chu.
Before long, the Dao saint had soared above the crowd, exuding an invisible pressure that enveloped the surroundings.
Those of lesser cultivation among the Chen and Xiao families found themselves kneeling under this formidable aura, a testament to the terror wielded by a Dao saint. Chen Qun discreetly assessed the Dao Saint's cultivation using his spiritual sense and discovered that the Dao Saint was also a cultivator at the early foundation establishment stage, just like himself. With this revelation, Chen Qun felt reassured. Understanding his own capabilities through ancestral memories, he recognized that if he could fully unleash the Xiumi palm, he would undoubtedly be able to deliver a lethal blow. Once he defeated the early foundation establishment cultivator, even if he were left with only 20% of his spiritual energy, the 3 innate warriors would find it futile to contend with him. Moreover, Chen Huawu and Xiao Tian has stood by his side, fortifying his confidence. Where is the head of the Chen family? Do you not know your transgressions? The Dao Saint demanded imperiously. Upon hearing this, Chen Huawu took a step forward, emanating the formidable aura of a warrior to counteract the oppressive presence of his opponent. He proclaimed, "I am the patriarch of the Chen family. Since you are resolute in your intent to annihilate my entire clan, I shall, in my folly, seek to experience your prowess."
The Taoist saint from the state of Chu, upon hearing this, responded with disdain, "Since you possess such spirit,
allow me to escort you on your final journey."
With that, he directed his flying sword straight towards Chen Huawu.
Just as Chen Qun prepared to use a stone to deflect the sword before it struck Chen Huawu, an unexpected figure dashed towards the flying blade.
The sudden appearance of this figure, who charged at the sword mid-flight, left Chen Qun with no time to intervene. This figure was none other than the loyal servant, Mo Doc, who had previously summoned Chen Qun and the others to Yanjing. In an instant, this devoted old servant was mercilessly slain by the sword. Witnessing the gruesome demise of his faithful servant, who had accompanied him for many years, Chen Huawu let out a thunderous roar of anguish. Yet, the flying sword returned,
once again hurtling towards him.
At this moment, Chen Huawu regained his composure, consumed by self-loathing for his lack of strength. As he gazed at the sword, which he knew he could not contend with, he surrendered to despair, slowly closing his eyes, as if resigned to his fate.
However,
just as the sword was about to strike him down, a stone imbued with spiritual energy suddenly sent the blade careening off course.
Chen Qun, possessing the 5 elements yin-yang technique, wielded a far more profound spiritual power than his peers.
Thus, he effortlessly deflected the flying sword of an opponent of equal rank. The onlookers were astounded by this turn of events, and Chen Huawu opened his eyes in astonishment.
As the crowd remained bewildered,
Chen Qun rose slowly into the air and calmly declared, "It seems our Chen family is not a place where a mere foundational-level cultivator like yourself can act with impunity."
Chapter 10, Crisis Resolution. Although Chen Qun appeared remarkably calm on the surface, an overwhelming fury brewed within him.
The lofty cultivators regarded human life as mere straw. Having resolved to employ the Xiumi palm to eliminate his adversary at any cost, Chen Qun chose to abandon his previous discretion. Thus, he ascended into the skies with great ostentation, determined to dominate the atmosphere before his opponent.
The Dao Saint from the state of Chu was taken aback upon seeing Chen Qun.
He had not anticipated the presence of a cultivator amidst such an ordinary clan.
Utilizing his spiritual perception, the Dao Saint scrutinized Chen Qun's cultivation level.
Discovering that they were both at the initial stage of foundation establishment, he felt a measure of relief. However, Chen Qun's audacious demeanor, which disregarded him entirely, incited doubts about whether Chen Qun was concealing his true power.
The expression of the Dao Saint fluctuated between shadow and light. He considered that even if Chen Qun was not hiding his abilities, he could not afford to further antagonize the Chen family over a worthless prince's demise. While he would relish the opportunity to assert his authority by vanquishing a few insignificant beings, he was unwilling to confront a fellow cultivator of equal standing. Winning such a battle would entail a foolish loss, and defeat could very well cost him his life. Consequently, The Tao Saint from Chu clasped his hands together mid-air and addressed Chen Qun, a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I was unaware that this place was your esteemed home. And I sincerely apologize for my unintended offense. To atone for today's transgression, I humbly offered 10 low-grade spirit stones as compensation, hoping to resolve this matter amicably. Might I inquire if you would find this acceptable? Chen Huawu gazed in astonishment at Chen Qun, who had once been dismissed as a worthless grandson. Now, he commanded the respect of a Tao Saint who once seemed insurmountable to the entire Chen family. The spectacle was profoundly shocking to Chen Huawu, who sensed that perhaps the Chen family would not only escape destruction today, but might also rise to unprecedented glory. The architect of this transformation was none other than his grandson, whom he had always underestimated. The hearts of the Chen family and Chen Huawu surged with tumultuous emotions that words could scarcely capture. Upon hearing the Tao Saint's proposition, Chen Qun responded with an imperious demeanor, "There is no need for spirit stones. If you can withstand a single strike from me, we shall consider this matter settled." In truth, were it not for witnessing the tragic demise of Mo Doc and the callousness of this cultivator towards life, Chen Qun might have sought a more conciliatory resolution. However, he now felt deeply that to combat evil with goodness was less effective than confronting evil with its own measure. The Tao Saint from Chu, enraged by Chen Qun's audacity, had initially extended a hand in goodwill to avoid conflict with a peer, only to find that Chen Qun offered him no semblance of respect. Thus, he addressed Chen Qun, stating, "I seek reconciliation not out of fear but rather to avoid unnecessary strife. Do you think I am intimidated by you? Since you are so aggressively pressing me, let us settle this matter today." Chen Huawu, who had just begun to feel a surge of excitement, was nearly overwhelmed with fury upon hearing that Chen Qun intended to confront the Tao Saint. If Chen Qun were to falter, the Chen family would inevitably face calamity today. At that moment, Chen Huawu silently chastised Chen Qun for disregarding the larger picture. Chen Qun then declared to the Tao Saint from the state of Chu, "So be it. Today, we shall determine our fates." With that, he propelled himself forward, unleashing a slow yet formidable palm strike towards the Tao Saint. Though it appeared languid, the strike transcended countless dimensions, drawing forth an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy from several paces away. In an instant, Chen Qun's attack transformed into a terrifying force. The Tao Saint from Chu, witnessing such a fearsome assault, was instantly gripped by panic. The energy contained within Chen Qun's strike far exceeded the bounds of a foundational cultivator. Instinctively, he sought to evade, only to find that time and space seemed to have solidified around him, rendering escape impossible. As he attempted to summon the surrounding spiritual energy for defense, he realized the area was devoid of any such essence. The Tao Saint was left with no choice but to muster all his internal power to withstand Chen Qun's devastating blow. In that moment, he felt the chilling presence of death. Subsequently, an insurmountable force shattered his entire being, fracturing his organs and obliterating his consciousness. Thus, a generation of Tao Saints fell, leaving no name for his adversary to remember him by. This event illustrated the extraordinary prowess of the Xiumi palm that Chen Qun had inherited. Before the body of the Tao Saint from Chu could touch the ground, Chen Qun swiftly removed the Tao Saint's storage pouch and flying sword, casting them into the golden orb within his sea of consciousness. He was eager to discover what treasures a genuine foundational cultivator might possess. As the lifeless form of the Tao Saint hit the ground, a profound silence enveloped the scene. All present were rendered speechless, even Xiao Tianhe stood in stunned disbelief. Although Xiao Tianhe was aware of Chen Qun's Tao Saint level, he had not anticipated that Chen Qun could so effortlessly eliminate another Tao Saint. The first to regain their composure were the 3 innate martial artists from Chu, who were now thoroughly terrified. They abandoned all thoughts of resistance and swiftly fled, vanishing without a trace. Chen Qun paid no heed to the retreating figures of the 3 innate warriors. Though he appeared composed, he was left with only a fraction of his spiritual energy. In the present day, the Chen family has emerged from its crisis, allowing Chen Qun to return to his residence and swiftly restore his spiritual energy. Thus, Chen Qun addressed the members of the Chen family from mid-air, declaring, "I shall now retreat to cultivate. Please attend to the aftermath. Unless there is something of utmost importance, I ask that no one disturbs me." After stating this, Chen Qun ascended into the Chen Guigong mansion, entering the small courtyard where he resided. Upon his arrival, he descended from the air, For cultivators below the golden core stage can only sustain brief levitation without the aid of a sword. Moreover, given the excessive consumption of his spiritual energy, it was already a considerable feat for Chen Qun to make his way back to his courtyard. Following the events involving the Tao Saint of Chu, Chen Qun's status within the Chen family has undergone a dramatic transformation. In the past, speaking to the family in such a manner would have surely led to accusations of disrespect. Yet now, whatever Chen Qun articulates is received as entirely reasonable by the family members. Once Chen Qun departed, Chen Huatang immediately beamed with enthusiasm, issuing commands to the rest of the Chen family. He proclaimed, immediately recall all the dispersed servants of the Chen family, and designate the courtyard where Qun resides as a forbidden area. No one is to enter or disturb, not even if the emperor himself were to come. Chen Huatang was liberated from his previous gloom, now affectionately referring to Chen Qun as Kuner, appearing exceedingly amiable. Should an outsider hear this, they might mistakenly believe that Chen Qun's grandfather had been exceptionally competent in the past. At this moment, Xiao Tianhe burst into hearty laughter and stepped forward, saying, "Congratulations, Brother Chen. Your family boasts such remarkable descendants. In the future, the Chen family shall surely thrive. I hope you will not forget to assist the Xiao family then." Chen Huatang promptly responded, "Oh, not at all. Brother Xiao, you are too kind. In this critical time, only you have come to aid the Chen family. This bond forged in life and death shall remain etched in my heart. Henceforth, the Xiao and Chen families shall be as close as kin." Chen Huatang and Xiao Tianhe exchanged hearty laughter. Xiao Tianhe glanced at Chen Chong and continued, "Since we are like family, why not strengthen our ties further? My granddaughter Linger and your grandson Chong have feelings for one another. I propose we settle their union today." Upon hearing this, Chen Huatang laughed even more heartily, exclaiming, "Excellent. Let it be so. Tomorrow, the Chen family shall visit the Xiao family to propose marriage. Today, we shall not leave until we are inebriated." With that, he took Xiao Tianhe by the hand and headed towards the entrance of the Chen mansion. Meanwhile, outside the Chen Guigong mansion, spies from various factions stealthily dispersed, hurrying to report their findings to their respective masters. Within a secret branch of the Red Sect, Ren Dongfang took a sip of red wine and murmured to himself, "Fortunately, I was wise enough not to excessively offend the Tao Saint of the Chen family. Otherwise, I might very well be a corpse by now." The more Ren Dongfang reflected on this, the more a sense of dread crept over him. Within the Grand Palace, Emperor Long Ao, upon receiving the report from his scouts, immediately commanded, "Bring forth someone to invite my uncle out from seclusion in the back mountains. Let us go together to pay our respects to the Duke of Chen." As time passed, various powerful factions had already received the news. The Chen family had produced a Tao Saint, and not just any, but one of profound cultivation. Astute observers had begun to predict that the illustrious path of the Chen family was about to unfold. What once appeared to be a desolate scene outside the Duke of Chen's residence had now transformed into a bustling hub, with visitors arriving in droves, each bearing their tokens of respect. Chapter 11. Preparing for the journey. While Chen Qun was immersed in his tranquil cultivation within his small courtyard, his grandfather, Chen Huawu, was busily engaged in a flurry of activities. Prominent figures from all corners of the Grand Han Empire had come to pay their respects to the Chen family. Even the Emperor Long Ao, accompanied by his grand-uncle, the only martial sage of the Grand Han, personally visited the young Taoist saint of the Chen family. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Huawu turned away all these distinguished guests without exception. Such a feat would have been inconceivable in the past. During this time, Chen Huawu and Xiao Tianhe took the opportunity to hold the engagement banquet for Chen Chong and Xiao Linger. What initially seemed to be a simple affair unexpectedly transformed into an extravagant celebration. Even the head of the Red Sect, Ren Dongfang, sent gifts, declaring that the enmity between the Red Sect and the Xiao family was hereby resolved, promising that no one from the Red Sect would seek revenge against the Xiao family in the future. Even more astonishingly, the state of Chu sent a list of gifts, hoping to mend ties with the Chen family. Due to time constraints, they only sent the list for now, with the gifts to follow shortly. This gesture was prompted by their fear of potential retribution from Chen Qun, especially after the recent loss of a martial sage from their ranks, rendering them vulnerable to further losses in martial power. At this moment, no external commotion could penetrate Chen Qun's focused cultivation. Once he replenished his spiritual energy, he examined the storage bag of the martial sage he had encountered. It appeared that the sage was not particularly affluent, as the bag contained only 300 low-grade spirit stones and 3 books, along with a few miscellaneous worldly items. Upon seeing the 3 books, Chen Qun's heart surged with joy. The first was titled Sword Control Technique, which detailed how cultivators could harness spiritual energy to manipulate flying swords for aerial travel or combat. Though Sword Control Technique was a common foundational manual for aspiring cultivators, it was a treasure to Chen Qun. The second book was Chronicles of the Azure Sky Continent, offering insights into the distribution of the continent where Chen Qun resided, along with various materials and intriguing tales related to cultivation. The final tome, somewhat worn and ancient, bore the title Divine Refinement Method, which contained instructions on refining one's spiritual consciousness. In the days that followed, Chen Qun diligently studied the sword control technique, mastering its principles with remarkable proficiency. He even took the opportunity to utilize the captured flying sword for a nocturnal flight around the vicinity. As for the Divine Refinement Method, he initially perused it without delving deeply. However, he soon realized how perfectly suited this method was for him. The Divine Refinement Method focused on honing spiritual consciousness. Yet the energy consumption required was immense, far exceeding that necessary for a cultivator's advancement. Such a demand was beyond the capability of ordinary cultivators to bear. Yet, Chen Qun was different. Endowed with the 5 elements yin-yang technique and possessing a 5-element root physique, he was capable of simultaneously absorbing the energies of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and yin-yang. Thus, Chen Qun, in the absence of utilizing those 2 extraordinary inherited spells, finds himself abundant in spiritual energy. What he lacks, however, is the refinement of his state of mind and the cultivation of his divine consciousness. For an ordinary cultivator, the immensely energy-consuming divine forging technique is akin to a mere trinket. This is because an ordinary practitioner's spiritual energy is entirely devoted to enhancing their cultivation level. After all, an elevation in cultivation naturally leads to an enhancement in divine consciousness. No ordinary cultivator would willingly squander such copious amounts of spiritual energy and time to practice the divine forging technique, which requires a significant expenditure of spiritual energy. Contrarily, for Chen Qun, the situation is quite the opposite. Under normal circumstances, the spiritual energy within him is more than sufficient to sustain the demands of practicing the divine forging technique. Furthermore, the manual contains unique methodologies for its application. The first is an offensive technique known as divine consciousness shock, which can momentarily incapacitate an opponent. However, this is only effective against cultivators with a lower level of divine consciousness than his own. The second technique is not offensive in nature. It involves using divine consciousness to disguise one's cultivation level. A cultivator trained in the divine forging technique can use their divine consciousness to feign a significantly lower cultivation level. Naturally, this form of disguise proves ineffective against cultivators who possess a divine consciousness that exceeds theirs by an entire major realm. In the Chronicles of the Azure Sky Continent, Chen Qun has also discovered the location of the Great Han Kingdom where he currently resides. This kingdom is situated in a rather remote area of the continent. And according to the Chronicles, it is a place devoid of spiritual energy, one that no self-respecting cultivator would willingly visit. Following the records in the Chronicles of the Azure Sky Continent, he has identified the gathering place of cultivators, which lies a considerable distance from the Great Han Kingdom, in the central region of the Divine Land. The Chronicles indicate that the central region occupies roughly half of the entire Azure Sky Continent and is replete with abundant spiritual energy. In this area, numerous illustrious cultivation sects flourish, and the mundane nations there are merely vassals of these sections. As Chen Qun gazes at the descriptions of the central region in the Chronicles, his heart swells with an insatiable yearning. He resolves to return to Nanjing City shortly to bid farewell to his parents before embarking on a journey of free exploration in the central region. Some time has passed since then. On this day, Chen Qun is diligently practicing the divine forging technique in his small courtyard when he is suddenly alerted by a commotion outside. Curiosity piqued, he extends his divine consciousness to investigate. Upon doing so, he is left momentarily stunned. Outside his courtyard stands his father, Chen Xiaolei, who is being impeded from entering.
With evident frustration, Chen Xiaolei exclaims to the servants and elders guarding the entrance, "I have been here for several days now, simply wishing to see my son."
Is that too much to ask? You persistently obstruct my approach to this courtyard. What rationale do you possess? Is it not a natural right for a father to see his son? However, as Chen Xiaolei's words fell, a resounding slap from behind left him momentarily dazed. Chen Huawu,
who had hurriedly arrived, stood behind him, seething with rage, raising his palm and declaring, "Let me elucidate the reasoning behind this. Indeed, it is a fundamental right for you to see your son, but it is equally my prerogative to discipline my own.
Without my grandson's consent, not only you but even the King of Heaven himself would be denied access."
With that, Chen Huawu lowered his hand and raised his cane, intending to unleash a severe thrashing upon Chen Xiaolei. The latter, struck with terror, realized that despite his father's frail appearance, Chen Huawu was a genuine pinnacle martial artist, vastly superior to the talentless military commander that he was.
In that moment, Chen Xiaolei opted to avoid conflict and fled swiftly,
watching his son retreat in fright. Chen Huawu muttered under his breath, "Rebellious child. Truly a rebellious child." Given that Chen Qun was currently in seclusion within the courtyard, Chen Huawu dared not raise his voice, settling instead for quiet murmurs. In days gone by, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses. As the head of the Chen family,
he fully understood Chen Qun's significance to the clan.
With his vigilance in place, anyone attempting to disturb Chen Qun was merely chasing phantoms. It was unthinkable for Chen Huawu to strike his son. He would even consider confronting his own father if necessary.
Chen Qun, shaking his head in resignation,
calculated the passage of time. He had already been in seclusion for over a month. Utilizing his spiritual perception, he observed the fresh meals brought daily by the servants. He chuckled wryly, realizing that as a foundational stage cultivator, he had completely ceased his consumption of food. To him, worldly sustenance had become merely a matter of indulgence.
Now,
aware that Chen Xiaolei had arrived at the Chen residence in Yanjing, he felt it only fitting to step out and meet him, sparing himself a journey back to Nanjing. With this thought, Chen Qun rose and made his way outside.
Not long after, in the main hall of the Chen family, stood Chen Xiaolei with his family.
At this moment, Chen Qun had shed the aloof demeanor of an aloof master and bowed his head, attentively listening to Chen Xiaolei's outburst. "You've grown quite capable.
Haven tea you?
I traveled from Nanjing, and you didn't even bother to welcome me.
Your brother is getting engaged, and you don't even come out to see.
I came looking for you, only to receive a beating from your grandfather."
"Who, exactly, is the parent here?" With that, Chen Xiaolei moved to strike Chen Qun. At this moment, Chen Qun's grandfather, Chen Huawu, along with his uncle, Chen Xiaoyun, approached.
Upon arrival, Chen Huawu immediately cast a stern glare at Chen Xiaolei,
whose hand was still suspended in midair.
This frightened Chen Xiaolei, causing him to retract his hand, which had just been poised to strike Chen Qun. And he dared not utter another word.
"Qun'er, you have emerged from your seclusion. Why did you not send someone to inform your grandfather?"
"I would have gladly prepared a welcoming banquet for you," Chen Huawu said with a warm smile. His expression radiated a benevolence that stirred a mix of emotions within Chen Qun. In truth, as soon as Chen Qun stepped beyond the courtyard, Chen Huawu had received word of it. However, Chen Qun had only instructed the servant guarding the gate to summon Chen Xiaolei and a few others, neglecting to invite him. Thus, Chen Huawu initially felt too embarrassed to enter the main hall. Observing his grandfather's kind visage, Chen Qun recalled how, in the past, Chen Huawu had never regarded him with such warmth. Therefore, Chen Qun responded with measured respect, "I have come out merely to bid farewell to my parents and elders, as I intend to venture into the central regions of Zhengzhou for further training." Both Chen Xiaolei and Madame Chen were taken aback upon hearing this, as they had never heard of this so-called central regions of Zhengzhou. To them, it was undoubtedly a distant place.
And their immediate reaction was one of reluctance to let their son go.
Chen Xiaolei bellowed, "So you've grown some courage, have you?
Does the Han Kingdom no longer have room for you?"
Chen Qun replied, "It is not that the Han Kingdom cannot accommodate me, rather, I seek to become stronger. Only with greater strength can I truly protect the Chen family. While my abilities may be considerable now, there are many who surpass me." When Chen Qun expressed his desire to protect the Chen family with newfound strength, he struck a chord with Chen Huawu. Although Chen Xiaolei attempted to interject,
Chen Huawu swiftly curtailed him. Excellent, excellent. Kuner, your ambitions are commendable regardless of age. Your grandfather supports your aspirations. If there is anything the Chen family can assist you with, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall make the necessary preparations. Chen Xiaolei wished to voice his concerns, but under the imposing presence of Chen Huawu, he remained silent. After all, within the Chen family, Chen Huawu's word was law. And Chen Xiaolei held no sway. The following day, the courtyard of the Chen residence was thronged with family members, all gathered to bid farewell to Chen Qun. After a heartfelt farewell to the reluctant couple, Chen Xiaolei and his wife, he exchanged brief goodbyes with the others. Then, with a swift motion, he mounted his flying sword and vanished into the sky. As the members of the Chen family watched Chen Qun disappear into the horizon, they were filled with a mix of emotions. Some felt reluctant, others envious, and still others consumed by jealousy. Chapter 12, The Changfeng Escort Agency. Half a month later. At the border between the Great Chu Kingdom and the Great Chu Kingdom, a young man with the demeanor of a scholar strolled along the broad official road. He bore no trace of martial prowess. This young man was Chen Qun, journeying toward the central region of Zhangbu Shenzhou. After departing from the Great Han Kingdom, he had traversed the entirety of the Great Chu Kingdom and was on the verge of entering the realm of the Great Yu Kingdom. During these past 2 weeks, Chen Qun traveled by day and diligently cultivated his skills by night. At present, he was not in haste to enhance his cultivation. Instead, he dedicated his training time to the refining spirit technique. Although he was not rushing to elevate his abilities, the formidable nature of his practice had nonetheless led to a significant improvement in his cultivation. The refining spirit technique had yielded him modest achievements in his training. To maintain a low profile during his journey, Chen Qun concealed his true cultivation level with his spiritual sense, presenting himself as an ordinary young man devoid of any martial prowess. As twilight approached, Chen Qun preferred not to spend the night outdoors. Thus, he summoned his flying sword and soared toward the nearest town. In truth, it was not that he wished to avoid flying for extended periods, rather, the sustained effort of sword flight proved somewhat taxing for him. After all, he was merely a novice in the foundational stage of cultivation. And while his spiritual energy was robust, it remained limited. Moreover, this was Chen Qun's first solo expedition, and he was in no particular rush. The sights and experiences along the way had greatly enriched his perspective. Before long, Chen Qun arrived in a quaint town. He stowed his flying sword and sought accommodation at an inn. Just as he had booked a room with the innkeeper, he noticed a large group of individuals arriving outside, their banner emblazoned with the character for escort. Chen Qun, intending to return to his room and recuperate his spiritual energy, paused as he observed the other patrons indulging in food and drink. Consequently, he decided to join in, ordering several small dishes and a jar of wine to savor leisurely. Although he had already practiced abstaining from food, it did not deter him from enjoying a hearty meal. After several rounds of wine and an array of dishes, Chen Qun found himself somewhat disinclined to engage in cultivation that evening. The monotony of unrelenting training over the past weeks had begun to wear on him. Once he had finished his meal, he ascended the stairs, yearning for a restful night. However, as he began his ascent, he overheard a burly man from the escort group grumbling to another, "The Great Yu Kingdom is so far from the capital of the Great Han Kingdom, Yong'an City. The compensation offered by the employer is far too meager. By the time we brothers finish this job, there won't be much left for us." The other man chuckled and replied, "Brother, at Changfeng Escort Agency, we uphold our reputation. Since we have accepted this escort mission, it is best not to voice so many complaints. Regardless of our hardships, we must ensure the delivery of the goods to the employer." Upon hearing this, Chen Qun paused in his steps. In his mind, he recalled the path outlined in the Azure Continent's unwritten journey. The capital city of the Great Han Kingdom, Yong'an, was undoubtedly a crucial waypoint for him. Once he passed through Yong'an, traversed several smaller cities, and crossed a vast ocean, he would reach the central regions of the Divine Land. With this thought, Chen Qun strode towards the two leaders of the escort team. Approaching them, he clasped his fists and said, "I am Li Jin from the state of Chu. I have just heard this gentleman mention that your escort agency is to transport goods to Yong'an City. Is this indeed the case?" The leading man returned the gesture respectfully and replied, "It is indeed true, we are set to escort goods to the capital of the Great Han Kingdom, Yong'an." Might I inquire what business young Master Li has? With a smile, Chen Qun responded, I have certain matters that also require my presence near Yong'an City. Might I accompany your esteemed escort agency for mutual protection?
The earlier disgruntled man, upon hearing this, appeared quite impatient to decline. However, before he could voice his objections,
he witnessed Chen Qun produce 2 gold ingots from his pocket and toss them to the other leader.
Chen Qun then added, even if we travel together,
we must adhere to the rules. You may count me as one of your cargo. This is a deposit, and upon our arrival in Yong'an,
I shall pay your agency an additional 50 taels of gold.
Chen Qun's generosity was evident. He recognized that both leaders were innate-level martial artists,
and this escort team was undoubtedly of the highest caliber.
His desire to join this escort was fueled by the wish to alleviate the monotony of his journey and to facilitate his cultivation within the confines of the carriage,
sparing him the need to frequently seek directions. After all, in the past half-month, Chen Qun had asked for directions and taken wrong turns on numerous occasions.
The leading man, upon hearing Chen Qun's proposal, found himself in a dilemma.
Yet, seeing the eager glint in the eyes of the previously disgruntled man at the sight of the gold ingots,
he hesitated. He realized that the 2 ingots alone would sufficiently cover the expenses for his 50-plus brothers for the entire journey. After scrutinizing Chen Qun closely and confirming that he was merely an unskilled scholar, he sighed and said, very well.
Since young Master Li holds our Changfeng escort agency in such high regard, we shall graciously accept your company.
I am Gu Changfeng, the head of the Changfeng escort agency.
And this is my sworn brother, Lu Shen.
Chen Qun smiled and replied, it is an honor to meet both esteemed leaders. I shall rely on your guidance during this journey.
Gu Changfeng and Lu Shen clasped their fists in acknowledgement, responding, it is our duty, we are honored to assist. Observing the polite demeanor of Gu Changfeng and Lu Shen, Chen Qun felt a sense of reflection on the significant role that wealth plays in the mundane world.
However,
he was currently in no shortage of such riches, having acquired nearly 1,000 taels of gold from the storage bag of the Taoist saint he had slain.
Before embarking on his journey, Chen Huawu sent numerous provisions to him. The following morning,
Chen Qun set off leisurely with a convoy of over 50 guards led by Gu Changfeng and Lu Shen.
Naturally, Gu Changfeng prepared a horse-drawn carriage for Chen Qun,
who traveled comfortably within it. He took a moment to extend his spiritual perception to assess the cargo being transported by Gu Changfeng and his team. Most of the goods were rather mundane, lacking any remarkable qualities. Notably, among the convoy was a striking female guard.
Through their conversations,
Chen Qun learned that this remarkable woman was none other than Gu Changfeng's only daughter, Gu Xiaoya.
Within the carriage, Chen Qun found ample opportunity to practice his cultivation without concern for the journey ahead.
The fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from his training went unnoticed by Gu Changfeng and Lu Shen, both of whom were early-stage innate martial artists.
Days passed unaware,
and due to the absence of nearby towns, the convoy camped in the wilderness that night.
Gu Xiaoya chirped joyfully like a little sparrow,
while Chen Qun found himself entangled in conversation with a simple-minded lad named Eru.
Since their initial chat,
Eru had been captivated by Chen Qun's extensive knowledge and began to pester him for advice on courting women. It was evident to Chen Qun that Eru harbored a secret affection for Gu Xiaoya, but he himself was quite naive regarding matters of the heart.
Ultimately,
Chen Qun could only advise Eru that once he improved his strength, Gu Xiaoya would naturally be drawn to him.
Remarkably,
Eru took Chen Qun's words to heart and diligently practiced along the journey. Whenever Eru encountered difficulties, Chen Qun was prompt to provide guidance,
drawing from the wealth of martial arts texts he had studied.
Thus, another 10 days slipped by, during which Eru made remarkable progress under Chen Qun's tutelage and began to show signs of aspiring to break through his current realm. According to Chen Qun's calculations, they had nearly exited the borders of Dayue and entered the territory of Daheng. Their journey had proceeded remarkably smoothly, likely due to the formidable presence of 2 innate martial artists within their ranks, which deterred any would-be bandits. One day, Lu Shen, in high spirits, remarked to Gu Changfeng, "Brother, our luck has truly been exceptional. I never anticipated such a smooth journey without encountering any bandits."
Gu Changfeng chuckled in response, "Indeed, we are fortunate. And it is also thanks to everyone's efforts.
Nevertheless, we must remain vigilant." However, as Gu Changfeng's words faded, an incongruous voice pierced through the air. Not only is your luck favorable, but our brothers also enjoy a stroke of fortune, as we have stumbled upon a group of plump sheep. No sooner had the words been uttered than 3 figures descended rapidly, positioning themselves before the escort team, while nearly 100 henchmen emerged behind them. Upon witnessing the prowess of the 3 individuals, Lucian felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. His tongue had a notorious tendency to speak ill-fated truths. One was a mid-stage innate warrior, and the other 2 were early-stage innate fighters, accompanied by a multitude of ruffians. This was undoubtedly one of the most formidable bandit factions within the borders of the Great Han Kingdom. Their combined strength was more than sufficient to annihilate the escort team with ease. Seeing the dire situation, Gu Changfeng hastily cupped his fists and stepped forward, declaring,
"I am Gu Changfeng, the head of the Changfeng escort agency.
If you gentlemen could grant me a favor this time,
I would be willing to offer 50 taels of gold as a token of my gratitude."
The leading brute burst into a hearty laugh and replied, "I fear such a favor is beyond our reach.
Should we decide to eliminate you, not only will the 50 taels of gold be ours,
but your goods will also fall into our hands.
If you were in my position, what choice would you make?"
Before Gu Changfeng could respond, Gu Xiaoya rushed forward, asserting, "We, at the Changfeng Escort Agency, offer you gold merely to avoid conflict.
Do not mistake our willingness to pay as a sign of fear.
We are not to be trifled with." Upon seeing Gu Xiaoya, the leader's smile grew even more radiant, laced with a lecherous intent. He turned to one of his men and exclaimed, "What a delightful surprise! This little girl is quite a treasure.
Lao San, go and bring her here.
Let her warm my bed tonight." As the leader's words echoed, one of his men leapt towards Gu Xiaoya with malicious intent.
With a smirk, he taunted,
"Our boss has taken a liking to you, consider it a stroke of luck.
Do not resist, and come along willingly."
Gu Changfeng and Lucian, witnessing this, rushed to intervene. However, they were halted by the other 2 brutes, engaging in a fierce battle.
The 100 or so ruffians charged towards the Changfeng Escort Agency's group.
If nothing unexpected occurred, the battle was poised to be overwhelmingly one-sided. Gu Xiaoya, seeing the man approaching her, drew her sword to resist. Yet, the disparity in strength was insurmountable, and she was swiftly knocked from her horse by the brute's palm strike.
Seeing Gu Xiaoya fall, Gu Changfeng could only feel a surge of anxiety.
Not only was he unable to rescue her, but he and Lucian also faced peril themselves, as they were up against an opponent of mid-stage innate strength. In Gu Changfeng's eyes, they were truly caught in a calamity from which there was no escape. After knocking Gu Xiaoya down, the brute transformed his palm into a claw, intent on seizing her.
At this moment,
the earnest and simple-hearted arrow directly drew his sword and positioned himself protectively in front of Gu Xiaoya. The burly man, gazing at the oblivious arrow, was filled with fury. He swiftly transitioned to palm techniques, striking fiercely at arrow, who was immediately left gravely injured. After incapacitating arrow, the man turned his attention once more to Gu Xiaoya. Yet, despite spitting blood, arrow persisted in standing tall, shielding Gu Xiaoya with unwavering resolve. Witnessing this, the burly man was consumed with rage. He summoned every ounce of his innate power, determined to eliminate arrow on the spot without hesitation. Meanwhile, Chen Qun sighed from within the carriage. Although he had remained hidden, he had been keenly observing the chaotic scene outside with his spiritual awareness.
Chen Qun understood that if he did not intervene, the Changfeng Escort Agency would meet its demise.
He felt compelled to assist both the agency and the earnest young man, Eru. Thus, he discreetly took action. Just as the burly man was about to strike Eru, he suddenly froze mid-air and plummeted to the ground. Rubbing his head in confusion, the man was left bewildered by the recent turn of events.
From a distance, the leading burly man shouted, "Old 3, what are you doing?
Hurry up and kill that kid, then capture that young girl."
Upon hearing this,
the man referred to as Old 3 resumed his assault on Eru. At that moment, a voice seemed to resonate in Eru's ear. "Eru, have faith in your own strength. Grasp your sword and slay him, you are capable of this." Without further contemplation, Eru, despite his injuries, dragged his weary body and swung his sword towards the burly man.
The man, upon witnessing Eru's attack, sneered disdainfully.
"You underestimate yourself, kid.
You may as well die." With that, he raised both palms, ready to strike Eru down. However,
just as he was on the verge of victory, his head suddenly froze once more. By the time he regained his senses, his head had been severed from his body. Even in his final moments, he remained oblivious to the manner of his demise. In that fleeting instant of confrontation, Arrow had inadvertently beheaded an innate martial artist. Chapter 13, Yong'an City. The leading man, upon witnessing Arrow slay his third-in-command, let out a furious roar, "Brother!" His rage was palpable. For the fallen third-in-command was none other than his own flesh and blood. In his fury, the leader unleashed a powerful strike, forcing Gu Changfeng and Lucian to retreat. He then joined forces with another robust man, charging directly at Arrow, resolute in their intent to avenge their fallen brother with a single decisive blow. Arrow, confronted by these two innate masters, found himself unable to lift his sword. Weakened from his prior injuries, he now felt utterly crushed under the weight of their imposing presence. At that moment, he was rendered immobile. Gu Changfeng and Lucian, witnessing this dire predicament, sought to rush to his aid, but it was too late. Just as Arrow was on the brink of a tragic demise, the oppressive aura surrounding him suddenly dissipated. A voice echoed in his ears, "Arrow, muster your spirit, with confidence. You can vanquish even the mightiest of foes." As the words reached him, Arrow summoned the last vestiges of his strength. Brandishing his sword wildly at the two approaching innate warriors. Though it appeared to be a desperate struggle, an astonishing event unfolded. The two formidable warriors seemed to freeze in place, allowing Arrow's sword to strike and pierce them mercilessly. In mere moments, they too succumbed to an inexplicable fate. Much like their fallen comrade. As Arrow dispatched the two men, he succumbed to his grievous wounds and fell unconscious. Meanwhile, the throng of henchmen, witnessing the demise of their three leaders, scattered in a panic. Although Lucian contemplated pursuing them, Gu Changfeng restrained him. After halting Lucian, Gu Changfeng instructed the others to assess the casualties. He and Lucian then hurried to Arrow's side. At that moment, Gu Xiaoya was desperately shaking Arrow, imploring, "Arrow, wake up! Please don't die." The bond she had formed with Arrow was deepened further by his selfless act of saving her life. Gu Changfeng approached Gu Xiaoya, gently patting her shoulder. "Silly child, Arrow is merely unconscious, he will be fine. Step aside for a moment, I shall tend to his wounds." With that, Gu Changfeng began to channel his innate energy into Arrow's body. Gradually, Arrow stirred from his slumber. Upon witnessing Arrow awaken, Gu Changfeng inquired, "Arrow, what exactly did you employ to defeat three innate martial artists?" Arrow scratched his head and replied, "I'm not entirely sure. After I was injured, I vaguely heard a voice urging me to attack. So, I struck at the man who was holding Xiaoya, and he was killed by my blow. The other two were similarly dispatched using the same method. However, I remain uncertain whether that voice was a mere hallucination or truly existed." Gu Changfeng observed Arrow, sensing no deceit in his demeanor, and exchanged a glance with Lucian. The two shook their heads in mutual understanding and proceeded to walk away. As they strolled, Gu Changfeng remarked to Lucian, "What are your thoughts on today's events, my younger brother?" Lucian responded, "I feel that a powerful figure must have aided us from the shadows, otherwise, that foolish lad, Arrow, could never have slain innate level warriors." Gu Changfeng concurred. "Your thoughts align with mine, but such reclusive masters, even if they assist us, typically do not reveal themselves." He then inquired, "By the way, how are our casualties?" Lucian replied, "We lost 3 brothers, and over a dozen more sustained injuries." Gu Changfeng instructed, "Properly attend to the deceased and wounded, and ensure the brothers receive double the silver as compensation. Today's occurrences are laden with too much strangeness, we must depart swiftly." With that, Gu Changfeng cast another glance at Chen Qun's carriage. Sensing something, Chen Qun lifted the curtain and scanned his surroundings before displaying a look of terror and lowering the curtain again. Gu Changfeng and Lucian exchanged knowing smiles. Finding no fault in Chen Qun's reaction, indeed, the violence of blades and swords would be a considerable shock for a scholar. After a brief organization of their group, they continued their journey towards Yong'an City. Meanwhile, within the carriage, Chen Qun remained steadfastly devoted to his cultivation of the refining divine technique. Pleased with the efficacy of his spiritual attacks. Days passed, and at last, Gu Changfeng and his entourage entered Yong'an City without incident. Upon their arrival, Gu Changfeng knocked on Chen Qun's carriage and courteously said, "Young Masterly, we have arrived in Yong'an City. May I inquire about your plans moving forward?" Chen Qun opened the curtain and replied, I truly appreciate your care during this journey, Chief Escort Gu.
As we have now reached Yong'an City,
I shall no longer impose upon your escort agency.
With that, he retrieved several gold ingots from his bundle and tossed them to Gu Changfeng. He continued. This is the promised 50 taels of gold for the escort fee.
I hope you will not refuse, Chief Escort Gu. Gu Changfeng examined the gold in his hands and, with a respectful bow, responded, Young Masterly, you are indeed generous, I shall graciously accept. I must return the cargo to the employer.
And I look forward to our next meeting.
Chen Qun clasped his hands and said, We shall meet again.
Before departing,
the man known as Era took a moment to express his gratitude towards Chen Qun.
As Chen Qun watched the retreating figures,
his gaze shifted to the bustling city of Yong'an. This city of the Great Han Kingdom surpassed even the grandeur of Yanjing in the Great Han Kingdom. Chen Qun resolved to linger in Yong'an for a few days, longing to relish a period of leisurely opulence after enduring a lengthy journey.
Before long,
he found himself residing in the most resplendent establishment in Yong'an, the Ming Yushuan Tavern.
In the lavish Tianzi room of the tavern, Chen Qun reclined on the bed, reminiscing about the grievances of his youth.
His heart swelled with countless emotions as he recalled the disdain he faced for his inability to cultivate mundane martial arts. The bitterness of those memories remained vivid in his mind. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Chen Qun, prompting him to delve into introspection using his spiritual consciousness.
Initially,
as he endeavored to observe his internal meridians for the first time, he felt somewhat unaccustomed. Gradually, however, he extended his awareness through his meridians, achieving an astonishing clarity regarding their condition. To his astonishment, he discovered that his meridians were obstructed by numerous green, block-like entities. These obstructions consisted entirely of pure block-like wood element spiritual energy, which he had unknowingly absorbed during his years of breathing in cultivation. This accumulation had enabled him to cultivate to the foundational stage, even in the spiritually barren lands of the Great Han Kingdom. The sole reason for such an obstruction stemmed from his mother inadvertently consuming wood-type celestial treasures during her pregnancy. Lacking knowledge of cultivation, she had allowed this immense wood energy to swirl chaotically, ultimately residing within the fetus that was Chen Qun. It was indeed a stroke of fortune that both mother and child had not perished from such an overwhelming influx of energy.
Gazing intently at the block-like wood energy, Chen Qun felt an overwhelming desire.
While others might be powerless against this energy, he possessed the means to harness it.
Immediately,
he began to circulate the 5 elements yin-yang art, guiding his spiritual consciousness to methodically absorb the obstructive wood energy within his meridians. As the wood energy within him reached saturation, he activated the 5 elements yin-yang art once more, transforming the wood energy into other elemental attributes for further assimilation. Unbeknownst to him, 2 days and nights slipped by. Chen Qun let out a long sigh of relief. All the wood element energy that had once clogged his meridians was now fully absorbed. Moreover, within this energy lingered a trace of the innate breath of an infant. After completing this absorption, Chen Qun, his cultivation unexpectedly ascended from the initial stage of foundation establishment directly to the mid-stage. Chen Qun gazed inward at his smooth and unobstructed meridians, yearning to unleash a primal roar to vent the grievances of his youth.
At this moment,
Chen Qun finally comprehended the truth. He was never a waste of potential, rather, his meridians had merely been blocked by a solidified spiritual force.
Unfortunately, he remained unaware of this reality.
His 5-element root physique was deemed a waste by the immortal cultivation community for millennia in the central region of the Divine Land.
Meanwhile,
in another modest inn within Yong'an City, a sharp-featured old eunuch, accompanied by a cadre of burly guards, addressed the visibly distressed Gu Changfeng. Our prince Yu has taken a liking to your daughter, this is your fortune.
In 10 days,
our prince will send a bridal palanquin to fetch her.
I advise you to refrain from refusing the toast and incurring punishment, lest there be no one left to collect your bodies.
Having delivered his message, the old eunuch departed with his entourage. Gu Changfeng's heart was heavy as he beheld the battered and nearly lifeless Eru. After his meridians flowed freely, Chen Qun ventured to a solitary mountain outside the city. On a whim, he sought to practice martial arts to compensate for the regrets of his youth. Although he had been unable to cultivate martial techniques before, as a scion of one of the most prestigious families in the Great Han Kingdom, he had perused numerous martial manuals.
This time,
He chose to practice his father's primary martial art, the bison fist. Before long, Chen Qun adeptly performed the technique atop the solitary mountain. Within just a few days, bolstered by the formidable spiritual power of the foundation establishment stage and his mental training, he found himself capable of defeating innate-level martial artists using martial techniques. Of course, the techniques he executed were infused not with true energy, but with the spiritual power within him. In the days that followed, a new innate swordsman emerged upon the bustling streets of Yong'an City. Clad with a long sword, he frequented the city's more prosperous and renowned locales. This innate martial artist was none other than Chen Qun, disguised with spiritual power. Over the past few days, he had thoroughly explored the notable sights of Yong'an City. Upon returning to the Mingyu Pavilion, he resolved to continue his journey to the central region of the Divine Land the following morning. On the next dawn, on the main thoroughfare outside the Mingyu Pavilion, Prince Yu of the Great Han Kingdom, riding his steed, glared furiously at the battered Gu Changfeng and his companions. He declared, "In this Great Han Kingdom, the women I desire are usually eager to embrace me. I never anticipated such insubordination from you. If this girl does not comply today, not only shall you four perish, but so shall the escort team you secretly dispatched last night." Gu Changfeng's heart sank, his mind waging a fierce internal struggle. Due to Prince Yu, Shang Guanyao's threat to the lives of the escort team, he had struck at Gu Changfeng's Achilles' heel. Just as Gu Changfeng was about to speak, he was interrupted by Lu Xun. Lu Xun confronted Shang Guanyao, stating, "You need not say more. Even in death, we shall not allow you, this beast, to defile my dear niece, Xiaoya. Bring forth whatever strength you possess." After Lu Xun's declaration, Gu Changfeng, Erhu, and Gu Xiaoya stood resolutely alongside him, united in their determination to face death. The guards and attendants surrounding Shang Guanyao, as well as the onlookers, regarded the four with pity. Fully aware that those who dared challenge Shang Guanyao's authority within the capital of the Great Han Kingdom, Yong'an City, invariably faced a fate worse than death, Shang Guanyao slowly addressed Gu Changfeng and his companions, saying, "In that case, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Following his words, he commanded his subordinates, "Leave that young girl for me, the others, eliminate them and dispose of their bodies in the river to feed the fish." As Shang Guanyao's orders rang out, his guards and attendants promptly drew their weapons. However, just as they were about to rush forward, a languid voice interrupted them. "Who is making such a ruckus this early in the morning? Do you not care for the peace of others? If you continue this noise, I shall not be responsible for the consequences. Regardless of whether you are a prince or not, I will ensure you are left bewildered." As the voice faded, they beheld a young man standing by the window ledge of the second floor of Minjiuquan, a long sword slung across his back. Chapter 14, The Emergence of Chen Qun. Upon hearing those words, Shang Guanyao's countenance darkened profoundly. The onlookers cast sympathetic glances at the young man bearing a long sword on his back. After all, that young man on the upper floor had audaciously declared his intention to leave Shang Guanyao utterly bewildered. Such bravado was tantamount to courting death. However, Chen Qun was unfazed by the opinions of others. He leaped from the second floor of the Minjiuquan restaurant, landing directly before Gu Changfeng and his companions, and smiled at them. Gu Changfeng, gazing at the young man before him, exclaimed in astonishment, "You are young Master Li? What brings you here?" "Nevertheless, I implore you to leave swiftly. We are fated to face calamity today. Do not accompany us and risk your own life in vain." In response, Chen Qun merely gestured for Gu Changfeng to remain silent. He then turned to Shang Guanyao and stated, "You have disrupted my beautiful dream this morning. How do you intend to compensate me? If you do not offer me an apology and a suitable form of recompense, rest assured, I shall administer a thorough beating." Boldly spoken. Do you comprehend to whom you are addressing? This is His Highness, Prince Yu, the younger brother of the current emperor. An irate, sharp-featured eunuch shouted at Chen Qun. Chen Qun scratched his ear and replied, "There is no need for such a loud voice. I have already stated, I am indifferent to kings and princes alike. Even if the emperor himself were to appear, I would not hesitate to act." Upon hearing this, Shang Guanyao, filled with fury, retorted with a mocking smile, "I am curious to see how you intend to make me forget my bearings." Chen Qun responded, "Then you shall witness it firsthand. I shall not hold back." With that, Chen Qun unleashed the mighty bull fist and charged towards Shang Guanyao.
In an instant, the 2 innate mid-stage guards sprang forth to shield him. Yet, as they approached Chen Qun, they felt their heads go numb, only to be sent flying by his powerful fists. Poor Shang Guanyao was swiftly knocked down, receiving a barrage of punches and kicks. The guards who finally regained their composure rushed at Chen Qun, but he fought like a tiger among sheep, sending them sprawling in disarray. The 2 innate mid-stage guards who had been earlier dispatched were again sent crashing to the ground, utterly incapable of standing. As Chen Qun continued to pummel the guards and attendants, who were wailing in despair, he remarked, "Why such fury? It was merely your esteemed Prince Yu who wished to witness how I would deal with him. I am merely fulfilling his wish." Meanwhile, Gu Changfeng and his 3 companions stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that the young man they had always regarded as an ordinary scholar, young Master Li, would exhibit such ferocity. At that moment, Lucian seemed to grasp a profound realization. He then addressed Gu Changfeng, saying, "Elder brother, this young Master Li is a true master in disguise. It is likely that he secretly assisted us during our last ambush, otherwise Era would never have been able to slay those 3 innate level martial artists." Upon hearing this, Gu Changfeng nodded thoughtfully. Just as Gu Changfeng and the others were lost in their musings, Chen Qun had already concluded his battle. He had turned Shang Guanyao and the nearby old eunuch into a sight resembling that of a pig, while the guards and attendants, who could be considered skilled fighters, were rendered incapable of standing. As for the remaining ordinary attendants, none dared to approach. Chen Qun approached Gu Changfeng and remarked, "Gu, you appear gravely injured. Allow me to escort you out of the city." Gu Changfeng understood that they had indeed encountered a benefactor this time. He quickly replied, "I am grateful for your assistance, young Master Li. Your kindness is beyond measure." Thus, they paid no further heed to the fallen Prince Yu and his companions as they made their way towards the city outskirts. Gu Changfeng, Gu Xiaoya, and Lucian felt somewhat awkward in Chen Qun's presence, while the simple-minded Eru incessantly bombarded Chen Qun with questions, leaving him somewhat exasperated. After approximately half an hour, they arrived outside the city. Once there, Chen Qun found a shaded spot to rest. Observing this, Gu Changfeng inquired, "Young Master Li, why have you stopped? We should hastily distance ourselves from this city, lest pursuers arrive." Chen Qun casually replied, "I could leave at any moment, but can you? Even if you manage to escape, your fellow brothers at the escort agency would certainly be intercepted and pursued." Gu Changfeng's expression turned grim upon hearing this. He then bowed deeply to Chen Qun and implored, "I beseech you, young Master Li, to save our Changfeng escort agency. If you can protect us, I would willingly serve you in whatever capacity you require." Chen Qun smiled and said, "There is no need for such servitude. My intention in remaining here is to help you eliminate any future threats. For those who bully the weak, it is only by instilling fear that they will think twice before troubling your agency again." After Chen Qun spoke, Gu Changfeng felt a surge of gratitude. However, upon seeing Chen Qun close his eyes to rest, he refrained from further conversation. Gu Changfeng pondered for a moment before tending to his own injuries. A quarter of an hour later, a large group of men was seen galloping towards Yong'an City, led by none other than the disheveled Prince Yu, Shang Guanyao. However, this time, a white-clad elder accompanied him. Chen Qun gradually opened his eyes, utilizing his spiritual sense to assess the cultivation of the elderly man before him. A smile crept onto Chen Qun's lips as he addressed Gu Changfeng and the others, remarking, "I did not expect that fellow to possess such capability. He has actually invited a martial saint." This seemingly casual remark from Chen Qun sent the hearts of Gu Changfeng and his companions plummeting. Although there exists only a thin line separating innate warriors from martial saints, the chasm in their power is monumental. While Chen Qun could effortlessly defeat a mid-stage innate warrior, Gu Changfeng and his companions harbored grave doubts about Chen Qun's ability to contend with a martial saint. The third elder. "That brat injured my guard and has left me in this state," Shang Guanyao exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at Chen Qun. Upon hearing this, the elder clad in white cast a fierce glare at Shang Guanyao, causing him to instinctively retract his neck in fear. The white-clad elder scrutinized Chen Qun closely. Although he noted that Chen Qun's cultivation was merely at the initial stage of innate, the fact that Chen Qun had easily defeated 2 mid-stage innate warriors led the elder to conclude that Chen Qun was certainly not an ordinary individual. Thus,
The elder introduced himself, saying, I am Shangguan Wuji, the third elder of the Great Han Kingdom.
May I ask how to address this young friend? Chen Qun replied nonchalantly.
I am Li Jin from the state of Chu, an inconspicuous individual with no notable reputation. Chen Qun still refrained from using his true name in the martial world, believing that adopting an alias was the safer choice, at least until he had departed from this region, as it would prevent any repercussions for his family.
Shangguan Wuji continued. Young Li, you have left my junior in such a state, do you not owe me an explanation? Do you truly think there is no one in the Great Han Kingdom?
Upon hearing this, Chen Qun had no intention of further engaging in banter with the old man. He retorted, Old sir, your ability to twist words is quite impressive.
Surely, you are aware of your junior's character.
I am astonished that despite your advanced age, your audacity remains so formidable.
One must admit that Chen Qun's talent for insult was quite remarkable.
As a distinguished martial saint,
Shangguan Wuji had never before been subjected to such humiliation. Chen Qun's words visibly altered the elder's countenance, igniting a fury within him. You dare to insult me so? You are courting death. Shangguan Wuji exclaimed, now resembling an enraged lion.
He soared into the air, channeling his inner strength to connect with the heavens.
In an instant, an oppressive aura, imbued with the power to annihilate, surged toward Chen Qun.
Gu Changfeng and his companions found themselves immobilized by this overwhelming force, while Chen Qun slowly drew the longsword from his back, enveloped in a mantle of spiritual energy. Infusing his spiritual power into the blade, its radiance extended over 3 feet. Before unleashing that formidable strike, Chen Qun, rather unsportingly, directed a powerful spiritual attack at Shangguan Wuji. As Chen Qun's sword cleaved through the air,
Shangguan Wuji,
having arrived with great speed, soon departed just as swiftly. Shangguan Wuji was sent flying 10 zhang away by the radiant sword energy emanating from Chen Qun's long sword.
Subsequently,
in a bid to establish his authority, Chen Qun unleashed a formidable strike towards the adjacent open ground with all his might. Instantly, the area was engulfed in swirling dust, and a chasm several zhang in length was carved into the earth.
Upon witnessing this, Shangguan Wuji was utterly terror-stricken.
He exclaimed, Immortal.
Due to Chen Qun's spiritual power,
which far surpassed that of his peers, he had effortlessly defeated Shangguan Wuji with a single move.
Consequently,
Shangguan Wuji mistakenly believed that Chen Qun was an immortal at the Golden Core stage.
As a martial cultivator, Shangguan Wuji was not well versed in the true capabilities of Golden Core cultivators. He only understood that Chen Qun could easily vanquish him with a mere gesture. Moreover,
the destructive force Chen Qun had just displayed was unparalleled among the other Taoist saints he had encountered. Thus,
Shangguan Wuji was firmly convinced in his heart that Chen Qun was undoubtedly an immortal cultivator transcending the Taoist saint level.
Ignoring his serious injuries, Shangguan Wuji comprehended the significance of encountering an immortal at the Golden Core stage. He repeatedly bowed to Chen Qun, saying, I was unaware of your esteemed presence, immortal. I have been disrespectful, please forgive me, immortal, please forgive me.
When Chen Qun heard Shangguan Wuji address him as immortal, he found himself somewhat bewildered. Yet he did not deny it.
After all, his intention was to establish dominance and rescue everyone from the Changfeng Escort Bureau.
Therefore, he unabashedly assumed the role of a legendary immortal cultivator.
Seeing that Chen Qun did not respond, Shangguan Wuji's anxiety deepened. Individuals of Shangguan Wuji's stature were acutely aware of the capricious nature of high-level cultivators. He had no fear in confronting a Taoist saint at the foundation establishment stage. After all, his martial prowess was far superior to that of an ordinary martial saint. Thus, he was confident in his ability to contend against any typical foundation establishment Taoist saint, even prevailing with ease.
However, Shangguan Wuji also recognized the vast chasm that existed between a Taoist saint and an immortal cultivator.
Any Golden Core immortal could easily obliterate him with a mere flick of their wrist.
If today's situation were mishandled, it could spell the end for their great Han Kingdom. Observing Shangguan Wuji's terrified demeanor, Shangguan Yao hurried over to inquire, Third Elder, what has happened?
There is no need for such abject submission.
You represent the dignity of our great Han Kingdom.
To Shangguan Yao's perspective, their kingdom boasted 3 martial saints, with Elder Shangguan Wuji ranked 3rd.
Even in defeat,
they still possessed the audacity to stand firm. However, as Shang Guanyao approached, he was swiftly struck to the ground by Shang Guanwuji's hand. Thereafter, Shang Guanwuji bellowed, "All of you, kneel and beseech the immortal for forgiveness. Should anyone dare show disrespect again, I shall personally eradicate you." Gu Changfeng and his companions stood in a state of disbelief, gazing at the group kneeling before them. At that moment, they found themselves at a loss for words to convey their emotions. Although Chen Qun could not fathom why he had been mistaken by Shang Guanwuji for the legendary Golden Core Immortal, he nonetheless relished the prestige that came with such an association. Thus, with an air of authority, Chen Qun addressed Shang Guanwuji, declaring, "You need not plead for my forgiveness any longer. I have but one request, that the Changfeng Escort Agency be granted absolute safety within the realm of Dehang. Should any misfortune befall the Changfeng Escort Agency within the borders of Dehang, I shall ensure that the entire royal family of your kingdom pays the price." Upon hearing this, Shang Guanwuji promptly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed. I shall personally escort the esteemed members of the Changfeng Escort Agency back to their base. Henceforth, they shall be under the protection of the Dehang government in any territory of the kingdom." Satisfied with this assurance, Chen Qun nodded in acknowledgement. He then bid farewell to Gu Changfeng and the others, who were still somewhat dazed by the turn of events, before departing on his sword. Meanwhile, the injured Shang Guanwuji dared not gamble with the fate of the royal family, thus he insisted on personally escorting Gu Changfeng and his companions back to their headquarters. Faced with the unwavering goodwill of Shang Guanwuji, Gu Changfeng and his companions found themselves compelled to reluctantly acquiesce. Chapter 15, Arrival in the central region of the Divine Land. Amidst the vast ocean, a merchant ship bravely navigated through the turbulent waves. Ahead lay the treacherous Black Serpent Cliff, where the winds and waves grew more formidable. A seasoned sailor cautioned the crew to remain vigilant. Chen Qun sensed the increasingly potent spiritual energy around him, deducing that they were nearing the central region of the Divine Land. Among the passengers aboard, aside from a few engaged in commerce, most were seekers of enlightenment heading to this sacred realm. Have you heard? 3 months from now, the Lingyun sect, one of the 5 major sects in the cultivation world, will recruit disciples in Tianshui City, a rugged man remarked to a delicate scholar. The scholarly figure sighed and replied, "Indeed, I've heard. However, only about 10% of ordinary people possess spiritual roots. The criteria for admission to a prestigious sect like Lingyun is exceedingly stringent, only accepting those with 3 or more spiritual roots. As for those with 4 spiritual roots or those deemed waste, they must be under 20 and have reached at least the 6th level of Qi refinement." Note, in the central region of the Divine Land, 5 spiritual roots are referred to as waste spiritual roots. The rugged man continued, "With such standards, Lingyun sect offers no opportunity to those with 4 or waste spiritual roots. For a person with 3 spiritual roots to achieve the 6th level of Qi refinement by 20 is already a formidable challenge, let alone for those with 4 or waste roots. It seems only those with dual roots or the legendary celestial roots could easily accomplish that." Note, a single spiritual root is known as a celestial root. The delicate scholar cast a disdainful glance at the rugged man, saying, "Lingyun sect is one of the 5 major sects. Gaining entry is not so simple. Without significant prowess, it is wiser to join a smaller sect for stability, lest one brings shame upon oneself later." After voicing his thoughts, the scholar fell into silence. Meanwhile, Chen Qun discreetly noted the names of Lingyun sect in Tianshui City. Believing that as one of the 5 major sects, they would surely possess top-tier spiritual energy and resources for cultivation. The merchant ship navigated safely past the Black Serpent Cliff and reached the harbor of Heishui City. The moment Chen Qun set foot on the land of Heishui City, he felt a surge of emotion. After all this time, he had finally stepped into the central region of the Divine Land. However, upon entering Heishui City, he discovered that both cultivators and ordinary folk alike recognized only spirit stones as currency, dismissing all else. Faced with this reality, Chen Qun realized that his mundane possessions had temporarily become worthless. Had it not been for the 300 low-grade spirit stones he had obtained from defeating a Dao saint, he would have been in a dire predicament. Within Heishui City, Chen Qun imitated the lower-tier cultivators by securing his storage bag at his waist and stowing his flying sword within it. Reflecting on his appearance, he thought it unwise to continue looking like a novice. Consequently, he concealed his spiritual energy, projecting the aura of a 6th-level Qi refinement cultivator. He inquired about the direction to Tianshui City and then soared through the skies on his sword, heading swiftly toward his destination. The concentration of spiritual energy in the region of Shenzhou surpassed that of the Great Han Kingdom by more than double. Chen Qun pondered what splendid paradise such a prestigious sect as Ling Yun sect would occupy in terms of its sacred grounds. Determined, he resolved to infiltrate the Ling Yun sect and diligently enhance his own cultivation. Chapter 16. Joining the cultivation team. Tianshui City is not overly distant from Heishui City, however. It possesses a far greater vibrancy. The streets are perpetually bustling with cultivators. In this central region of the divine continent, cultivators and secular individuals coexist harmoniously. With the dominant power of secular states being subtly manipulated by various esteemed sections. Tianshui City boasts numerous branches established by these sects, as well as a specialized marketplace for the exchange of items pertinent to cultivation. All of these elements serve to illustrate the city's affluence. Outside a secluded courtyard in Tianshui City, Chen Qun stood with a furrowed brow, contemplating the nearly empty storage bag at his side. He gazed at the modest courtyard he had recently acquired. At this moment, Chen Qun felt acutely aware that without spirit stones, one cannot advance in this central region of the divine continent. He spent 280 low-grade spirit stones for this small courtyard, and prior to entering a sect, he would require spirit herbs, elixirs, and magical artifacts for his cultivation, all of which depend on spirit stones. Fortunately, the former owner of the courtyard had imparted to Chen Qun that the swiftest means of acquiring spirit stones was to venture into the Myriad Beasts Mountains to the south of Tianshui City and hunt magical beasts. The inner cores, pelts, and bones of these beasts can be exchanged for spirit stones at the marketplace. With a stroke of good fortune, he might even gather some rare spirit herbs. However, one must exercise caution and avoid delving too deep. Lacking sufficient strength could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, between Tianshui City and the Myriad Beasts Mountains lies an alliance composed entirely of rogue cultivators. Those of lesser cultivation may join the teams of others, as cooperation significantly enhances both survival chances and income. A few days later, within the Rogue Cultivators Alliance, a young man clad in simple robes stood curiously surveying his surroundings. The so-called Rogue Cultivators Alliance was essentially a cluster of thatched cottages forming a village, complete with inns, apothecaries, and many cultivators seated on the ground displaying their wares. The atmosphere was quite lively, bustling with cultivators coming and going. Some traveled alone, while others formed small groups. However, most of them were at the Qi refinement stage. Excuse me, fellow cultivator, could you kindly inform me how one might join an adventure team heading to the Myriad Beasts Mountains? This is my first visit here, and I am not well acquainted with the situation, Chen Qun inquired, stopping a scruffy-looking cultivator. The scruffy cultivator scanned Chen Qun with his spiritual sense and replied, "Young brother, with your cultivation at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, it may prove quite challenging to find a team willing to take you on an expedition to seek treasures in the Myriad Beasts Mountains. It is a perilous undertaking, and no one is eager to carry a burden along the way." Chen Qun responded, "Thank you for your advice, fellow cultivator. If I cannot find a team willing to accompany me, I shall venture into the Myriad Beasts Mountains alone. Perhaps fortune will favor me, and I might stumble upon some treasures." The scruffy cultivator was amused by Chen Qun's words and remarked, "Young brother, though your cultivation is modest, your courage is commendable. It suits my taste perfectly. By a fortunate coincidence, our team is also heading to the Beast Mountain range to hunt some demon beasts and earn spiritual stones. You should accompany me to avoid the risk of losing your life at such a young age." "My name is Chen. May I ask your name, young brother?" Chen Qun expressed his gratitude, saying, "I am Chen Qun." "Thank you very much, brother Gua. However, my abilities are quite limited. Will I cause you any trouble?" Guochun laughed heartily and replied, "With my profound cultivation, having one or two companions poses no issue. You can simply say you're my distant relative." Hearing this, Chen Qun felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. Guochun, a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, boldly proclaimed his prowess before Chen Qun, who momentarily imagined him as a master of the Golden Core stage. Nevertheless, Chen Qun soon realized that Guochun was merely looking out for him, fearing that this 6th-level Qi refiner would venture out alone to meet his demise. Moreover, as he was new to this environment, it was wise for Chen Qun to remain low-key. Thus, he replied,
I will follow Brother Guo's arrangements. Guo Chen wasted no time and took Chen Qun to meet the other members of their team. Chen, why have you brought a 6th level Qi refiner alone?
If we encounter danger, we won't have the time to care for him, remarked one of the teammates named Qin Shang.
Guo Chen retorted without hesitation.
I will take care of my own relatives, you need not concern yourselves with him.
Just look after yourselves.
Upon hearing this, Qin Shang fell silent, acknowledging Guo Chen's strength.
Guo Chen then introduced Chen Qun to the other members of their team.
Aside from Guo Chen and Qin Shang, who were both at the 9th level of Qi refinement, the team also included Wei Chen, He Shuru, and Ren Ani, all at the 8th level.
With the addition of Chen Qun, a 6th level Qi refiner, the team now comprised 4 men and 1 woman.
Once preparations were complete, the team set off towards the Beast Mountain range, just like other squads.
Throughout the journey,
apart from Guo Chen occasionally conversing with Chen Qun, the others seemed less than welcoming towards the 6th level Qi refiner, believing he would inevitably hinder their progress.
However,
they could never have imagined that Chen Qun's true strength was beyond their comprehension, lying at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment.
Chapter 17, The Hunt for Beasts. Thus,
Chen Qun accompanied Guo Chen and others into the myriad Beast Mountain range. Along the periphery of this vast wilderness,
they occasionally encountered other teams engaged in the hunt for beasts. Solo cultivators, however, were a rarity.
At this juncture, Qin Sheng addressed the group. Our primary objective this time is to hunt 3rd-tier beasts. For the materials and inner cores of a typical 3rd-tier beast can fetch approximately 100 lower-grade spirit stones. Hishuru expressed her concerns. 3rd-tier beasts equate to late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, and some formidable 3rd-tier creatures have attained the pinnacle of Qi refinement.
I believe it would be more prudent for us to target groups of 2nd-tier beasts.
Qin Shang regarded Hishuru thoughtfully, casting a casual glance at Chen Qun. Before responding, the value of 2nd-tier beasts is nearly 10 lower-grade spirit stones.
How many must we slay to make it worthwhile? With Chen and me in the fray, there is little danger to fear. Besides, risk and reward are inherently linked. Guo Chen, after pondering,
declared, let us heed Qin Shang's counsel and venture deeper into the myriad Beast Mountain range, aiming to hunt more 3rd-tier beasts.
Following his words, although the others hesitated, they did not voice any further objections. Chen Qun, with an air of indifference, remained unconcerned.
Thus, the 6 of them gradually penetrated deeper into the mountains.
During their expedition, they effortlessly hunted several 1st and 2nd-tier beasts.
Once they had traversed a considerable distance, Qin Shang suddenly announced, ahead lies a 3rd-tier mountain dog, prepare for battle.
With that,
he unleashed his magical treasure and charged towards the beast.
Guo Chen and the others quickly followed suit, summoning their own treasures. Among them,
only Qin Shang wielded a lower-grade weapon, a spear of the lowest rank, while Guo Chen and the others possessed superior-grade artifacts. Observing the others attacking with their treasures,
Chen Qun also summoned his flying sword, which barely qualified as a lower-grade artifact.
Qin Shang inwardly scoffed, this lad not only possesses feeble cultivation but is also woefully impoverished. He is undoubtedly a burden. I must seize the opportunity to show him his place.
After half an hour of fierce combat,
the 3rd-tier mountain dog finally succumbed at their feet. The creature's prowess had nearly reached the 9th level of Qi refinement.
Its final desperate lunge inflicted some injuries upon the less experienced Hishuru, Wei Chen, and Ren Ani. Yet, Chen Qun, with his even lower cultivation, emerged unscathed and lively,
much to the silent admiration of his companions regarding his extraordinary luck.
Thus,
the small team of 6 lingered at the periphery of the myriad Beast Mountain range for over half a month, successfully hunting numerous 3rd-tier beasts while also dispatching a few unwary 2nd-tier creatures along the way. After more than half a month of fierce battles, the group, including Qin Shang and Guo Chen, bore numerous injuries. Remarkably, Chen Qun remained unscathed, which led Qin Shang and the others to suspect that he was merely coasting alone. Their growing disdain for Chen Qun was palpable, and had it not been for Guo Chen's staunch support, they might have expelled him long ago.
Nonetheless,
all the menial tasks, such as skinning the demon beasts and collecting herbs, fell squarely on Chen Qun's shoulders. While the 5 meditated to heal their wounds, Chen Qun busied himself with gathering herbs, seeking treasures, and occasionally roasting demon beast meat to tantalize their palates. His caretaker-like devotion deeply moved Guo Chen. Yet the other 4 regarded it as a matter of course. One day, as Guo Chen and the others were meditating, Chen Qun approached, holding a spirit herb resembling Reishi, and said, "Brother Guo, I have found a spirit herb, could this be the blood-red Reishi?" Upon hearing the name, the group sprang to their feet in excitement. "Heavens! It truly is the blood-red Reishi," exclaimed Qin Shang, his eyes greedily fixed on the herb in Chen Kun's hand.
Renani added, "This is fantastic.
With this blood-red Reishi, our haul this time is truly remarkable." Guo Chen chimed in, My brother has such good fortune. Surely. You have nothing more to say now, you can no longer deem him a burden. The blood-red Reishi could fetch at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 100 mid-grade spirit stones, and was highly sought after. Just as their excitement reached its peak, a gust of wind swept through, revealing a leopard-like demon beast before Chen Qun, its gaze fixated on the blood-red Reishi he held. Qin Shang's expression changed drastically as he warned. "This is a peak third-tier fire cloud leopard, prepare for battle." Guo Chen's face grew grave, heavenly treasures are indeed guarded by formidable beasts. This fire cloud leopard has reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. Everyone, tread carefully. Upon hearing this, He Shuru and her companions turned pale, knowing that facing a beast of such caliber posed a grave risk to their lives. Nevertheless, they steeled themselves and summoned their artifacts to confront the fire cloud leopard, with Chen Qun mimicking their resolve as he tucked away the blood-red Reishi and charged at the beast. True to its reputation as a top-tier third-tier demon, the fire cloud leopard proved formidable. Aside from Chen Qun, the other five had unleashed their full capabilities. Yet it wasn't long before they found themselves injured in the skirmish. Suddenly, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The fire cloud leopard charged directly towards Renani, whose cultivation was slightly inferior. With claws as unyielding as steel, the leopard struck down the magical artifact in Renani's grasp. It then opened its gaping maw, aiming to bite into Renani's head. In that fleeting moment of crisis, it was too late for anyone else to rush to his aid. Renani let out a desperate scream. Just as the fire cloud leopard was about to sink its teeth into Renani's skull, its attack abruptly halted. The leopard shook its massive head, swaying as if intoxicated. At that moment, Guo Chen's assault reached its target. He thrust his sword into the leopard's eye, causing it to violently shake its head in agony, attempting to retreat. However, Qin Shang's spear simultaneously pierced through the leopard's skull. At last, the fire cloud leopard collapsed, marking the demise of a third-tier apex beast in a particularly humiliating manner. Chen Qun lamented the considerable gap between the late stage of qi refinement and its consummate form. Had it not been for Chen Qun secretly using his consciousness to strike at the fire cloud leopard, he speculated that among Qin Shang and his companions, surviving even one or two would have been a remarkable feat. It was not until the leopard fell that Renani regained his senses, having truly danced on the brink of death. Just as the group felt a sense of relief after their harrowing ordeal, an incongruous voice echoed forth. "Marvelous, simply marvelous." As this voice faded, four figures gradually materialized before Chen Qun and his companions. Among them were two at the peak of qi refinement and two at the 9th level. Qin Shang and Guo Chen, upon witnessing this formidable presence, turned pale with dread. They had discerned the intentions of these newcomers. For, in any realm, beasts and other dangers pale in comparison to the true peril posed by humanity. In the vast expanse of the 10,000 Beasts Mountains, acts of murder and plunder were commonplace. Now, Guo Chen and his companions were all injured. Yet even if they were unscathed, facing the two consummate practitioners before them would be a daunting challenge. Chapter 18, Encountering an Old Friend Among the Four Individuals. The leading practitioner of the qi refining stage, at the pinnacle of his realm, addressed Chen Qun and his companions. "This fire cloud leopard has certainly spared us a considerable amount of effort. You are now devoid of any fighting capability. I advise you to surrender the crimson blood spirit herb and the storage bags on your persons. I may, perhaps, consider granting you a chance at survival." Guo Chen glared at the man in anger and retorted, "So you have been observing us from the shadows all along? Even if we were to hand over our storage bags, you would likely not spare us, would you? I suspect you would find it far easier to eliminate us outright." The qi refining master chuckled, "You are quite astute. However, eliminating you now would not require much exertion. Wise one, you may as well prepare for death." With that, the qi refining master prepared to unleash his magical artifact to strike down Guo Chen first.
At that moment, Chen Qun utilized his spiritual sense to survey their surroundings. It turned out that, apart from the four who had been lying in wait, the recent battle with the fire cloud leopard had attracted the attention of numerous others. Hidden in the shadows were several teams. Notably, one of them contained an acquaintance of Chen Qun. Leisurely, Chen Qun addressed the Qi refining master who was poised to attack Guochun. "Please hold for a moment, a friend of mine is arriving. You may continue your engagement shortly." Upon hearing this, the Qi refining master halted his actions and replied, "Young man, you are not contemplating abandoning your companions to flee, are you? I suggest you conserve your energy." Guochun and the others looked at Chen Qun, their eyes filled with disappointment. Yet, Chen Qun paid them no heed. He turned to the nearby forest, calling out, "Elder Shangguan, did you not escort my friends from the Chanfeng escort agency back? Have you perhaps put them in harm's way?" As Chen Qun's words fell, three figures emerged with a rush. Leading them was none other than the third elder of the Great Han Kingdom, Shangguan Wujia. A cunning old man, Shangguan Wujia, upon noticing that Chen Qun was only at the 6th level of Qi refining, immediately deduced that Chen Qun wished to conceal his true strength from others. Nevertheless, he hastily clarified, "Young friend, how could I ever intend to harm your companions? I initially planned to escort them personally, but I received an urgent message from our Grand Elder, instructing me to take 2 juniors from our family out for practical experience. However, I have dispatched our finest Imperial Guards to ensure the absolute safety of the Changfeng escort agency." Upon hearing Shangguan Wujia's response, Chen Qun's expression softened. Internally, he praised the old man for his adeptness in handling the situation. In truth, it was not merely Shangguan Wujia's cleverness but rather his formidable strength that commanded respect. As a martial saint, combined with the extensive martial arts and secret techniques accumulated by the Great Han Kingdom over the years, even an average mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner would find it challenging to contend with this venerable figure. In fact, it was entirely plausible for a typical mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator to be defeated by this old master. However, at the outset, Chen Qun utilized his spiritual awareness in a singular strike to vanquish the old man, Shangguan Wuji. Furthermore, Chen Qun's 5 elements yin-yang technique allowed him to cultivate all 5 attributes concurrently, endowing him with a spiritual power several times greater than that of his peers. Thus, it was only natural for Shangguan Wuji to mistakenly regard the mid-foundation establishment Chen Qun as a golden core elder. Today, upon seeing that Chen Qun had merely reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement, Shangguan Wuji was even more convinced that Chen Qun was a reclusive golden core cultivator who preferred to wander the world incognito. Besides Shangguan Wuji, the 2 9th layer Qi refinement juniors were puzzled, wondering when the esteemed elder of the Great Han Kingdom had become so amicable. At that moment, the previously aggressive Qi refinement consummate cultivator, who had intended to attack Guochun, was taken aback upon witnessing Chen Qun call forth 3 allies. His expression grew solemn, for the appearance of 2 additional 9th layer opponents posed a considerable challenge. He dismissed the old man lacking cultivation entirely. Meanwhile, Qin Shang and the others looked towards Guochun, who was equally baffled. Guochun had no inkling of where Chen Qun had found such formidable 9th layer friends. If Chen Qun possessed such allies, why would he need to accompany their small team? Yet, now was not the time for such thoughts, as their escape from peril remained uncertain. After all, the opposing side boasted 2 consummate Qi refinement experts, placing them in grave danger. Nevertheless, a glimmer of hope emerged. The 5 of them, joining forces with the 2 9th layer cultivators, might just carve out a chance for survival. At that juncture, Chen Qun languidly spoke again, "Elder Shangguan, since we are friends now, please observe these 4 fellow Taoists before us. They intend to seize our team's possessions and even eliminate us to silence any witnesses. My strength is inadequate. I wonder if Elder Shangguan might lend us your assistance." Upon hearing Chen Qun's words, Shangguan Wuji felt a wave of unbridled disdain for him. "You consider yourself weak? You are already a golden core cultivator. If you are weak, then we need not exist at all." Despite his internal thoughts, Shangguan Wuji maintained a cordial demeanor, replying, "Since you hold me in such high regard, it is my honor to befriend you. Might I inquire whether you desire these 4 to live or die?" Guochun and Qin Shang, already nursing injuries, nearly choked at Shangguan Wuji's statement. They believed the elder had lost his senses. Even with 2 9th layer guards at his side,
He could not afford such arrogance, especially when faced with two consummate chi refinement cultivators. The leading consummate chi refinement cultivator's face darkened with fury. He had never before been so underestimated. He gritted his teeth and uttered to Shangguan Wujie, "You old fool, seeking death." Following his declaration, the cultivator at the pinnacle of chi refinement summoned his magical artifact and launched an attack towards Shangguan Wujie. However, before his artifact could even approach, he found himself half-kneeling on the ground, overwhelmed by the immense pressure emanating from Shangguan Wujie. His face turned pale as he exclaimed, "You are at the foundation establishment stage." This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. In that instant, aside from Chen Qun and Shangguan Wujie's two juniors, everyone else was left in a state of astonishment. Another cultivator at the pinnacle of chi refinement, along with two others at the 9th level of chi refinement, sensing the dire situation, attempted to flee on their swords. Yet, they were swiftly brought down to the ground by a single palm strike from Shangguan Wujie. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Shangguan Wujie exuded an aura of lofty superiority, declaring, "I am not at the foundation establishment stage, I am a martial cultivator. Even a mere foundation establishment practitioner would not warrant my attention, let alone you insignificant juniors of the chi refinement stage, daring to act brazenly before me." After uttering these words, Shangguan Wujie momentarily relinquished his imposing demeanor and turned to Chen Qun, asking, "How should we deal with these four?" Chen Qun glanced at the four cultivators, their faces ashen. He knew that if he allowed Shangguan Wujie to execute them, the elder would do so without a second thought. However, Chen Qun was not a person inclined toward bloodshed. Thus, he replied, "Let them leave after leaving behind their storage bags." Upon receiving Chen Qun's approval, Shangguan Wujie commanded the four cultivators to relinquish their storage bags before they could depart. The four, feeling as if they had received a reprieve, hastily dropped their bags and bowed to Chen Qun and Shangguan Wujie before soaring away. Watching the four vanish into the depths of the forest, Shangguan Wujie turned to Chen Qun and said, "If you have no further arrangements, I must lead my juniors deeper into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range for training." To which Chen Qun responded, "Elder Shangguan, please proceed, and perhaps take along those with ulterior motives." Shangguan Wujie reassured him, "Rest assured, young friend. I shall take care of everything. Until we meet again." With that, he turned and departed with his two juniors at the 9th level of chi refinement. Simultaneously, the overwhelming aura of the martial saint pressed forward, targeting the concealed chi refinement practitioners in the vicinity. Before long, only Chen Qun remained, collecting the four storage bags, alongside Qin Shang, Guochen, and the other three, who stared blankly at him. Chapter 19: Departure from the team. What has happened to you? After Chen Qun picked up the storage bags belonging to the four individuals, he noticed that Guochen and his companions were still gazing at him intently. Guochen remarked, "Brother Chen Qun, I never imagined you would have connections with a martial saint elder that is akin to an existence at the foundation establishment stage." Qin Shang added, "Today's events owe much to you, Brother Chen Qun. I apologize for any previous offenses and hope you will not take them to heart." He Shu Ro, Ren and Yi, and Wei Chen also extended their apologies to Chen Qun. However, they were perplexed, unable to fathom how a mere 6th-layer chi refinement practitioner could forge a relationship with a martial saint powerhouse, and a rather significant one at that. Had the martial saint not intervened today, they likely would not have survived the treacherous Beast Mountain range, sending chills down their spines at the thought. At this moment, Guochen suggested, "We have made considerable gains this time. Why not return to Tianshui City and exchange these spoils for spirit stones? We can then divide them to procure items that will aid in our cultivation." Chen Qun and Qin Shang, along with the others, expressed their agreement. Thus, they set off towards the direction of Tianshui City. On the way back, Chen Qun fell into deep contemplation. While it may be challenging for practitioners of the same level to defeat one another, higher-level martial artists can effortlessly overpower those of lower tiers. Nevertheless, this distinction held little significance for Chen Qun. Thanks to his 5 elemental roots and the 5 elements yin-yang technique, he could allocate surplus spiritual power to cultivate mind techniques such as the divine forging technique. Moreover, the 5 elements yin-yang technique appeared to be more complex than he initially understood. The mysterious orb in his consciousness that could store items added to the myriad enigmas surrounding him. However, Chen Qun had developed a general understanding of his strength. which he could confidently assert was nearly invincible among his peers. He could first employ a mind attack that greatly exceeded that of his contemporaries, followed by a sneak attack utilizing spiritual power several times greater than that of his counterparts. In such circumstances, defeat for his peers would be inevitable. It was no wonder that the elder Shangguan Wuji had been effortlessly vanquished by Chen Qun. Even within the realm of cultivation, Shangguan Wuji was revered by qi refinement practitioners. After all, a martial saint corresponds to a foundation establishment practitioner. Perhaps other formidable foundation establishment practitioners could also eliminate Shangguan Wuji in an instant. However, no matter how powerful a qi refinement practitioner might be, they could never pose a threat to Shangguan Wuji. This reflects the fundamental differences in their realms. Within Tianshui City, Chen Qun gazed at the grand sign of the Wanbao workshop. Raising his eyes to peer inside, he observed the bustling street lined with numerous cultivators. There were vendors setting up stalls, shoppers perusing the goods, creating an atmosphere of lively commotion. Guo Chun, noticing Chen Qun's days, remarked, "Brother Chen, this is the marketplace for cultivator transactions in Tianshui City." They were headed to the Wanbao Pavilion in the bustling market to exchange for spirit stones, which, of course, was managed by the very same pavilion. After a while, Guo Chun and Qin Sheng emerged, their faces aglow, suggesting that the transaction had gone exceedingly well. He Shuru and the others surmised that Guo Chun and Qin Sheng must have acquired a substantial amount of spirit stones, causing a ripple of excitement within them. Upon exiting, Guo Chun eagerly addressed Chen Qun, "Brother Chen, can you guess how many spirit stones we managed to obtain this time?" Before Chen could respond, he Shuru impatiently interjected, "Stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us how many spirit stones you got." Guo Chun held up 3 fingers and proclaimed, "A total of 30,000 spirit stones. The Qishua Lingji fetched 15,000, the bounty from the 4 storage bags brought in another 10,000, and the beasts we hunted contributed 5,000. Culminating in 30,000 altogether. So much. Am I dreaming?" He Shuru exclaimed, covering her mouth in exhilaration. Wei Chen and Renani shared her enthusiasm, their faces alight with joy. Chen Qun was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by the sheer volume of spirit stones acquired. Thus, they commenced the distribution of their spoils. With 6 members in total, each person received 5,000 spirit stones. After the division, Guo Chun remarked to Chen Qun, "Brother Chen, you truly are our lucky star. We have never reaped such bountiful rewards before." Chen Qun smiled and replied, "It is the fortune of us all, I have merely contributed a small part." At that moment, Qin Sheng added, "Were it not for Brother Chen's connection with that venerable martial saint, we might have met our end in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range." He Shuru and the others readily echoed his sentiments. Chen Qun, feeling somewhat bashful, said, "If not for Brother Guo and the esteemed companions allowing me to join your ranks, I would likely still be searching for a team to join in the scattered cultivator alliance." "I wonder what your plans are now, Brother Guo?" Guo Chun laughed heartily. "Brother Chen, there is no need for such modesty. Given your ties to that martial saint, it would not be far-fetched for you to accompany him in hunting beasts. We all intend to procure some elixirs to enhance our cultivation, and once we have elevated our prowess, we shall return to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to hunt. Brother Chen, if you wish to join our party, you are always welcome." Chen Qun felt a warmth in his heart at Guo Chun's generosity and replied, "In that case, I shall seek out some items to enhance my cultivation as well, and when the opportunity arises, I look forward to fighting alongside you and the esteemed companions against the beasts." Guo Chun clasped his fists in salute, saying, "Then, Brother Chen, until we meet again." Chen Qun reciprocated the sentiment, "Until we meet again." Qin Sheng and the others eagerly chimed in, "Until we meet again." Chapter 20, The Crisis of Chen Qun. After parting ways with Guo Chun and others, Chen Qun embarked on his quest for treasure at the market stalls. For he had 5,000 low-grade spirit stones tucked away in his storage bag. As he perused the myriad of items available, he was soon overwhelmed by the abundance of low-level herbs, inferior inner elixirs, and basic techniques, as well as charms. Before long, Chen Qun had thoroughly explored the stalls catering to the qi refinement stage, only to find nothing of interest. Thus, he made his way towards the trading area designated for foundation establishment cultivators. However, as he approached, 2 gatekeeping cultivators at the peak of the qi refinement stage informed him,
The trading area for Foundation establishment cultivators is restricted to seniors at that stage.
You, as a mere chi refinement cultivator, are not permitted entry.
Frustrated,
Chen Qun had not anticipated that browsing stalls would come with such cultivation restrictions. Nevertheless, this did not deter him in the slightest.
Half an hour later, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, clad in a simple robe and wearing a mask, strode arrogantly into the trading zone.
The two gatekeepers, upon seeing him, immediately donned expressions of obsequiousness, bowing deeply to grant him passage.
Unbeknownst to them, the masked cultivator was none other than Chen Qun, who had concealed his true cultivation level. Muttering to himself,
Chen Qun remarked on the undeniable truth that in this world, power reigns supreme, and the swift shift in the gatekeeper's demeanor was a testament to that. The trading area for Foundation establishment cultivators was markedly quieter than the bustling stalls of the chi refinement stage,
with only a few scattered stands and a handful of cultivators moving about. After a leisurely exploration,
Chen Qun found himself drawn to a stall manned by a cultivator with a gaunt face. Among the various spiritual herbs and items,
there lay an ancient tome of cultivation techniques.
He picked it up and discovered it was a swordsmanship manual entitled 8 Styles of the Sword Path. While the manual appeared rather unremarkable, Chen Qun, with his limited offensive techniques, decided to purchase it. Inquiring of the gaunt-faced cultivator, he asked, "Esteemed friend,
how many spirit stones for this 8 Styles of the Sword Path?"
Without raising his head, the cultivator replied, 50 middle-grade spirit stones.
Upon hearing this, Chen Qun found himself in a quandary.
50 middle-grade spirit stones equated to 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, an astoundingly coincidental amount that matched his own.
After some haggling,
he ultimately secured the manual for 4,500 low-grade spirit stones. Reflecting on the difficulty of acquiring spirit stones, Chen Qun lamented how effortlessly they could be spent.
With his resources now depleted,
he lost the desire to continue browsing and returned to his courtyard in Tianshui City, where he began to diligently practice the techniques of the 8 Styles of the Sword Path. Though it seemed an ordinary swordsmanship manual at first, as Chen Qun delved deeper, he began to sense that this work was anything but mundane.
Yet he could not articulate what was extraordinary about it.
The 8 forms of swordsmanship is divided into 3 tiers.
After relentless training day and night,
Chen Qun managed to barely reach the first tier of the 8 forms after several days. As for the second tier, he could not fathom when he might attain it.
At last, Chen Qun understood the exceptional nature of the 8 forms. It was exceedingly difficult to cultivate,
though the techniques appeared rather ordinary.
The process of mastering them proved to be a tremendous waste of time.
Moreover, the effectiveness of the attacks was far from remarkable, rendering it an utter disappointment, akin to the least desirable of items.
No wonder it was available for sale by others.
It was likely that the masked cultivator had also recognized the lackluster qualities of this manual, which is why it was offered for sale.
However, Chen Qun found himself in a dire financial situation. Acquiring a more proficient manual seemed rather challenging.
Thus, he resolved to make do with the 8 forms of swordsmanship for the time being. Nevertheless, due to the absence of spiritual herbs and materials to assist him,
Chen Qun's cultivation remained stagnant at the pinnacle of the mid-foundation stage.
He was still quite a distance from advancing to the late foundation stage.
In that moment,
Chen Qun felt an intense longing for spiritual stones and various spiritual materials.
Currently,
the periphery of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was bustling with numerous cultivators moving to and fro. Most of them were still chi refinement stage cultivators teaming up to hunt demonic beasts, while foundation establishment stage cultivators were a rare sight.
At that moment,
a masked cultivator clad in simple garments, belonging to the foundation establishment stage, swiftly passed by on his sword. The surrounding chi refinement stage cultivators gazed upon him with envy and reverence. This foundation establishment cultivator was none other than Chen Qun, who had come to hunt demonic beasts.
Presently, Chen Qun did not conceal his cultivation level,
as he intended not only to slay high-level demonic beasts to acquire more spiritual stones but also to enhance his cultivation within the depths of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. He headed directly towards the area where 4th-tier and above demonic beasts were known to roam, effortlessly dispatching numerous 2nd and 3rd-tier beasts along the way. As he ventured deeper,
the number of cultivators dwindled. Chen Qun realized he was nearing the territory of 4th-tier beasts.
With a thunderous roar, a fourth-tier iron pattern lion charged towards him,
perceiving Chen Qun as a delectable morsel.
However, just as it approached, it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its head. Before it could recover,
it met its demise beneath Chen Qun's blade, swiftly vanquished.
Chen Qun tossed the iron pattern lion's carcass into his storage bag and continued deeper into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range.
Days later,
beside a cliff in the mountain range, a fatigued Chen Qun sat in meditation to restore his spiritual energy. Over the past several days, his gains had been extraordinary. The carcasses of 4th to 6th tier demonic beasts, such as the Iron Pattern Lion, Black Wind Demon Wolf, and Crimson Flame Beast, had filled his storage bag. Were it not for the presence of a golden sphere within his sea of consciousness, which facilitated the storage of items, Chen Qun would have needed to return to the city to engage in trade by now. Moreover, it was not only the corpses of demonic beasts. Along his journey, Chen Qun collected a considerable amount of spiritual herbs, such as blood coagulation grass, azure infant root, and blue blood fruit. He amassed a substantial quantity of these low-tier medicinal plants, even managing to gather 2 specimens of red blood Ganoderma.
During this time,
he encountered several Foundation establishment cultivators hunting demon beasts. However, he refrained from engaging with them excessively. Eventually, Chen Qun realized that continuously employing his spiritual sense for attacks led to an alarming depletion of his spiritual power. Despite possessing several times more spiritual energy than his peers, he found it challenging to sustain such efforts. Thus, when facing 4th and 5th tier demon beasts, he opted to engage them using the 8 forms of swordplay. Only when confronted with a 6th tier beast did he resort to utilizing his spiritual sense to gain an advantage. Chen Qun felt that as he mastered the 8 forms of swordplay, its techniques became increasingly simpler and more potent, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Thus, he rested by the cliffside for an entire night. As the sun cast its first rays the following day, he resumed his hunting endeavors.
Gradually, he unknowingly ventured deeper into the wilderness.
Just after successfully slaying a 6th tier ice crystal white tiger and traversing several miles further, he suddenly sensed a tingling in his eyelids,
an ominous premonition enveloping his heart.
Before he could react, a fiery red 7th tier crimson armored earth dragon appeared before him, its mouth agape and drooling. Chen Qun's expression changed drastically as he beheld the crimson armored earth dragon, a creature on par with an early golden core cultivator. He could distinctly feel a stifling pressure permeating the air around him. Resolute, he decided to strike first. At the moment he unleashed his spiritual sense attack. He simultaneously executed a strike with the 8 forms of swordplay against the dragon. However, with a sharp clang, the low-grade flying sword in his hand shattered, leaving him with only the hilt. The backlash caused his arm to tremble slightly, and a wave of dizziness washed over him, indicating that he had suffered a backlash from his own spiritual sense attack. The difference between 6th tier and 7th tier beasts, though seemingly slight, marked a fundamental transformation. A 6th tier demon beast was akin to an ant when faced with a 7th tier creature. Before Chen Qun could fully comprehend the shock of the situation, the fiery tail of the crimson armored earth dragon lashed out towards him. Its speed was so swift that he could not evade, and he was sent flying several zhang away. Now gravely injured, he felt several of his ribs had been shattered. His only thought was to escape. Failure to do so would surely result in his demise that day.
Without hesitation, Chen Qun expended all his remaining spiritual energy and executed the void step in a singular direction.
Perhaps fortune favored him, for he miraculously transported himself into a small cave. At that moment, he could still sense the crimson armored earth dragon was not far off. Yet, he had no time to ponder further, as he found himself utterly drained,
unable to lift even a single finger.
Even a 1st-tier demon beast would have no difficulty in ending his life at this juncture. Chen Qun gazed at the confined walls of the cave, succumbing to the overwhelming fatigue and slipping into unconsciousness.
Chapter 21. We do not accept waste. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Chen Qun slowly opened his eyes. Pain.
His entire body ached. The smooth sailing he had experienced previously had led him to pay a heavy price for his arrogance and underestimation. Although Chen Qun possessed several times the spiritual power of his peers due to his cultivation of the 5 elements yin-yang technique, he was, at best, only equivalent to the late Foundation establishment stage, barely capable of contending with those at the grand completion of Foundation establishment.
In a moment of hubris,
he had dared to challenge a 7th-tier golden core beast, it was nothing short of a miracle that he had not lost his life. Before long, Chen Qun lapsed back into unconsciousness. This highlighted the formidable nature of golden core beasts. Even if 100 of him were to besiege such a creature, defeat would be the only outcome. After an indeterminate amount of time, Chen Qun found himself able to move slowly. As he surveyed the small natural cave that could barely accommodate 2 or 3 people, a sense of inexplicable gratitude welled up within him. Had he not inadvertently teleported to this cave using the void step technique, he would have surely met his demise at the hands of the 7th-tier crimson armored earth dragon or other beasts. Thus, Chen Qun spent several days recuperating in this cave. Once his body had sufficiently healed to allow for movement, he stealthily exited the cave, oriented himself, and set off in the direction of Tianshui City. Along the way, he expanded his spiritual awareness to avoid beasts of 3rd tier and above. Currently, he was injured and could only muster about 20 to 30% of his full strength, rendering him incapable of prolonged combat. Consequently, he treaded carefully through the myriad beasts of the mountain range. Fortunately, Chen Qun's aura resembled that of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, deterring most from provoking him. He returned to Tianshui City without incident, calculating that there were still about 20 days until the Spirit Cloud sect would begin accepting disciples. A wry smile crossed his face. He was now without his flying sword and severely injured, a stark contrast to the confidence he had when he first set out. Alas! The heavens can be unpredictable, and fortune can turn in an instant. Nevertheless, he was grateful to be alive, he mused. Within the bustling marketplace of Wanbao Square, Chen Qun made his way directly to Wanbao Pavilion. As a senior cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage, the attendants promptly summoned the manager to receive him. I am Wang Fu, the manager of the Tianshui City branch of Wanbao Pavilion. What brings you here, esteemed friend? Inquired a jovial, rotund middle-aged man, embodying the early Foundation establishment stage. I wish to exchange the carcasses of beasts and some spirit herbs for spirit stones at the Wanbao Pavilion. And I hope Manager Wang can offer a fair price, Chen Qun replied to the middle-aged man, Wang Fu. Wang Fu's eyes sparkled with interest. At Wanbao Pavilion, we pride ourselves on honesty. Pray tell, how many spirit herbs and beast carcasses do you possess? Allow me to have someone assess them for you. Without further ado, Chen Qun retrieved his storage bag and the golden orb containing the beast carcasses and spirit herbs. Initially composed, Wang Fu's expression shifted to one of astonishment as his mouth gaped open, nearly wide enough to fit an egg. The quantity of spiritual herbs was not particularly surprising. What astonished him was the number of beast corpses. There were not many corpses of beasts below the 4th tier, yet the carcasses of 4th and 5th tier beasts were abundant, with nearly 10 6th tier beasts among them. Wang Fu scrutinized Chen Qun repeatedly, confirming that he was a mid-foundation cultivator. How could he possibly hunt so many high-tier beasts alone? Nevertheless, despite his astonishment, the innate composure of a merchant allowed him to regain his tranquility almost instantly. Please wait a moment, my friend. I will send someone to tally the spoils, Wang Fu said to Chen Qun, summoning his subordinates to inventory the latter's bounty. After a brief interval, Wang Fu approached with a list detailing the value and quantity of the beasts and spiritual herbs Chen Qun had slain. Handing it to Chen Qun, he said, please check if there are any omissions. If not, we shall proceed to collect these items. Chen Qun glanced over the total, 1,990 medium-grade spiritual stones, equivalent to over 190,000 low-grade stones. A tumultuous wave surged within him. At last, he had become affluent. Maintaining an air of calm, he replied, there are no omissions. Please proceed with the payment as calculated by Manager Wang. Upon hearing this, Wang Fu grinned broadly and handed Chen Qun a storage bag. Chen Qun, using his spiritual sense, scanned it and inquired, perplexed, why is there an extra 10 medium-grade spiritual stones? Wang Fu explained, as this is your first transaction at Wanbao Pavilion, it signifies your trust in our establishment. Thus, we have rounded up the total for you, hoping for a long-term collaboration in the future. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Chen Qun replied, I appreciate it, Manager Wang. I wonder if your esteemed pavilion has any healing elixirs or magical artifacts for sale. Wang Fu laughed heartily, my friend. You jest. How could we dare to call ourselves Wanbao Pavilion without the common items you seek?
Please follow me. With that, he led Chen Qun to the second floor. Continuing, Wang Fu remarked, the entire second floor is filled with elixirs.
Once you have made your selections, we shall proceed to the third floor to choose magical artifacts. As Chen Qun surveyed the rows of elixirs and their descriptions, he selected a bottle of healing Yuan Dan and a bottle of bone-generating Dan. Following Wang Fu to the third floor, he chose a high-grade flying sword and a medium-grade flying sword.
Lastly, he browsed the miscellaneous section and picked a special mask that, while lacking a defined grade, could isolate spiritual energy.
After acquiring the suitable items, Chen Qun bid farewell to Wang Fu and departed with satisfaction. As he touched his storage bag, a look of helplessness crossed his face. Having just received 2,000 medium-grade spiritual stones, he had already spent 1,800 of them.
Fortunately,
the remaining stones would suffice for a while. Chen Qun decided against further ventures into the 10,000 Beast Mountain range to earn spiritual stones, as his injuries would not heal in the short term.
Moreover, the time for Ling Yun's sect to recruit disciples was fast approaching, and any delays would be detrimental. Days passed.
And finally, the day for Ling Yun's sect to recruit disciples arrived, bringing an unusual bustle to Tianshui City.
Cultivators and mundane folk traversed the streets.
For if a mundane individual were favored by the cultivation sect, it would be an opportunity for meteoric rise. As Chen Qun gazed upon the bustling Tianshui City, he intended to inquire about the recruitment of disciples by Ling Yun's sect when a sudden voice halted him.
Brother Chen, what a coincidence! Are you here to participate in the disciple recruitment of Cold Wind Valley?
The speaker was Renani, a member of Guo Chun's team from earlier.
Cold Wind Valley is recruiting disciples? Shouldn't it be Ling Yun's sect? Chen Qun asked, perplexed. It seems Brother Chen is not well acquainted with our central Shenzhou, Renani chuckled.
Today marks the day when all sects recruit disciples.
Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chen Qun scratched his head and replied, I truly lack knowledge about these matters.
I would greatly appreciate it if Brother Rin could provide me with a brief explanation, so I won't be wandering aimlessly like a headless fly.
Renani patiently elucidated.
In central Shenzhou, there are 5 most powerful sects: Xianjian sect, Wanfo Temple, Lingyun sect, Wujigon, and Shenomen. Additionally, there are 8 first-rate sects of slightly lesser strength: Tiandao sect, Cold Wind Valley, Xianxia sect, Lingjianmen, Hulongwen, Yuna Palace, Divine Hall, and Tianchi Teaching. Together, these 13 sects represent the entirety of the Righteous Cultivation Alliance in central Shenzhou. As for the numerous smaller sects, they are far too many to count, but they are generally considered inconsequential.
He continued, in Tianshui City. For sects are currently recruiting disciples: Lingyun sect in the North City, Tiandao sect in the East City, Lingjianmen in the West City.
And here is the recruitment site for Cold Wind Valley. If Brother Chen wishes to explore other sects, he will need to travel to different cities.
Upon hearing this,
Chen Qun felt enlightened and promptly clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, Thank you, Brother Rin.
I plan to try my luck at Lingyun sect. May I inquire about your plans?
The standards for disciples at Lingyun sect are rather high, and my aptitude is lacking. So I intend to take my chances at Cold Wind Valley, Renani replied, his gaze dimmed.
Then I wish you success, Brother Rin. I am heading to the North City for the assessment now.
Until we meet again, Chen Qun confidently stated.
Brother Chen, I wish you good fortune as well. Until we meet again, Renani bid farewell. With that, Chen Qun transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward the North City.
In the North City of Tianshui, at the Lingyun sect disciple assessment site, Du Zhua, in mid-foundation establishment, stared wide-eyed at the spirit root testing orb and exclaimed.
A gold elemental spirit root. Junior brother Wang, quickly relay this to the sect.
This time, we brothers have truly achieved great merit.
Wang and Shen, equally exhilarated,
hastily began sending transmission talismans to the sect. Du Zhua then turned to the bashful young lad before him and smiled warmly, saying, Congratulations on joining Lingyun sect. From now on, we shall be fellow disciples, and we must look out for one another.
By the way, your name is Zhang Fan, correct?
Please follow your Uncle Wang to the sub-hall for some rest.
Once the recruitment is complete, I will personally take you to meet the sect master.
Before the bashful youth could respond, he was whisked away by Wang and Shen, who treated him like a treasured gem. Many disciples in the qi refining stage were puzzled as to why senior brother Du Zhua would show such courtesy to a newly initiated disciple.
However, Du Zhua's politeness was not without reason.
Among a million cultivators, it is exceedingly rare to find one with a celestial root. Such individuals are treasures in any sect.
With a stroke of fortune, they may well become the next nascent soul cultivator, or at the very least, a golden core practitioner. Next.
Du Joie replaced his expression with one of sternness.
For spirit roots unqualified. Next. No spirit roots unqualified. Next. Unqualified. Next. Next.
Du Joie was nearly dozing off. Yet this time, even with a scant number of disciples accepted, he felt little concern, having already taken in a disciple with a celestial root. No matter how many disciples his fellow brothers from other cities collected, they could not surpass his achievements. As Du Joie pondered how the sect leader would reward him, the spirit root testing orb illuminated once more. Du Joie lifted his eyelids and declared, "Waste spirit root, 5 spirit roots, unqualified."
Next.
Just as he was about to summon the next candidate, Chen Qun, who happened to be the current waste spirit root cultivator on stage, grew anxious.
Chen Qun hurriedly interjected. "Wait, aren't we testing the bone structure and cultivation level?"
Du Joie retorted impatiently.
"What is there to test in terms of bone structure and cultivation for someone with a waste spirit root?
Hurry and step down, I am quite busy here."
Undeterred,
Chen Qun replied, "But I have heard that even a 5 spirit root cultivator, if they reach the 6th level of qi refinement before turning 20,
meets the recruitment criteria of Lingyun sect."
Du Joie scrutinized Chen Qun, indeed noting that he had reached the 6th level of qi refinement and was likely not yet 20. However, Du Joie chuckled heartily and said, "There is no need to test bone structure and cultivation, even if you meet both criteria, it matters not. The sect's regulations are one thing, but here, the rule is that we absolutely do not accept waste."
Chapter 22, Joining the Heavenly Tao sect. Chen Qun was seething with anger at Du Joie's words.
He declared, "Since that is the case, I shall not join your Lingyun sect.
However, I must inform you that one day, you will come to regret this decision." With that, Chen Qun stormed off the stage in a fit of rage.
A mere qi refinement period cultivator, yet he possesses quite the temper.
Should I teach him a lesson? Senior brother? Wang and Chen, having settled Zhang Fan, returned just in time to witness Chen Qun's indignation.
Du Joie waved his hand dismissively, stating, "He is just a child. It is only natural for him to have some emotions when denied entry into the sect.
Pay him no mind, let us move on to the next." However,
as Du Joie occasionally glimpsed Chen Qun's departing figure, a pang of unease stirred within him.
He couldn't help but reflect on Chen Qun's earlier remarks. Could it be that he himself would truly regret this decision in the future?
That seemed implausible, after all.
A person with a wasted spiritual root would not amount to much. Walking through the bustling streets, Chen Qun felt utterly dejected.
He had not anticipated that the esteemed Lingyun sect would exhibit such disdain, viewing others through a lens of superiority, utterly disregarding the sect's own regulations. Such a sect was not worth joining in Chen Qun's eyes. Yet, the fabled realms of opportunity were predominantly occupied by such major sections. If he were to remain a wandering cultivator, he would undoubtedly find himself at a standstill.
Thus, Chen Qun contemplated that since entry into the Lingyun sect was unattainable,
he would venture to the eastern city of Tianshui to see if he could gain entry into the Heavenly Tao sect. If the Heavenly Tao sect also held such contempt, then he would resign himself to the path of a solitary cultivator, advancing at his own pace. In the eastern city of Tianshui,
the Heavenly Tao sect's recruitment venue was teeming with people.
Chen Qun stood at the back of the line, slowly inching forward.
No spiritual root, disqualified. Next. For spiritual roots,
proceed to assess the bone and cultivation.
No spiritual root, disqualified. Next.
In contrast to Du Joie's demeanor at the Lingyun sect, Yu Chao of the Heavenly Tao sect exhibited remarkable diligence. He conducted each test without a hint of impatience.
"Senior brother, why not take a break?" "Allow me to assist you for a while," Xie Xiufu suggested, gazing at Yu Chao with concern.
Yu Chao smiled and replied, "Selecting talent for the sect is of great importance, we must be meticulous. This little hardship is nothing."
"Sister, ensure you thoroughly examine their bones and cultivation."
"Understood." "Senior brother Yu," Xie Xiaofu responded gently. Time passed swiftly, and at last, it was Chen Qun's turn. Upon stepping forward, the spiritual root testing orb revealed 5 distinct hues.
Yu Chao furrowed his brow upon observing this.
Nonetheless, he maintained a courteous demeanor as he addressed Chen Qun, "Dear young friend.
Would you like to test your bone and cultivation as well?"
Chen Qun, taken aback, replied with a hint of excitement, "I would like to test my bone and cultivation."
Sister Xia, please conduct the assessment for him, Yu Chao instructed Xia Xiaofu.
After listening to Xia Xiaofu, she began to assess Chen Qun's foundational abilities and cultivation level.
Following her evaluation, Chen Qun successfully passed the examination of the Tiandao sect.
Initially, Chen Qun had intended to join the Lingyun sect, however, unexpectedly, he found himself accepted into the Tiandao sect instead, a twist of fate that underscored the unpredictability of destiny. Chen Qun harbored no concerns about his concealed cultivation being discovered. Currently, he had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, yet the strength of his spiritual sense had ascended to the pinnacle of the late foundation establishment stage. Able to discern the true cultivation levels of others, with the exception of those at the golden core stage. However, such golden core practitioners were typically exalted beings, far too preoccupied to notice a mere chi refining 6th-layer cultivator like Chen Qun.
After successfully passing the Tiandao sect's assessment, Xia Xiaofu informed Chen Qun that 3 days later,
once the recruitment of disciples was complete, all who had passed would gather at the subsect of the Tiandao sect. At that time, she and Yu Chao, along with others,
would escort the newly admitted disciples into the sect.
Consequently, Chen Qun temporarily returned to the small courtyard he had purchased, where he devoted himself to intense cultivation. 3 days later, at the Tiandao sect subsect, Yu Chao stood in the center while Xia Xiaofu stood beside him. They briefly explained the entry regulations of the sect to Chen Qun and the other newly recruited disciples. Yu Chao then produced a mid-grade flying artifact, a type of vessel designed for flight, and together with Xia Xiaofu and the new disciples, they soared towards the direction of the Tiandao sect. Although the journey was long,
the atmosphere within the vessel was anything but monotonous.
This time, Yu Chao and Xia Xiaofu had collectively recruited 6 disciples for the sect.
The highlight for Yu Chao was the acquisition of a disciple possessing a dual spiritual root constitution,
which he believed would elevate his standing above his peers who were recruiting disciples in other cities.
"Hey, what is your name? And what kind of spiritual root do you have?"
a headstrong and beautiful girl inquired, tapping Chen Qun.
Chen Qun looked up at the enchanting girl and replied, "My name is Chen Qun, and I am a 5 spiritual root cultivator." "A 5 spiritual root cultivator? Isn't that considered a waste?"
"But worry not, since we entered the sect together. I shall protect you," the girl responded, introducing herself as Jiang Shanshan, a dual spiritual root cultivator. Chen Qun paid little heed to her words. He merely noted that after exchanging a few simple sentences with her, his heart began to race. He hastily exerted his spiritual energy to regulate his heartbeat back to a normal rhythm. The other 4 newly admitted disciples, upon learning that the girl was a dual spiritual root cultivator, approached her with enthusiasm. "I am Li Dania, a 4 spiritual root cultivator."
"I am Zhou Yu, a 3 spiritual root cultivator."
"I am Jiang Peng, a 4 spiritual root cultivator." "I am Zhang Yu, a 4 spiritual root cultivator."
They each introduced themselves in turn.
From time to time, they lavished attention upon Jiang Shanshan, the dual spiritual root female cultivator. This talented and beautiful girl was indeed quite popular within the confines of the Flying Treasure.
Gradually, Chen Qun became more acquainted with them.
Li Danio and his companions assured him with fervor that, regardless of Chen Qun's future cultivation level, they would never allow him to be bullied by others. A wave of inexplicable warmth surged within Chen Qun's heart. Yu Chao and Xia Xiaofu exchanged smiles as they observed the newly recruited disciples harmoniously integrating with one another. The dual spiritual root Jiang Shanshan occasionally teased the reticent Chen Qun, who was not particularly fond of conversation. In just 2 short days, under the guidance of the mid-grade Flying Treasure, they entered the realm of the Tiandao sect.
The majestic mountain gates and towering peaks made the Tiandao sect appear almost otherworldly. Chapter 23, captured upon entering the heavenly Dao sect. Chen Qun and the other 4, apart from Jiang Shanshan, were designated as outer disciples.
Outer disciples are primarily tasked with menial duties and various sect assignments to earn contribution points for the sect. These points can be exchanged for spiritual stones, secret manuals,
magical artifacts, and elixirs, among others. In contrast, Jiang Shanshan, possessing a dual spiritual root constitution, was directly admitted into the inner sect, becoming an inner disciple.
Inner disciples do not need to earn contribution points, as they receive a generous allocation of points, spiritual stones, and elixirs each month.
Thus, inner disciples can focus solely on their cultivation without concern for other matters.
In simple terms, the treatment of inner disciples is vastly superior to that of outer disciples.
After receiving the jade token representing his identity at the outer sect's administrative office, Chen Qun fully became a member of the Heavenly Tao sect.
He also became neighbors with Li Daniu, Zhou Yu, Jiang Peng, and Zhang Yu, their rooms situated closely together. It seems that the sect's administrator assigned rooms based on the order of their names for convenience. As a busy day drew to a close, night quietly enveloped the surroundings. Chen Qun sat on the bed, inhaling the rich spiritual energy, an immediate sense of refreshment washed over him. However, he had not rested properly for many days. Therefore, he decided to indulge in a good night's sleep before formally commencing his cultivation the following day.
Just as he prepared to lie down,
he discovered an elderly man with white hair and beard standing before his bed. The sudden appearance startled Chen Qun, causing him to spring up in alarm. He had not sensed the old man's entry at all. In fact, even now, he could not detect the elder with his spiritual awareness.
"Who are you? And how did you come to be in my room?" Chen Qun asked, trembling with fear.
The white-haired elder replied, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. "Do not inquire about my identity just yet. First, tell me who you are and what your intentions are in my Heavenly Tao sect."
With some uncertainty, Chen Qun responded,
"I am a newly accepted outer disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect, here to cultivate diligently." A flicker of anger crossed the elder's calm face as he remarked, "You,
a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, have come to serve as an outer disciple in my Heavenly Tao sect? Do you think my sect has grown so powerful?" As the elder's words fell, an overwhelming pressure surged towards Chen Qun.
Instinctively, he attempted to resist, but the force was too formidable, bringing him to one knee.
Utterly devoid of strength to counter,
blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. Chen Qun did not wish to flee, rather, he found himself utterly incapable of escape. At that moment, even his life-saving technique, the void step, eluded him. Yet, he sensed that even if he had managed to employ the void step, escape was not guaranteed. For the elder had yet to make a move. However, if the other party is willing, he could effortlessly crush Chen Qun merely with his overwhelming presence. Chen Qun found himself entirely at the mercy of this white-haired elder, with no room for resistance whatsoever.
He could scarcely fathom the sheer terror of such formidable cultivation.
Just as Chen Qun felt as though his very bones and organs were on the verge of being pulverized, the elder abruptly withdrew all his imposing aura.
In an instant,
Chen Qun tasted blood in his throat, and he spat a mouthful of crimson far away, collapsing onto the ground. Gasping for breath, he uttered, "Whether to kill or to maim, do as you please, why mock me?" The elder, instead, burst into hearty laughter and replied, "Young man, you possess quite a spirit.
However,
if you do not clarify your purpose and intentions for coming to the Heavenly Tao sect today, you shall find it difficult to escape death."
Gazing at the terrifyingly powerful elder, Chen Qun realized he was indeed facing a calamity from which he could not flee. Resolutely, he decided to lay it all bare. For what is destined to be fortune cannot turn to misfortune, and what is misfortune cannot be avoided. Thus, he revealed his name, origin, cultivation journey, and experiences.
Withholding only the matter of the golden orb and the 5 elements yin-yang technique, instead presenting an ordinary manual as the root of his origin.
After listening, the white-haired elder pondered for a moment.
Then, he suddenly appeared before Chen Qun, seizing his wrist. After a meticulous examination, he murmured to himself, "Indeed,
this boy possesses 5 spiritual roots, how could he cultivate at such a remarkable speed?"
The elder furrowed his brow, lost in thought, unable to comprehend the situation.
Suddenly, he erupted into a wild laugh, as if overcome with madness, exclaiming, "I understand now. This lad possesses the rare chaos physique. Truly, heaven has blessed our Heavenly Tao sect. Ha ha ha."
Upon hearing this, Chen Qun inwardly scoffed, thinking, "You still cling to the notion of the chaos physique.
My rapid cultivation is solely due to my possession of the 5 elements yin-yang technique."
Of course, these words remained unspoken, confined to the depths of his mind.
After the elder's fit of excitement, his gaze toward Chen Qun grew fervent, and he said, "Boy, would you be willing to take me as your master?" At this point,
Chen Qun felt utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, the elder sought to take his life, and now he was inviting him to be a disciple.
Nevertheless, Chen Qun countered. I do not even know who you are, how could I possibly accept you as my master? The elder instantly regained an air of ethereal grace and responded. I am Li Yanhua, the sole supreme elder of the Heavenly Dao sect. Upon hearing this, Chen Qun, still recovering, nearly collapsed again. The esteemed supreme elder of the sect was secretly inspecting the rooms of his disciples in the dead of night. If this were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Heavenly Dao sect. Yet, Chen Qun tentatively inquired, may I refuse to take you as my master? His reluctance stemmed from the fear that, over time, Li Yanhua would uncover his hidden secrets, given the elder's profound strength. The venerable elder Li Yanhua chuckled softly and replied, it cannot be. Having said that, he seized Chen Qun's hand and soared into the sky. Chen Qun, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, was grasped by the venerable elder Li Yanhua as they traversed numerous towering peaks of the Tian Dao sect. Eventually, they came to a halt outside a concealed cave dwelling in the rear mountains of the Tian Dao sect. The venerable elder Li Yanhua proclaimed, we have arrived. This is my humble abode. At that moment, Chen Qun's complexion turned ashen, for he was utterly oblivious as to whether this was a blessing or a curse. After all, it was said that many malevolent practices required living beings to serve as sacrificial vessels. The elder before him certainly did not appear to be a person of normal disposition. However, Chen Qun felt he had no choice but to resign himself to fate. The prospect of escape now seemed more daunting than ascending to the heavens. What is it that you truly desire? Chen Qun mustered his courage to inquire. Come inside, the venerable elder Li Yanhua responded without addressing Chen Qun's question, lightly uttering a few words before stepping into his cave. Chen Qun stood there in a daze for a moment, but ultimately steeled himself and followed suit. The cave dwelling of the venerable elder Li Yanhua was exceedingly simple, bordering on austere. Aside from a few meditation cushions and a spirit tablet placed at the center, there was little else to be found within. Chapter 24, Forced to become a disciple. The venerable elder, Li Yanhua, first bowed respectfully to the unknown spirit tablet. He then turned to Chen Qun and remarked, you must be quite perplexed as to how a grand elder of the Tian Dao sect could possibly discover your existence. Chen Qun did not deny this, for the matter indeed left him bewildered. An elder of such high standing would typically refrain from venturing into the domain of outer disciples unless absolutely necessary. Even a regular elder would seldom do so, as it would diminish their status. Before Chen Qun could respond, elder Li Yanhua continued, every year, I personally conduct a discreet inspection of all the newly recruited disciples. This is not due to my idle curiosity, but rather because the Tian Dao sect has reached a critical juncture. Chen Qun, puzzled, inquired, how could the Tian Dao sect be in such a state? Apart from the 5 major sects, we rank first among the other 8 first-rate sects. And there are dozens of golden core cultivators in our ranks, are there not? With a weary expression, elder Li Yanhua replied, golden core cultivators have little bearing on the true rise and fall of a sect. Should I depart this world today, the Tian Dao sect would likely plummet into irrelevance. And even this mountain gate might be seized by others. Do you know that thousands of years ago, the Tian Dao sect was the dominant sect in the central divine continent for millennia? However, several ancestors fell victim to the machinations of the immortal demon war, leading to an existential crisis for our sect. Fortunately, my master single-handedly upheld the sect's fortunes, and now I alone bear the weight of a once mighty sect, which has lost its former glory. Listening to these distant and seemingly unattainable legends, Chen Qun replied to elder Li Yanhua, I fail to see how your extensive account pertains to me. Elder Li Yanhua's expression transformed into that of a cunning fox as he stated, in the past, it bore no relevance to you, but now it does. By joining the Tian Dao sect, you have become a part of it. And I intend to entrust you with the responsibility of safeguarding our sect. I assure you, I will mobilize all resources to cultivate you into a nascent soul cultivator. Upon hearing this, Chen Qun nearly stumbled in shock. He exclaimed, with dozens of golden core cultivators at your disposal, why not select one of them to cultivate into a nascent soul rather than choosing a mere foundation establishment cultivator like myself? Please, do not jest. Genuinely concerned that frequent association with Li Yanhua might reveal his secrets, Chen Qun sought every possible means to decline. Elder Li Yanhua, unfazed, patiently explained,
In this vast central divine continent, extending over tens of millions of miles, there are no fewer than tens of thousands of golden core cultivators.
Yet the number of nascent soul cultivators is but a mere handful.
Even a cultivator who has attained the great perfection of the golden core stage, if lacking in innate talent and constitution, may find themselves forever stagnant at this level. However, with your chaotic constitution, your cultivation will rival that of those with heavenly spiritual roots, thus I harbor considerable confidence in your potential to ascend to the nascent soul stage.
Chen Qun,
expressing his discontent, replied, "The burden is too great, I prefer to cultivate at my own pace." Upon hearing this, the esteemed elder Li Yanhua cunningly retorted, "Disregarding my advice is tantamount to disrespecting our ancestors. According to the rules of the Tiandao sect, such insubordination warrants the forfeiture of one's cultivation and expulsion from the sect."
Thus, after a series of unequal threats and inducements from Li Yanhua, Chen Qun reluctantly became his apprentice. After performing a simple rite of apprenticeship, Li Yanhua burst into laughter and proceeded to cast 2 communication talismans.
Meanwhile, Chen Qun wore a grimace, as if others owed him countless spirit stones. In less than a quarter of an hour after Li Yanhua dispatched the talismans, 2 elderly men swiftly entered his cave dwelling.
Disciple Daoran, Disciple Daoyuan, pays respects to the master. Upon their arrival, the 2 elders bowed respectfully to elder Li Yanhua. Hearing the name Daoran made Chen Qun's heart skip a beat,
for he recognized it as that of the sect's master.
He found it hard to believe that this seemingly ordinary old man could be the head of the Tiandao sect. However, before he could ponder further, elder Li Yanhua pointed at the 2 elders and introduced them. "These 2 are your senior brothers, one is Daoran, the sect master, and the other is Daoyuan, the grand elder." He then gestured towards Chen Qun, saying, "This is my newly accepted disciple. What was your name again?" "Ah, yes, Chen Qun."
The 2 elders, upon hearing this, hastily clasped their hands in respect towards elder Li Yanhua, exclaiming, "Congratulations, master, on accepting a new disciple.
This is a great fortune for the Tiandao sect."
Elder Li Yanhua waved his hand, signaling them to refrain from further comments. He then produced a small token and 2 communication talismans from his robes, presenting them to Chen Qun.
"From now on, this token will grant you access to any treasure grounds of the Tiandao sect.
The 2 long-distance communication talismans can be used to urgently contact me in times of peril.
For any uncertainties you may have, simply come to seek me out."
Elder Li Yanhua continued, "Having taken you under my wing, I shall bestow upon you the title Daoyun. It is getting late, Daoyuan, please escort your junior brother back.
I have matters to discuss with your senior brother." Grand Elder Daoyuan replied respectfully, "Yes, master."
"I shall take my junior brother back at once."
He then turned to Chen Qun and said, "Junior brother Daoyun, let us depart." Before Chen Qun could respond, Daoyuan had already taken hold of him and soared into the air.
At this moment, within the modest cave, only elder Li Yanhua and the sect master Daoran remained.
They sat in silence for an extended period. The venerable elder Li Yanhua began to speak. "Ranner, you have followed me for over a century, have you not?" The sect leader responded, "Since I was rescued by my esteemed master at the tender age of 8.
I have remained by his side for more than 120 years. The venerable elder Li Yanhua lifted his murky eyes to gaze into the distance and remarked, "Indeed, time weaves swiftly. With your innate talent, achieving the pinnacle of the golden core stage in this century-long journey is no small feat, however. Aspiring to reach the nascent soul stage in this lifetime may prove as daunting as ascending to the heavens.
My own time draws near, and the heavenly Tao sect finds itself surrounded by formidable adversaries.
Besides the foreign tribes,
both the Xianjian sect and the Lingyun sect are incessantly coveting the immense legacy of the heavenly Tao sect, which has endured for millennia. In this moment,
I can empathize with the helplessness felt by your ancestor. If the heavenly Tao sect were to be destroyed by our hands, how could we ever face the ancestors of the sect in the afterlife?" The sect leader, overwhelmed with emotion, replied, "Master, your profound mastery of the arcane will surely enable you to transcend the limits of lifespan. I shall dedicate my life to safeguarding the heavenly Tao sect."
The venerable elder Li Yanhua, with a sense of resignation, responded, "Reaching the late nascent soul stage is already the pinnacle of my capabilities.
To enter the spirit-severing stage and break the confines of mortality is but a delusion.
However,
I now see a glimmer of hope for the heavenly Tao sect in my newly accepted disciple, Daoyun.
This child is a rare chaos body. One that appears only once in a millennium. You must devote the full strength of our sect to nurture him. Should my lifespan come to an end and the Heavenly Tao sect be unable to cultivate a successor at the nascent soul stage, it is likely that our legacy shall be extinguished in the annals of history. Chapter 25, Entering the Spirit Herb Garden at the outer sect peak residence of the Heavenly Tao sect, the arrival of Elder Dao Tian, the sixth elder, was met with great anticipation early in the morning. The outer sect attendants dutifully followed the elder to extend their greetings. Elder Fengtang of the outer sect was somewhat taken aback. The sixth elder, known for his fervent dedication to cultivation, typically resided in the coveted Spirit Herb Garden, seldom venturing beyond its confines. What, then, had prompted his visit to the outer sect residence today? Nevertheless, he understood that one must not neglect the formalities. As an outer sect elder, Fengtang was several ranks below the esteemed sixth elder in both cultivation and status. The primary reason for Elder Dao Tian's visit was his need for a diligent attendant to assist him in the Spirit Herb Garden. This opportunity was nothing short of a monumental blessing for all outer sect disciples, as it was said that the Spirit Herb Garden was the most spiritually enriched location within the Heavenly Tao sect, teeming with countless rare herbs and flowers. Furthermore, Elder Dao Tian was a legendary figure in the mid-stage Golden Core realm. Should one be fortunate enough to catch his eye and become his disciple, the path of cultivation ahead would surely be smooth. Consequently, many inner sect disciples, upon hearing the news, flocked to the outer sect residence to join the commotion. Ultimately, by a stroke of fate, Elder Dao Tian selected Chen Qun. However, this was not mere coincidence. It had been orchestrated by the sect leader Dao Ran and the Grand Elder Dao Yuan. After all, the Spirit Herb Garden, with its rich spiritual energy, was conducive to cultivation and offered a tranquil environment free from disturbances. Most importantly, the presence of the mid-stage Golden Core cultivator Dao Tian provided a safeguard. Thus, Chen Qun, under the envious gazes of many, followed Elder Dao Tian out of the outer sect residence. That lad truly has struck gold. Why didn't Elder Dao Tian select me? I am surely far superior to him. It seems that fellow is destined for greatness, grumbled the many cultivators left behind. As Chen Qun walked alongside Elder Dao Tian, he cautiously inquired, "Elder, was my selection truly a matter of chance?" He asked this because he understood that, given Elder Dao Tian's cultivation level, he could easily discern Chen Qun's true capabilities. The esteemed elder and the Peak Foundation building outer sect elders were simply not of the same caliber. Elder Dao Tian chuckled heartily and replied, "How could this be mere chance? This was all arranged by our sect leader. You are the disciple of Elder Li, so you may address me as Dao Tian Shixiang, correct?" Dao Yun Shidi. Upon hearing this, a bead of sweat formed on Chen Qun's forehead, as he realized that coincidences of such nature were indeed rare in this world. Nonetheless, he politely queried, "Once I accompany you to the Spirit Herb Garden, what tasks will I be required to perform?" Elder Dao Tian responded, "The sect leader has stated that you need not do anything at all. As for the spiritual herbs, you may simply take what you need. The Treasure Pavilion, the Library Pavilion, and the Alchemy Pavilion. You may freely visit any of these places with Master Li's Jade Token in hand. Your sole task now is to diligently cultivate." Upon hearing Elder Dao Zai's words, Chen Qun suddenly felt that the once intimidating and coercive Elder Li Yanhua did not seem so dreadful after all. Perhaps that elder had spent his life quietly contributing to the future of the Heavenly Path sect. After a brief quarter of an hour, Chen Qun followed Elder Dao Zhai to the entrance of the spiritual herb garden. Elder Dao Zhai handed Chen Qun a formation talisman, explaining that the spiritual herb garden, being a vital location for the Heavenly Path sect, was surrounded by protective formations, and entry required the use of the talisman. With that, Elder Dao Zhai led Chen Qun into the garden. Upon entering, Chen Qun was enveloped by the rich spiritual energy that filled his entire being. Were it not for Elder Dao Zhai's presence, he would have eagerly meditated right there to absorb the abundant energy. Sensing Chen Qun's eagerness, Elder Dao Zhai remarked, "The thatched cottage ahead will be your residence, Disciple Dao Yun. Should you have any questions, feel free to seek me in the Western Garden. Also,
Even while walking through the garden, you must keep the talisman close, otherwise, you may inadvertently be harmed by the protective formations.
Thank you, Brother Dao Zhai. Chen Qun expressed gratefully.
Elder Dao Zhai, not one for lengthy farewells, bid Chen Qun goodbye and returned to his own western garden to continue his cultivation. As Chen Qun gazed upon the seemingly endless expanse of the spiritual herb garden, he marveled at the Heavenly Path sect. A venerable sect with a legacy spanning tens of thousands of years, its profound heritage was truly unparalleled by ordinary sections. Observing the dense array of spiritual herbs and flowers, a multitude of emotions surged within him. Instead of entering the cottage, Chen Qun settled cross-legged on the ground, fervently absorbing the rich spiritual energy and practicing the 5 elements yin-yang technique to harmonize the elemental energies within him.
Gradually, signs of a potential breakthrough to the later stages of foundation establishment began to emerge.
The surrounding spiritual energy flowed continuously into Chen Qun's body.
At that moment,
a vision of a girl appeared in his mind, the one with dual spiritual roots, Jiang Shanshan. Although Chen Qun had only interacted with her for 2 days, her delicate features and melodious voice were indelibly etched in his memory. It was no wonder that Chen Qun was so affected.
Even the most accomplished cultivators are not immune to the allure of beauty, especially at his tender age. Unbeknownst to him,
he was already being disturbed by the allure of his heart's demons. The greatest hindrance in cultivation is a muddled mind, particularly at the critical juncture of a breakthrough. Yet, this most ordinary of mortal emotions continued to linger in Chen Qun's heart. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, quickly stabilizing the spiritual energy within him.
However, Chen Qun nearly fainted. With beads of sweat adorning his forehead, he exclaimed, "That was close." At the same time,
Chen Qun resolved to sever the tangled emotions that resided within his heart.
Chapter 26, A Fated Union of Impossibility. Unbeknownst to him,
Chen Qun had already spent over a month in the spirit herb garden. Unlike his usual rigorous training, today he wandered restlessly within the garden.
However,
he was not engaged in cultivation, nor was he tending to the spiritual entities. Instead, he was harvesting some exquisite spiritual flowers and other useful herbs. Although the spirit herb garden of the Tiandao sect did not house the legendary, otherworldly treasures, it still contained a wealth of herbs and flowers suitable for those below the nascent soul stage.
After a busy morning,
he gazed at the 3 spiritual flowers in his hands and murmured to himself, "These must be the Xianbing flowers used for refining foundation establishment pills." It has been over a month. I wonder how Sister Jiang is faring in the inner sect. Since she appeared in my heart's demons, it seems we share a destiny. While I must sever mundane emotions and focus on the path, I cannot help but cherish her as a sister.
Not long after, outside Chaotian Peak,
where the inner sect disciples resided, Chen Qun, clad in simple garments, clasped his hands and addressed the gatekeeper disciple, "Esteemed brother, I humbly request you to announce my presence. I, a disciple of the Spirit Herb Garden, seek an audience with Sister Jiang Shanshan." He refrained from disclosing his status as an outer sect disciple,
knowing that such a revelation would likely result in neglect from the gatekeeper.
As predicted, upon hearing that a disciple from the Spirit Herb Garden had arrived, the gatekeeper wasted no time in announcing his visit.
"Ah, Qin Shidi, is that you?
I was informed a disciple from the Spirit Herb Garden was seeking me." In scarcely a quarter of an hour, Jiang Shanshan emerged, adorned in a striking red robe.
However,
upon recognizing that the figure before her was not a disciple of the Spirit Herb Garden but rather Chen Qun, a flicker of disappointment crossed her face.
After all,
for lower-ranked disciples of the Tiandao sect, forming connections with practitioners from the Spirit Herb Garden could significantly enhance their future prospects.
Observing Jiang Shanshan's approach, Chen Qun maintained an unruffled demeanor. "Since entering the Tiandao sect, I noticed you were brought into the inner sect, Sister Jiang.
I feared you might find it challenging as a newcomer, so I came to check on you." Jiang Shanshan chuckled lightly, "Chen Shidi,
you are merely at the 6th layer of qi refinement, yet you address me as sister?
I have already reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. If you wish to call me sister, you ought to diligently cultivate in the outer sect. Who knows, one day you might also ascend to the inner sect." Though she spoke with a smile, disdain lingered in her heart. "If I were to be surpassed by you, a waste of a spiritual root, I might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. After all, I am a rare talent with dual spiritual roots."
which is why I have achieved the pinnacle of qi refinement at such a young age.
Jiang Shanshan felt a surge of frustration at not encountering a disciple from the spirit herb garden.
She internally chastised Chen Qun for masquerading as one of their own, leading her to anticipate a reunion in vain.
Chen Qun nonchalantly remarked, "Although your cultivation level may be slightly higher, your age is still less than mine. So it is more fitting for me to address you as junior sister Jiang." At this moment, Jiang Shanshan was beginning to feel a twinge of impatience.
She replied,
"Call me junior sister Jiang if you wish, but I must focus on my cultivation to achieve foundational success as soon as possible.
If you have no pressing matters,
Shin Shidi, you should hasten back to the outer sect and devote yourself to your own training." After speaking, Jiang Shanshan turned to leave and continue her practice.
"Wait.
Junior sister Jiang, I have something for you," Chen Qun said calmly, producing 3 freshly picked xianbing flowers.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Shanshan felt a surge of annoyance and was about to chide Chen Qun. However, when she beheld the xianbing flowers in his hand, she gasped, "Are these xianbing flowers?"
"They are the primary ingredient for crafting foundational pills."
"Where did you acquire them? And there are not just 1 but 3. Chen Qun had also noticed the shift in Jiang Shanshan's gaze when she turned away.
His brow furrowed slightly, but he quickly dismissed the thought, believing that Jiang Shanshan's irritability stemmed from her challenges within the inner sect. Given her youth, she merely appeared to him as a younger sister.
With a gentle smile,
Chen Qun responded, "I am but a disciple of the spirit herb garden. These 3 spirit flowers were harvested from within the garden.
Should you ever require any spiritual herbs, do not hesitate to seek me out there."
He then recounted how he had been fortuitously chosen by Dao Tai, believing that he could assist this junior sister within his means,
embracing the role of an older brother.
Naturally, he intended to extend his help to others, like Li Daniu and the others who had entered alongside him, by utilizing the resources of the spirit herb garden as much as possible. Yet, for someone as exceptional as Jiang Shanshan, Chen Qun's desire to assist was met with the reality that many had pursued her before. Consequently, Jiang Shanshan regarded him as merely another suitor.
Moreover,
given Chen Qun's status as a cultivator with inferior spiritual roots, it was unlikely that she would harbor any fondness for him.
Initially,
she had only amused herself by teasing him during their journey back to the Tiandao sect. The irritation that had almost boiled over within Jiang Shanshan was instantly quelled by the allure of the 3 xianbing flowers.
She mused internally,
"A foolish boy managing the spirit herb garden can indeed be of use. After all, the higher one's cultivation, the more spiritual herbs one requires. Even if Master Dao Tai discovers this later, it will be the boy's own doing, and I shall bear no responsibility. I must accept these 3 spirit flowers. For foundational pills are not readily bestowed upon disciples in any sect, and even with my dual spiritual roots, 1 or 2 pills may not guarantee my success.
However,
with these 3 spirit flowers in her possession, she could journey to Dan Tian Peak to request the crafting of 3 foundation building pills, significantly enhancing her chances of success in establishing her foundation." The once stern-faced Jiang Shanshan now wore a smile, and her form of address naturally shifted,
with Chen Shidi becoming Chen Shixiang.
Not only did Jiang Shanshan graciously accept the 3 xianbing flowers, but she also contemplated visiting Chen Qun at the spirit herb garden when the opportunity arose.
Of course, what truly occupied Jiang Shanshan's mind were the spiritual treasures housed within the garden.
Eventually, she produced several sound transmission talismans,
allowing Chen Qun to imprint them for easier communication in the future. Despite being an inner sect disciple,
Jiang Shanshan could not breach the protective array surrounding the spirit herb garden, thus she would have to rely on the transmission talismans to reach out to Chen Qun. After spending approximately a quarter of an hour in conversation with Jiang Shanshan, Chen Qun took his leave.
Upon departing from Chaotian Peak,
he visited the outer sect's residence to check on his contemporaries, such as Li Daniu, and bestowed upon them some spiritual items.
By the time Chen Qun returned to the entrance of the spirit herb garden, it was nearly noon. He took out a formation talisman and infused it with spiritual energy, entering the garden amidst a flash of light.
Upon entering, he was surprised to find someone standing in front of the thatched cottage where he resided. Just as he was about to approach for a closer look, the individual suddenly turned and spoke, "Dao Yun Shidi. How have you been faring in the spirit herb garden these days?"
To Chen Qun's astonishment, the person was none other than Dao Ran, the head of the Tiandao sect.
Chen Qun felt a sense of frustration. After all, he had merely harvested 3 xianbing flowers and a few ordinary spiritual items.
Was it truly enough to draw the attention of the sect leader?
Chapter 27, The Challenge. Although Chen Qun harbored such thoughts, he would never admit them openly. Thus, he addressed Dao Ran, the sect leader. I wonder what brings you here, master.
Surely, it cannot be merely to visit me. Dao Ran, with a hint of melancholy in his voice, replied, Master has entered seclusion.
Before his retreat, he entrusted me with the task of instructing you, my junior.
I have come today to discuss how we might enhance your cultivation. I have a proposition, though I am uncertain if you will agree. Chen Qun was taken aback.
He had not anticipated that his somewhat indifferent master would show such concern for him.
He inquired, What is your plan, esteemed master? Gazing up at the sky, Dao Ran remarked, The path of cultivation, aside from the inherent differences in personal constitution, relies solely on one's own efforts. Therefore, I have decided to arrange for the foundation building practitioners of our entire sect to engage in challenges with you. This will enable you to elevate your skills through combat. Chen Qun immediately objected, I am merely at the mid-foundation stage. The Tian Dao sect boasts countless practitioners at both the mid and late foundation stages. Not to mention several hundred at the peak of foundation building.
Are you suggesting I serve as a free target for their practice? Dao Ran chuckled softly, You underestimate yourself.
Dao Yun,
I perceive a tremendous reservoir of spiritual energy within you, on par with those at the peak of foundation building.
However, if you harbor concerns,
I shall first have mid-foundation disciples compete against you. We can then adjust the difficulty of the challenges based on your capabilities.
Does that sound agreeable?
Realizing there was no escaping this, Chen Qun conceded, Then I shall defer to your arrangements, master. However, I have one condition, my true identity must remain concealed.
I require a mask for the challenges.
Dao Ran nodded in understanding. As Master S disciple, your identity should indeed be kept confidential.
Rest assured. You may focus on enhancing your cultivation in the coming days.
I will arrange for your challenges shortly. I shall not intrude on your training any longer.
With that,
Dao Ran ascended slowly into the air and departed from the spirit herb garden.
In truth, Dao Ran had 2 motives for this arrangement. One was to aid Chen Qun in honing his practical skills, and the other was to personally witness the rumored prowess of the chaos body.
Watching Dao Ran ascend, Chen Qun pouted and muttered to himself, Off you go.
But must you flaunt your profound cultivation as you leave?
Although he could not discern the depths of Dao Ran's strength, he sensed that it far surpassed that of elder Dao Tian, whose cultivation he also could not fathom. The day after Dao Ran's departure from the spirit herb garden, explosive news spread throughout the Tian Dao sect. It was announced that 5 days hence, the mid-foundation practitioner Dao Yun would accept challenges on the ascension platform from those at the mid-foundation stage and above. Victorious challengers would receive a condensed golden pill and a superior quality treasure. Given Dao Yun's mid-foundation status, challengers would be prioritized by their own cultivation levels, starting with those at the mid-foundation stage, followed by late-stage practitioners, and culminating with those at the peak of foundation building.
Upon the emergence of this news,
cultivators at various stages of foundation establishment, from the mid-level to the consummate phase, within the celestial sect, found themselves consumed by envy. While the high-grade treasures were of little concern, the golden elixirs were of paramount importance, essential for ascending the path of golden elixirs. The distinction between a consummate foundation establishment cultivator and one at the golden elixir stage is but a thin line, yet it represents an immense chasm. For once one reaches the golden elixir stage, they ascend to the elder status within any sect. However, amidst the excitement and envy, the disciples of the celestial sect began to gossip about Chen Qun's chosen title. Most golden elixir elders from the sect's leadership had names that commenced with the character Dao, making it rare for ordinary disciples to adopt such a nomenclature. Thus, the audacity of this mid-level foundation establishment individual to select a title starting with Dao was nothing short of presumptuous. Yet, the celestial sect adheres to the path of nature and remains unperturbed by the ideals of Confucian scholars. Hence, this title does not denote his seniority within the sect and holds little significance unless the sect leader publicly declares Chen Qun's true lineage. Consequently, Regardless of whether he is named Dao Yun or something akin to Li Yanhua, no senior cultivator of the celestial sect would recognize him based solely on that name.
They would continue to address Chen Qun according to his prowess. This is rooted in a precedent set over a millennium ago, when a latecomer disciple bore a title reminiscent of an esteemed elder from the sect. The then leader and elders did not compel him to alter his title, stating that a name is merely a name and does not dictate one's standing. They emphasized that as practitioners of the natural path, they should not be overly swayed by worldly conventions, for such concern would lead to a loss of true purpose and a self-imposed limitation of their spiritual aspirations. Since that time, the disciples of the celestial sect have adopted a myriad of names and attire, thereby drawing ridicule from the sword cultivators of the Xianjian sect and the Confucian practitioners of the Lingyun sect. Nevertheless, the cultivators of the celestial sect remain steadfast in their ways, indifferent to such derision. Yet, despite this outward demeanor, many of the self-proclaimed lofty disciples harbored discontent. They resolved to teach a lesson to this presumptuous Dao Yun, intent on helping Chen Qun recognize that a name commencing with Dao is not a guarantee of respect. At this moment, Chen Qun remained blissfully unaware that the title bestowed upon him by Li Yanhua would incite considerable animosity and resentment. Note, the celestial sect is divided into 6 prominent peaks: Zhaotian Peak, where inner disciples reside; Dantian Peak, home to alchemical practitioners; Xiantian Peak, where true disciples dwell; Baotian Peak, which houses scriptures and elixirs; Jintian Peak, the main peak where the leader and elders reside; and Yintian Peak, located at the rear mountain. Moreover, there are numerous unique locations such as the Outer Gates residence and the Spirit Herb Garden that do not belong to the peaks. The 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the entire Tiandao sect's Jintian Peak was abuzz with the atmosphere of a festive celebration. The ascension platform of Jintian Peak was surrounded by disciples from various peaks, creating an impenetrable crowd. At this moment, Chen Qun, adorned with a mask and draped in a simple azure robe, stood at the very center of the ascension platform, awaiting the challengers. On the main seat of the platform sat the sect leader, Dao Ran, the Grand Elder, Dao Yuan, the 6th Elder, Dao Dai, and the 8th Elder, Dao Ci, who had been summoned by Dao Ran to preside over the competition. As for the other elders and guest cultivators, none had chosen to attend. They held little interest in the trifles of these nascent Foundation juniors, as Chen Qun's identity was shrouded in secrecy, unknown to most elders and guests. Only Dao Ran, Dao Yuan, and Dao Dai were privy to the truth. Even Dao Ci, who was currently overseeing the competition, remained unaware. With Dao Ci's announcement to commence the contest, a mid-stage Foundation practitioner stepped forward from the crowd. Chen Qun scrutinized this individual and recognized him as Yu Chao, the one who had recruited him into the sect. Yu Chao clasped his fists and addressed Chen Qun, declaring, "I am Yu Chao, the steward of the Outer Gate, here to seek guidance from Brother Dao Yun." After his introduction, he produced his magical artifact, a mid-grade treasure spear. Chen Qun promptly returned the gesture, responding, "I welcome your guidance." He then revealed his own magical artifact, a high-grade flying sword, which he had acquired from Wang Fu at Wanbao Pavilion. The appearance of Chen Qun's flying sword incited a wave of murmurs among the spectators. A high-grade artifact, they whispered. Was it possible that the disciples of Jintian Peak had fallen to such a state? The disciples below engaged in hushed conversations, noting that many affluent disciples from other peaks had already upgraded to low-grade treasures, while Chen Qun, a mid-stage Foundation practitioner, had not even a treasure-level artifact. This discrepancy was undeniably perplexing. Dao Ran, observing the scene, bore an expression of dismay. He had intended merely to assess Chen Qun's capabilities but had overlooked the fact that Chen Qun hailed from a background of solitary cultivation. Given that he had only recently joined the sect, it was reasonable for him not to possess superior artifacts. What Dao Ran had not anticipated was Chen Qun's lack of even a treasure-level flying sword. At that moment, Dao Ran resolved that once the competition concluded, he would take Chen Qun to Baotian Peak to select suitable magical artifacts. Dao Ran could only nod thoughtfully at the questioning gazes of Grand Elder Dao Yuan and 6th Elder Dao Dai, feigning a profound understanding that all was well. Meanwhile, the baffled 8th Elder Dao Ci mentally chastised, has the sect leader become senile? He allows a nascent Foundation junior to compete against the entire sect's practitioners and orchestrates such a grand affair. What is even more infuriating is that this young one has only resorted to displaying a superior magical artifact to humiliate himself. To make matters worse, that old rascal,
The sect leader deliberately dragged me into this disgraceful spectacle alongside him. Truly, the young are oblivious, and the old are even more so.
Elder Ba,
with a heart full of ire, found himself helpless. Had he the strength to best the sect leader, Dao Ran? He would have surely brought him to his knees for 3 days and nights. Yet, when he contemplated Dao Ran's formidable cultivation, he swallowed his anger deep within. The mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators beneath the ascending immortal platform wore expressions of profound disappointment. They all shared a singular thought: had they known that Dao Yun lacked even a decent magical treasure, they would have been the first to step forward. Initially, they had intended to let others gauge Dao Yun's strength, resulting in their inaction.
Consequently, that little brat, Yu Chao, ended up with a golden elixir and a superior magical weapon without any effort.
The late-stage and perfected Foundation establishment cultivators grew increasingly grim-faced. It was not that they were unwilling to participate, rather, they were unable to ascend while the mid-stage cultivators were still engaged in their competition. However, regardless of the discussions taking place below, they had no bearing on Chen Qun at that moment. This was Chen Qun's first genuine contest against a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. And thus he was particularly focused in earnest. As Chen Qun observed Yu Chao's fiery spear, launching forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, he instinctively initiated the 8 styles of swordsmanship. Initially, Chen Qun's battle with Yu Chao exhibited some awkwardness. However, as Chen Qun gradually acclimated, beads of sweat began to form on Yu Chao's brow. No matter how he infused his formidable spiritual power into his attacks, Chen Qun effortlessly countered them with the simplest sword techniques. Chen Qun realized that the more adept he became with the 8 styles of swordsmanship, the fewer techniques he required. Ultimately, the dozens of techniques within the 8 styles dwindled to just 4: slash, thrust, pierce, and block. Now, Chen Qun wielded them with complete freedom, while Yu Chao grew increasingly alarmed with each exchange. Despite depleting a considerable amount of spiritual energy, his strikes failed to even graze Chen Qun. Having mastered the 8 styles, Chen Qun shifted from defense to offense for the first time. With a sweeping strike, he infused immense spiritual power, sending Yu Chao's spear soaring. In quick succession, he delivered a palm strike that sent Yu Chao hurtling away, blood spilling from his mouth as he knelt upon one knee. After a moment's pause, Yu Chao struggled to rise and clasped his fists toward Chen Qun, stating, "Brother Dao Yun, your mastery is profound, I accept my defeat with utmost respect." With that, he clutched his chest and descended from the platform. The Foundation establishment disciples beneath the ascending immortal platform fell into a hushed silence at the sight. Chapter 28, The Unexpected Guest. After a moment of silence, another disciple at the mid-foundation stage ascended the stage. However, after only a few exchanges, he was sent flying by Chen Qun. "Dao Yuan, have you discerned the techniques employed by Dao Yun?" The sect leader, Dao Ran, inquired of the elder Dao Yuan. Elder Dao Yuan stroked his gray-white beard and replied, "It bears a resemblance to the ancient sword techniques that vanished millennia ago." The styles of those ancient sword cultivators differ significantly from those of contemporary practitioners. Yet, the risks associated with cultivating ancient sword techniques are immense, leading to their eventual disappearance in the annals of time. However, sect leader, is it truly worth the considerable effort you and our master have invested in this child? Even Elder Dao Tian has perked up his ears, seemingly eager for an answer. Dao Ran sighed, a mid-foundation cultivator under 20 years of age, such an achievement is rarely seen, even among those with heavenly roots. Moreover, among us brothers, who has ever attained the nascent soul before Master's passing? Even if this child does not succeed, we can at least say we have strived for the future of the Tian Dao sect. Besides, he possesses a chaotic constitution, with limitless potential ahead. This is why our master chose him as a disciple. What? A chaotic constitution? How can this be? Both Dao Yuan and Dao Tian exclaimed in disbelief. Dao Ran raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. This must not be disclosed, only we brothers should hold this knowledge. If word gets out, malicious individuals will undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. Meanwhile, Elder Dao Ci, standing by the Immortal Ascension platform, observed the mid-foundation disciples being defeated one after another. He seemed to have grasped the intention of the sect leader. It was clear that this was a raw gem. Within half a day, no mid-foundation disciples dared to challenge further.
Dao Ran dispatched someone to present Chen Qun with 2 recovery pills to restore his spiritual energy. True to their reputation, the recovery pills allowed Chen Qun to fully replenish his energy after consuming just one and meditating for half an hour. I humbly request guidance from the esteemed senior brothers of the late foundation stage, Chen Qun addressed the mid-foundation disciples below. At this moment, he could deeply sense the benefits this competition had bestowed upon him. Besides the practical combat experience, he felt on the verge of breaking through to the late foundation stage. As Chen Qun finished speaking, a succession of late foundation disciples took turns challenging him. The strength of his opponents escalated, and relying solely on the 8 sword techniques became increasingly difficult. Thus, Chen Qun resolved to exert his full strength. Excluding the Shumi Palm and Void Step from the 5 elements yin-yang technique, he employed all other techniques, including his spiritual sense attacks. Finally, as the sun began to set, Chen Qun triumphed over a seasoned late foundation cultivator in his 60s. Following this victory, no other late foundation cultivators dared to challenge him. At this moment, the gazes of all mid-foundation disciples towards Chen Qun transformed. Despite being merely a mid-foundation cultivator, he had managed to consecutively defeat several of the Tian Dao sect's most formidable late foundation masters. If he were to attain the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, would he not become invincible against any adversaries below the golden core stage? Presently, their hopes rest solely upon the adept at the peak of foundation establishment to vanquish Chen Qun. Observing Chen Qun meditating on the platform, Master Dao Ran nodded to Elder Dao Ci. Understanding the cue, Dao Ci proclaimed aloud, "We shall conclude today's session. Tomorrow, one of our foundation establishment experts will challenge Dao Yun." Subsequently, Elder Daoji discreetly escorted Chen Qun around the Jintian Peak towards the Lingqiao Garden. "Dao Yun, my junior brother, you are truly remarkable. Not only are you unmatched among peers, but even disciples of a slightly higher realm cannot contend with you. It seems your future is indeed boundless," Elder Daoji remarked to Chen Qun. Chen Qun, somewhat bashful, replied, "It is merely luck, you flatter me, senior brother Daoji." The two engaged in light conversation as they flew, soon arriving at the Lingqiao Garden. In the thatched cottage of the Lingqiao Garden, Chen Qun continually reflected upon his encounters with those at the late foundation establishment stage. Although his spiritual consciousness attacks could catch opponents off guard, they had become ineffective against many formidable late-stage practitioners. Some even possessed treasures that provided immunity to and could rebound his spiritual attacks. Just as Chen Qun contemplated how to confront the adept at the peak of foundation establishment the following day, a sound transmission talisman flew in. Upon receiving it, though puzzled, he rose and promptly activated the formation talisman, hastening outside the Lingqiao Garden. When Chen Qun beheld the crimson-clad Jiang Shanshan standing before the formation, he approached her with affectionate concern. "Junior sister Jiang, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be preoccupied with your own pursuit of the foundation establishment?" Jiang Shanshan, slightly bashful, replied, "I only need 2 heavenly spirit fruits to request someone at Dan Tian Peak to refine a foundation pill. I wonder if you might have any here, senior brother Chen?" "Heavenly spirit fruits? Please wait a moment, I shall search for you," Chen Qun responded, turning to enter the formation of the Lingqiao Garden. After all, he was eager to assist his junior sister Jiang, and such a task was a mere trifle for him. With a smile of triumph, Jiang Shanshan watched Chen Qun enter the garden. Upon returning to the Lingqiao Garden, Chen Qun set about his task with diligence. Within the span of a single incense stick's burning time, he emerged before Jiang Shanshan, clutching 5 or 6 heavenly spirit fruits, along with several other spiritual herbs suitable for the foundation establishment stage. "Senior brother Chen, why do you have so many spiritual herbs? I only needed 2 heavenly spirit fruits," Jiang Shanshan exclaimed, feigning surprise at the abundance in his hands, her heart secretly elated. "Take them all. The other spiritual herbs will serve you well once you achieve foundation establishment. I have no doubt you will succeed, and you shall become a formidable practitioner in that realm." Chen Qun encouraged her warmly. Jiang Shanshan confidently proclaimed, "Indeed, I will surely succeed in establishing my foundation. And I aspire to become a top-tier powerhouse in the foundation establishment stage, akin to Master Dao Yun." Upon hearing Jiang Shanshan mention Dao Yun, Chen Qun smiled faintly and inquired, "How do you know of Master Dao Yun's prowess?" Jiang Shanshan replied, in our entire sect, who is unaware of Master Daoyun? With his mid-foundation establishment cultivation,
he has already defeated all the late foundation establishment cultivators in the sect.
Moreover, he is set to challenge a fully realized foundation establishment cultivator tomorrow.
Even if Master Daoyun were to lose, he would still be the foremost figure in the foundation establishment stage, considering his youth. With this, Chen Qun smiled even more.
He playfully remarked, Junior Sister Jiang, do I resemble the esteemed Master Daoyun you speak of? Would you believe me if I told you that I am the powerful Daoyun you mention? Jiang Shanshan responded, Brother Chen. It would be prudent for you to focus on your cultivation.
Perhaps one day, you might indeed become a master like Master Daoyun. As time was of the essence, she decided not to disturb him any further and prepared to return to her own cultivation. While bidding farewell to Chen Qun, she inwardly scoffed. This fellow is not only exceptionally foolish but also possesses an unbearable audacity, daring to compare himself to Master Daoyun without even glancing at his own reflection.
Observing Jiang Shanshan's expression, Chen Qun understood that she would not believe his words. Yet, this held little significance for him. He said to Jiang Shanshan,
Then you should return and dedicate yourself to your cultivation. Should you require any spiritual herbs, feel free to seek me out.
Jiang Shanshan nodded in acknowledgement.
After a casual farewell, she mounted a crimson magical treasure and soared into the sky. As Chen Qun watched her retreating figure, he shook his head helplessly. Just as Chen Qun and Jiang Shanshan were conversing outside the spiritual herb garden, a shadow emerged from the very spot where Chen Qun had recently uprooted spiritual herbs. This figure was none other than the sixth elder, Dao Tian, who oversaw the garden. Observing the disarray of soil on the ground, Elder Dao Tian muttered to himself. This lad actually took the spiritual herbs from the garden to give away. It is quite surprising that this usually simple-minded boy possesses a flair for romance. However, this young lady does not seem to be an uncomplicated character, her scheming appears rather profound. Nonetheless, it may be beneficial for this boy to experience some setbacks, which would allow him to focus on his cultivation in the future.
Unbeknownst to Chen Qun, every action he took outside the spiritual herb garden was well within the perception of Elder Dao Tian's spiritual sense.
Chapter 29, The Defeat of Sword Intent. At the foot of the Celestial Ascension platform on the Jintian Peak, the area was once again densely populated with disciples.
Even more so than the day before.
Several prominent figures of the Golden Core stage from the Tian Dao sect had also taken their places on the main seat of the platform, indicating that Chen Qun had indeed gained fame through his previous battle. At this moment, Chen Qun stood resolutely in the center of the Celestial Ascension platform,
awaiting the commencement of the duel.
Elder Dao Ci, observing the nod from the sect leader Dao Ran, understood the cue and proclaimed the start of the contest.
No sooner had the elder's voice faded than a fully realized foundation establishment cultivator eagerly ascended the stage.
Chen Qun was acutely aware that his advantages had significantly diminished. His spiritual power was barely on par with that of the foundation establishment cultivator. Furthermore, his mastery of spiritual consciousness could not surpass that of his opponent,
rendering his spiritual attacks ineffective.
The newly arrived cultivator, Yihong from the Shantian Peak, courteously clasped his fists and addressed Chen Qun, I humbly request your guidance.
Junior brother Daoyun. Chen Qun reciprocated the gesture as per custom, and soon, the two engaged in fierce combat. Yihong wielded a supreme quality treasure whip, launching a relentless barrage of attacks against Chen Qun in mere moments.
Chen Qun attempted to counter with a spiritual assault, but the impact was negligible, and he sensed a backlash beginning to form. Consequently, he resorted to employing the 8 styles of swordsmanship, infused with his spiritual energy, to confront Yihong head-on. As the battle progressed, Yihong grew increasingly alarmed. He pondered to himself, this is not the spiritual power one would expect from a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Its sheer magnitude rivals my own. Particularly perplexing were Chen Qun's unknown sword techniques, which appeared simple and slow yet effortlessly neutralized Yihong's fervent offensives. After successfully forcing Chen Qun back with a powerful strike of his whip, Yihong swiftly produced a net-like magical artifact and cast it over Chen Qun. In his frantic attempt to evade, Chen Qun was struck by Yihong's whip, sending him staggering backwards several meters and leaving him with a grievous wound. In the ensuing exchange of dodges and counterattacks, Yihong leveraged the advantage of his 2 magical artifacts, and it was not long before Chen Qun was left battered and bruised. If this pattern continued, defeat for Chen Qun seemed inevitable.
Feeling increasingly constrained,
Chen Qun clung to a singular belief: whether in victory or defeat, the effort was what truly mattered.
Resolutely, he ceased his evasive maneuvers, accepting the likelihood of loss. Thus, he immersed himself in the straightforward offense of the 8 styles of swordsmanship.
Initially, Chen Qun endured several strikes, but gradually, he noticed a decline in the speed of his own swordplay, which became increasingly sluggish. Strangely, Yi Hong's pace also diminished significantly, becoming even slower than Chen Qun's. At that moment, Dao Ran, the sect leader seated at the main platform, sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "This is sword intent unbelievable, simply astounding."
Elder Dao Yuan quickly followed suit,
remarking, "At such a young age, he has managed to comprehend the unique sword intent of ancient sword cultivators. His understanding appears to rival his physical prowess, truly
a blessing for our Tiandao sect."
The sect leader Dao Ran glanced around at the other elders, who wore expressions of disbelief,
their gazes toward Chen Qun shimmering with a newfound intensity. Dao Ran slowly took his seat and addressed the Grand Elder Dao Yuan, stating, "The outcome is almost decided.
As long as Dao Yun Shidi becomes familiar with the sword domain encompassed within his sword intent, victory will be assured."
Meanwhile, on the ascension platform,
Yi Hong found himself in a dire predicament, akin to being mired in a quagmire. Each of his attacks was not only sluggish but also drained his spiritual energy significantly. He felt he could not endure for much longer, while his opponent Dao Yun appeared increasingly invigorated.
At that moment,
Chen Qun remained engrossed in the techniques of the 8 styles of swordsmanship, perceiving each encounter as progressively simpler.
He could even sense the trajectory of Yi Hong's strikes. Suddenly, a moment of clarity dawned upon him. He realized that the amalgamation of all his sword techniques could be distilled into 4 words: the great way is simplicity. At that instant, Chen Qun's heart surged with enlightenment.
His 8 styles of swordsmanship successfully advanced to the 2nd level, and he unexpectedly grasped the essence of sword intent. Familiar with this newfound sword intent, Chen Qun experienced the myriad transformations within the sword domain it invoked. He could now evade all of Yi Hong's assaults merely by intuition. Chen Qun then attempted to harness the power of sword intent, thrusting his sword at Yi Hong within the sword domain.
Yi Hong, observing this seemingly ordinary strike,
felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. He wished to evade but found himself unable to move even a fraction.
Thus, an uncanny scene unfolded. Yi Hong watched helplessly as the sword pierced his left shoulder, resulting in his defeat in the contest.
Only Yi Hong understood that it was not a matter of unwillingness to evade, but rather an inability to do so.
However, murmurs of astonishment arose from the crowd below the ascension platform. All cultivators below the golden core stage were incapable of comprehending the existence of sword intent,
leading them to believe that Yi Hong had deliberately forfeited the match. Once Chen Qun had fully restored his spiritual energy, he, utilizing the sword domain formed by his sword intent, decisively defeated 2 foundational level cultivators. It was then that the onlookers recognized this peculiar phenomenon stemmed from Chen Qun's genuine prowess.
Observing the confident Chen Qun, sect leader Dao Ran turned to Grand Elder Dao Yuan and inquired, "What has Xiao Chen been preoccupied with lately? Why hasn't he come to join the fray?" Grand Elder Dao Yuan replied, "Xiao Chen is currently preparing for seclusion to break through to the golden core stage. He should be organizing matters for his retreat. Do you intend to have him compete against Dao Yun Shidi?"
Upon seeing Dao Ran nod slightly,
Grand Elder Dao Yuan promptly produced a transmission talisman and sent it forth. As Chen Qun continued to triumph over 2 more foundational level cultivators,
he consumed a recovery pill and sat in meditation to restore his spiritual energy. By the time he had fully regained his strength, a refined-looking foundational level cultivator stood before him. This was Xiao Chen, who had received Grand Elder Dao Yuan's transmission. Xiao Chen was indeed a remarkable talent within the Tiandao sect,
possessing a dual spiritual root constitution.
Ever since being taken as a disciple by Grand Elder Dao Yuan, he had embarked on an extraordinary path of cultivation. At the tender age of not yet 40, Xiao Chen had already attained the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm, reaching the stage of great perfection. Chen Qun slowly rose to his feet, gazing at Xiao Chen, sensing a faint yet palpable pressure emanating from him. Nevertheless, Chen Qun clasped his fists and inquired,
"May I ask how this esteemed senior is addressed?"
Xiao Chen returned the gesture, replying, "Jin Tian Peak, Xiao Chen."
Observing Xiao Chen's calm demeanor,
Chen Qun refrained from further pleasantries and launched a direct assault with his sword, simultaneously channeling his sword intent to envelop Xiao Chen within a domain of blades. Once Xiao Chen perceived the alteration in the surrounding space, he furrowed his brow slightly. Armed with a low-grade spirit sword,
he engaged Chen Qun in a back-and-forth skirmish within the sword domain.
Despite his composure, Xiao Chen shared the same sentiment as Yi Hong and others, although he appeared unruffled. His spiritual energy was depleting rapidly, and his movements were exceedingly sluggish. However, Xiao Chen's spiritual power and prowess were incomparable to that of Yi Hong and his companions. He was, in essence, on the verge of attaining the Golden Core realm. Though he could not be compared to those who had truly reached that level. He was significantly stronger than those at the great perfection of Foundation establishment. At this moment, Xiao Chen was astonished by Chen Qun's formidable strength. Recognizing that such power at the mid-Foundation establishment stage was truly remarkable. He could hardly fathom what kind of monster the Heavenly Tao sect had recruited. Just when Xiao Chen thought he was already exceptional, he encountered someone even more extraordinary. He understood clearly that without breaking the constraints of this spatial domain, victory would elude him. Thus, he wielded his sword to repel Chen Qun and unleashed his most powerful technique, the divine sword summoning thunder. A blinding beam of light erupted from Xiao Chen's sword, soaring towards the heavens. Instantly, the sky darkened, and the white light ascended, absorbing sufficient energy before descending upon Chen Qun like divine thunder. Where the thunder struck, Chen Qun felt the sword domain shatter inch by inch. He raised his sword in defense, yet his high-grade flying sword was shattered into fragments. Chen Qun was sent flying, spitting blood as he collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. The sect leader, Dao Ran, expressed his approval to the elder Dao Yuan, stating, "Xiao Chen is indeed remarkable, this exemplifies the principle of overwhelming strength. Regardless of the techniques one possesses, they are rendered irrelevant in the face of absolute power." The elder Dao Yuan smiled faintly and replied, "You flatter him, sect leader.
Xiao Chen still requires ample refinement."
Although the elder spoke modestly, he was secretly overjoyed, for Xiao Chen was his disciple.
Under the sect leader's direction, the sixth elder,
Dao Tian, escorted Chen Qun to the medicinal herb garden to recuperate, providing him with a bottle of advanced healing elixirs, the rejuvenation pills.
Despite his defeat,
Chen Qun's reputation had only grown more illustrious, after all. To have triumphed over several cultivators at the great perfection of Foundation establishment with mere mid-Foundation establishment prowess was an extraordinary achievement. Chapter 30, The Sword Fetus. Half a month later, the commotion stirred by Chen Qun had gradually faded into obscurity.
Throughout these past days,
he remained motionless in the humble abode of the spiritual herb garden, seemingly ensnared in profound contemplation.
During this time, the sect leader, Dao Ran, visited twice. However,
upon witnessing Chen Qun deeply absorbed in his insights, he refrained from further intrusions.
He instructed Elder Dao Tian to ensure the utmost protection of Chen Qun within the garden.
Since Chen Qun had broken through to the second tier of the sword path SA techniques, his fortune had led him to inadvertently comprehend the sword domain.
Yet, within his dantian, chaotic sword chi began to surge uncontrollably.
Initially, as he embarked on his breakthrough, he focused solely on wielding the sword intent to confront adversaries, neglecting the fact that several strands of sword chi had infiltrated his dantian. During his days back at the spiritual herb garden, although he appeared immersed in comprehension, the reality was that his situation was perilously precarious. The strands of sword chi, nourished by his spiritual energy, grew increasingly solid and volatile,
threatening to pierce through his dantian at any moment. Throughout this period, Chen Qun's consciousness resided within his dantian, striving to suppress the tumultuous sword chi.
Yet, as time progressed, the potency of these strands intensified, while his own consciousness dwindled in strength.
Chen Qun felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness, his heart raging in silent fury.
Just as the strands of sword chi seemed poised to break free from the confines of his consciousness, a golden orb that had been suspended in his sea of consciousness suddenly radiated a blinding golden light. This luminous energy surged towards his dantian,
as if possessing a will of its own, instantly binding the errant sword chi. Concurrently, it ensnared both his consciousness and spiritual energy,
forcibly merging them with the strands of sword chi. The excruciating pain rendered Chen Qun nearly unconscious.
He struggled against this torment, yet ultimately succumbed to darkness.
In his fleeting moments of consciousness, he seemed to hear a voice whisper, "Little one, I can assist you only to this extent.
I am about to vanish from this realm.
I hope you can find the other half of this chaotic pearl, complete the chaotic technique, and carry forth my legacy. Upon awakening, Chen Qun discovered that Dao Ran, Elder Dao Yuan, and Elder Dao Tian stood anxiously within the humble abode, watching over him. Upon seeing Chen Qun regain consciousness, Elder Dao Tian hurriedly exclaimed, "Junior brother Dao Yun, you have awakened.
If you had not come to..."
I feared the sect leader would have sought the venerable Master Li to emerge from seclusion.
Confused, Chen Qun inquired, "Brother Dao Tian, how long have I been unconscious?" Elder Dao Tian replied, "You have been in a coma for 5 days.
I truly had no other recourse but to summon sect leader and Elder Dao Yuan."
The esteemed Master Dao Ran regarded Chen Qun and inquired, "Disciple Dao Yun, how did you lose consciousness, and what accounts for the peculiar condition of your body?"
"When I attempted to channel my spiritual energy into you, it vanished as if it had sunk into an abyss." Chen Qun shook his head slightly and replied, "I might have been a tad too eager during my cultivation, which caused my spiritual energy to become chaotic and ultimately injure myself." Observing that he could not elicit further clarity from Chen Qun, Master Dao Ran instructed him to recuperate thoroughly. They agreed that 3 days hence,
he would personally accompany Chen Qun to Baotian Peak to select a few suitable magical artifacts. Subsequently, he departed with Elder Dao Yuan and Elder Dao Tian. After watching Master Dao Ran and the others leave, Chen Qun hastily turned his focus inward to his dantian, eager to ascertain the current state of the sword energies within him. Upon introspection, he discovered that the once tumultuous sword energies had dissipated, replaced by a diminutive sword, no larger than a palm, formed from spiritual energy. The blade was adorned with several golden threads, appearing remarkably lifelike. Chen Qun then examined the golden sphere within his sea of consciousness. The once resplendent sphere had now dulled considerably.
At this moment, Chen Qun sensed a profound connection between the miniature sword in his dantian and his very bloodline. As he concentrated, the sword formed from spiritual energy and sword chi materialized before him. He could distinctly perceive the immense power contained within the petite blade. Gazing at the sword, he fell into contemplation. He recalled the accounts from the chronicles of the Azure Blue Continent,
which spoke of ancient sword cultivators who could condense and summon sword embryos for combat, wielding unparalleled might.
Their path diverged entirely from that of contemporary sword cultivators.
Reflecting on the ancient sword cultivators, Chen Qun mused, could it be that this miniature sword I have condensed is the fabled sword embryo?
Chapter 31, The Melancholy of Chen Qun in the Spirit Herb Garden. Chen Qun reflected upon the legendary prowess of ancient sword cultivators. His gaze fell upon the diminutive spirit energy sword before him, filling his heart with tremendous excitement.
Subsequently,
he consumed a rejuvenating elixir and entered a meditative state for several hours to restore his vitality. Once Chen Qun had regained his optimal condition, he donned a mask and retrieved his sole remaining mid-grade flying sword. With determination, he soared towards the outskirts of the Kunlun Mountains, located behind the Tian Dao sect,
resolved to test the potency of the spirit energy sword embryo within him.
The location of such a grand sect as the Tian Dao sect is akin to a blessed paradise, nestled within the majestic embrace of the Kunlun Mountains. The sects, including the 5 major ones and several other renowned establishments, are all situated along the periphery of this ancient mountain range. In the grand scheme of the expansive Kunlun Mountains, stretching over millions of miles, these numerous sects are but a drop in the ocean, adorning the beautiful peaks like jewels. Moreover, they serve as guardians of the Kunlun Mountains, preventing the formidable beasts within from wreaking havoc upon the mortal realm.
The depths of the Kunlun Mountains remain a treacherous territory, even feared by the venerable elders of the major sects at the late nascent soul stage.
Rumors abound that within lies existence surpassing the nascent soul level. Thus, the inner sanctum of the Kunlun Mountains is consistently deemed one of the most perilous forbidden zones by all sections.
Conversely,
the outer regions of the Kunlun Mountains are a veritable treasure trove for disciples of various sects, who seek to hunt beasts and earn contributions for their sect. As long as they refrain from venturing too deeply and are shielded by the might of their sect's powerful figures, these disciples typically encounter little danger. Upon entering the Kunlun Mountains, Chen Qun wielded the spirit energy sword embryo with his divine sense, dispatching low-level beasts with ease, akin to cutting through vegetables. Other disciples from the Tian Dao sect, who had come to hunt beasts for contributions, looked upon Chen Qun, a veritable slaughtering machine, with immense envy.
Look, that's Uncle Dao Yun.
His strength is unparalleled, even those at the peak of Foundation establishment cannot stand against him, exclaimed an excited outer sect disciple.
Uncle Daoyun is truly formidable. One day, I too shall become as powerful as him.
The surrounding disciples at the Qi refinement stage began to chatter animatedly. Yet, Chen Qun paid little heed to the admiration of these outer sect disciples. He continued to vanquish various beasts while gradually making his way deeper into the heart of the Kunlun Mountains. However, this time Chen Qun proceeded with utmost prudence. He was resolute in avoiding the territory of 7th-tier golden core beasts. After all, the overwhelming strength of golden core beasts had profoundly shaken him once before.
Moreover, Chen Qun's purpose for venturing here was solely to evaluate the power of the sword embryo.
As Chen Qun ventured deeper, he encountered a diminishing number of disciples from the Heavenly Tao sect along the path. He contemplated his own location,
realizing that he had entered an area frequented by 5th-tier demonic beasts.
These 5th-tier creatures were akin to cultivators at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Thus there were few disciples capable enough to hunt them here. Furthermore, given the vastness of the Kunlun ancient mountain range, it was not an easy task for Chen Qun to stumble upon other cultivators in this expansive territory. Just as he contemplated taking a brief respite, his spiritual sense suddenly detected a fierce battle occurring in the distance. Consequently, Chen Qun discreetly soared through the air on his sword, drawing closer to the source of the commotion. To his astonishment, he found that the combatants were none other than Zhang Shanshan, whom he wished to protect like a younger sister, and another cultivator he recognized, Yi Hong, the true disciple of Xiantian Peak, with whom he had once competed on the Ascension platform. At that moment, Zhang Shanshan and Yi Hong were engaged in a fierce struggle against a 6th-tier Earth-type demonic beast, the spiked lizard. Observing their coordinated efforts against the creature, Chen Qun was pleasantly surprised to see that Zhang Shanshan had successfully established her foundation over the past half-month and had grown quite formidable. This clearly demonstrated the significant advantages possessed by cultivators with dual attribute physiques. Watching the unfolding scene from the shadows, Chen Qun had no intention of revealing himself to offer assistance. After all, the two were more than capable of handling the spiked lizard.
It was also his first time witnessing Zhang Shanshan wielding a magical artifact.
She brandished a lower-grade magic weapon, a red silk, dancing gracefully through the forest like an ethereal fairy, her attacks executed with exquisite elegance. Together with Yi Hong's assaults, they swiftly dispatched the 6th-tier beast within the span of half an hour. Although they triumphed over the defensively adept Earth-type beast, the exertion took a toll on their spiritual energy. Consequently, Zhang Shanshan and Yi Hong settled down to meditate and recuperate. As they sat cross-legged, Zhang Shanshan spoke, "Brother Yi, perhaps we should refrain from venturing deeper. The presence of a 6th-tier spiked lizard in the territory of 5th-tier beasts raises concerns that we may encounter a 7th-tier beast further in, which could spell our doom." Yi Hong clenched his teeth in frustration. "This is all that wretched Daoyun's fault. His power is utterly grotesque, depriving me of the opportunity to obtain the golden condensation pill. Now, I am compelled to seek the main ingredient for its refinement, the lampwick grass, within the Kunlun ancient mountain range. Once I procure the lampwick grass, I can approach the Dantian Peak to have the golden condensation pill crafted, and then I might still have a glimmer of hope for my golden core path." Zhang Shanshan consoled him, "Brother Yi, do not be overly anxious. With your talents, I am certain you will ascend the golden core path." Yi Hong sighed. "Even the golden condensation pill eludes me now. How can I speak of reaching the golden core path?" At that moment, Zhang Shanshan appeared to have an epiphany. She hurriedly addressed Yi Hong, "By the way, senior brother Yi, among those who entered the sect with me, there was a foolish lad named Chen Qun. He was later taken by the master of the spirit herb garden to tend to the garden, in a bid to win my favor. This foolish boy once pilfered several herbs for refining foundation establishment pills from the garden. It is precisely due to those herbs that I managed to achieve success in my foundation establishment so swiftly. I consumed 3 foundation establishment pills to accomplish it. I believe there must also be herbs for refining golden core pills within the spirit herb garden." Yi Hong's eyes brightened upon hearing this. He replied, "Are you suggesting that this foolish lad, Chen Qun, steal a herb capable of crafting a golden core pill?" Zhang Shanshan pouted and glanced at Yi Hong, saying, "Stealing sounds so harsh. I will approach the lad and subtly express that I am in search of the herbs for the golden core pill." Knowing his character,
He would surely gather them for me in secret. Even if the master of the garden discovers his actions afterward, it would have nothing to do with us. If he presents them to me, I would be unaware that they were stolen from the spirit herb garden. Even if the master were to punish him severely, he could not lay the blame at our feet.
Yi Hong chuckled. If it comes to that, poor lad Chen Qun will be in quite a predicament.
However, rest assured.
Junior sister Jiang, once I attain the golden core path, I will spare no effort to assist you in swiftly stepping through its threshold.
Zhang Shanshan blushed and smiled.
It serves him right for being a waste of spiritual roots, yet aspiring for something beyond his reach.
Regardless of the outcome, it is his own doing. Every word of Zhang Shanshan and Yi Han's conversation was overheard by Chen Qun.
He felt as though struck by lightning. Unable to fathom that the girl he had long wished to protect as a little sister could harbor such malice. The thought of her wishing for the master of the garden to flay him alive sent a chill through him. In that moment, he grasped the treachery of human hearts. He no longer paid heed to Zhang Shanshan and Yi Hong, sorrowfully making his way back to the Heaven's Path sect. Along the way, his expression was devoid of emotion. His aura dark and heavy, and his heart ached with piercing pain. Chen Qun casually dispatched a fifth-tier beast that obstructed his path, leaving its corpse behind as he continued onward. Not long after, a shadow darted towards him, catching him off guard and delivering a sharp blow. The searing pain deepened his gloom. Looking down, he saw a bloody claw mark on his chest. He then turned his gaze to the beast before him. A sixth-tier azurite demon monkey. Chen Qun had no desire to ponder why this sixth-tier creature was present in the territory of fifth-tier beasts. Without hesitation, he unleashed a spiritual attack and summoned a mid-tier magical flying sword, aiming to slay the azurite demon monkey directly.
The azurite demon monkey,
upon being struck by Chen Qun's spiritual attack, had no time to react before being sent flying several yards by a single swing of his sword.
However,
to Chen Qun's astonishment, the creature did not perish from this blow. Instead, it bared its teeth at him, seemingly intent on launching another assault.
Chen Qun, unyielding, retaliated with another stroke of his sword, sending the monkey soaring once more.
As he observed the resilient creature still lively despite the fierce blows, Chen Qun unleashed his pent-up fury, delivering strike after strike upon the azurite monkey, treating it as a mere punching bag for his frustrations. Yet, this peculiar monkey proved to be remarkably tenacious. Despite sustaining grievous injuries from Chen Qun's relentless onslaught, its life remained unthreatened.
Chen Qun's anger mounted with each blow. Ultimately,
he summoned the energy from his dantian to conjure a spiritual sword embryo, poised to deliver a decisive blow to the demon monkey. Just as it seemed the creature's demise was imminent, Chen Qun caught sight of tears streaming from its eyes. A pang of compassion gripped his heart, prompting him to retract the sword in an instant. The powerful recoil from this action caused him to cough up blood, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth.
Chen Qun tossed a healing rejuvenation pill to the azurite monkey. He then addressed it, saying, "You may go, I spare your life today. Return to where you belong." With that, he resumed his journey toward the direction of the Heavenly Tao sect. However, after consuming the rejuvenation pill, the azurite monkey, observing Chen Qun walking away, surprisingly followed in his footsteps.
Chapter 32. The herb garden was burgled. Chen Qun soon realized that the green-eyed demon monkey was following closely behind him. He halted his steps and addressed the creature, saying, "What do you follow me for? The mountains and deep forests should be your home. You ought to return. This place is perilous for you." At that moment, Chen Qun found his own actions somewhat amusing, conversing with a demonic beast. However, he was taken aback when the green-eyed demon monkey, upon hearing his words, began to gesticulate with its claws in a rather animated manner.
Chen Qun pondered. Could it be that this monkey comprehends my words? Perhaps I am overthinking this. He chose to disregard the monkey and continued on his path. Yet, after only a couple of steps, he noticed that the green-eyed demon monkey had once again followed him. With no other option, Chen Qun remarked to the monkey, "If you can understand me, nod your head." To his astonishment, the little creature began to nod its head in response. Chen Qun could hardly believe his eyes. It appeared that the tales he read were indeed true. Some mutated demon beasts possess intellect comparable to humans. Furthermore, even ordinary demon beasts could transform into human forms upon reaching the nascent soul stage. Truly, the world is filled with wonders. Chen Qun then inquired, Do you wish to accompany me? The green-eyed demon monkey nodded vigorously.
Observing this diminutive creature, which barely reached half his height, Chen Qun stated,
You are quite large for a demon beast, and it would be rather inconvenient for me to take you back to the sect.
However, as soon as he finished speaking, an extraordinary scene unfolded before him. The green-eyed demon monkey began to shrink before his very eyes at a visibly rapid pace.
Ultimately, it transformed into a small monkey. Its aura completely altered.
Chen Qun pinched himself to dispel any notion that he was dreaming and, feeling the sting of pain, he confirmed his reality. He then employed his divine sense to examine the green-eyed demon monkey, and to his shock, he found that he could no longer perceive its true form.
It seemed to be nothing more than an ordinary little monkey. Had he not witnessed the transformation firsthand?
He would have assumed it was merely a wild monkey without any cultivation grade.
With no other recourse, Chen Qun resolved to attempt a spirit beast contract with the green-eyed demon monkey, and to his surprise, it succeeded.
Such contracts can only be forged when a demon beast is willing, and securing such willingness is no easy feat.
Most cultivators in the immortal realm raise their spirit beasts from infancy.
Thus, Chen Qun found himself at a loss for words.
After signing the contract, the green-eyed demon monkey, now the size of a cat, settled onto Chen Qun's shoulder and gradually fell asleep. As he walked, Chen Qun glanced at the little monkey on his shoulder. Who could believe that this was the fierce sixth-tier demon beast, the green-eyed demon monkey? He returned to the spirit herb garden of the Tiandao sect and entered the thatched cottage within, where he commenced his meditation and cultivation. At that moment, the green-eyed demon monkey awoke and curiously chattered within the cottage. Chen Qun looked at the little creature and mused, I cannot keep calling you little monkey. Let us give you a proper name. Upon hearing this, the azurite monkey nodded its now diminutive head. Chen Qun pondered for a moment and suggested, You are the azurite monkey, let us simply call you Little Bai. The azurite monkey, upon hearing this, shook its tiny head vigorously, its little paws scratching in protest. Or perhaps we could refer to you as Little Black, given your entirely dark appearance. Chen Qun proposed several names in succession, and ultimately, the azurite monkey reluctantly acquiesced to the name Little Black. Just as Chen Qun was bestowing a name upon the azurite monkey, a transmission talisman, bearing the imprint of his consciousness, flew in. Upon hearing the message, Chen Qun mused aloud, has it arrived so swiftly? It appears my naivety holds quite the allure for you. No, it must be the enticing spirit herbs for concocting the golden condensation pill that are truly captivating. However, I fear this time may bring you disappointment. After imparting a few words to the azurite monkey, Chen Qun leisurely made his way towards the entrance of the spirit herb garden. Jiang Shanshan, clad in fiery red garments, resembled an ethereal fairy untouched by the mundane world. Yet, in Chen Qun's eyes, she now appeared somewhat awkward. Upon seeing Chen Qun, Jiang Shanshan hurriedly approached, exclaiming, Long time no see, senior brother Chen. How have you been? I have successfully established my foundation and have come specifically to express my gratitude. Chen Qun replied, neither related nor disheartened, congratulations are in order. Jiang Shanshan continued. The path to immortality is vast and uncertain. Now that I have successfully laid my foundation, it is merely a matter of time before I reach the stage of forming my core, given my aptitude. Therefore, I intend to journey into the Kunlun ancient mountains to seek the spirit herbs required for the golden condensation pill in advance, to avoid any complications later. I merely wished to bid you farewell. Chen Qun responded, Sister Jiang, your foresight is commendable, to think of core formation immediately after establishing your foundation is truly admirable. Observing Chen Qun, who seemed somewhat oblivious, Jiang Shanshan inwardly chastised, this fool is not only silly but also remarkably dense, unable to seize the moment to shine. She then added, the Kunlun ancient mountains are fraught with peril, should I encounter any mishaps on my journey, it is possible I may never return. I fear I may never see you again, senior brother Chen, yet for the sake of pursuing the path of cultivation, I have no regrets. She finished with a look of feigned distress directed at Chen Qun. However, contrary to Jiang Shanshan's expectations, Chen Qun did not rush into the spirit herb garden to assist her with gathering herbs. Instead, he merely stated, I wish you good fortune. Jiang Shanshan stood there, stunned. And before she could respond, Chen Qun calmly added, Sister Jiang, we have exchanged our farewells, so I shall not detain you any longer. I must return to manage the spirit herbs.
With that, he provided no opportunity for her to respond and returned to the spirit herb garden. Outside the great formation of the spirit herb garden, Jiang Shanshan was utterly bewildered. The outcome was entirely different from what she had envisioned upon her arrival. She had long inquired and was certain that the spirit herb garden housed the necessary materials for crafting the golden condensation pill. Originally, she had planned to confide in Chen Qun about her grievances. If all else fails, she could resort to the art of seduction, enticing Chen Qun to willingly venture into the spirit herb garden and pilfer a few more precious materials for concocting the golden elixir. She could then present one portion to Yi Hong, while retaining several for herself. In doing so, she would not only gain Yi Hong as a formidable ally but also secure an escape route for herself. However, she was perplexed, as Chen Qun seemed to have undergone an astonishing transformation, appearing entirely different from before. Frustrated, Jiang Shanshan could only stomp her foot in exasperation before departing. Upon returning to the spirit herb garden, Chen Qun was taken aback, confronted by the chaotic scene before her. The ground was littered with disarrayed herbs, and patches of freshly turned soil lay exposed. Chen Qun gasped, "Oh no, the spirit herb garden has been robbed." Initially, she suspected that Jiang Shanshan had deliberately delayed her to allow Yi Hong to sneak in and steal. Yet, that thought was quickly dismissed. Neither of them possessed the strength nor the audacity for such an act. Suddenly, Chen Qun remembered the azurite demon monkey in the thatched cottage and worried whether it too had met with misfortune. She hastened towards the cottage in a flurry. However, upon entering, she was left utterly astounded. The interior was strewn with an abundance of fresh herbs and fruits, and the azurite monkey, Xiaohei, was voraciously devouring a spirit fruit in the center of the room. Upon noticing Chen Qun's entrance, it eagerly extended a spirit fruit towards her, as if offering her a taste. Witnessing this, Chen Qun felt overwhelmed. It turned out that the very thief who had ransacked the spirit herb garden was none other than the companion she had brought along. Chapter 33, The Selection of Treasures. Chen Qun, feeling exasperated, rubbed his temples, pondering how he would explain the collection of so many spiritual herbs and fruits to Elder Lu and the sect leader. His gaze fell upon the mischievous bi-eyed demon monkey, Xiaohei, who was still munching on the spiritual fruit. In a fit of frustration, Chen Qun gave it a light smack on the head. Xiaohei winced in pain, casting an aggrieved look at Chen Qun. With a huff, Chen Qun chastised, "If you wish to steal the spiritual fruits, then do so. But why must you destroy so many spiritual herbs in the process?" In response, Xiaohei picked up a handful of the uprooted herbs and presented them to Chen Qun, waving its tiny paws as if to suggest that he should take them back. Realization dawned upon Chen Qun. Xiaohei had intended to gift him the herbs. Observing the monkey's adorably innocent demeanor, he found it hard to remain angry. Before long, within the spiritual herb garden, the unlikely duo, one human and one monkey, busied themselves, digging holes and replanting herbs. After an hour of diligent work, they successfully returned all the uprooted herbs to their rightful places. Chen Qun instructed Xiaohei that in the future, if it desired spiritual fruits, it should refrain from uprooting other herbs and flowers. Subsequently, Chen Qun approached Elder Lu Daoyan, explaining that his spiritual beast might have a penchant for the fruits in the herb garden, hoping the elder would not mind. Elder Lu, displaying remarkable generosity, remarked upon seeing Xiaohei's size, "It is merely one spiritual beast, and it does not require much sustenance. The herb garden is vast, it may indulge as it pleases." Before long, the day arrived when sect leader Dao Ran was to escort Chen Qun to Baotian Peak to select treasures. True to his word, sect leader Dao Ran appeared. "Dao Yun, you look quite well today, much improved since 3 days ago. Ever since your flying sword was destroyed by that boy, Xiao Chen, I have intended to take you to Baotian Peak for some suitable treasures. However, you seemed so engrossed in your reflections that I did not wish to disturb you. Is your health entirely restored now?" The sect leader's concern warmed Chen Qun's heart. "Thank you for your care, sect leader," Chen Qun replied, "I am completely well now." After exchanging pleasantries, the sect leader took Chen Qun and soared toward Baotian Peak. Before departing, he cast a lingering glance at Xiaohei, who remained behind in the thatched cottage. Upon their arrival at Baotian Peak, the sect leader led Chen Qun directly into the treasure pavilion. The golden core cultivator guarding the entrance, upon recognizing the sect leader, posed no further inquiries.
Once inside the pavilion, sect leader Dao Ran remarked, "Dao Yun, you are truly fortunate. Such an extraordinary Bai demon monkey has chosen to be your spiritual beast." The transformation of Xiao He had not escaped the keen eyes of sect leader Dao Ran. And Chen Qun was not surprised, given the leader's profound cultivation and extensive experience. He merely offered an awkward smile in response. The sect leader continued. "Your swordsmanship is remarkably unique, might I request a demonstration?" Although Chen Qun was unsure of the sect leader's intentions, he nonetheless retrieved the 8 Styles of Swordsmanship manual and presented it to him, saying, "I would be grateful for your guidance, sect leader." Zhangmen Daoran took a glance at the manual 8 Styles of Swordsmanship. At first, he found nothing extraordinary, deeming it not even worthy of a second-rate manual. Had he not witnessed Chen Qun's duel, he would have never believed this to be a tome of ancient sword cultivators. After meticulously employing his spiritual sense to deduce its intricacies, he realized it was indeed the essence of simplicity. Returning the 8 Styles of Swordsmanship to Chen Qun, he remarked, "Dao Yun, my junior brother, while this manual has aided you in cultivating your sword intent, I would advise against further practice. Are you aware that this is a manual from the ancient sword cultivators?" Chen Qun, perplexed, inquired, "Why should the ancient sword cultivator's manual preclude further cultivation?" With a heavy sigh, Zhangmen Daoran responded, "The offensive prowess of the ancient sword cultivators was unparalleled among peers of the same level. However, do you know why they ultimately vanished? Since the great calamity of heaven and earth, the laws of nature have transformed, rendering it nearly impossible for ancient sword cultivators to condense their sword embryos. Most perished, pierced through by the sword energy they embodied. Thus, while you have yet to manifest your sword energy, it would be wise to discard this manual. Once you have selected suitable treasures, I will accompany you to procure superior swordsmanship manuals." Upon hearing Daoran's words, Chen Qun summoned the spiritual sword embryo within him, stating, "Is this the sword embryo you speak of, senior brother?" Upon witnessing the spiritual sword embryo, Zhangmen Daoran nearly stumbled in astonishment. "How could you have possibly condensed a sword embryo, Dao Yun? Ever since the transformation of the heavenly laws, no one has succeeded in such an endeavor. Many prodigies have failed. And yet you have accomplished the extraordinary. You truly astonish me. May the might of the ancient sword cultivators shine anew through you." Feeling bashful, Chen Qun replied, "Senior brother, you flatter me, it was merely a stroke of luck." He recalled the peril he had faced while condensing the sword embryo and felt a chill of trepidation. Had it not been for the assistance of the golden orb, he might have ended up as mere bones. As Zhangmen Daoran led Chen Qun into the treasure pavilion, Chen Qun beheld an array of exquisite magical artifacts, the culmination of the Tiandao sect's millennia of accumulation. Daoran chose to refrain from interrupting Chen Qun, for selecting magical artifacts relied heavily on fate. In truth, aside from some unusable artifacts left from millennia past, the best remaining were merely a few dozen top-grade spiritual artifacts. The artifacts of higher caliber were in the possession of Zhangmen Daoran and his contemporaries. Whether Chen Qun would discover a top-grade spiritual artifact depended on his fortune. As he wandered past row after row of shelves, his vision blurred by the multitude, he ultimately selected a low-grade spiritual artifact mask capable of altering his appearance, which left Zhangmen Daoran both amused and exasperated. Daoran could say nothing but gestured for Chen Qun to choose another weapon. Initially, Chen Qun had his sights set on a top-grade spiritual artifact sword, but as he reached out to grasp it, the sword embryo within his dantian grew increasingly agitated, as if trying to guide him. Thus, Chen Qun retracted his outstretched hand and continued to delve deeper within. However, with each step further, the spiritual energy sword embryo within him grew increasingly restless. Upon reaching the end, he halted before a row of stone tables, atop which lay dozens of worn and indistinct magical artifacts, their grades indiscernible. As Chen Qun approached the stone table, the spiritual energy sword embryo surged within him, threatening to burst forth. He hurriedly suppressed it with his consciousness. Chen Qun keenly sensed that the sword embryo was particularly drawn to a rusted black longsword. Yet, he could not discern the quality of this weapon. Deciding to place his trust in the spiritual energy sword embryo, he reached out and grasped the black longsword. Observing this, the sect leader Daoran quickly intervened, saying, "Junior brother Dao Yun, perhaps you should consider selecting another. This sword was left behind by an ancestor of the Tiandao sect who perished in battle thousands of years ago.
It appears to have suffered significant damage. And after thorough examination by many predecessors, it is deemed no better than scrap metal, albeit of a somewhat harder material.
Chen Qun, undeterred, replied, "There is no need." Sect leader.
"Since I have chosen it, it signifies a bond between us, and I shall not exchange it."
Seeing that he could not sway Chen Qun,
the sect leader discreetly gifted him a mid-grade spiritual weapon longsword.
Chen Qun, moved by the elder's thoughtful care, silently vowed that once he grew stronger,
he would do everything in his power to protect the Tiandao sect. After selecting the magical artifacts, Chen Qun chose not to pursue any swordsmanship manuals, for he felt that the 8 forms of swordsmanship was sufficiently potent, and with the sword embryo already condensed, it posed no danger to him. His current philosophy was that depth of knowledge surpassed breadth. Upon returning Chen Qun to the spiritual herb garden, sect leader Daoran shared an important tidbit: the secret realm of Panglai, which opens once every 50 years, would soon be accessible in a little over 6 months. Due to the spatial constraints within the realm, only cultivators below the golden core stage may enter. The sect leader urged Chen Qun to diligently cultivate during these next 6 months, as he must join the Tiandao sect's expedition into the Panglai secret realm to seek treasures. After presenting Chen Qun with a spirit beast pouch, he took his leave. With the spirit beast pouch in hand, Chen Qun could now keep the azurite demon monkey, Xiao He, by his side at all times.
Chapter 34, Departure to the Secret Realm of Panglai, Spirit Herb Garden.
Chen Qun was refining a mask capable of altering his appearance, along with the mid-grade spiritual weapon sword bestowed upon him by the sect leader, Daoran. When treasures ascend to a grade above mere artifacts, they require refinement to be wielded with ease. Yet, the black sword of no discernible grade, which Chen Qun had selected himself, resisted all attempts at refinement. As the grade of a treasure increases, so too does the duration of its refinement. Chen Qun dedicated considerable time to refining these 2 spiritual artifacts. Upon donning the mask, he felt a chilling sensation envelop him. He then transformed into a rugged middle-aged man as per his thoughts, startling the nearby azurite demon monkey, Xiao He. However, such transformations bore little effect on high-ranking cultivators of significant prowess. After successfully refining the 2 spiritual treasures, Chen Qun contemplated placing Xiao He into his spirit beast pouch to test the waters. Perhaps due to Xiao He's wild nature, upon merely attempting to confine him, the monkey protested vehemently against remaining inside. Observing Xiao He incessantly devouring spiritual fruits, Chen Qun could not help but sigh in resignation. It was fortunate that the Tiandao sect was prosperous, otherwise, he would truly struggle to care for this azurite demon monkey. Ultimately, Chen Qun resumed his examination of the black sword, a relic left behind by an ancestor of the Tiandao sect who perished thousands of years ago. Yet again, his efforts yielded no results. The sword remained devoid of any spiritual energy. Aside from its sturdy material, it bore an uncanny resemblance to an ordinary weapon from the mundane world. At that moment, Chen Qun suddenly sensed a stir within the spiritual energy sword embryo residing in his dantian. Without hesitation, he summoned the sword embryo. However, a peculiar scene unfolded. Upon its summoning, he found himself unable to control the black sword in his grasp and the floating sword embryo. It was as if they were drawn together by an immense force, slowly gravitating toward one another. Initially, Chen Qun attempted to intervene, but eventually, he relinquished his efforts. Curious to discover the connection between the black sword and his spiritual energy sword embryo, once he completely released the restraints on both the black sword and the sword embryo, the latter, shimmering with golden light, began to merge seamlessly with the black sword. More accurately, the sword embryo seemed to penetrate into the black sword. After the passage of approximately half an hour, the sword embryo vanished entirely. The black sword before Chen Qun then emanated a reclusive aura of spiritual energy, radiating an imposing presence. He sensed that the black sword was now intrinsically linked to his sword embryo, a connection unmistakable in its bloodline affinity. Chen Qun was now certain that the long-fallen ancestor of the Tiandao sect had undoubtedly been an ancient sword cultivator. Thus, it appeared that the black sword was not damaged. Rather, it could only be wielded by an ancient sword cultivator possessing a sword embryo. The black long sword can only be wielded through a sword embryo. Although Chen Qun could not discern the rank of this ebony blade, the aura emanating from it assured him that it far surpassed the mid-grade spiritual weapon he had recently refined. He attempted to manipulate the black longsword using the same method he employed for the spirit energy sword embryo, and to his delight, the sword responded identically.
Yet its power was on an entirely different level. Overjoyed, Chen Qun summoned the black longsword back into his dantian.
Gazing at the miniature version of the sword within, he realized he had truly stumbled upon a treasure.
Half a year swiftly passed.
Chen Qun's cultivation had successfully advanced to the late foundation establishment stage, however. His spiritual consciousness remained stagnant between the consummate foundation establishment and the golden core stage. One day, he received a transmission from the sect leader, Dao Ran. The chosen foundation establishment disciples of the Tian Dao sect were to embark, under the guidance of Elder Dao Ci, to the East Sea's Panglai Mountain in 5 days.
In preparation,
Chen Qun hurriedly scoured the spirit herb garden with Little Black, gathering a year's worth of spirit fruits for his companion. Only after filling their supplies did Little Black consent to enter the spirit beast pouch and accompany Chen Qun to the Panglai secret realm.
5 days later, upon the ascension platform of Jintian Peak, sect leader Dao Ran and the esteemed elders of the Tian Dao sect stood with hands clasped behind their backs. Below, 30 foundation establishment disciples, including Chen Qun, awaited.
However, this time he concealed his identity as Dao Yun, opting instead for the guise of a middle-aged scholar named Li Jin.
Masquerading as a disciple of Elder Dao Yin,
Chen Qun noticed that Jiang Shanshan, a foundation establishment novice, was also among them, indicating the sect's high regard for her dual spiritual root constitution. Despite the numerous perils of the Panglai secret realm, those who survived were generally assured of achieving the golden core stage. Thus, even with a meager survival rate, many exceptional disciples eagerly sought the opportunity. For the distinction between foundation establishment and golden core cultivators was vast. At that moment, sect leader Dao Ran addressed the foundation establishment disciples from the ascension platform,
offering words of encouragement before announcing the rewards.
The disciple who gathered the most spirit herbs and treasures within the Panglai secret realm would receive 2 nourishing golden pills and a top-grade spiritual weapon. The second place would earn 1 and a superior-grade spiritual weapon, and the third place would be awarded a superior-grade spiritual weapon. After Dao Ran concluded, the foundation establishment disciples, led by Elder Dao Ci, boarded a flying magical artifact and set forth. On board, Elder Dao Ci briefed the disciples on the general conditions of the Panglai secret realm, once a sacred site for cultivation and trials in ancient times. Subsequently, due to the cataclysm of the ancient era, this region became severed from the realm. The mystical domain of Panglai opens automatically every 50 years, with the spatial entrance remaining accessible for 3 months. Owing to the instability of the realm within Panglai, only cultivators at the golden core stage and below are permitted entry. Within this enigmatic sanctuary, not only are there various precious celestial materials and earthly treasures, but also numerous artifacts left behind from ancient times. However, it is also fraught with peril.
In addition to the inherent dangers,
one must remain vigilant against the treachery of rival sections. In the presence of coveted treasures, conflict is inevitable.
Hence, all sects established a mutual decree long ago: any disputes resulting in life and death among disciples within the Panglai realm shall not lead to vendettas between sects thereafter. Due to the unique rules governing the Panglai realm, all cultivators entering will be dispersed to various locations by the chaotic energies of space.
Thus,
disciples from different sects must swiftly regroup with their counterparts upon entry. As Elder Dao Ci recounted these details to everyone, Chen Qun utilized his spiritual sense to observe the disciples of the foundation establishment stage selected for entry into the Panglai realm.
Most of these disciples were at the mid, late, or perfected stages of foundation establishment, with only a few, like Jiang Shanshan, possessing exceptional talent at the initial stage.
Nevertheless, Chen Qun was confident that the elder members of the Tian Dao sect had prepared ample protective artifacts for the more inexperienced yet gifted disciples, as those chosen for this venture were viewed with great expectations by their sect. Moreover, Chen Qun sensed that although this expedition was led by Xiao Chen,
the very individual who had once defeated him, there was another presence within the group that radiated a power even greater than Xiao Chen's.
He mused internally. It seems that the venerable sect leader Dao Ran has indeed concealed a number of capable individuals. This person is likely another disciple being secretly nurtured by the Tian Dao sect, much like himself.
Upon their arrival at the Panglai Mountain in the Eastern Sea, Elder Dao Ci and his disciples found that many sects had already gathered. The three strongest sects among the five had made their appearance, along with a significant number of first-rate sects on par with the Tiandao sect.
After finding a vacant area, Elder Dao Ci instructed his disciples to sit and meditate in anticipation of the realm's opening. However, before he could settle down, a voice emerged from the direction of Lingyun sect. "Old Dao Ci, you're still alive?" Elder Dao Ci retorted without hesitation, "Old Xianqing, how could I dare to step ahead of you? You must precede me." The elder from Lingyun sect, known as Xianqing,
was the leader for this expedition and had a long-standing rivalry with Dao Ci, although their cultivation levels were quite comparable. Thus, neither party could gain the upper hand over the other, and they were left to engage in a war of words filled with scorn. Chen Qun discerned within the ranks of the Lingyun sect a familiar figure, none other than Zhang Fan, the gifted cultivator with a heavenly spiritual root,
who had been recruited by Du Zhuo in Tianshui City.
Chen Qun recalled that at the time, Zhang Fan was merely a mundane without any cultivation. Yet, in less than a year, he had remarkably advanced to the initial stage of foundation establishment. And there were subtle indications that he was on the verge of breaking into the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Chen Qun speculated that Zhang Fan must harbor some hidden,
unknown secrets of his own.
Chapter 35, Entering the Secret Realm of Panglai. As the time for the opening of the entrance to the secret realm of Panglai drew near, the remaining sects gradually began to arrive. Chen Qun continuously observed the other sects and the foundation establishment cultivators preparing to enter the realm. He noted that, apart from the five most powerful sects and first-rate sects like the Tiandao sect, there were numerous second- and third-rate sects, as well as some formidable cultivation families,
all bringing along many promising foundation establishment disciples.
However, each sect or family was granted only 3 slots,
a stark contrast to the substantial quotas enjoyed by the 5 most powerful sections.
Each of these leading sects possessed 50 quotas for entry into the secret realm,
while first-rate sects like the Tiandao sect had 30.
Chen Qun scrutinized the attire of the cultivators from the other sects, which were predominantly characterized by distinct sect features. For instance, the disciples of the formidable Xianjian sect were uniformly sword-bearers, while the monks of the Wanfo temple donned their characteristic robes, and the disciples of the Shinong sect sported peculiar cloth pouches at their waists, among other idiosyncrasies.
The remaining sects also displayed their unique traits. In stark contrast,
the Tiandao sect, to which Chen Qun belonged, exhibited a disarray of attire, lacking any semblance of a unified sect identity. He could scarcely find a few cultivators dressed similarly, leaving him puzzled as to why the astute elder Zhang Dao Ran had not taken the initiative to impose some order upon the Tiandao sect. Chen Qun further learned that the ranking of sects was determined solely by the number of nascent soul cultivators they possessed. A sect was classified as first-rate if it had any nascent soul cultivators, and if it boasted 3 or more, it was regarded as one of the most powerful sects in the central region.
Conversely, sects without any nascent soul cultivators fell into the second-rate or even lower categories, lacking any voice in significant matters within the cultivation world. The Tiandao sect's audacity to challenge the Lingyun sect, one of the 5 most powerful sects, stemmed from the backing of their late-stage nascent soul elder, Li Yanhua. Although Lingyun sect possessed 3 nascent soul cultivators, they comprised merely 2 mid-stage and 1 early-stage cultivator. Should a conflict arise, the Tiandao sect would undoubtedly hold the upper hand. However, the issue of Li Yanhua's dwindling lifespan posed a considerable challenge for the Tiandao sect. Generally, nascent soul cultivators refrained from engaging in direct confrontations.
If they were to intervene in disputes, it could lead to catastrophic consequences for the cultivation world,
as the aftermath of such conflicts could easily annihilate golden core cultivators.
Thus, the 5 major sects and first-rate sects like the Tiandao sect had established a long-standing agreement to avoid engaging nascent soul cultivators in combat.
Unfortunately,
the current situation of the Tiandao sect was far from optimistic.
Although elder Li Yanhua was immensely powerful, his remaining lifespan was limited.
He now secluded himself in the back mountains of the Tiandao sect, striving to conserve his spiritual energy in a bid to prolong his dwindling life.
If the esteemed elder Li Yanhua of the Tiandao sect has indeed passed away, then even if the sect could temporarily withstand the assaults of Yuanying stage cultivators with its protective formation,
it would be akin to a child guarding treasures without the watchful eye of a guardian.
Any high-ranking sect would undoubtedly harbor ulterior motives. As a thunderous roar echoed,
A massive white vortex gradually emerged above the Panglai mountain in the East Sea. Elder Dao Ci, the eighth elder, cast a glance and remarked, "The spatial entrance to the Panglai secret realm is about to appear. Once you enter, remember to find a way to reunite with your fellow disciples. If you encounter any enemies that pose a threat to your lives, regardless of their sect, feel free to eliminate them without hesitation. No matter the trouble you may cause. This elder and the sect will stand by you." A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Elder Dao Ci's eyes. For he had once endured life-threatening trials within the Panglai secret realm. The reason for such peril lay in the fact that every sect harbored its own ambitions. As the white vortex expanded, Elder Dao Ci continued, "Although the Golden Core stage cultivators outside cannot enter due to spatial rules. Formidable beasts nearing the Golden Core stage dwell within the Panglai secret realm. Therefore, you must exercise utmost caution upon your entry." Once Elder Dao Ci had finished his instructions, the white vortex stabilized. Leading the way, several disciples of the Xiansword sect entered, followed by hundreds of other cultivators who surged into the vast white vortex like locusts sweeping across a field. Watching the Tian Dao sect disciples vanish into the vortex, Elder Dao Ci sighed, muttering to himself, "I wonder how many will return this time." For the last expedition to the Panglai secret realm had only seen 2 of the 30 disciples return, having previously ventured into the realm. Elder Dao Ci was acutely aware of its dangers, estimating that the fallen disciples had not perished at the hands of beasts, but rather in the fierce competition among sects for treasures. At this moment, Chen Qun found himself within the white vortex, disoriented by its spinning. Shortly thereafter, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he emerged within the Panglai secret realm. His first impression was that this place was indeed a magnificent paradise, with spiritual energy far denser than that of the Tian Dao sect. The only regret was that he could only remain here for 3 months before being forcibly transported away. Surveying his surroundings with his spiritual sense, Chen Qun realized he was in a valley devoid of other Tian Dao sect disciples or cultivators from other sections. Choosing a random direction, he began to explore, all the while utilizing his spiritual sense, as it was said that treasures lay scattered throughout this realm. Before long, in a crevice of a cliff, he discovered a plant that had once been the object of yearning for both Jiang Shanshan and Yi Hong. Chen Qun was elated upon this discovery. The plant, known as the sweet flag, was the primary ingredient in the concoction of the golden elixir and was exceedingly rare. Even within the spiritual herb garden of the Tian Dao sect, there were but a few specimens. Without hesitation, Chen Qun ascended and reached out to harvest it. Suddenly, a sense of danger struck him. He cried out in alarm and swiftly retracted his right hand. In that instant, a 6th-tier demon beast, the Azure Serpent, darted towards him with the swiftness of lightning. Chen Qun was taken aback by the serpent's ability to evade his spiritual sense detection. Had his reflexes been even a moment slower, he would have surely fallen victim. He promptly summoned a mid-grade spiritual weapon, a long sword, and aimed a strike at the Azure Serpent. Due to the abundant spiritual energy and spatial rules within this secret realm of Panglai, the demon beasts here were significantly more formidable than their counterparts of the same tier outside. It took considerable effort for Chen Qun to vanquish the 6th-tier Azure Serpent. Afterward, he collected the serpent's remains and completed the harvest of the sweet flag, proceeding to explore with utmost caution. Chapter 36, A serendipitous rescue of Jiang Shanshan. Chen Qun had been wandering in the mystical realm of Panglai for 2 days without encountering any disciples from various sects, which attests to the vastness of this enigmatic place. During this period, he had made significant gains, having gathered over 20 spirit herbs suitable for the Golden Core stage in his storage bag, along with an even greater quantity of lower-tier spirit herbs. He had also summoned the Azurite demon monkey, Xiaohei, from his spirit beast pouch to assist him in locating spirit herbs and gathering spirit fruits. Chen Qun discovered that Xiaohei proved to be an invaluable aid. However, this formidable 6th-tier demon beast, renowned in the outside world, had faced severe setbacks from its equally ranked counterparts within the Panglai realm. The demon beasts here surpassed those outside in strength. Had it not been for Xiaohei's toughened hide, it might have barely survived. Chen Qun pondered why his Azurite monkey exhibited such resilience and even seemed swifter than usual. As for its intellect, it was astute enough to transform itself. After suffering defeats at the hands of 6th-tier demon beasts, Xiaohei was now reluctant to engage with any foes of equal rank, only willing to bully those below the 6th tier.
Indeed.
Chen Qun himself had endured several setbacks against formidable 6th tier beasts within this secret realm. Without the fusion of the black flying sword into his sword embryo, it would have been exceedingly difficult for him to escape unscathed. Even so, he bore numerous injuries. Chen Qun began to suspect that the demon beasts in the Panglai realm might be remnants from ancient times, explaining their superior strength compared to their counterparts outside. If even he found them challenging, it would spell certain doom for an average Foundation establishment cultivator. Thus, he continued to meander through the mystical realm for another 2 days. On one occasion, Xiao He sat carefree on a rock, munching on spirit fruits while Chen Qun sat in meditation, recovering his spiritual energy.
Suddenly,
the sounds of combat echoed from a distance. Chen Qun promptly recalled Xiao He into the spirit beast pouch and swiftly made his way toward the source of the commotion. Upon arrival at the scene of the battle, he concealed his presence, taking refuge behind a large rock to observe the clash before him.
To his astonishment,
he recognized his old acquaintance, Jiang Shanshan, engaged in combat with a mid-foundation establishment cultivator from the Wuji Palace by a small stream.
In the past,
he would have rushed to her aid without hesitation. However, ever since overhearing her conversation with Yi Hong, his feelings toward Jiang Shanshan had transformed into mere indifference.
As Chen Qun discreetly watched the duel unfold, he noted that although Jiang Shanshan was only at the initial Foundation establishment stage,
she held her own against the mid-tier cultivator from Wuji Palace, wielding a fiery red ribbon that danced gracefully in the air, seemingly gaining the upper hand. Their fierce exchange attracted the attention of numerous cultivators who gathered to watch.
Chen Qun surveyed the surroundings and finally understood the cause of their conflict.
By the brook where their conflict unfolded, there grew a vibrant 9-leaf spirit herb, the principal ingredient in the concoction of the Xianyuan pill. This pill has the remarkable ability to enhance the cultivation of practitioners below the golden core stage and is devoid of any notable side effects. Although the Xianyuan pill is not of high grade, it remains a rare find within the realm of cultivation, primarily due to the scarcity of the 9-leaf spirit herb.
Even the herbal garden of the Tiandao sect boasts but a meager supply.
It appears that Jiang Shanshan's current skirmish is likely motivated by her desire for this precious herb. However, the prevailing circumstances are decidedly unfavorable for her. Even if she were to miraculously defeat the mid-foundation establishment practitioner from the Wujigong, it is probable that lurking practitioners nearby would prevent her from claiming the 9-leaf spirit herb.
The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware that a multitude of yellow sparrows lie in wait.
Before those yellow sparrows could make their move, 3 practitioners from the Wujigong approached at great speed.
Given their attire,
it was evident they belonged to the same sect.
Jiang Shanshan now faced genuine peril. Chen Qun hesitated, though despite his uncertainty, should Jiang Shanshan find herself in mortal danger, he would undoubtedly intervene. His intentions were not born of any deeper affection for her, but rather out of the fact that she too was a disciple of the Tiandao sect. However, if the confrontation was merely to teach Jiang Shanshan a lesson, he would refrain from intervening. Though the 9-leaf spirit herb is rare, Chen Qun did not find himself lacking in such resources. As the 3 Wujigong practitioners arrived, the clash between Jiang Shanshan and the mid-foundation establishment practitioner came to a halt. Upon seeing their garb and cultivation levels, Jiang Shanshan's expression darkened, while the Wujigong practitioner displayed a glimmer of delight. "Junior brother Huang, what transpires here?" inquired the leading Wujigong practitioner, addressing the one who had just fought Jiang Shanshan.
The Huang surname practitioner hurriedly replied, "Brother Fong, I discovered a 9-leaf spirit herb by this brook, and this Tiandao sect woman attempted to seize it."
Upon hearing this,
Jiang Shanshan's face flushed with anger as she retorted, "How dare you? It was I who discovered the 9-leaf spirit herb. And you are the one who sought to snatch it away, yet you twist the truth." The practitioner known as Brother Fong, a consummate Foundation establishment adept,
regarded Jiang Shanshan with disdain and declared, "I am Fong Chang, and I hereby announce that this 9-leaf spirit herb belongs to the Wujigong. You may leave now."
Feeling unjustly treated, Jiang Shanshan protested, "Are all Wujigong members so unreasonable?" However, before she could finish her sentence, Fong Chun unleashed a powerful palm infused with spiritual energy, sending her flying and causing her to collapse, blood spilling from her lips. The disparity in strength was insurmountable.
Fong Chang loomed over the fallen Jiang Shanshan and said,
"You refuse to leave when given the chance. Since you choose to remain, you shall stay here forever." With that, he summoned his flying sword, intent on ending her life.
Jiang Shanshan, stricken with fear, turned pale.
Chen Qun sighed inwardly, realizing that he could no longer remain passive. Despite Jiang Shanshan's cunning nature and her attempts to exploit him, he felt compelled to act. However, Jiang Shanshan, as a disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect, had never committed any heinous acts. As she gazed at the flying sword hurtling towards her, fear rendered her motionless. She did not wish for her life to end, she had a bright future ahead. Yet, it seemed that time had run out. Just as Fang Chang's sword was about to strike her, a resounding clang echoed through the air. His sword was abruptly deflected by another flying blade. Though the people of the Wujigong are unreasonable, we disciples of the Heavenly Tao sect are not so easily bullied.
With this proclamation, Chen Qun leisurely approached Fang Chang.
Fang Chang, observing that Chen Qun was merely at the late foundation establishment stage, scoffed, "How brazen of you! A mere late-stage cultivator like you cannot possibly withstand me. Since you are of the same sect as her, I shall send both of you on your way.
Let others from different sects know that the treasures of the Wujigong are not to be trifled with." Chen Qun, witnessing Fang Chang's arrogant demeanor,
felt a surge of murderous intent. Such a person was not worthy of pity.
Yet, he remained calm and replied, "You have chosen the wrong opponent if you seek to establish your reputation.
For someone of your caliber, I believe it is unnecessary for you to continue living.
Allow me to assist you on your journey to the afterlife." Fang Chang laughed heartily, joined in laughter by several other cultivators from the Wujigong.
Narrowing his eyes, he remarked, "It would indeed be a pity for someone as entertaining as you to perish, but you have no choice in the matter."
With that,
he summoned his flying sword and launched an attack against Chen Qun.
The aura of Fang Chang, at the great perfection of foundation establishment, was unmistakable.
Although he could not compare to the former disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect, Shao Chun, he was far stronger than Yi Hong of the same sect.
However,
Chen Qun was no longer the same person he had been 6 months prior. Since his breakthrough to the late foundation establishment stage, his spiritual power and consciousness had grown more formidable than any great perfection cultivator. Coupled with the black sword embodying his sword intent, even Shao Chen would undoubtedly fall before him now. As Chen Qun faced the oncoming Fang Chang, he initiated the 8 styles of sword Dao,
enveloping Fang Chang within his sword domain.
This sword domain was significantly superior to that of 6 months ago.
Fang Chang found himself mired,
struggling to lift his sword to parry Chen Qun's attack, ultimately being sent flying by a palm strike.
Seeing Chen Qun charging at him once more,
Fang Chang hastily summoned a defensive earthen wall talisman, barely managing to block the onslaught. Realizing that he was no match for the cultivator before him,
Fang Chang understood he had no opportunity to retaliate.
His reflexes were swift, he sought to flee, for in his mind, dignity paled in comparison to his life. Observing Fang Chang's attempt to escape, a hint of disdain curled upon Chen Qun's lips, and in an instant, he unleashed an attack with his consciousness.
At that moment,
Fang Chang, who was intent on fleeing, suddenly felt a stiffness in his head, causing his movements to come to an abrupt halt. Although he recovered within the blink of an eye, he was unable to evade Chen Qun's long sword.
The blade struck Fang Chang, yet to Chen Qun's astonishment,
it failed to penetrate his body. Nonetheless, even without a wound, Fang Chang was violently hurled away by Chen Qun's formidable spiritual power, spewing blood profusely. It was evident that Fang Chang had sustained severe injuries.
Just as Chen Qun intended to advance and deliver the final blow,
he witnessed Fang Chang tearing apart a talisman and muttering a few incantations. In an instant, he transformed into a mist of blood and vanished.
"He possesses a blood escape talisman!" Chen Qun exclaimed in disbelief.
The other disciples of the Wujigong, witnessing their senior brother Fang Chang's utter defeat and his desperate use of the precious blood escape talisman, hastily fled, each one faster than the last, disappearing without a trace. Even the other hidden disciples from distant sects, upon observing this, stealthily retreated.
After all,
it was hardly worth engaging in conflict with such a formidable foundation establishment cultivator over a mere 9-leaf ginseng.
The outcome of Fang Chang's escape truly took Chen Qun by surprise. He had been resolute in his determination to eliminate the arrogant Fang Chang.
Yet he had not anticipated that Fang Chang not only possessed defensive spiritual armor but also a blood escape talisman.
Indeed,
those who could enter the Penlai secret realm were undoubtedly individuals of considerable worth.
Chapter 37, The Harsh Reality. Although Chen Qun had saved Jiang Shanshan,
he paid her no heed and instead busied himself with gathering the 9-leafed fungus. Jiang Shanshan, observing him, felt reluctant to voice her thoughts. After all, had it not been for the senior brother's timely arrival, she would have already met her demise. Yet, the silhouette of her savior seemed hauntingly familiar, though she could not recall where she had encountered him, nor which peak he hailed from. Once Chen Qun had finished collecting the 9-leafed fungus, Jiang Shanshan hurried over and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior brother, for saving my life.
May I inquire which peak you cultivate on within the sect?"
With an impassive expression, Chen Qun replied, "Lingqiao Garden, Li Jin."
Upon hearing Lingqiao Garden, Jiang Shanshan felt an inexplicable jolt in her heart. She then eagerly introduced herself.
"I am a disciple of Chaotian Peak, Jiang Shanshan. I am truly grateful to you, Senior Li.
Had it not been for your intervention, I would likely have perished today.
By the way, I am quite good friends with a herbal apprentice named Chen Qun from your Lingqiao Garden."
Chen Qun,
taken aback by her attempt to connect with him through his alter ego, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him.
He responded,
"If junior sister Jiang has no further matters, please feel free to carry on. I must seek out more spiritual herbs.
Until we meet again." With that, he turned to leave.
However, Jiang Shanshan was unwilling to let him go, urgently stating, "Elder Zhang emphasized before our departure that we must regroup with our fellow disciples upon entering the secret realm.
How can you simply abandon me?" Chen Qun, disinterested, chose a direction and began to walk away.
Yet, Jiang Shanshan persistently followed him. Realizing that he could not shake off this tenacious companion, Chen Qun decided to ignore her presence and summon Xiao He to continue their search for herbs and treasures.
Days passed,
with Chen Qun and Xiao He leading the way in their treasure hunt while Jiang Shanshan collected the remnants and overlooked items left behind by them.
Despite this,
she found joy in her scavenging, as Chen Qun disregarded nearly all beasts below the 6th tier, given his elevated status and standards. The materials from these lower-tier beasts held little value in spirit stones. Only upon defeating a 6th-tier beast would Chen Qun allow Xiao He to extract its demon core for safekeeping, leaving the cores of the beasts below the tier for Jiang Shanshan to gather. In this moment, Jiang Shanshan experienced the true meaning of finding shelter beneath a great tree. The beasts here were exceptionally formidable, and she tread carefully when alone. Had she not escaped swiftly upon entering the Panglai secret realm, she would have long since become a beast's breakfast.
Now, following this remarkably powerful Senior Li,
she not only collected a plethora of demon cores but also gathered some low-tier spiritual herbs.
Throughout their journey, Jiang Shanshan was indiscriminate in her collection,
taking anything that Chen Qun deemed unnecessary. However, in the ensuing days, Chen Qun would occasionally come across the lifeless bodies of disciples from various sections. In terms of the wounds, they did not appear to be inflicted by a monstrous beast, and the storage bags had vanished. Having spent a considerable amount of time in the secret realm, each cultivator had amassed significant gains. Thus, the moment for revealing one's darker inclinations had arrived.
After all, murder and plunder are the swiftest routes to fortune.
Jiang Shanshan was particularly alarmed, for among the corpses she observed lay a familiar figure, a senior brother from Xuantiang Peak. A consummate Foundation establishment cultivator, now reduced to a lifeless body. Yet, before she could ponder further, she and her companion, Brother Li,
found themselves encircled by 6 cultivators from Lingyun sect.
Upon witnessing the prowess of these 6, her heart sank. 4 were consummate Foundation establishment cultivators, and 2 were in the later stages of Foundation establishment. It appeared they were indeed trapped in a dire predicament. Their misfortune was compounded by the presence of 2 from Tiandao sect. It seemed luck had decidedly abandoned them. One of the consummate Foundation establishment cultivators from Lingyun sect taunted the others, "It seems we have quite the bounty today." Chen Qun, observing the 6 before him, queried with an air of calm, "Were those corpses we encountered slain by your hands?" The taunting cultivator replied, "Some were our doing, though many were dispatched by other sections. However, you too shall soon share their fate." Chen Qun, upon hearing this, shook his head in resignation. Though he had no particular thirst for bloodshed, he would not spare those who sought his life. With a calculated resolve, Chen Qun communicated telepathically with Jiang Shanshan, instructing her, Hold off those two later stage foundation establishment cultivators for a moment, merely entangle them, and I shall handle the rest. He understood that Zhang Shanshan would not endure long against the two, but he was equally confident that the other cultivators would not withstand him for long either. Determined to eliminate them all, Chen Qun was prepared to race against time. Before the 6 cultivators could make their move, Chen Qun unleashed a mental assault, simultaneously striking down a consummate foundation establishment cultivator with a swift, black sword. At that moment, Little Black transformed into its true form, a striking green-eyed demon monkey, and lunged at another consummate foundation establishment cultivator. Zhang Shanshan, with no choice, braced herself to confront the 2 later stage cultivators. As the remaining 2 consummate foundation establishment cultivators regained their composure, they engaged Chen Qun in combat. In his quest for a swift resolution, Chen Qun enveloped the 2 in a domain of sword intent, launching a forceful mental attack before summoning the black sword, forged from the fusion of his sword embryo, to decisively eliminate them. However, he was struck by one of their magical artifacts in the process. As the 2 consummate foundation establishment cultivators fell lifeless to the ground, Chen Qun coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ignoring his injuries, he dashed towards Zhang Shanshan, aware that Little Black could hold its own for a while longer, while Zhang Shanshan was perilously engaged with 2 later stage cultivators. Although mere moments had passed, the situation was already precarious. Just as Zhang Shanshan sensed the looming threat of death, Chen Qun arrived in time to deflect 2 lethal strikes aimed at her. The 2 foundation establishment late-stage cultivators of Lingyun sect. Upon witnessing Chen Qun's swift elimination of their 3 foundation establishment perfect stage peers, were utterly terrified and sought to flee. However, they were ensnared by Chen Qun, who had long been prepared, as the sword intent he wielded enveloped them in a deadly sword domain. The black sword, born of the fusion of sword embryos, swiftly dispatched the 2. After their demise, Chen Qun exhaled a sigh of relief. He glanced at the gravely injured Zhang Shanshan and tossed her a rejuvenation pill. Subsequently, he joined forces with Xiao He to vanquish the final foundation establishment perfect stage cultivator. In the end, Chen Qun collected the storage bags of all 6 individuals. Upon inspecting the contents, he was rendered speechless by the astonishing wealth within. The storage bags resembled treasure troves, containing nearly 1,000 spiritual herbs, several vials of low-grade elixirs, over 30 magical artifacts of varying ranks, and a dozen diverse cultivation manuals. As for the spirit stones, the total amount was almost a staggering 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Among the treasures was even a legendary Ziyun Dragon Emperor ginseng, reputed to extend one's lifespan. It was evident that these 6 individuals had robbed numerous cultivators from various sects. Otherwise, they would not possess such an abundance of rare treasures. Observing the pitifully injured Zhang Shanshan, Chen Qun contemplated for a moment and then tossed her a storage bag filled with ordinary spiritual herbs, artifacts, and spirit stones. Zhang Shanshan opened it, momentarily stunned. Before gazing at Chen Qun with tearful eyes and expressing her gratitude, "Thank you, Senior Brotherly." Chen Qun paid her no heed and turned his attention to finding a place to heal himself. After all, someone like Zhang Shanshan was solely driven by self-serving interests, and he deemed it unnecessary to engage further with her. Meanwhile, as Chen Qun dispatched the 6 foundation establishment cultivators, similar scenes unfolded throughout other parts of the Panglai secret realm. Cultivators were either teaming up to ambush members of other sects or engaging in fierce battles over coveted top-tier spiritual herbs. The number of cultivators within the Panglai secret realm was dwindling at an alarming rate. Chapter 38, The Mysterious Cave. Days passed, and it felt as though they had returned to the initial scene. Chen Qun and Xiao He scoured the area for treasures ahead, while Zhang Shanshan lingered behind, hoping to find something left behind. Chen Qun, however, was now markedly more cautious. They frequently stumbled upon the scattered remains of fallen cultivators, signaling an intensifying conflict among the disciples of various sections. Having just slain a 6th-tier beast, Chen Qun was about to instruct Xiao He to retrieve the beast's core when he noticed a faint glimmer of golden light emanating from a distant cliff. Upon closer examination, he discovered it to be a precious Buddha heart fruit. Legends spoke of its ability to bestow the nature of a Buddha upon mortals, enabling them to cultivate Buddhist scriptures. Without further ado, Chen Qun seized Xiao He and dashed towards the cliff, for this was indeed a rare treasure. With greed etched upon his face,
Chen Qun reached the cliff's edge and swiftly plucked the Buddha heart fruit.
Yet, before he could revel in his discovery, a buzzing sound filled the air. Turning around in alarm, he hastily thrust the fruit into a golden orb and fled for his life.
In the distance,
Jiang Shanshan witnessed Chen Qun's hasty retreat after defeating the sixth-tier beast, leaving the core behind.
Assuming it was intentionally left for her, she gleefully dashed forward, eager to claim the core.
Little did she know, Chen Qun was returning at an even faster pace. Just as she was about to retrieve the core,
he seized her and soared into the air.
Jiang Shanshan, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, "Li Shixiang, it's just a sixth-tier beast core.
You have so many already. Why not spare this one for me?" Chen Qun, too preoccupied to respond, accelerated his flight.
At that moment, Jiang Shanshan sensed something amiss and glanced back. The sight nearly caused her to faint. An ominous swarm of fifth-tier fire-poison bees, some of which had evolved to the sixth tier, were relentlessly pursuing them. Should they be caught by this swarm, even Chen Qun's formidable abilities would be insufficient to save them from a gruesome fate.
Chen Qun lamented inwardly. Is it truly necessary to chase me down for merely plucking one of your Buddha heart fruits?
He urged Jiang Shanshan and Shohei onward, the fire-poison bees in hot pursuit. During their frantic escape, several unfortunate cultivators crossed paths with the swarm, only to be instantaneously reduced to stark white bones. As Jiang Shanshan beheld this horrifying scene, her body trembled in terror. An hour passed, and Chen Qun's spiritual energy began to wane. Clearly, this could not continue. They would inevitably be caught. Suddenly, he spotted a naturally formed cave at the base of a small peak he had just passed.
An idea sparked in his mind.
He swiftly changed course, making a wide arc before accelerating into the cave he had previously encountered. Once inside, he summoned his spiritual energy sword, a black blade,
and began to slash wildly at the cave's entrance. A thunderous sound echoed.
The entrance to the cave collapsed under Chen Qun's determined strikes, sealing it tightly and blocking the pursuing swarm of fire-poison bees outside. After accomplishing this feat, Chen Qun, drained of his spiritual energy, collapsed onto the ground. Jiang Shanshan looked at the senior brotherly, who had once again saved her life, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude.
Chen Qun,
not allowing himself to dwell on anything else, sat cross-legged on the ground to restore his spiritual energy.
In this perilous realm of Panglai,
it was essential to regain strength to ensure survival. Once Chen Qun had sufficiently recovered his spiritual energy, he turned to Jiang Shanshan and said, "The fire-poison bees have likely not dispersed yet, let us search for any other exits." Without waiting for her response, he ventured deeper into the cave through the narrow opening. The further he went, the more he sensed an unsettling aura. This cave felt peculiar. Within the elongated passage, they occasionally encountered a few second-tier demon beasts, poison bats, that resided there, but those bats were swiftly torn apart by the swift strikes of Xiaohei. Gradually, the passage widened, revealing a space akin to 4 or 5 living rooms, in the center of which was an opening the size of a door. Chen Qun hurried towards this door-sized opening. Upon entering, he felt a significant resistance. However, the golden orb in his sea of consciousness radiated a faint golden light, enveloping his entire being. Thus, he effortlessly traversed into the opening. Jiang Shanshan and Xiaohei attempted to follow, but were repelled by an unknown force emanating from the entrance. Observing the duo being pushed back, Chen Qun understood that this entrance was fortified with powerful restrictions, and his ability to pass through was likely due to the golden orb. Initially, Chen Qun contemplated placing Xiaohei into the spirit beast pouch before entering the opening, but after glancing at Jiang Shanshan, he changed his mind. Leaving the foundational stage Jiang Shanshan alone here was far too dangerous. Consequently, he stepped back out, exchanged a few words with Xiaohei, and instructed both Jiang Shanshan and Xiaohei to wait for him here while he ventured into the mysterious opening to explore for an exit. After giving his instructions, he re-entered the enigmatic little cave. Inside, he beheld ancient stone steps that appeared to have existed for millennia, seemingly untouched by human feet for ages. Chen Qun ascended the weathered stone steps, and upon reaching the end, he was greeted by a naturally formed small stone cavern. In the center of the cavern was a small stone pool, approximately the size of 2 large barrels, nearly filled with a white liquid. From a distance, Chen Qun gazed at the white liquid in the pool, his excitement rendering him nearly speechless. For it was the legendary Jiutian Yulong liquid, a miraculous healing elixir.
It was said that no matter how severe the injuries, as long as one still drew breath, a single drop of the legendary Jiutian Yulong liquid could revive a person.
Chen Qun gazed at the pool brimming with Jiutian Yulong liquid,
then glanced at the few ancient stalactites suspended above.
He understood that such an abundance of Jiutian Yulong liquid could not have formed without the passage of several millennia.
Eagerly,
he approached the precious liquid, yet before he could reach it, a thunderbolt struck him on the head.
Instantly, he spat blood, his face turned dark, and his hair stood on end.
However, Chen Qun was grateful for his spiritual artifact mask, which had mitigated some of the assault. Otherwise,
he would have been far less fortunate.
Although his mask was ruined, his life was spared. Yet, before he could catch his breath, another thunderbolt descended upon him. Chen Qun hastily summoned a mid-grade spiritual artifact sword to defend himself. Yet, the moment the sword came into contact with the thunder, it shattered into two pieces. He coughed up more blood, his spirit deeply wounded.
With no time to recover, another thunderbolt swiftly followed.
Chen Qun had no choice but to invoke a small black sword,
forged from the fusion of spiritual energy, for defense.
However, upon contact with the thunder, the black sword was also sent flying, and a deep crack marred its blade. Connected to the black sword through the fusion of spiritual energy, Chen Qun felt as if he were on the verge of unconsciousness from the pain.
Now completely defenseless. As he faced yet another thunderbolt, he sensed the arrival of death.
At that moment, regret filled him, yet he felt utterly powerless.
After a long while, the final thunderbolt did not strike.
Chen Qun felt a wave of surprise wash over him. However, after a moment's contemplation, he understood the situation. Perhaps fate had deemed him worthy of survival. The energy of the thunderbolt's restriction had been depleted after millennia of erosion, just as it was about to claim his life. It was also evident that the one who laid this restriction possessed extraordinary powers, effortlessly crafting a barrier that could still obliterate a foundation-building practitioner even after thousands of years of weakening.
With great effort,
Chen Qun dragged his injured body to the edge of the pool containing the Jiutian Yulong liquid. He carelessly extracted a drop and placed it in his mouth, then sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to heal. An hour later, Chen Qun gradually opened his eyes, marveling, had it not been for this Jiutian Yulong liquid,
the severe injuries and mental trauma I just endured would have taken at least half a year to recover from. Yet now,
I have regained my peak state in just an hour. Truly, it is the fabled divine medicine. He looked at the mid-grade spiritual artifact sword, now broken in two, and the black sword, which bore a new crack. A bittersweet feeling washed over him. Slowly, he picked up the black sword and infused it with some spiritual energy. He sighed in relief. Fortunately, it is not completely ruined, it can still be used. However, before he could finish his grateful thoughts, an uncanny scene unfolded before him. The black sword, imbued with spiritual energy, seemed to possess a magnetic allure, drawing towards it the severed pieces of the mid-grade spiritual artifact flying sword, as well as the initially shattered spiritual mask. These two damaged artifacts mysteriously transformed into specks of dust, merging seamlessly into the black sword. The fissures in the black sword began to mend themselves significantly, thanks to the absorption of these minute particles.
Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Qun was rendered utterly speechless.
Chapter 39, The Tianjia Sword and the Revelation of Identity. Chen Qun gazed at the transformation of the black little sword, momentarily at a loss.
However,
upon noticing the nearly vanishing cracks, he comprehended the situation. It seemed that this black little sword possessed the ability to absorb other magical artifacts to repair itself. Thus, Chen Qun retrieved the dozens of treasures obtained from the 6 slain cultivators and placed them beside the black little sword.
One by one,
the artifacts disintegrated into specks of dust, merging seamlessly into the black little sword, which resulted in the complete restoration of its cracks. Nevertheless, even after the fissures were mended, the black little sword continued to voraciously consume magical treasures. Chen Qun pondered the reason behind this phenomenon but could not arrive at a conclusion.
Subsequently,
he picked up a high-grade spiritual weapon and, after taking it away, decided to leave the matter be. Once the black little sword had absorbed all the treasures, the words Tianjia seemingly materialized in Chen Qun's mind. Observing the now more potent black little sword, he addressed it, "So, your name is Tianjia.
Very well.
I shall henceforth call you the Tianjia sword."
The black little sword trembled as if responding to its master.
After circling the pool filled with the nine heavens dragon liquid several times, Chen Qun contemplated how to transport all of the liquid. Yet, after much deliberation, he found no viable solution. However, upon glancing at the black Tianjia sword, an idea sparked in his mind, albeit with uncertainty regarding its efficacy. He maneuvered the black Tianjia sword and excavated the entire pool along with its underlying stone roots. Afterward, Chen Qun attempted to utilize his storage bag, but it proved futile. Thus, he tried the golden orb from his sea of consciousness, and to his delight, it successfully absorbed the contents. This indicated that the space within the golden orb was extraordinarily vast. Chen Qun surveyed the substantial pit he had dug and glanced up at the ancient stone stalactite above. Mused to himself, perhaps in several millennia, another pool brimming with nine heavens dragon milk will form here. As the Tianjia sword had just consumed numerous magical artifacts, its spiritual essence had awakened. When Chen Qun returned the Tianjia sword to his dantian for nurturing, he felt, at that moment, as though the Tianjia sword had become an integral part of his being. Perhaps this was also due to the spiritual energy sword embryo he had cultivated within the Tianjia sword itself. Subsequently, Chen Qun performed a simple ritual on the high-grade spiritual flying sword he had just acquired and began retracing his steps. Upon his emergence, Jiang Shanshan and Xiao He hurried to greet him. At that moment, when Jiang Shanshan beheld Chen Qun's appearance, she was momentarily taken aback. "Senior brother Chen, what are you doing here? Where is senior brother Li?" she exclaimed in astonishment. It was then that Chen Qun recalled his spiritual artifact mask, which had been shattered by the thunder within. Thus, he revealed, there is no senior brother Li here, the individual you refer to is merely a pseudonym of mine. Jiang Shanshan incredulously exclaimed, then how could you? Chen Qun then retrieved the mask he had previously purchased from the Wanbage and donned it. He turned to Jiang Shanshan and stated, there is nothing peculiar about this, even the Taoist brother Daoyan you speak of is me. However, I must implore you not to speak of my matters recklessly outside, for if you do, I will not hesitate to end your life. Jiang Shanshan gazed at the indifferent Chen Qun before her, and she inquired, Chen Shixiang, why have you become like a different person? Why are you so cold towards me? Do you not remember our return to Tiandao sect from Tianshui City? Do you recall the words you uttered when you delivered the spiritual herbs to me at Chaotian Peak? As Chen Qun listened to Jiang Shanshan's reminiscence, his expression remained remarkably tranquil, devoid of any emotional turmoil. He replied, what I remember now is merely that someone once said, even if one day the Taoist master Dao Tian were to flay me alive, it would not concern certain individuals. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shanshan felt as though she had been struck by lightning. It was indeed her own words, yet how could Chen Qun possibly know them? Was it Yi Hong who informed him, or was Chen Qun nearby at that time? At that moment, Jiang Shanshan's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, and she felt an overwhelming sense of distress. Nevertheless, she mustered her courage and addressed Chen Qun, if you harbored no feelings for me, why did you not stop me from following you, and why did you leave me so many spiritual items? Chen Qun glanced at Jiang Shanshan and replied, the only reason I have taken such care of you is that you are a disciple of the Tiandao sect, nothing more. However, should you excessively test my limits, I will still kill you. With that, Chen Qun turned his back and proceeded down the passageway towards the blocked exit. As this cave had but a single opening, he had no choice but to retrace his steps. Yet, Chen Qun estimated that after such a duration, the fiery poison bees would likely no longer be obstructing their path. Jiang Shanshan watched Chen Qun's retreating figure, her heart heavy with unspoken sorrow. She recalled the time outside the spiritual herb garden when Chen Qun had claimed to be the formidable Taoist brother Daoyun, a statement she had internally ridiculed at the time. Reflecting on her past encounters with Chen Qun, she realized he had never wronged her, he had always fulfilled her requests. Yet, she had often belittled him for his frail constitution and had wished for Taoist master Dao Tian to uncover his theft of spiritual herbs, even cursing him to suffer a horrific fate. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she pondered these thoughts, watching Chen Qun walk further away, feeling utterly bereft of the courage to follow. However, after pausing for a moment, the looming crisis of the Panglai immortal realm dawned upon her, prompting her to slowly pursue him. For Jiang Shanshan understood that without the support of Chen Qun, her proverbial great tree, she would likely perish within the depths of the Panglai secret realm. Though she felt regret, sorrow, and a touch of embarrassment, she resolved to follow him. However, in comparison to her fragile life, she could momentarily set everything else aside.
Chen Qun arrived at the entrance of the collapsed area,
cautiously using his spiritual awareness to survey the situation outside the cave. The fire venom bees had departed. Although these formidable creatures possessed great strength, their intelligence was rather limited. Chen Qun paid no further attention to Jiang Shanshan behind him. Instead, he began to painstakingly remove the fallen stones with his hands, one by one, putting forth considerable effort. It was not that he was unwilling to employ his spiritual energy or flying sword, rather, he feared that the might of the sword would trigger an even greater collapse. Observing Chen Qun and Xiao He diligently clearing the stones, Jiang Shanshan instinctively approached and joined in the labor. Eventually, after more than an hour of their toil, they managed to open a small passageway through the rubble in the cave's collapsed section. Chapter 40, A Rescue. Once more as Chen Qun, Jiang Shanshan, and the emerald-eyed monkey Xiao He emerged from the cave, they were greeted by the distant sounds of combat. However, the emerald-eyed monkey Xiao He, having exhausted itself moving the stones, stubbornly refused to engage in any further labor. Reluctantly, Chen Qun decided to temporarily stow the fatigued juvenile monkey into his spirit beast pouch. He then soared towards the source of the fighting sounds, with Jiang Shanshan following closely behind, her gaze cast downward as she flew on her sword. Upon nearing the tumult, Chen Qun beheld 3 cultivators besieging a solitary woman, who appeared in a disheveled state, reminiscent of a wild person freshly emerged from the primordial forest. Her hair unkempt and her clothing tattered in several places.
Ah, isn't that senior sister Lin Xia from Xiantian Peak? Jiang Shanshan exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the woman.
Realizing that the besieged individual was a disciple of Tian Dao sect, Chen Qun abandoned any notion of remaining an observer and promptly propelled himself on his sword towards the fray, with Jiang Shanshan contemplating briefly before following suit. Despite her disarray, Lin Xia exhibited considerable strength, wielding a magical artifact akin to a large pair of scissors as she valiantly fended off the 3 attackers while simultaneously attempting to escape. However, the situation was dire, and upon spotting 2 more cultivators approaching from the distance, despair began to engulf her. As Chen Qun and Jiang Shanshan drew nearer, the 3 assailants halted their assault,
uncertain of whether the newcomers were allies or foes.
Upon catching sight of Chen Qun's face, Lin Xia was instantly flooded with a sense of hope amidst her desperation. Although she had never seen his true visage, his imposing figure and distinctive mask from 6 months prior at the Ascension platform on Jintian Peak had left an indelible impression on many disciples of Tian Dao sect.
"Are you brother Dao Yun?"
Lin Xia inquired, her voice tinged with anticipation.
Chen Qun nodded in acknowledgement.
To his surprise, Lin Xia's eyes welled with tears. A striking sight for a dignified female cultivator at the late Foundation establishment stage. One can only imagine the hardships she had endured in the Penlai secret realm over the past few days. Observing this emotional display, Jiang Shanshan hastily approached to comfort Lin Xia. Though they were not particularly close, they had met on a few occasions.
Chen Qun, however,
paid no heed to their reunion and directly addressed the 3 assailants, asking, "Why are you pursuing disciples of Tian Dao sect?" The trio appeared momentarily taken aback by the question, and one who seemed to be the leader replied, "In the Penlai secret realm, if we do not seize from others, others will seize from us. If we do not slay others, they will unite with their sects to come after us. It is a matter of survival of the fittest.
There is no deeper reasoning involved."
Listening quietly to the cultivator's explanation, Chen Qun's expression darkened significantly. Noticing Chen Qun's silence, the cultivator continued, "Friend, given the current circumstances, a prolonged conflict will only lead to mutual destruction, benefiting others in the end.
Moreover,
the cultivation levels of the 3 of us surpass those of your trio. Why don't we cease our conflict here and part ways?" Chen Qun gazed at the cultivator, speaking slowly, "Since you assert that only the strong survive, it is only natural for me to eliminate you.
As for the notion of mutual destruction, you overestimate your position."
Beside them, Lin Xia, comforted by Jiang Shanshan, had regained her initial resolve, for she was indeed a cultivator in the late Foundation establishment stage, and her will remain steadfast. When she perceived Chen Qun's intent to strike, her instinct urged her to assist him, yet Jiang Shanshan restrained her. Jiang Shanshan reassured her, "There is no need for us to intervene with those 3, that abnormal one can handle it himself."
Upon hearing Chen Qun's words, the three cultivators understood that the day's events would not conclude amicably. Consequently, they each summoned their magical artifacts and launched an assault on Chen Qun. Although his spiritual consciousness attack proved less effective against cultivators of equal or higher rank, it remained quite potent against those with lower realms of spiritual awareness. In but an instant, one of the late Foundation establishment cultivators, caught off guard by Chen Qun's assault, found his head severed by a flying sword. The other two cultivators, witnessing this, were struck with terror, realizing they had encountered a formidable opponent, and attempted to flee. However, the moment they moved, they felt as though they were ensnared in mud, their movements sluggish. Moments later, Chen Qun effortlessly vanquished both of them, skillfully collecting their storage bags and casting them into a golden orb. Thus, two late Foundation establishment cultivators and one mid-Foundation establishment cultivator fell helplessly before Chen Qun. Observing this, Jiang Shanshan exhibited no reaction, having grown accustomed to Chen Qun's extraordinary prowess. In stark contrast, Lin Xia was visibly shaken, her mouth agape in astonishment, as if she had a duck egg lodged within. It was only when Chen Qun approached that Lin Xia finally released her hands from her mouth. Noticing her disheveled state, Chen Qun inquired, "Junior sister Lin, what transpired that left you in such disarray?" Lin Xia's eyes flickered with a hint of grievance as she recounted the events following their entry into the Penglai secret realm. Initially, the cultivators from various sects maintained a certain decorum, despite the formidable beasts within, resulting in minimal casualties. However, as the collection of spiritual herbs increased, some restless cultivators began to resort to theft, leading to a cycle of retaliation, where the weaker, isolated cultivators found themselves perpetually hunted. The conflicts within the Penglai secret realm intensified, gradually evolving into a brutal contest among the sections. Chen Qun furrowed his brow further, asking, then, "Junior sister Lin, why did you not unite with our sect's cultivators for mutual protection?" Lin Xia's countenance darkened once more as she replied, "For the sake of self-preservation, I did team up with 4 of my senior brothers from Xuantiang Peak to seek treasures. Initially, we believed that as long as we remained together and did not instigate trouble, we could ensure our safety. However, I never anticipated that the prodigious disciples from other sects would be so formidable. The few senior brothers who accompanied me perished at the hands of that little bald monk, Zhu Yuan, leaving me as the sole survivor." As Lin Xia concluded her remarks regarding the extraordinary talents from other sects, her thoughts shifted to Chen Qun. And she mused inwardly, indeed, the talented disciples within our own sect are equally extraordinary. Chen Qun then inquired, "Which sect does Zhu Yuan belong to? Did he act alone?" Hearing this, Lin Xia felt a twinge of curiosity. This brother Daoyun seemed unaware of Zhu Yuan's reputation. Thus, she replied, "Zhu Yuan is renowned as the most exceptional disciple of the Wanfo Temple in nearly a millennium. He single-handedly vanquished 3 senior brothers who had achieved the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, while the other disciples from Wanfo Temple merely assisted in detaining another senior brother who attempted to flee. It was only through the use of a singular blood escape talisman that I managed to escape." Jiang Shanshan, upon hearing this, exclaimed with indignation, "Those bald monks may appear virtuous on the surface, yet their hearts are darker than anyone else's." Chen Qun was also taken aback. It seemed that formidable Foundation establishment cultivators were indeed plentiful, and he might not necessarily emerge victorious against this Zhu Yuan after all. Chapter 41, The Shenong Sect. After her meticulous grooming, Lin Xia transformed into a vision of beauty, her flowing hair complementing her youthful visage. Yet, within her heart lingered a perplexing query. Prior to entering the Penglai secret realm, she had not glimpsed brother Daoyun amidst their ranks. At that time, she had engaged in light-hearted conversation with her 2 sisters from Xuantiang Peak, both bewildered as to why the elders of their sect had barred the formidable brother Daoyun from entering the secret realm. However, she refrained from further inquiries at present. Chen Qun, aware of the perilous circumstances facing the disciples of Tian Dao sect, prudently decided to abandon his solitary treasure-hunting endeavors. He guided Jiang Shanshan and Lin Xia towards more conspicuous locations, hoping to encounter any solitary disciples of the Tian Dao sect. Yet, instead of finding their fellow disciples, they were repeatedly ambushed. Unfailingly, however, Chen Qun and his companions retaliated with remarkable efficacy, amassing over 30 storage bags in the process. Upon inspecting these acquired storage bags,
Chen Qun found their contents to be bountiful, albeit lacking in exceedingly rare spiritual herbs and treasures. Instead, they contained an abundance of common spiritual herbs, artifacts, and spirit stones. Notable primarily for their sheer quantity. Chen Qun distributed these storage bags evenly between Jiang Shanshan and Lin Xia, evoking tears of gratitude from Lin Xia, while an unspoken melancholy enveloped Jiang Shanshan. Just as they prepared to set forth once more, they spotted a group of over a dozen disciples from the Shenong sect approaching. Chen Qun braced himself for combat once again. However, Lin Xia quietly suggested, "Brother Daoyun, perhaps this time we need not engage in battle. We might inquire about the status of our Tiandao sect disciples, as the Shenong sect shares a cordial relationship with us."
Upon hearing this,
Chen Qun gestured for Lin Xia to approach and inquire, though he remained vigilant, having witnessed the brutal realities within the Panglai secret realm. As Lin Xia approached, the opposing disciples displayed no intention of hostility, allowing Chen Qun to ease his guard slightly. Lin Xia conversed with the leading cultivator of the Shenong sect for a brief moment before signaling for Chen Qun and Jiang Shanshan to join them.
"This is Brother Jiang Yunsheng from the Shenong sect," Lin Xia introduced.
Then, turning to Jiang Yunsheng, she continued, "This is Brother Daoyun from our Tiandao sect. And this is junior sister Jiang Shanshan." "Greetings, Brother Jiang," Chen Qun and Jiang Shanshan acknowledged in unison.
After a cordial exchange, Lin Xia informed Chen Qun,
"I just inquired with Brother Jiang, and he mentioned that he has encountered Brother Shao Chen and his companions."
Before Chen Qun could respond, Jiang Yunsheng addressed them.
"A few days ago, Brother Shao Chen and his companions were searching for any solitary disciples from your Tiandao sect. At that time, I was also urgently seeking our disciples from the Shenong sect, so I did not converse extensively with Brother Shao.
However, it seems Brother Shao was injured by Yisun from Lingyun sect."
The three of them trembled at the news of even Shao Chen suffering injury.
A foreboding sense of dread settling over them. Thus, Chen Qun inquired,
"I wonder how many of our senior brother Shao Chen's companions are together and in which direction they might have ventured."
Jiang Yunsheng, perceiving the concern of the three, replied,
"There is no need for you to worry. They are accompanied by 6 individuals, led by your sect's esteemed disciple, Feng Qianli. I surmise that after searching for so many days, they likely believe that the remaining disciples of Tiandao sect have perished and are now heading towards the Panglai Immortal Mansion. It is merely unexpected that you 3 have been fortunate enough to survive in this perilous realm of Panglai." Jiang Yunsheng did not attribute their survival to strength but rather to sheer luck.
Upon hearing that the Tiandao sect's party was unharmed,
Chen Qun and the others felt a slight sense of relief.
Reasoning that the Feng Qianli he had sensed before entering the Panglai secret realm was indeed the cultivator with a more profound spiritual power than Shao Chen. Chen Qun then asked Jiang Yunsheng, "Might I inquire where the Panglai Immortal Mansion is and what its purpose is?" At this, not only Jiang Yunsheng was taken aback, but Lin Xia and Jiang Shanshan were equally perplexed. How could they not know the significance of the Panglai Immortal Mansion?
Before Jiang Yunsheng could elucidate, Lin Xia hastily interjected. Addressing Chen Qun, the Panglai Immortal Mansion is the heart of the Panglai secret realm, housing countless spiritual herbs and treasures. After generations of effort by our predecessors, it is said that we are close to reaching the center of the Panglai Immortal Mansion. Every disciple from various sects enters with the aim of acquiring the supreme treasures within. Although Lin Xia spoke these words, she internally mused. How could Brother Daoyun be unaware of such a well-known matter? After all, the elders of each peak had repeatedly reminded us in the days leading up to our departure. Observing the awkwardness, Chen Qun could only offer a wry smile, silently lamenting, "That old rascal, Master Dao Ran, merely instructed me to enter without imparting such crucial information." Far away on the Jintian peak of Tiandao sect, Master Dao Ran felt a sudden sneeze escape him. Jiang Yunsheng shook his head. Already convinced that the 3 before him had survived purely by luck, otherwise, how could such high-level cultivators exhibit such folly? He intended to bid farewell to the trio and hasten towards the Panglai Immortal Mansion with his disciples. However, he recalled the admonition his master, Yao Chenzi, had given him before his departure. "Shenger, if you encounter disciples of the Tiandao sect in the Panglai secret realm, do your utmost to assist them. We, the Shenong sect, owe so much to Tiandao sect, having been raised by Yao Chenzi since childhood." Jiang Yunsheng regarded him with the affection of a biological son. Fortunately, Jiang Yunsheng proved to be an exceptional talent. achieving a status not inferior to that of other sex prodigies at a young age. He held Yao Chenzi's kindness in his heart and was determined not to disappoint his master's wishes. He then contemplated that if he were to abandon Chen Qun and the others now, it would not be long before they fell prey to others and met their demise. Thus, Zhang Yunxing addressed Chen Qun and the other two, "We are also bound for the Panglai immortal abode." Of the 50 disciples who entered from the Shenong sect, only a scant few remain. The perilous nature of the Panglai secret realm necessitates that you, my friend Daoyun, accompany us for mutual support along the journey. When we encounter Brother Feng Qianli, you may then return to the ranks of the Tian Dao sect. After contemplating this proposal, Chen Qun recognized its merit, particularly as he was unfamiliar with the path to the Panglai immortal abode. He discerned that Zhang Yunsheng was genuinely inclined to assist the three of them. Consequently, he promptly expressed his gratitude to Zhang Yunsheng, and the three of them set forth alongside the Shenong sect's entourage. Chapter 42, The Immortal Abode of Panglai. Chen Qun and his companions followed the Shenong sect's entourage, encountering no ambushes along the way. This was primarily due to the formidable presence of Zhang Yunsheng, who led a team of over a dozen, causing any unscrupulous cultivators to flee at the mere sight. Upon arriving outside the immortal abode of Panglai, they spotted their own Tian Dao sect's group. Among the 6, aside from the leader Feng Qianli, the others, including Xiao Chen, were all injured, with Xiao Chen suffering the gravest wounds. Lin Xia and Jiang Shanshan hurried towards the Tian Dao sect's team, greeting Feng Qianli politely despite having never met him before. They then proceeded to report the situation to Xiao Chen, who was the team leader when they entered. Chen Qun bid farewell to Zhang Yunsheng, expressing his gratitude before slowly making his way towards the Tian Dao sect's group. Feng Qianli and Xiao Chen were pleasantly surprised to find that 3 disciples from the Tian Dao sect had survived. Although Feng Qianli did not recognize Chen Qun in his Daoist garb, he finally displayed a long-awaited smile after Xiao Chen's explanation. However, Xiao Chen remained puzzled about when his junior brother Daoyun had stealthily entered. After hearing the vague accounts from Jiang Shanshan and Lin Xia, both Feng Qianli and Xiao Chen concluded that the 3 of them had survived due to sheer luck and the protection of the Shenong sect. Xiao Chen's understanding of Chen Qun's abilities was still rooted in his perception from 6 months prior. While Feng Qianli recalled Xiao Chen's earlier triumph over this very junior brother Daoyun, leading them to firmly believe in their assessment. In gratitude for the Shenong sect's protection of the Tian Dao sect disciples, Feng Qianli personally approached Zhang Yunsheng, saying, "Thank you, Daoist Zhang, for your kindness towards the disciples of my Tian Dao sect. Should you require assistance in the future, I shall surely lend my full support." Zhang Yunsheng responded with equal courtesy. "Not at all, Brother Feng. The Shenong sect and Tian Dao sect have long maintained a harmonious relationship. It is our duty to assist." Before the two could continue their pleasantries, an unpleasant voice interrupted them. "If Zhang Yunsheng wishes to seize the treasures within the immortal abode of Panglai, will you, Feng Qianli, truly offer your full support? Do not make grandiose claims about matters that are beyond your reach, it is rather hypocritical." It was Yi Sun from the Lingyun sect, accompanied by his own group. Yi Sun was a talented disciple in the foundation establishment stage, possessing formidable strength. It was he who had injured Xiao Chen. Had it not been for Feng Qianli's timely intervention, Xiao Chen might have perished within the Panglai secret realm. Upon hearing Yi Sun's words, both Feng Qianli and Zhang Yunsheng's expressions shifted. While Yi Sun spoke the truth, he was clearly provoking conflict. Feng Qianli's countenance darkened as he replied, "Do you, Daoist Yi, intend to spar with me once more?" Yi Sun, unperturbed, retorted, "If Brother Feng is inclined, I shall gladly oblige." As tensions escalated, Zhang Yunsheng quickly stepped forward to intervene, stating, "The gates of the immortal abode of Panglai will open tomorrow. If the two of you engage in conflict at this moment, would it not benefit others?" Upon hearing this, Feng Qianli and Yi Sun ceased their exchange of words. With merely a cold huff exchanged, they returned to their respective sections. By dusk, the surviving cultivators of the various sects had gradually gathered outside the gates of the Panglai immortal mansion. As for those sects that had not yet arrived, it remained uncertain whether they had faced total annihilation or were simply hiding due to a lack of strength. Chen Qun counted, and found that of the 5 major sects, only the Shenzhen sect, Wanfo Temple, Lingyun sect, and Shenong sect had made it to the vicinity of the Panglai immortal mansion. The fate of the Wuji Palace cultivators, whether they had all perished or were severely wounded and in hiding, was still shrouded in mystery. However, the first-rate sect,
Tiandao sect fared even worse, with only the Tiandao sect, Yuno Palace, and Tianshi sect remaining. The remaining 5 sects, like the Wuji Palace, left their fates uncertain. No one knew if they had been completely wiped out or if a few had managed to survive and conceal themselves. Surprisingly, a cultivator clad in black from a family of immortal practitioners had also made it this far. The number of cultivators from the few sects that reached the vicinity of the Panglai Immortal Mansion was indeed alarming. Each major sect had initially sent 50 cultivators into the Panglai secret realm, yet now the total number from the 4 remaining major sects was less than 50. The Shinong sect had 14 members, the Shenzhen sect had 16, while Wanfo Temple had dwindled to 9 and Lingyun sect to 8. As for the Wuji Palace, it had yet to arrive, likely having met with disaster. The Tiandao sect, which had entered the Panglai secret realm with 30 cultivators, now counted only 9 survivors, including Chen Qun and 2 others. Yuno Palace had 3 cold and aloof women remaining, while the Tianshi sect was in an even graver situation, with only 1 frail, emaciated old Taoist left. The other 5 sects that had not yet arrived were likely facing dire prospects. The following day, the stone gates and restrictions of the Panglai Immortal Mansion opened slowly, and each sect cautiously entered. Despite the countless explorations by predecessors, which had largely dismantled the outer restrictions and mechanisms, a few still remained. Under the leadership of Feng Qianli, the disciples of Tiandao sect advanced cautiously. Even with their careful approach, several disciples were injured by the remaining traps and mechanisms. Lin Xia herself was severely wounded by a thunderbolt trap and was being supported by Jiang Shanshan. Upon reaching the front hall of the Panglai Immortal Mansion, the other sects arrived in succession. However, the ordinary disciples from each sect bore numerous injuries from the remaining traps inside the mansion, with the Xianjian sect and Shinnon sect suffering the loss of 2 disciples each. As each sect prepared to move forward, a voice halted them all. It was Jian Shen, the talented disciple of the Xianjian sect. He spoke, "The place we have reached is a passage forged by the lives of countless ancestors from various sections. Even so, our casualties remain significant. If we proceed further, the dangers that lie ahead are unknown." Before Jian Shen could finish, he was interrupted by Yi Sun from the Lingyun sect, who remarked, "What do you mean, brother Jian Shen? Are you suggesting we wait outside while your Xianjian sect goes in alone?" Jian Shen disregarded Yi Sun and continued, "What I mean is to leave the ordinary disciples here to wait. Each sect may send no more than 2 individuals. For bringing injured ordinary disciples inside would only lead to their demise. We can no longer afford such reckless sacrifices." At that moment, Jiang Yunqing added, "Leaving the injured ordinary disciples here poses a risk. What if someone harbors malicious intentions and strikes?" Jian Shen glanced at Jiang Yunqing and suggested, "I propose that all sects establish a treaty. Once we, the talented disciples, have entered, if anyone here instigates trouble, all disciples from the sects shall unite against them." "The 10,000 Buddha temple agrees," remarked a bald-headed young monk. Surprisingly, it was the most gifted disciple of the 10,000 Buddha temple, Zhu Yuan, who was the first to consent. Yi Sun looked at Zhu Yuan and said, "Since Taoist Zhu Yuan has agreed, I, from Lingyun sect, also concur." "Very well. I from Shinong sect also agree," Jiang Yunqing stated. Feng Qianli pondered for a moment before adding, "The Tiandao sect agrees as well." Yun Palace agrees. The Tianshi sect agrees. The Lingnan Mo family agrees, declared the Ice Heart Fairy from Yun Palace, the old Taoist Lin Ing from the Tianshi sect, and the cultivator Mo Tsun from the Mo family in succession. Thus, all the sects, along with a single minor family, reached a consensus. Jian Chen of the Shenzhen sect briefed his ordinary disciples and, without calling for any assistance, entered the teleportation portal to the front hall of the Panglai Immortal Mansion alone. Zhu Yuan followed closely behind, stepping into the portal alone as well. Yi Sun glanced at the disciples of Lingyun sect, offered a few words of guidance, and then took along their newly recruited disciple Zhang Fan before also entering the portal. Jiang Yunqing of Shinong sect brought along an ordinary practitioner who had achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment into the portal. Due to Xiao Chen's serious injuries, Feng Qianli had no choice but to take Chen Qun into the portal. As for the remaining 2 sects and 1 family, it was simpler. Only 3 individuals remained from Yun Palace, while the Tianshi sect and Mo family had only 1 left, making it impossible for them to take 2.
After the Ice Heart Fairy and the Jade Heart Fairy entered the portal from Yin Palace, the old Taoist Lin Ning from the Tianshi sect and Mo from the Mo family followed suit and stepped inside.
Chapter 43, Seizing Opportunity. Slaying Emotsen as Chen Qun followed Feng Qianli through the portal to the front hall of the Panglai Immortal Mansion.
He found himself within a cavern that resembled a labyrinth. In that moment, Feng Qianli was nowhere to be seen, leading Chen Qun to speculate that he had likely been transported elsewhere. As he ventured deeper into the cave along a winding path, he noticed that the number of forks in the road seemed to multiply. Thus, he arbitrarily chose one of the branches to explore. However, he soon realized that the interior remained as maze-like as before, leaving him to wonder whether the other individuals who had entered were encountering similar predicaments. Not far from Chen Qun, two cultivators fortuitously crossed paths in another passage.
One was Emotsen from the Lingnan Mo clan,
and the other was the young monk Zhu Yuan from the Wanfo temple. Upon their encounter, Emotsen cackled ominously and proclaimed, "Little bald donkey,
you are truly fortunate to have met me.
Today, I shall escort you to meet your Buddha."
Emotsen's voice was not that of an ordinary person. It resonated with a metallic clang reminiscent of iron striking iron.
Without waiting for Zhu Yuan to respond, he summoned a long banner swirling with dark energy,
enveloping the young monk. Upon seeing the black banner, Zhu Yuan gasped in shock, "That is the soul-devouring banner. You are the remnant of the wicked soul-devouring sect." Without delay, he produced a string of ancient prayer beads, which shimmered with a golden radiance. He promptly hurled the beads toward the encroaching soul-devouring banner. Yet, the golden light of the prayer beads was gradually consumed by the dark aura of the banner, emitting a sizzle and accompanied by a cacophony of ghostly wails. Zhu Yuan watched in horror as the black mist surrounding the soul-devouring banner thickened. He inhaled sharply. His own path of the killing Buddha had already rendered him ruthless, but he found himself dwarfed by this remnant of the soul-devouring sect. The sheer volume of black mist was composed of the souls of countless mortals and cultivators. Judging by its density, Emotsen must have absorbed the vengeful spirits of 1,000,000 commoners or 1,000 cultivators. Such cruelty was indeed a violation of natural law. As the golden brilliance of Zhu Yuan's prayer beads diminished under the relentless consumption of the soul-devouring banner, they ultimately disintegrated into dust. Witnessing this, Emotsen erupted into gleeful laughter, declaring, "Little bald donkey, cease your resistance, willingly become a part of my soul-devouring banner." Perhaps as if responding to Emotsen's words, Zhu Yuan refrained from further resistance. He allowed the soul-devouring banner to envelop him, emitting a creaking sound akin to the souls within it gnawing at his bones. Emotsen gazed upon the young monk, now shrouded by the banner and on the verge of being consumed. Emotsen spoke with a hint of pride, declaring that the so-called first genius of Wanfo Temple over the past millennium was merely a name without substance, truly a feeble contender. After uttering these words, he awaited the soul-devouring banner to completely consume the young monk Zhu Yuan. However, after a considerable time, there was no sign of any extraordinary movement from Zhu Yuan. Under normal circumstances, any ordinary cultivator ensnared by his soul-devouring banner would be utterly obliterated in an instant. Yet, Emotsen felt the souls atop the banner trembling incessantly. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the soul-devouring banner was thrust back. At that moment, Emotsen beheld Zhu Yuan, surrounded by a radiant golden light, palms pressed together in prayer, and astonishingly unharmed. A sense of panic began to stir within Emotsen. After all, this young monk was exceedingly peculiar. However, before he could take any action, Zhu Yuan uttered a golden OM, which surged toward Emotsen with immense force. Emotsen hastily summoned the soul-devouring banner to defend himself, but that golden OM bore down upon him like a mountain. Just as Emotsen exerted all his strength to withstand the weighty golden OM, Zhu Yuan released another golden Ma that sped towards Emotsen at an alarming rate. Emotsen attempted to free a hand to counter the approaching golden Ma, but he was immobilized by the crushing weight of the golden OM. Helplessly watching as the golden Ma struck him, following a deafening explosion, Emotsen coughed up blood, his hair singed and blown away. Yet, before he could regain his senses, the previously overwhelming golden OM came rushing back toward him. Realizing that if he were to be pressed down by the golden OM once more, his life would be in grave peril, Emotsen gritted his teeth and slashed his own arm, reciting several cryptic ancient incantations. In an instant, he transformed into a wisp of black mist and vanished. Witnessing this, Zhu Yuan sighed in frustration, muttering to himself, what a pity he escaped. Had I known he could use the shadow escape technique, I should have dispatched him sooner. A fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in Zhu Yuan's eyes. The young monk's formidable strength stemmed from an incident in his childhood when he inadvertently stumbled into an ancient, fallen Buddhist cave, where he acquired two precious scriptures of ancient Buddhism, the Amitabha Nine-Yang body refinement technique and the great Luo Brahman sound spell. With these sacred texts and his innate talent for cultivation, Zhu Yuan had become the most exceptional disciple of Wanfo Temple in a millennium. Meanwhile, in another passage, Chen Qun continued to stumble forward aimlessly, muttering to himself, I refuse to believe that I can walk endlessly without reaching the end. As Chen Qun ventured forth, an eerie black mist suddenly materialized before him, leaving him momentarily astonished. When the mist dissipated, a disheveled figure, with hair standing on end and a face obscured in darkness and blood, emerged before him. This unexpected apparition startled Chen Qun, prompting him to exclaim, what manner of specter are you, to be so hideous as to frighten me? With that, he cautiously retreated a few steps. Does my current appearance resemble that of a ghost? The shadowy figure intoned darkly. This black mist had, in fact, been the elusive Emotsen, who had unwittingly fled directly into Chen Qun's path, inadvertently startling him in the process. Chen Qun retorted, in your present state, even a ghost appears more appealing than you. Emotsen, glancing at Chen Qun, who possessed merely the cultivation of a late-stage foundation establishment, pondered for a moment before recognizing the identity of the cultivator before him. This individual was merely a minor disciple from the Tian Dao sect, having followed Feng Qianli inside. A sense of relief washed over Emotsen as he deemed this encounter a divine gift. Believing that fate had delivered him an easily manipulable late-stage foundation establishment cultivator to replenish his dwindling vitality. Thus, he addressed Chen Qun. I have just employed the shadow escape technique, expending considerable essence. Your blood shall serve to replenish it, and you will consider this a great honor. At this juncture, Chen Qun also recognized the ghastly figure before him as Emotsen from the minor clan. Aren't you that Emotsen from the small family? How have you come to resemble this grotesque form, causing me such alarm? He inquired. With a sinister chuckle, Emotsen replied, you are indeed a na-ve little cultivator. Soon, you shall be nothing more than a pile of bones. Your life is now mine, and as an ordinary disciple in the late stage of foundation establishment, resistance is futile, you cannot contend with me. With that, Emotsen summoned the soul-devouring banner, enveloping it in black mist as it surged toward Chen Qun. Watching Emotsen act so swiftly after only a few words filled Chen Qun with frustration. He had not anticipated the ferocity of the cultivators within the Penglai secret realm. However, when he beheld the soul-devouring banner cloaked in ominous mist approaching, he sensed the chilling intent to kill emanating from it. Without hesitation, Chen Qun unleashed the Tianxiao sword embryo from his dantian, directing it to pierce forward against the encroaching soul-devouring banner, already significantly weakened from a prior confrontation. The banner was ill-equipped to withstand the formidable assault of the Tianxiao sword embryo, which pierced through it and sent it crashing to the ground. After bringing down the soul-devouring banner, Chen Qun guided the Tianxiao sword embryo straight toward Mocn. With the shadow escape technique no longer at his disposal, Emotsen was gripped by fear and attempted to flee. Yet, before he could even turn away, he felt himself ensnared, as if mired in quicksand. In an instant, Chen Qun severed Emotsen's head from his shoulders. In this mystical realm of Penglai, Chen Qun would certainly not allow any individual harboring intentions to harm him to escape unscathed. As Emotsen faced his impending demise, he could not fathom why the ordinary disciples at the foundation establishment stage had grown so formidable. He found himself devoid of any opportunity to defend himself or flee. Upon entering the celestial abode of Penglai, Emotsen had only exhibited his formidable prowess on 2 occasions, only to be soundly beaten once and slain the next. Possessing an array of powerful and sinister techniques, Emotsen now found himself unable to rest in peace. In truth, had he encountered someone other than Chen Qun, he might have had the chance to utilize the soul-eating banner to delay an escape, even if he was outmatched. However, he faced the overwhelmingly powerful Chen Qun, who ultimately dispatched him in a manner akin to a fortunate discovery. After that moment, there were no more possibilities left for him. Chapter 44, The Great Battle with the Mechanized Beast. After effortlessly vanquishing the enigmatic Emotsen, Chen Qun felt a tinge of disbelief. To assuage his doubts, He approached the headless corpse of Emotsen and gave it a few kicks, confirming its demise before finally feeling at ease. However, a sense of perplexity lingered in Chen Qun's mind. Had Emotsen chosen to escape using the method of transforming into black mist, he would have been powerless to stop him. Unbeknownst to Chen Qun, the shadow escape technique required the consumption of one's own essence blood and could only be employed once within a month. Chen Qun picked up Emotsen's storage bag and casually examined its contents. To his astonishment, Emotsen was quite affluent, possessing over 2,000 spirit herbs, albeit of lower grade. Nevertheless, such a quantity was quite substantial. Additionally, there were more than 100 high-grade spirit stones, equivalent to over 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. He also found a dozen various magical artifacts and a tome entitled Soul Devouring Technique. Casting a glance at the somewhat sinister Soul Devouring Technique, Chen Qun resolved not to cultivate it, deeming it overly malevolent. He then collected the Soul Devouring banner from the ground, tossing it along with Emotsen's storage bag into the golden orb before continuing on his way. After meandering through the labyrinth of small caves for half an hour, he finally reached a point devoid of intersecting passages, allowing him to proceed directly through the singular cave ahead. As Chen Qun ambled leisurely, he was suddenly startled by the sounds of battle emanating from the front. Quickening his pace, he discovered a spacious cavern before him. Within the cavern, the Ice Heart Fairy from the Jade Maiden Palace, Jian Shen from the Xian Sword Sect, and the venerable Taoist Lin Ning from the Celestial Master Sect were besieging a mechanized beast that bore a striking resemblance to a tiger. Behind the mechanized beast, a purple soulflower was flourishing, a principal ingredient for concocting the conception pill, which was highly coveted yet scarce. Many peak golden core cultivators yearn to obtain the conception pill in hopes of attaining the nascent soul pathway. However, the rarity of these pills stemmed from the near extinction of the purple soulflower in the outside world, being found only in certain secret realms or ancient ruins. Fellow disciples of the Heavenly Path sect, come join us in vanquishing this mechanized beast. Jian Chen called out to the contemplative Chen Qun. Chen Qun responded affirmatively, summoning his backup spirit weapon, a flying sword, and plunged into the fray. As the battle unfolded, Chen Qun grew increasingly astonished. The mechanized beast exhibited prowess nearing that of the golden core stage, explaining why the three talented disciples struggled so mightily in their assault. Even with Chen Qun's participation, subduing the beast proved to be a formidable challenge. It seemed that the purple soul flower would not be so easily acquired. Moreover, even without the flower, the portal leading to the next area lay directly behind the mechanized beast, necessitating its defeat. Observing the trio's onslaught left Chen Qun profoundly impressed. It was no wonder they were heralded as prodigious disciples. Jian Shen of the Xian Sword Sect wielded a top-tier spirit weapon flying sword, executing the sect's 10,000 swords return to origin technique, unleashing a deluge of swords akin to a rainstorm, rendering evasion nearly impossible, with attacks of unparalleled strength. Meanwhile, the Ice Heart Fairy from the Jade Maiden Palace unleashed a set of ice-shattering techniques, conjuring a dazzling array of ice spikes that danced through the air. The ethereal essence of water transformed into the piercing power of ice, creating an atmosphere so chilling that even Chen Qun, lurking at the periphery of the combat zone, felt a shiver run down his spine. As for the venerable Taoist Lin Ning from the Celestial Master Sect, Chen Qun found himself at a loss. The old Taoist commanded two glimmering zombies, their foreheads adorned with talismans, which relentlessly assailed the mechanical beast. In his hands, Lin Ning wielded a collection of yellow talismans, hurling them like darts towards the creature. Each time a talisman struck its target, a thunderous explosion ensued, inflicting significant damage upon the beast. Among the four, only Chen Qun appeared to be merely going through the motions, contributing little effort. However, the other three regarded his actions as entirely understandable. After all, it was indeed a rarity for an ordinary late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator to unleash such formidable attacks. The mechanical beast, besieged by their onslaught, retaliated ferociously, its tail sweeping away two of the shimmering zombies. In a swift counterattack, it lunged at Jian Shen and the Ice Heart Fairy. Jian Shen barely managed to retreat, yet still felt the impact resonate through his sword, a surge of blood and energy roiling within him. The Ice Heart Fairy, unable to evade in time, was struck by the beast's claws, sent hurtling backward several meters, and began to spew blood, clearly rendered incapable of further combat.
As the mechanical beast prepared to pounce on the Ice Heart Fairy once more, Jian Chen instinctively moved to intervene but suddenly hesitated, a thought halting him in his tracks. Lin Ying, too, stood motionless, causing a pang of sorrow to swell within the Ice Heart Fairy. She understood all too well that the talented disciples from other sects likely hoped for her demise at the hands of the mechanical beast, eager to eliminate a rival. Just as the beast was about to strike Ice Heart Fairy again, Chen Qun rushed to her side, pulling her to safety. Grateful, she regarded him with appreciation, causing Chen Qun to feel a tinge of embarrassment. Once he set her down, he dashed toward the mechanical beast. Jian Chen and Lin Ying exchanged a glance before joining the fray against the creature. After more than an hour of relentless assault, the mechanical beast finally succumbed to their combined efforts. The battle against this foe had come at a significant cost. The Ice Heart Fairy lay gravely injured. Lin Ying had only one shimmering zombie remaining, and he bore several minor wounds himself. Jian Chen had been struck by the beast's tail but, fortunately, sustained only superficial injuries. It was only Chen Qun, having coasted through the encounter, who emerged unscathed. As he gazed at the fallen beast, Chen Qun remained silent, acutely aware that the conflict over the purple soul flower was imminent. He moved closer to the wounded Ice Heart Fairy, apprehensive that Jian Chen and Lin Ying might suddenly turn against one another, potentially endangering her fragile state. It seemed he had already been overlooked by both Jian Chen and Lin Ying. The conflict that Chen Qun imagined never transpired. Shen Jiansek's Jian Chen consumed a healing elixir and addressed the venerable Taoist Lin Ying, stating, "If you do not mind, this violet soul flower shall belong to our Xianjian sect. To compensate for your loss, I am willing to bestow upon you a lampwick grass. What say you, esteemed Taoist Lin?" As for the grievously injured Ice Heart Fairy and the seemingly worthless Chen Qun, they had indeed been disregarded by Jian Chen. Upon hearing this, Taoist Lin's gaze flickered restlessly, but after glancing at his lone, dimly glowing zombie, he sighed and acquiesced, "Let it be as you say, Jian Chen." It was evident that Taoist Lin felt a profound sense of reluctance, for a treasure like the violet soul flower was exceedingly rare. However, with his diminished strength, he was no match for Jian Chen, and thus, despite his discontent, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Jian Chen, satisfied, offered a respectful nod to Taoist Lin and placed the lampwick grass on the ground. He then harvested the violet soul flower and proceeded toward the teleportation entrance to the next area, not casting another glance at Chen Qun or the Ice Heart Fairy. Taoist Lin picked up the lampwick grass and followed Jian Chen into the next area's teleportation entrance. The vast cavern was left with only Chen Qun, the Ice Heart Fairy, and the lifeless body of the mechanical beast. Chen Qun glanced at the Ice Heart Fairy but remained silent as he made his way to the teleportation entrance of the next area. Just as he was about to step inside, a sudden thought seemed to strike him, and he turned back toward the Ice Heart Fairy. Observing Chen Qun approaching once more, the Ice Heart Fairy discreetly gathered her remaining spiritual energy, ready to unleash her trump card should he dare to harbor ill intentions. Chen Qun appeared to sense her unease and halted 2 meters away from her, retrieving a small jade vial from his storage bag. He secretly added a drop of the Nine Heavens Jade Dragon liquid into it before tossing it to the Ice Heart Fairy. Then turned and stepped into the teleportation entrance to the next area. The Ice Heart Fairy watched as Chen Qun entered the portal, then glanced at the small jade vial in her hand. When she opened it, she was utterly taken aback. Chapter 45, The Deceptive Chen Qun. Upon entering the next realm, Chen Qun was greeted by an expansive orchard of peach trees. Despite the world outside having moved past the season of blooming peach blossoms, the flowers here remained vibrantly vivid. As he gazed upon the resplendent blossoms, Chen Qun proceeded with utmost caution, for his instincts warned him that this locale was fraught with peril. Indeed, as he ventured forth, he soon stumbled upon a lifeless body. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the corpse as that of a foundational stage cultivator who had entered alongside Jiang Yunsheng. The nature of the wounds suggested that they were not inflicted by another cultivator. However, the absence of the individual's storage bag indicated that others had already arrived at this site after the killing, taking the bag with them. Without lingering on the grim discovery, Chen Qun pressed deeper into the orchard. Suddenly, a mechanism beast, resembling a gorilla, emerged from the depths of the peach grove. A mere glance was sufficient for Chen Qun to turn and flee, as the creature's formidable presence was reminiscent of the mechanical beast they had jointly vanquished within the cave. In his flight, Chen Qun realized that within this peculiar peach grove, he was unable to soar through the skies on his sword. He could only rely on his own 2 legs.
It was evident that a cultivator could never outrun a mechanical beast solely by foot. Yet, this mechanical beast encountered an anomaly in Chen Qun. Though he possessed no other spells for swift escape aside from the life-saving step of the void, he wielded a sword intent that manifested as a sword domain, capable of hindering the beast's speed. As the mechanical beast was on the verge of catching him, Chen Qun enveloped it in his sword domain, creating a spatial distortion that would at least momentarily slow it down. In that fleeting interval of deceleration, he managed to widen the gap between them. Thus commenced a tug-of-war between Chen Qun and the mechanical beast, a relentless chase that soon attracted another beast. Consequently, Chen Qun found himself fleeing deeper into the orchard, pursued by both mechanical creatures. The beasts, too, appeared to be vexed each time they neared Chen Qun. They would inexplicably slow down as if mired in mud. As he continued to flee, faint sounds of combat reached his ears. Driven by curiosity, Chen Qun sprinted in the direction of the tumult. Before long, he caught sight of several individuals engaged in battle. Among them were Yi Sun and Zhang Fan from the Lingyun sect, Yu Sun from the Yunu Palace, who had entered with the Ice Heart Fairy, and the old Taoist Lin Ying, who had preceded Chen Qun into this realm. The four were currently collaborating to confront a mechanical beast. At that moment, the old Taoist Lin Ying spotted Chen Qun rushing towards them. Just as he was about to call out for Chen Qun to join their efforts, he suddenly beheld the two mechanical beasts in pursuit behind him, prompting an exclamation of dismay. He hurriedly recited in his heart, hoping that the young man would not approach and would keep his distance as far as possible. One mechanical beast was already enough for them to endure. If two more came, it would truly be a matter of life and death. However, Chen Qun seemed oblivious to the old Taoist Lin Ying's silent plea, as he charged toward the battleground of the four. Yet, before he could get close, he heard Lin Ying's furious shout, "You wretched boy! Hurry and roll as far away as you can." Yi Sun and his companions glared at Chen Qun with lethal gazes, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the reprimand. Chen Qun called out while running, "Apologies, my fellow Taoists. Since I am so unwelcome, I shall not disturb you any longer." With that, he changed direction and swiftly fled. However, while Chen Qun escaped, the two mechanical beasts remained behind. The four combatants, seeing this, collectively cursed loudly at Chen Qun's retreating figure. Though they too wished to flee, they lacked any special means to do so. Within this non-flying peach grove, they could not match the speed of the mechanical beasts. If they chose to run, they would only meet a swifter demise. Only Chen Qun, with his sword domain, could evade the pursuit of the mechanical beasts. As the three mechanical beasts converged, Yi Sun and his companions gradually began to falter. Defeat was merely a matter of time. At that moment, Yi Sun of Lingyun's sect shouted, "Fellow Taoists, if we do not reveal our trump cards now, this place may very well become our grave." The old Taoist Lin Ying gritted his teeth, saying, "Once I get out of here, if I encounter that young man again, I shall skin him alive and turn him into a dried corpse. None of us should hold back. Preserving our lives is of utmost importance." With that, Lin Ying summoned his ultimate technique from his storage bag, a golden corpse king. Yi Sun, Zhang Fan, and the fairy Uxian also revealed their final cards. Thus began a brutal battle. After running for a while, Chen Qun sensed that the two mechanical beasts had fallen silent. He glanced back and saw that they had seemingly vanished. Hence, he resumed his exploration. While navigating, he occasionally gathered some spiritual herbs from the peach grove. Unbeknownst to him, 2 hours slipped by. Engrossed in collecting herbs, he became lost once more and soon encountered another mechanical beast. Chen Qun felt helpless. He did not wish to confront such a formidable foe alone. Thus, he began to flee again. Due to his disorientation, he inadvertently headed back toward the direction of the four combatants. When he once again laid eyes on them, he was taken aback, realizing he had reversed his course. The sight of the four in their dire predicament was utterly shocking. The golden head of the zombie king summoned by the venerable Taoist Lin Ying had been knocked off by the mechanical beast. Zhang Fan was drenched in blood, while the jade heart fairy appeared disheveled and wild, resembling a sorceress. Only Yi Sun seemed somewhat better, though blood occasionally trickled from the corner of his mouth, indicating his severe injuries. Chen Qun initially intended to evade the four of them, but upon witnessing their dire situation,
his instincts compelled him to assist them. However, he had forgotten that a mechanical beast was still pursuing him from behind. The four had paid a hefty price and had managed to slay 2 mechanical beasts, leaving only one severely wounded. For them, eliminating this last beast was merely a matter of time. Just then, the venerable Taoist Lin Ying spotted Chen Qun leading a mechanical beast towards them, causing his heart to lurch. Yi Sun and the others felt a similar pang of dread. Regardless of their trepidation, Chen Qun had already brought the beast closer. As he approached the battlefield once more, the venerable Taoist Lin Ying gritted his teeth and bellowed. "You dare to betray us like this? If I do not flay your skin and strip your flesh, I vow I shall not remain human." Yi Sun echoed his fury. "If I survive this day, I shall ensure your remains are shattered into pieces." Zhang Fan, Jade Heart Fairy, Chen Qun, witnessing the fierce expressions of the four, realized he could no longer press his luck. Thus, he called out while fleeing, "I merely lost my way. I intended to assist you, but since you seem ungrateful, I shall not trouble you further." With that, Chen Qun dashed deeper into the peach grove. Unsurprisingly, while he escaped, the mechanical beast remained behind. The venerable Taoist Lin Ying was filled with despair, lamenting the misfortune. The other 3 unleashed a torrent of curses upon Chen Qun's ancestors. Meanwhile, the now distant Chen Qun sneezed heavily. Chapter 46, The Duel of 2 Geniuses. After a cautious exploration, Chen Qun finally emerged from the peach grove and arrived at a grand hall reminiscent of a church foyer. He proceeded with utmost care, and upon entering the hall, he beheld Feng Qianli and Jiang Yunsheng, both of whom lay gravely injured on the ground. Jiang Yunsheng clutched a pristine jade talisman tightly in his hand, emanating a palpable pressure. "Who goes there? Step forward!" Jiang Yunsheng bellowed in the direction of Chen Qun. Upon recognizing him, both men exhaled in relief. Feng Qianli addressed Chen Qun, "I never imagined that my junior brother Daoyun would make it this far. It is indeed a rare occurrence." Observing their condition, Chen Qun inquired, "What transpired between you two? Who has inflicted such injuries upon you?" Jiang Yunsheng replied slowly, "It was that little bald monk, Jueduan. If it weren't for this 5 thunder talisman I possess, which has kept him at bay, we would likely have already met our demise." Feng Qianli continued, "This hall must be the final treasure trove of the Panglai Immortal Mansion. Alas, our strength is insufficient, we are fated to miss out on the treasures." Upon hearing this, Chen Qun declared, "Brothers, I intend to venture inside. Are there any others within besides that little bald monk?" Feng Qianli glanced at Chen Qun and responded, "Just moments ago, Jian Chen from the Xinjian sect also entered. Junior brother Daoyun, should you encounter peril, retreat immediately, remember, preserving your life is paramount." Chen Qun nodded, assuring, "Rest assured. Brother Feng, I shall exercise caution." With that, he left several bottles of healing elixirs for the 2 and proceeded deeper into the hall. Though Chen Qun was unaware of Jue Yuan's true strength, he had witnessed Jian Chen's prowess and thus treaded with great circumspection. For advancing further would lead him to the ultimate treasures of the Panglai Immortal Mansion. For countless years, each entering cultivator had gradually progressed, and now they stood upon the shoulders of their predecessors, reaching the culmination of their journey. As Chen Qun stealthily stepped into the inner chamber, he spotted Jue Yuan, the little monk, already locked in confrontation with Jian Chen. In the center of the inner chamber stood 3 tables, each adorned with a luminous screen displaying a book, a token, and a flickering flame. Chen Qun intuitively understood that these 3 items were likely the coveted treasures of the Panglai Immortal Mansion. Exercising wisdom, Chen Qun refrained from revealing himself. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Should he attempt to confront the prodigies of 2 major sects simultaneously, he would undoubtedly suffer a disastrous defeat, perhaps even losing his life in the process. Cautiously concealing himself behind a stone pillar in the inner chamber, he observed the movements of Jue Yuan and Jian Chen. The 2 appeared to have reached a silent accord, standing motionless. As though Jian Chen grew weary of the stalemate, he proposed, "Friend Jue Yuan, why don't we first unveil the treasures and discern their nature, then deliberate on how to allocate them? If we recklessly engage in combat, we risk allowing others to seize the opportunity and gain the spoils." Jue Yuan, the little monk, nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. This way we may avoid a mutually destructive conflict, only to have others profit from our folly.
In the interest of fairness, let us each select an object to claim. And the remaining one we shall discuss further. Jian Chen expressed no dissent.
And thus the two moved towards their respective targets. The young monk Zhu Yuan aimed for a tome, while Jian Chen sought after a token. As both Zhu Yuan and Jian Chen simultaneously touched the luminous surface upon the table, an immense force propelled them apart. The stone door of the inner hall crashed down, severing the passage to the outside world. Observing the thunderous descent of the door, a barely perceptible smile flickered across Jian Chen's lips, and he sprang into action, charging towards the young monk. In a flurry, Zhu Yuan retreated and implored, "Jian Chen, my friend, we find ourselves trapped here. Why must we engage in conflict? Let us first devise a means of escape together." Jian Chen, pressing his attack, replied, "As for my own means of escape, there is no need for you to concern yourself, my dear Zhu Yuan. I shall first escort you to your paradise, thus ensuring your own release." At that very moment when Jian Chen was hurled away, he had glimpsed the inscription on the token, Xianfu Soul Steel. Upon seeing it, his heart raced with exhilaration. If he could refine the Xianfu Soul Steel, then the entire realm would be under his control, leaving little doubt of his escape. Moreover, in 3 months' time, this space would expel all outsiders. Most importantly, with the stone door's descent, the passage was sealed, eliminating the fear of any lurking predators. However, unbeknownst to him, a predator had already infiltrated. Zhu Yuan, observing Jian Chen's relentless assault, seemed to deduce the underlying cause of his fervor. Taking several steps back, he clasped his hands together and proclaimed, "Jian Chen, you are indeed too hasty. If that is the case, allow me to guide you on your journey." In an instant, the two were locked in combat, the inner hall reverberating with Jian Chen's unleashed sword energy, akin to a surging river, assailing the young monk. Zhu Yuan summoned a premium-grade spiritual staff, tirelessly fending off the onslaught. Chen Qun, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but exclaim, "Jian Chen has concealed his true power remarkably well. During his previous encounter with the mechanical beast, his attacks were scarcely half as potent as they are now." Jian Chen's strikes grew ever more ferocious, and suddenly, 3 additional manifestations of Jian Chen emerged, each targeting Zhu Yuan, leaving even Chen Qun unable to discern the true body. Zhu Yuan gasped, "Sword manifestations. Truly, a prodigious disciple of the Xianjian sect. Ba, well done, well done." In the blink of an eye, one of Jian Chen's manifestations sent Zhu Yuan's staff flying. The young monk retreated swiftly, chanting 4 golden syllables of OM, which sped toward the 3 approaching Jian Chens. 3 of the manifestations were reduced to mere wisps of sword energy by the golden syllables, while the final and true Jian Chen shattered the last of the golden incantations. Jian Chen was taken aback by the young monk's resilience. Determined to waste no more time, he unleashed his mightiest strike, as the sword energy that filled the inner hall coalesced into phantoms, all converging into Jian Chen's being. At this moment, an imposing aura radiated from Jian Chen, causing even the distant Chen Qun to feel a wave of oppressive force. Once Jian Chen had amassed his energy, a series of afterimages shot forth, ultimately materializing as he struck towards the young monk Zhu Yuan. Startled, Zhu Yuan swiftly attempted to evade the attack. However, it seemed as though he had been marked, for Jian Chen's assault inevitably struck him, sending him reeling backward, blood spilling from his mouth, as he flew several meters before collapsing onto the ground, seemingly lifeless. Following this powerful blow, Jian Chen gasped for breath, having significantly depleted his spiritual energy. He was nearly certain that Zhu Yuan was dead, for any cultivator below the golden core stage would undoubtedly perish if struck by such a force. Yet, as Jian Chen passed by what he believed to be Zhu Yuan's lifeless body, the young monk suddenly surged to life, his fingers morphing into claws that pierced Jian Chen's heart. In his final moments, Jian Chen incredulously uttered, You! How is this possible?" With a heart full of unwillingness, he departed from this world. Zhu Yuan collected Jian Chen's storage bag and addressed the direction of Chen Qun, saying, "Come out. I am aware of your presence. When I just rose to defeat Jian Chen, your spiritual fluctuations were too pronounced, revealing your location." With no choice but to comply, Chen Qun stepped into view, startled by Zhu Yuan's sudden resurrection, which had inadvertently led to his discovery. Chapter 47, Defeating the young monk Zhu Yuan. Upon seeing Chen Qun emerge slowly
The young monk Jue Yuan was equally astonished as Chen Qun had been moments before.
He had initially presumed that someone who had concealed themselves so deeply would be a prodigious disciple from another sect. Little did he expect that it would be an ordinary late-stage foundation establishment cultivator from the Tiandao sect. Jue Yuan, despite his injuries, felt no urgency to act. For dealing with an ordinary cultivator was like child's play for him. Thus, Jue Yuan inquired, "How did you come to be here, and how long have you been hiding?" Chen Qun, observing the bloodied young monk, replied, "If you can appear here, why can't I? I have been concealed here all along." Jue Yuan chuckled, "I am genuinely curious. So many talented disciples failed to reach the end. Who would have thought that a mere ordinary disciple from the Tiandao sect would make it this far? One must admit, your fortune is quite remarkable." Chen Qun recognized that beneath Jue Yuan's seemingly amiable facade lay a heart that was ruthless. Therefore, he responded with firmness, "Luck is a factor. But what truly matters is strength." With a disdainful glance at Chen Qun, Jue Yuan retorted, "You certainly know how to put on a front. Soon, I shall send you to the realm of bliss, where you can showcase your prowess." Chen Qun, incensed by Jue Yuan's contempt, asserted, "After such a brutal battle, do you truly possess the confidence to kill me? What if I were to defeat you instead?" Jue Yuan chuckled as if he had heard a grand joke and said, "Whether I have the confidence to defeat you, you shall find out soon enough." With that, Jue Yuan struck at Chen Qun with his Zen staff. Chen Qun, unwilling to underestimate his opponent, immediately unleashed the 8 forms of Sword Dao, enveloping the area with his sword intent, and engaged in combat with Jue Yuan. After a series of probing attacks, Jue Yuan recognized Chen Qun's exceptional skill, but concluded that such tricks were insufficient to pose a threat to him. Thus, he decided to cease the skirmish and expelled a golden OM character towards Chen Qun. In haste, Chen Qun threw forth a spiritual artifact sword to defend himself, only to see Jue Yuan release a golden Ma character hurtling directly at him. Left with no choice, Chen Qun activated the Tianjiao sword embryo, thrusting it towards the golden Ma. With a thunderous explosion, the golden Ma was obliterated by the Tianjiao sword embryo, and Chen Qun then manipulated the sword towards Jue Yuan. As Jue Yuan attempted to evade, Chen Qun's sword domain descended, slowing Jue Yuan's movements and preventing him from dodging the Tianjiao sword embryo's assault. However, to Chen Qun's astonishment, the Tianjiao sword embryo did not pierce through Jue Yuan's body but merely penetrated to the tip of the sword. Jue Yuan exerted his arms with great force, directly repelling the Tianjiao sword embryo. The young monk Jue Yuan gazed at the wound inflicted by the Tianjiao sword embryo, his anger now fully ignited. He expelled a golden OM and a golden Ma, both characters swirling as they advanced towards Chen Qun. Instinctively, Chen Qun raised the Tianjiao sword embryo to defend himself. However, he only managed to repel the golden OM, while the other golden Ma sent him hurtling several meters away. Blood poured from his mouth as he struggled to stand. Faced with such a monstrous spell, an overwhelming fear gripped Chen Qun. As he beheld the advancing figure of the young monk, he realized that if he did not fight with all his might, he would surely be slain. The young monk observed Chen Qun, who was barely managing to stand, and remarked, "You possess considerable strength, but it is over." With that, he unleashed another golden OM and a golden Ma, which spiraled together like a golden sphere hurtling toward Chen Qun. Chen Qun replied, "It is indeed time for this to end." Channeling all his spiritual energy, he activated the 5 elements yin-yang technique with remarkable speed, while the power of the Shumi palm began to gather, emanating a terrifying aura. Sensing this, the young monk felt an ominous premonition. He soon discovered that the 2 golden characters he had unleashed, previously spinning toward Chen Qun, were now dissolving into specks of golden energy, which Chen Qun absorbed into his palm under the weight of his overwhelming presence. As the terrifying aura coalesced, the young monk sensed genuine peril. Attempting to retreat, he found that the surrounding space had solidified completely, leaving him helpless to witness as Chen Qun's hand descended upon him. He felt his life force waning, the world around him gradually blurring, as the most exceptional disciple of the 10,000 Buddha temple in nearly a millennium was vanquished. After delivering that fateful strike, Chen Qun felt utterly drained, slowly succumbing to unconsciousness. Yet, before he fell into oblivion, he caught a glimpse of his own hair, which had instantaneously turned a shade of ashen gray. Chapter 48, Acquiring the Treasure. It is unclear how much time had passed when Chen Qun gradually regained consciousness. At that moment, he could not afford to concern himself with anything else. He hastily retrieved a drop of the legendary Nine Heavens Jade Dragon Elixir from the golden orb and placed it in his mouth, barely staving off the overwhelming urge to succumb to unconsciousness once more. True to its reputation as a miraculous remedy, the elixir worked wonders, and after approximately 5 hours, Chen Qun had recovered about 70% of his vitality. Slowly rising to his feet, he observed the long strands of his hair, now turned a pallid gray, hanging limply against his cheeks. A wave of despair washed over him. Previously, his low cultivation had obscured the shortcomings of the Shumi palm and void step techniques. But now that his cultivation had advanced, the flaws had become glaringly apparent. The astonishingly powerful spells demanded a price, his very life force. However, Chen Qun had come to a crucial realization: his 5 elements Yin Yang Sutra was but a fragmented scripture. Only incomplete tomes contain spells that, due to the practitioner's insufficient cultivation, exact a toll on the practitioner's life essence. He recalled the vague voice he had heard while condensing the sword embryo, urging him to find the primordial Chaos Pearl, to complete the Chaos Sutra, to inherit the legacy. He mused aloud. Could it be that the 5 elements Yin Yang Sutra I am cultivating is merely an incomplete version of the Chaos Sutra? And that the golden orb is the Chaos Pearl without its essence? But where shall I search for the remaining fragments? Nevertheless, Chen Qun resolved never to use the Shumi palm and void step so recklessly again. He estimated that just 2 more usages could deplete his life entirely. Approaching the lifeless body of the young monk Zhueyuan, he collected the contents of the monk's storage bag. Upon opening it, his mouth fell agape, as it was filled to the brim with an abundance of ordinary spiritual herbs, spiritual stones, and medicinal pills. Among the more valuable items, he discovered 10 foundation establishment pills, 5 golden condensation pills, a single violet soul flower, a water fairy skin flower, a Yin spirit flower, and the volume of the 10,000 swords returning to origin from the Xianjian sect. Most precious of all were Zhueyuan's 2 ancient Buddhist scriptures, the Amitabha Nine Yang Body Refinement Sutra and the Great Luo Brahman Sound Incantation. As Chen Qun gazed at the Amitabha Nine Yang Body Refinement Sutra and the Great Luo Brahman Sound Incantation, his heart raced with excitement. He recalled the monk's formidable physique and his ability to articulate spells, igniting a fervent yearning within him. The Amitabha Nine Yang Body Refinement Sutra comprises 9 levels, with each level conferring a fundamental transformation upon the physical body. It is said that upon reaching the 8th level, the body's strength surpasses even that of divine artifacts. The 9th level, however, exists solely in legend. The Great Luo Brahman Sound Incantation consists of 8 levels, with each advancement allowing the practitioner to articulate a golden syllable, Om, Ma, Ni, Ba, Mi, Hum, and Swastika. The first 7 levels correspond to these 7 syllables, while the 8th level represents the unity of all 7. It is recorded that this unity can suppress beings of the immortal emperor caliber, though such mastery requires an exceptionally high level of cultivation. At last, Chen Qun comprehended why Jian Chen's strike had failed to vanquish Zhueyuan and why his own Tianjiao sword embryo had not pierced through the monk's formidable defense. All of this transpired due to the Amitabha Nine Suns Body Refinement Sutra. The young monk Zhueyuan had adeptly cultivated it to the 2nd level, rendering his body as resilient as steel. Chen Qun had resolved, despite the hardships, to successfully master these 2 Buddhist scriptures. After gathering all the spoils, he cautiously approached the 3 tables where the treasures of the Panglai immortal abode were stored. With utmost care, he retrieved Zhueyuan's staff and gently touched it against the luminescent barrier on one of the tables. With a resounding bang, the staff was repelled, startling Chen Qun, who had anticipated such an occurrence. Unable to devise a solution, he opted for a more forceful approach, summoning the Tianjiao sword embryo to cleave through one of the light barriers. However, at the moment the sword struck, it too was sent flying. Yet, at that instant, a few lines of small text materialized on the wall behind the tables. If you are a disciple of the Heavenly Mechanism sect, simply circulate the sect's technique and drip your blood upon the restriction. If you are not a disciple, you shall be trapped within this hall. Upon reading the ominous words, Chen Qun was nearly paralyzed with fear. What was the Heavenly Mechanism sect? He had never even heard of it, let alone possessed its techniques. Nevertheless, he had an abundance of ordinary blood, though he was uncertain of its efficacy. He first approached the corpse of Jianchen. extracting a drop of blood and placing it upon the barrier, yet it elicited no response.
He then moved to Jue Yuan's body, murmuring, "Amatba,"
and dripped another drop of blood onto the barrier, but still, there was no reaction.
In utter desperation, he made a small incision on his own hand,
allowing a drop of his blood to fall onto the barrier, yet it remained unresponsive. As the words trapped within this hall echoed in his mind,
panic began to set in.
Abandoning thoughts of the three treasures, he dashed towards the entrance he had come from.
Upon reaching the imposing stone door blocking the exit,
he summoned the Tianjiao sword embryo, striking it repeatedly.
Yet, despite his exhaustive efforts, he could not create even a small crack.
He then frantically struck at the surrounding walls. But still, there was no reaction.
Was he truly destined to be trapped here? What would happen when the Panglai secret realm closed, leaving him unable to be teleported out?
Sitting helplessly on the ground, Chen Qun murmured to himself, gazing at the impenetrable barrier upon the tables and the unyielding walls surrounding him. He felt an overwhelming sense of despair and sorrow. Suddenly, he recalled a similar barrier he had encountered in a mysterious cave. One that even Jiang Shanshan and Xiao He could not breach, yet he alone had traversed. Thus, with a heart filled with trepidation,
Chen Qun approached the three tables once more.
This time, he refrained from employing any weapons. Instead, he slowly extended his palm towards one of the luminous barriers. As his palm made contact with the luminous screen, he felt a surge of resistance. However, unlike Jian Chan and the young monk Zhu Yuan, he was not flung back. Chen Qun distinctly sensed a golden orb within his sea of consciousness radiating a warm golden light towards his palm, which then gradually penetrated the luminescent barrier, allowing him to retrieve the first treasure, a tome titled Mechanisms of Beast Crafting. With renewed vigor, he hastened towards the second screen, gently extending his palm once more to seize a token inscribed with the word Soul Tablet of the Immortal Residence. Upon seeing it, Chen Qun was overwhelmed with exhilaration.
Possessing this token signified his ability to command the entire Panglai Immortal Residence, thus liberating him from his predicament.
Finally, he rushed towards the third luminous screen,
gazing at the flickering flames suspended within.
Chen Qun again extended his palm cautiously, enveloping the flame with his spiritual awareness and drawing it forth. He examined the flickering flame that danced upon his palm, deep in contemplation, when suddenly an exclamation escaped his lips: "The southern bright heavenly fire!" Chapter 49, The Secret Realm of Panglai. The southern Ming heavenly fire is an extraordinarily peculiar flame, possessing immense power and rarity. Chen Qun cautiously enveloped this flickering flame of southern Ming heavenly fire with his spiritual consciousness and placed it within a golden orb.
Although this tiny flame had yet to mature, once it did, its possessor would become a dreadfully formidable entity.
In his quest to extricate himself swiftly, Chen Qun retrieved a token-like Immortal Mansion Soul Tablet and began to meditate and refine it on the spot.
As time gradually slipped away, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Qun exhaled deeply, having finally refined the Immortal Mansion Soul Tablet. Now,
he could perceive the entire state of the mansion through his spiritual consciousness via the tablet.
After countless years of erosion and persistent exploration and destruction by external cultivators,
the restrictions within the Panglai Immortal Mansion had been nearly obliterated. Chen Qun discovered that only 3 intact mechanical beasts remained within the mansion. Having become the master of the Immortal Mansion, he was also the master of the mechanical beasts. And the memory of the beasts he had slain days prior tugged painfully at his heart. Using the Immortal Mansion Soul Tablet, Chen Qun observed that the cultivators within the Panglai Immortal Mansion were still incessantly exploring. Aside from the ordinary disciples waiting in the front hall, the talented disciples who had entered were still actively seeking. Even outside the stone door of the inner hall where he currently resided, Feng Qianli and Jiang Yunsheng were employing every means at their disposal to venture inside. To prevent further destruction of his Panglai Immortal Mansion by other cultivators, Chen Qun activated the mansion's restrictions, forcefully teleporting all the cultivators within the Panglai Immortal Mansion outside.
Why are we all out? Why hasn't our senior brother Jianchun emerged? What about our senior brother Jue Yuan?
Feng Qianli and Jiang Yunsheng exchanged glances, and Feng Qianli spoke first, addressing Jiang Yunsheng: "Brother Jiang, do you think Jianchun and Jue Yuan,
as well as Dao Yun, are trapped inside, or have they perished?"
Jiang Yunsheng glanced at the severely injured Yi Sun and Zhang Fan of Lingyun sect and replied to Feng Qianli: "The Panglai Immortal Mansion is fraught with peril. I fear that our friend Jianchun and the others have likely triggered some restriction within the mansion and have met their demise."
This may also be the reason for the premature closure of the Panglai Immortal Mansion, resulting in the survival of the remaining cultivators being forcefully teleported out. Feng Qianli, with a hint of melancholy, responded, "So, Brother Jiang implies that all cultivators who did not emerge have perished within?"
Jiang Yunsheng remained silent for a moment before speaking, "Perhaps. But to ascertain the truth, we must wait until the closure of the Panglai secret realm, at which point we will all be forcibly transported back. Those who do not return will truly have perished." Upon overhearing the conversation between Feng Qianli and Jiang Yunsheng, Jiang Shanshan was engulfed by an indescribable feeling, murmuring to herself, "Is he truly dead?" At that moment, Chen Qun relentlessly scrutinized everything within the Panglai Immortal Mansion through the Immortal Mansion Soul Tablet.
After completing his examination, he found himself in a bittersweet state of amusement.
The Panglai Immortal Mansion, after countless years of exploration and destruction by various sect disciples, had been reduced to an empty shell. Aside from 2 purple soul flowers remaining in the peach orchard and 3 living mechanical beasts, all other valuable items had vanished. In fact, the inner hall where he currently resided had not been documented as explored by many sections. Yet the truth was that it had been traversed by countless generations of cultivators. Some had perished here, while others had escaped using special secret techniques. Reflecting on the past, Chen Qun felt a shiver of fear, had it not been for the assistance of the golden orb. He too might have met the same fate as those cultivators from years gone by, trapped within these walls. Nevertheless, with such substantial gains, Chen Qun felt a sense of contentment, especially since he had secured the 3 great treasures of the Panglai Immortal Mansion in his possession. He could take the mechanism secret technique and the Southern Ming heavenly fire to study at his leisure, but the Immortal Mansion Soul Tablet would be of no use outside. Given that the Panglai Immortal Mansion resided within the Panglai secret realm, and he could not return at other times. Although the Soul Tablet could move the mansion, it was only temporary, and he could not carry such a vast structure out of the realm. As Chen Qun contemplated the idea of transporting the Panglai Immortal Mansion, a spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes, and he mused, "I wonder if the golden orb can accommodate such a grand structure. If not, I shall have no choice but to leave it behind." With daring thoughts come daring actions. Thus, Chen Qun activated the restrictions above the Panglai Immortal Mansion and ascended into the air, controlling the mansion with the Immortal Mansion Soul Tablet, gradually drawing it into the golden orb. At the moment the Panglai Immortal Mansion was engulfed by the golden orb, the Panglai secret realm trembled violently, and all living cultivators within were forcibly transported back. At that instant, a beam of white light enveloped Chen Qun, and just as he was about to be sent back, another wave of intense shaking occurred. The white light surrounding him suddenly distorted, and then Chen Qun was also transported away. On Donghai Panglai Mountain, the elders of various sects, who shared amicable relations, gathered in small groups, enjoying wine and philosophical discussions. After all, 3 months is neither too long nor too short, but the wait felt rather tedious. Just as these elders were basking in their leisure, brilliant flashes of white light illuminated the skies above Panglai Mountain, and the surviving disciples of each sect were returned. The elders were left dumbfounded. Did they miscalculate the days? It had barely been over 2 months, and yet everyone had returned. The elders of various sects, preoccupied with their thoughts, hastily summoned their disciples to assess the casualties. Elder Dao Ci felt a deep sense of gratitude, as the Tian Dao sect had astonishingly survived with as many as 8 members. Jiang Shanshan and Lin Xia constantly scanned their surroundings, yet the familiar figure remained elusive. Just as Elder Dao Ci finished accounting for the disciples of the Tian Dao sect and was about to return to their sect, Elder Xianqing from the Lingyun sect and Elder Zhang Er from the Tianchi sect approached with their disciples. However, only the old Taoist Lin Ying remained behind Elder Zhang Er. Elder Xianqing spoke first. "Elder Dao Ci, I have heard tales of a masked disciple from your Tian Dao sect who possesses remarkable talents. Might you summon him for an introduction, so that my old self and Taoist friend Zhang Er may have the honor of meeting him?" Upon hearing the mention of the masked disciple, Yi Sun, Zhang Fan, and the old Taoist Lin Ying gritted their teeth in frustration. Yet this scene did not escape Elder Dao Ci's keen observation. Elder Dao Ci laughed heartily. "Elder Xianqing, if you wish to meet our talented disciple, you shall need to pay a visit to our Tian Dao sect and present an invitation. Farewell." With that, Elder Dao Ci led the disciples of the Tian Dao sect away with a flourish. Elder Xianqing's face darkened with fury. Yet he found himself at a loss for words, emitting a cold snort before departing with his disciples.
Only Elder Zhang Er from the Tianchi sect and the old Taoist Lin Ning remained.
Lin Ning turned to Elder Zhang Er and stated, "We shall take our leave as well." His tone bore no hint of respect.
As Elder Dao Ci walked away,
he recalled the expressions of the talented disciples from the Lingyun sect and the Tianchi sect upon hearing about the masked disciple.
He couldn't help but wonder. Who was this masked disciple? Had he somehow disturbed their ancestors' resting places to evoke such deep-seated animosity?
Chapter 50, Rescuing Shangguan Wujia within the Wan Beast Mountain Range.
Located to the south of Tianshui City, cultivators relentlessly hunt demonic beasts.
In the territory of a fourth-tier demonic beast, a flash of white light revealed a cultivator with gray-white hair and a mask, Chen Qun, who had just been transported from the Panglai secret realm.
Looking around,
Chen Qun was filled with curiosity about his current location, perplexed that he was not on Panglai Mountain.
Just then, two early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators flew in on their swords.
Chen Qun hastily intercepted them, inquiring, "May I ask, esteemed friends, where are we?" The two early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were momentarily taken aback by the question.
However,
upon noticing Chen Qun's late-stage Foundation establishment prowess, they quickly responded with respect, "This is the Wan Beast Mountain Range.
If you continue northward from here, you will reach Tianshui City." Upon hearing this, Chen Qun finally understood his whereabouts.
He bowed slightly to the two cultivators, expressing gratitude, "Thank you, esteemed friends."
The two early-stage cultivators returned the gesture, saying, "You are too kind, fellow."
With that, they continued on their way, flying forward on their swords.
Chen Qun, still bewildered,
wondered how he had been transported to the Wan Beast Mountain Range instead of Donghai Panglai Mountain. Nevertheless, he resolved to make the best of the situation. Intending to return to his little courtyard to see if there had been any changes and then enter seclusion to absorb the treasures he had acquired during this journey. With that thought, Chen Qun removed his mask and disguised his cultivation level as perfected qi refinement before soaring toward Tianshui City. In a dense forest within the Wan Beast Mountain Range, Shangguan Wujia, the third elder of the Dahan Kingdom, was sprinting at full speed alongside two qi refinement cultivators.
"Liar!
Meyer, I will hold off our formidable enemies. You two must run with all your might and never look back," Shangguan Wujia urged his companions as they ran.
Hearing this, the qi refinement cultivator named Liar exclaimed, "But, elder, what about you?" Shangguan Wujia replied anxiously, "You two are the future of Dahan Kingdom. As for me,
I am but an old bone with nothing left to lose.
You must escape. You think any of you can flee? A lowly warrior dares to compete with me. Li Jun, for the lampwick grass? You are simply asking for death." A late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator appeared before them, coldly declaring.
No sooner had he spoken than two mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators materialized behind Shangguan Wujia and his companions.
Upon seeing this, Shangguan Wujia's face turned ashen. He addressed the late-stage cultivator named Li Jun with indignation, "At the Wanbao Pavilion's auction, anyone can place a bid.
I merely wish to acquire the lampwick grass to exchange for two Foundation establishment pills for my two juniors. Moreover, I have already gifted the lampwick grass to a friend. Why must you resort to such ruthless measures?" Li Jun laughed heartily and replied, "Had I known this would be the case, I would have acted differently from the start."
You publicly humiliated me, Li Jun, and yet you still wish to leave Tianshui City alive? Such delusions. Tomorrow,
I shall display your three corpses in the streets of Tianshui City as a warning.
Let us see who else dares to offend me, Li.
Upon hearing Li Jun's words,
the flying sword beneath his feet surged towards Shangguan Wuji.
In a hurry, Shangguan Wuji pushed aside the two qi refining stage cultivators beside him. He then swiftly gathered his earthy inner strength and hurled it directly at the oncoming sword. Drawing upon his profound inner power,
he astonishingly managed to deflect the flying sword back.
Li Jun, a cultivator in the late Foundation establishment stage, remarked in surprise, "I never expected that a lowly martial artist like you possesses a strength comparable to that of a mid-Foundation establishment practitioner.
However, this level of power is still insufficient to contend with me."
Subsequently, Li Jun formed a sword technique with his hands, unleashing his sword like a tempest,
accompanied by an endless roar, hurtling towards Shangguan Wuji. Once again, Shangguan Wuji deployed his earthy inner strength and resistance. Yet, with a resounding boom, he was struck down,
crashing to the ground and spewing blood uncontrollably. The two qi refining stage cultivators rushed forward to assist the struggling Shangguan Wuji in standing.
At this moment, despair enveloped Shangguan Wuji entirely.
Gazing at the two young juniors before him, a deep bitterness welled up in his heart. Just as Li Jun and the two mid-foundation establishment cultivators prepared to eliminate Shangguan Wuji and his companions, an incongruous voice interrupted the scene.
"Oh, is that Elder Shangguan?
How leisurely of you to take a stroll in the Wan Beast mountain range." As the voice faded, Chen Qun ambled over. Having recently taken to the skies on his sword, he had heard the sounds of battle nearby and, upon arriving, was surprised to find the familiar face of Shangguan Wuji,
prompting him to make a jest.
When Shangguan Wuji saw Chen Qun's arrival, it was as if he had grasped a lifeline.
He shook off the assistance of the two qi refining stage cultivators and, with a thud, knelt before Chen Qun, exclaiming, "I beseech you, immortal, save us. Please. Spare the lives of this old man and his two nephews." Chen Qun quickly helped Shangguan Wuji to his feet, saying, "Did we not agree last time that we are friends? Why do you still act so formally, old man? What is the situation here?" Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wuji recounted how they had offended Li Jun at the auction house in meticulous detail. After listening to Shangguan Wuji's account, Chen Qun patted his shoulder, signaling him to remain calm.
He then strode directly towards the late Foundation establishment cultivator, Li Jun, stating, "Since Elder Shangguan has already given you the lantern grass he won at the auction, you ought to show some mercy and return home. Consider it a favor to me. Otherwise, do not blame me for bullying the three of you." Li Jun, as if hearing the greatest joke in the world, erupted into laughter, saying, "You expect a late Foundation establishment cultivator to show courtesy to a fully realized qi refining practitioner? You must be jesting. Since you seek death, do not leave, instead stay and accompany them." Li Jun spoke, and his flying sword immediately launched an assault on Chen Qun. However, instead of witnessing the gruesome spectacle of severed heads and spattered blood, his sword was effortlessly deflected by Chen Qun. Undeterred, Li Jun resorted to a powerful incantation,
directing his might once again at Chen Qun. Observing the ferocity of his opponent's onslaught, Chen Qun recognized the lethal intent behind it. Thus, he relinquished any semblance of mercy.
He summoned a sword domain formed from sword intent, enveloping Li Jun, and with a swift strike from the Tianjiao sword embryo,
he dispatched Li Jun on the spot.
This cultivator at the late Foundation stage, Li Jun, comprehended in his final moments why the elder had knelt before this young man. It was not that the elder had been rendered foolish, rather, the young man before him possessed formidable strength. Yet, it was too late for Li Jun to harbor any regrets. Gradually, the entirety of the world faded from his sight. Upon witnessing Li Jun's swift demise,
the two mid-foundation stage cultivators who had come to assist promptly turned to flee. Yet, they found themselves ensnared within Chen Qun's sword domain, rendered immobile in an instant.
Chen Qun had initially intended to eliminate the two, but upon observing their inability to move, curiosity piqued within him.
He paused, intrigued by their predicament.
The two were now lamenting their misfortune, as the air around them seemed to have solidified, leaving them utterly motionless.
Observing their expressions, Chen Qun grasped the reason behind their plight. It appeared that the greater his mastery of spiritual consciousness, the more potent the sword domain he could manifest. The strength of the sword domain he had deployed was now sufficient to confine mid-foundation stage cultivators.
Having discerned the cause,
Chen Qun addressed the two mid-foundation stage cultivators, "Let not all evil be eradicated, consider it unfortunate that you crossed paths with me. Remember, in your next life, refrain from following villains into deeds that endanger lives."
With that, he summoned the Tianjiao sword embryo, dispatching the two on the spot.
Subsequently,
Chen Qun collected the storage bags of Li Jun and the two mid-foundation stage cultivators, before slowly making his way towards Shangguan Wuji.
Observing the approaching Chen Qun, Shangguan Lei and Shangguan Mo became increasingly apprehensive.
They now understood why their elder had shown such deference to this young man. It was evident that his cultivation was remarkably profound and unfathomable. Chapter 51, The Gift of Foundation Establishment Pills. As Shangguan Wuji observed Chen Qun approaching slowly, he promptly clasped his hands and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed immortal, for your timely assistance. Your profound kindness is something I will never forget."
Chen Qun.
Gazing at Shangguan Wujie, replied, Elder Shangguan, there is no need for such formality. We have both journeyed across the ocean from the western states.
And I feel a certain familiarity upon seeing you.
At that moment, Shangguan Wujie, eager to establish a closer rapport with Chen Qun, inquired.
May I ask to which family in the state of Chu you belong, esteemed immortal?
It is remarkable that one so young possesses such profound cultivation.
Hearing this,
Chen Qun chuckled awkwardly, recalling that he had initially introduced himself to Shangguan Wujie under the alias Li Jin from the state of Chu. Thus, he responded, to be candid.
I am not from the state of Chu, I hail from the Chun family of the Great Han.
The name Li Jin was merely a pseudonym I used while traversing the martial world. My true name is Chen Qun. Chen Qun felt confident in revealing his true name to Shangguan Wujie, as he understood that the latter, burdened by the ties of the Great Han Kingdom, would be unlikely to harbor any ill intentions towards the Chen family.
Furthermore, Shangguan Wujie did not strike Chen Qun as the type to repay kindness with enmity.
Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wujie quickly grasped the situation and remarked, It seems I have spoken out of turn.
May I inquire when you, esteemed immortal Chen, plan to return to the western states so we may journey together?
To be honest, Chen Qun felt a twinge of homesickness, yet he could not return just yet, as he was focused on enhancing his strength.
In truth, revealing his real identity to Shangguan Wujie served another purpose. Chen Qun then asked, Might I ask when Elder Shangguan intends to return?
Shangguan Wujie replied, My two juniors have already achieved the pinnacle of qi refinement. We have spent the last 6 months in the Wanshou mountain range hunting monsters. With the resources of the Great Han Kingdom, we have finally gathered enough spirit stones to purchase lampwick grass and intended to exchange it for foundation establishment pills, but alas! A shadow of sorrow crossed Shangguan Wujie's eyes. Before Chen Qun could respond, he continued, It appears that my two juniors are fated to be without the foundation establishment pills. Thus, I plan to return to the Great Han Kingdom with them in the next few days and devise a new plan. Upon hearing that Shangguan Wujie would return shortly, Chen Qun felt a sense of alignment with his own thoughts. He possessed numerous spiritual items capable of prolonging the lives of mortals. While these treasures might not hold significant value for cultivators, they were indeed rare and precious to ordinary people.
Chen Qun's initial intention was to ask Shangguan Wujie to bring some of these items back to the Chen family in the Great Han.
Thus, he addressed Shangguan Wujie, saying, Would it be possible for you, Elder Shangguan, to bring some spiritual items back for my parents in the Great Han? I have some matters to attend to in the central divine continent, which prevent my immediate return. Additionally, it would bring me great comfort to know they are well. Shangguan Wujie hastily responded, It is my honor to serve the esteemed immortal. I shall personally visit your esteemed father in the Great Han Kingdom.
Chen Qun observed the sincere demeanor of Shangguan Wujie and nodded in satisfaction.
He then gathered some spiritual treasures capable of extending the lifespan of mortals into a storage pouch and handed it to Shangguan Wujie, saying, I appreciate your assistance, Elder Shangguan.
Shangguan Wujie, filled with trepidation, replied, There is no need for such courtesy, immortal Chen. Had it not been for your timely rescue today, my nephew and I would have surely perished. If you have no further instructions, I shall prepare to set off for the Great Han Kingdom tomorrow and, on my way, visit the Great Han Kingdom to fulfill your request.
Chen Qun clasped his hands in gratitude towards Shangguan Wujie, stating, Thank you, Elder Shangguan.
Until we meet again.
Shangguan Wujie returned the gesture, affirming, Immortal Chen, until we meet again.
With that, Shangguan Wujie led his nephew Shangguan Lei and Shangguan Mo towards the direction of Heishui City, not far from Tianshui City.
However, before they could venture too far, they heard Chen Qun call from behind, Elder Shangguan, please wait a moment.
Shangguan Wujie quickly turned around, puzzled, and inquired, Might there be something else you wish to instruct, Immortal Chen?
Chen Qun retrieved 4 foundation establishment pills from the storage pouch and tossed them to Shangguan Wujie, stating, Your 2 disciples have achieved the pinnacle of qi refinement and are but a step away from foundation establishment. I happen to have a few foundation establishment pills, so consider this a token of appreciation for your assistance. With that, Chen Qun mounted his flying sword and soared towards Tianshui City. The 3 Shangguan family members stood in a daze, gazing at the foundation establishment pills in their hands, their emotions tumultuous and unsteady. Tears of gratitude streamed down Shangguan Wujie's face, overwhelmed by the kindness shown to them. Chapter 52, Seclusion. After bidding farewell to Shangguan Wujie,
Chen Qun swiftly made his way to Tianshui City. Little did he anticipate that his spontaneous request for Shangguan Wuji to deliver spiritual herbs back to the Chen family would once again rescue them from peril. Upon arriving in Tianshui City, Chen Qun found it bustling and vibrant, just as he had remembered it. Without any delay, he hurried to the small courtyard he had purchased previously. As he surveyed the courtyard, now shrouded in dust, Chen Qun could only shake his head in resignation, realizing that he would be occupied for quite some time. By the time he had tidied up, darkness had enveloped the sky. Eagerly, he retrieved the various manuals he had acquired from the Panglai secret realm. This journey had profoundly impressed upon him that in the realm of cultivation, only formidable strength could ensure one's safety. Before him lay an array of manuals from the Panglai secret realm, many of which he regarded with disdain. These included common techniques from the storage bags of the initial assailants and the rather sinister soul-devouring technique of MOCEN. Although Jian Chen's return of the 10,000 swords was commendable, it paled in comparison to his own 8 styles of swordsmanship. The manuals that captivated Chen Qun the most were the 9 Sons of Amitba Body Refinement Technique and the Great Brahman Sound Incantation, both authored by the young monk Zhuo Yuan. These 2 texts offered exceptional offensive and defensive capabilities, with surprising intricacies. The final manual, Mechanism Secrets, which he obtained from the Panglai Immortal Mansion, detailed the crafting of mechanical beasts, whose might he had personally experienced. However, the materials required for creating mechanical beasts were exceedingly rare and varied by level. The higher the rank of the beast, the scarcer the materials. Chen Qun resolved to first cultivate the Great Brahman Sound Incantation. As the 9 Sons of Amitba also demanded numerous spiritual herbs and materials, the gathering of which posed a considerable challenge in a short span of time. To expedite his practice of the Great Brahman Sound Incantation, he consumed the Buddha Heartfruit, which he had perilously harvested in the Panglai secret realm, and then entered a state of seclusion. At the peak of Jin Tianfeng, the leader of the Tiandao sect, Daoran, gazed at the returning disciples with an indescribable sense of disappointment. The once in a millennium chaos body had perished within the Panglai secret realm, and he was now contemplating how to report this to the esteemed elder Li Yanhua. Master, this time we have returned with the highest number of disciples in history. It is truly a cause for celebration, Elder 8 Dao Ci remarked to Daoran. Daoran replied, indeed, it is a cause for joy. Let us reward the top 3 according to our previous agreement. Yet, no trace of happiness adorned Daoran's face. Only the Grand Elder Dao Yuan and Elder 6 Dao Tian could fathom his true feelings at this moment. Thus, under Elder 8 Dao Ci's announcement, the 3 disciples who had procured the most items from the Panglai secret realm were honored. As expected, Daoran's disciple Feng Qinli claimed the top position, having gathered the greatest number of spiritual treasures. However, the second and third places astonished all the disciples of the Tiandao sect, as they did not include Xiao Chen. Moreover, the winners were not the formidable disciples who had achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment, but rather a novice, Jiang Shanshan, and Lin Xia, who was in the later stages of foundation establishment. Even the sect leader, Daoran, found this outcome astonishing. Nonetheless, he adhered to the previous agreement and distributed the rewards to them. As Jiang Shanshan and Lin Xia gazed at their prizes, an indescribable sensation welled up within them, and the image of a masked figure unconsciously surfaced in their minds. Chapter 53, The Crisis of the Great Han Nation in the Realm of Cultivation. Time is but a fleeting illusion, a year has swiftly passed. Chen Qun's cultivation has ascended to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Although he stands merely a step away from the golden core stage, that distance feels as insurmountable as the horizon. During his seclusion, Chen Qun consumed a golden elixir, aspiring to leap into the golden core realm in one fell swoop, yet he met with failure. It is likely that his mental state has not kept pace with his cultivation. Nevertheless, his mastery of the great Luo Sanskrit incantation has reached the second level, akin to the realm once attained by the young monk Zhuo Yuan. Through his understanding of this scripture, Chen Qun perceives its power to rival, if not surpass, his 8 styles of swordsmanship. Such a Buddhist text, capable of exceeding the offensive might of ancient sword cultivators, is undoubtedly a rare treasure. However, the Amitba 9 Sons body refinement technique cannot be mastered through mere practice, it necessitates a plethora of spiritual materials to temper the body. Chen Qun intends to solidify his mastery of the great Luo Sanskrit incantation before venturing to the Wanbao Pavilion to seek fortune with Wang Fu.
hoping to gather the spiritual materials he requires, while also disposing of the items he acquired in the Panglai secret realm.
During the year of Chen Qun's seclusion,
a grave crisis loomed over the Chen family in the Great Han Nation, situated in the western provinces. Within the main hall of the Chen family estate in Yanjing City, a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe sat in the central position. This man was none other than the Emperor Long Ao of the Great Han Nation.
Chen Huawu, Xiao Tianhe, and two other elders occupied the flanking seats.
The estate was heavily fortified, as if not even a fly could penetrate its defenses. Your Majesty has bestowed immense grace upon my family, and I am at a loss to repay such kindness. I implore your Majesty to prioritize the nation and not allow my family's plight to plunge the Great Han Nation into despair, Chen Huawu lamented,
tears streaming down his face as he addressed Emperor Long Ao.
The emperor furrowed his brow and replied, "There is no need for further words, my loyal minister.
My decision is resolute.
If I cannot protect my own subjects, then I have no reason to remain as emperor." It turns out that the elder brother of the Taoist saint whom Chen Qun had slain had come seeking vengeance.
The Taoist saint, named Li Ji,
had been closely bonded with his brother, Li Chun, since their childhood. By a twist of fate, they had once saved a dying old Taoist, who, before passing, bequeathed his teachings to the two brothers. Both brothers possessed considerable wisdom and cultivated to the foundation establishment stage, with the elder Li Chun reaching the mid-foundation establishment stage. However, upon returning from the central divine continent, Li Chun learned of his brother Li Ji's death at the hands of an individual in the Great Han Nation.
Enraged, Li Chun demanded retribution from the Great Chu Nation,
leading an army of 1 million alongside the only martial saint of the Great Chu to pressure the emperor of the Great Han Nation into executing the entire Qin family. Yet, perhaps due to Chen Qun's influence or other factors, Emperor Long Ao demonstrated remarkable resolve, declaring that he would rather see everything perish than surrender the Chen family. Even the only martial saint of the Great Han Nation was dispatched by Long Ao to guard the Chen household. However, a mere martial saint at the initial stage is hardly sufficient to change the tide of events.
Upon hearing Emperor Long Ao declare that Saint Li Chun,
accompanied by the martial saint of the state of Chu and several Pekinate warriors, had forsaken their army and was making a direct advance towards Yanjing,
the emperor of the Han dynasty promptly arrived at the Qin residence.
He brought with him the heirloom artifact of the Han dynasty, hoping that his royal uncle, the martial saint, could rely on this treasured relic to withstand the assault of both a Tao saint and a martial saint.
Silently observing, Xiao Tian had turned to Emperor Long Ao and addressed Chen Huawu, saying, "Brother Chen, have our messengers succeeded in locating the young Tao saint?
It seems that only by retrieving him can we hope to resolve this dire predicament. Furthermore, the northern Xiongnu are amassing a formidable army,
preparing to claim their share of our Han dynasty."
With a look of exasperation, Chen Huawu replied, "I have dispatched several waves of household retainers in search of my grandson. Yet there has been no word from him."
In his heart, Chen Huawu pondered the gravity of the situation, with two nations embroiled in conflict and such a tumultuous uproar.
Even neighboring states were beginning to stir. Surely Chen Qun must have caught wind of this, so why had he not returned?
Unbeknownst to him,
Chen Qun was deep in seclusion in the distant central divine land. Emperor Long Ao waved his hand, signaling for them to cease their discussions, and remarked, "Even without the matter of Chen Qingshi, the state of Chu would leave no stone unturned in their endeavors to consume our Han dynasty. It is merely a question of timing.
Moreover, with my royal uncle wielding the heirloom artifact, the outcome remains uncertain." Though Emperor Long Ao spoke with bravado,
a torrent of despair churned within him.
Was the Han dynasty, which had endured for so many years, to be obliterated by his own hands?
The four cunning elders present were acutely aware of the precarious situation.
How could a mid-stage Tao saint be confronted by merely an ordinary martial saint and an heirloom artifact? Especially with the formidable martial saint of Chu in tow?
At that moment, the four old foxes each harbored their own thoughts.
Chen Huawu felt a profound gratitude,
while Xiao Tian had braced himself for mutual destruction, as he and Chen Huawu had become in-laws. They had even discreetly sent away Chen Shong, Xiao Linger, and Xiao Yan,
hoping to preserve a legacy.
As for the other two elder foxes, their minds were already calculating how to capitulate. Just as these sovereigns and ministers were deliberating in the reception hall of the Qin residence, the leader of the guards rushed in, breathless, to report to Long Ao. "Your Majesty, a large contingent has arrived outside the Duke of Chen's residence, seeking an audience with Your Majesty and the Duke." The guard knelt before him.
Emperor Long Ao furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are they not warriors of the state of Chu? How many have they brought? Be cautious and do not act rashly."
"I shall attend shortly." Just as he was about to summon his royal uncle, the kneeling guard spoke again, "Your Majesty, they are not from Chu. I observed their flag bearing the characters Dehong. I suspect they may be envoys from the state of Dehong."
Upon hearing the guard's report, Emperor Long Ao and the 5 elder foxes exchanged perplexed glances. What business could the distant state of Dehong have in this tumultuous affair? Chapter 54, Shangwan Wuji offers assistance. Although the intentions of the Great Han Kingdom remained unclear, for the sake of safety, Emperor Long Ao summoned his imperial uncle and sent for the emissaries of the Great Han Kingdom.
At that moment, the atmosphere in the Chen family hall was tense, as the Great Han Kingdom had little rapport with the Great Han Kingdom. The purpose of their visit was shrouded in mystery, despite the great distance between the two nations. The formidable emperor of the Great Han Kingdom, Long Ao, was nonetheless known to him. 2 elderly men and a young man, led by the chief of the guards, made their way to the front hall. They were none other than the 3rd elder, Shangwan Wuji, alongside the 1st elder, Shangwan Wudi, and Shangwan Lei, who had recently advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Following the gift of a foundation establishment pill from Chen Qun, Shangwan Lei had achieved his breakthrough on his return journey. As for Shangwan Mo, although his aptitude was somewhat lacking, he had sequestered himself in seclusion immediately upon returning to the Great Han Kingdom.
Upon his return, 3rd elder Shangwan Wuji reported to 1st elder Shangwan Wudi regarding Chen Qun. After hearing the news, Shangwan Wudi resolved to personally lead Shangwan Wuji and Shangwan Lei to the Great Han Kingdom.
Their mission was twofold: to return Chen Qun's belongings to the Chen family and to conduct a state visit laden with substantial provisions.
After all, fostering a relationship with a transcendent cultivator could only bring benefits.
To demonstrate their sincerity, the formidable Shangwan Wudi, a peak martial saint, was determined to undertake this journey. The emperor's uncle, the solitary martial saint of the Great Han Kingdom, Long Qingfeng, observed the approach of the trio from a distance, his pupils narrowing in alarm. He cautioned Emperor Long Ao, "Do not antagonize these 3. The elder leading them is on the brink of entering the legendary realm. Even with the national artifact in my possession, I would likely not withstand 3 exchanges with him."
Upon hearing this,
Emperor Long Ao and the 4 seasoned advisors at his side were instantly taken aback, as none had anticipated such formidable beings from the Great Han Kingdom. They could only hope for friendship rather than enmity, otherwise, the Great Han Kingdom might face obliteration.
Just as Emperor Long Ao grappled with his unease, Shangwan Wudi and his companions stepped into the front hall.
Esteemed Emperor of the Great Han Kingdom, they greeted in unison, bowing respectfully.
Emperor Long Ao was momentarily taken aback.
Here was a being nearing that legendary realm, undoubtedly a peak martial saint, bowing before him. The elder and the young man beside him were equally inscrutable in their prowess. Observing the unperturbed demeanor of Emperor Long Ao, Shangwan Wudi mused on the distinctiveness of a kingdom with a transcendent ruler, noting the emperor's considerable stature, which was indeed warranted. Receiving no immediate response from Emperor Long Ao, Shangwan Wudi and his companions maintained their bowing posture, unaware that the emperor was rendered speechless by fear.
Long Qingfeng,
the emperor's uncle, hastily patted Long Ao on the shoulder, equally startled by the unexpected encounter. Although Emperor Long Ao could not discern the cultivation levels of the 2 individuals beside him, he had a fair understanding. The other elder was undoubtedly several ranks superior to him, and to his astonishment, the young man was also a Dao saint. The sight of this formidable trio bowing to his nephew left him utterly astounded. Once Emperor Long Ao regained his composure, he hastily rose and said, "There is no need for such formalities, esteemed guests. Please, rise quickly. Attendants, please provide seats." "Thank you, Your Majesty," replied the invincible Lord Shangwan, bowing again. Emperor Long Ao gazed at Lord Shangwan, who appeared both respectful and anxious, and inquired, "Might I ask what brings Elder Shangwan to our Great Han?" Rising and bowing once more, Lord Shangwan responded, "I have long heard that the Great Han is a powerful nation in the West. We have come today, albeit presumptuously, representing our Great Han to establish amicable relations and present a modest gift, hoping that Your Majesty will accept it as a token of friendship." He then handed the list of gifts to Emperor Long Ao. Dumbfounded, Emperor Long Ao accepted the list and, upon reviewing it, felt even more at a loss. "Elder Shangwan, There is no need for such courtesy. Your presence alone is an immense honor for our great Han. Lord Shangguan bowed again and asked, "May I inquire, Your Majesty?
Who among you is Duke Chen?" Before Emperor Long Ao could respond, Chen Huawu stepped forward and said, "I am he. What wisdom do you wish to impart, Elder Shangguan?"
Lord Shangguan and his companions bowed again to Chen Huawu, expressing gratitude for Chen Qun's life-saving assistance, a courtesy rightfully accepted by Chen Huawu.
However, this gesture left onlookers in shock. What virtue did Chen Huawu possess to warrant such reverence from three of Great Hang's most adept masters?
Chen Huawu himself was taken aback and about to decline the honor when the captain of the guards rushed in, exclaiming, "Your Majesty! The Tao Saint of Great Chu has arrived and has already slain dozens at the gates."
Before Emperor Long Ao could react,
the martial sage Long Qingfeng seized the national artifact and leaped into action. Emperor Long Ao, along with the rest of the Great Han entourage, followed suit. Lord Shangguan and his companions exchanged glances and also proceeded outside, puzzled as to what madness had gripped Great Chu to provoke even the Great Han, which boasted celestial beings.
If this news reached the ears of immortal Chen Qun, Great Chu would face annihilation. Meanwhile, far away in the central region of Shenzhou, Chen Qun sneezed heavily during his seclusion.
Pondering who might be invoking his name at such a time, he shook his head and returned to his meditative state. As Emperor Long Ao and his entourage reached the gates of the Chen residence, they beheld Long Qingfeng kneeling on one knee, clutching the national artifact, blood spilling from his mouth. The members of the Great Han were filled with alarm, taken aback by the overwhelming strength of the Tao Saint from Great Chu. In a mere moment, he had bested their martial sage wielding the national artifact.
Tao Saint Li Chun of Great Chu coldly addressed Emperor Long Ao.
"Hand over the murderer of my brother, or you will leave the Great Han bereft of life."
Before Emperor Long Ao could utter a word, Chen Huawu rushed forth, declaring,
"Your brother was slain by my Chen family. If you possess any courage, direct your wrath towards us, for it has naught to do with the Great Han kingdom." Li Chun replied coldly, "Very well, I shall first extinguish your Chen family and then settle accounts with the Great Han kingdom."
With that, he sent his flying sword straight towards Chen Huawu.
Long Qingfeng attempted to leap forward to rescue Chen Huawu, but due to his severe injuries, he found himself unable to rise and assist.
This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Shangguan Wuji, who had just emerged.
A cold sweat broke out upon him. Should Chen Qun's grandfather perish before his very eyes, it was likely that upon Chen Qun's return, he would also bring ruin to their Great Han kingdom. With no time to ponder further, Shangguan Wuji swiftly advanced to intercept the flying sword. Sensing the force behind the sword, he dared not underestimate his opponent. For the contest between them would be closely matched, and a careless move could result in injury. However, Shangguan Wuji was not alone, he was accompanied by Shangguan Wudi, who was on the cusp of ascending to the realm of martial deities. For Shangguan Wudi, dealing with a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner was a mere trifling matter. Thus, Shangguan Wuji called out to Shangguan Wudi, "Boss, I may not be able to best this fellow, you should take the lead." With that, he tugged at Chen Huawu, retreating without an ounce of the demeanor befitting a master. Chapter 55, The domination of warriors over immortals. Li Chun was taken aback. Had it not been said that the Great Han Kingdom only possessed a single early-stage martial saint? Moreover, the Chen family's foundation establishment youth seemed to have vanished. Who, then, was the elder who had just knocked down his flying sword? However, witnessing the elder's subsequent actions left Li Chun momentarily stunned. Not only had he disarmed Li Chun, but he was also calling for assistance. At the rear of the crowd, Shangguan Wudi, upon hearing Shangguan Wuji's words, shot him an exasperated glare, yet gradually stepped forward. Addressing Li Chun, "Friend, as one who practices the path of immortality, it seems rather unreasonable to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent in the mundane realm." It was then that Li Chun realized there were indeed formidable figures among those who emerged from the Chen family. The elder, who walked forth with a commanding aura, exuded a strength even greater than that of the elder who had struck down his sword. Furthermore, Li Chun noticed that at the spot where the elder had just appeared, there was also a foundation establishment cultivator, whom Li Chun surmised to be Chen Qun from the Chen family. The two elders were likely the reinforcements he had summoned. Thus, Li Chun turned to Shangguan Wudi and said, "This matter pertains to my grievances with the Chen family and the Great Han Kingdom. Since you have achieved great mastery in martial arts, why delve into this murky water?" Shangguan Wudi replied calmly, "It is not that I, an old man, relish meddling in such affairs, but rather that the Chen family has rendered significant favors to my great Han kingdom. Alas, it is merely a matter of your unfortunate circumstances."
Chen Huawu, upon hearing Shangguan Wudi's words, was further perplexed. When had the Chen family ever benefited the great Han kingdom?
However, this was not the time for inquiries.
Li Chun, upon realizing Shangguan Wudi's allegiance to the great Han kingdom, responded, "If you insist on intervening in this matter, are you not concerned about provoking a conflict between the great Chu and the great Han kingdom?"
The martial saint from the great Chu kingdom nearly choked upon hearing Li Chun's statement. Although the great Han kingdom was not a neighboring realm,
its strength and reputation were well known.
The great Chu kingdom could bully the great Han kingdom, yet in the eyes of the great Han kingdom, it was hardly significant. It seemed that while Li Chun possessed exceptional strength, he was woefully ignorant of the surrounding powers.
Shangguan Wudi, unfazed,
replied slowly, "If the great Chu kingdom wishes to wage war against my great Han kingdom, you might as well return and inquire whether your emperor dares to do so. There is no need for further discussion. With this old man present today, it is unlikely that you will lay a finger on anyone from the Chen family."
Li Chun, incensed by Shangguan Wudi's arrogance, thought to himself, "Merely a martial artist, if I refrain from striking, does he believe I am easy prey?" With that,
he activated his flying sword, infusing it with powerful spiritual energy, hurtling it towards Shangguan Wudi, causing even the surrounding air to resonate. Facing this formidable strike that could overshadow the heavens, Shangguan Wudi made no move, as though it were of no consequence to him. As the flying sword drew nearer,
even the onlookers from the great Han kingdom felt their hearts leap into their throats.
Shangguan Lei sensed the might of the sword and, concerned,
turned to Shangguan Wuji and asked, "Third uncle, do you think our elder can withstand this strike?" Shangguan Wuji cast a piercing glance at Shangguan Lei and remarked, "Do not underestimate your uncle.
Even I can barely withstand such an assault. Your uncle's cultivation is at least several streets ahead of mine."
Having spoken, Shangguan Wuji fell silent,
intently observing how his elder brother, who had not made a move in decades, would counter the oncoming flying sword. As the sword, infused with formidable spiritual energy, approached within 3 inches of Shangguan Wudi, it halted, unable to advance further.
Li Chun exclaimed in astonishment, "This is protective vital energy."
It is said that such inner strength manifests only when martial arts reach their pinnacle. The intensity of the vital energy is determined by the practitioner's cultivation level. His full-force strike with the flying sword could not even breach the opponent's protective barrier, suggesting that this individual was nearing the apex of martial mastery, the realm of the martial god. Even if he had not yet attained that level, he likely belonged to the late-stage martial saint tier. While martial practitioners of the same rank might typically struggle against cultivators, there exist many exceptional martial artists capable of effortlessly defeating their counterparts in cultivation.
This elder likely belonged to that category. Moreover, with Li Chun being merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, he was significantly outmatched.
It seemed that taking revenge was not an option for now, preserving his life was paramount, and thoughts of vengeance could be postponed.
With this realization,
Li Chun attempted to withdraw his flying sword using his spiritual consciousness, but it remained firmly ensnared by Shangguan Wudi's protective vital energy. With gritted teeth, Li Chun decided to abandon the sword. Encountering such an extraordinary martial powerhouse necessitated prioritizing survival.
He swiftly turned and fled into the distance.
This scene caught Shangguan Wudi off guard. He had not anticipated that a mid-stage foundation practitioner would display such cowardice,
abandoning his treasured artifact and fleeing after a mere probing strike.
Shangguan Wudi was not one to be trifled with. He immediately launched himself forward, enveloped in a yellowish light akin to a cannonball, pursuing Li Chun.
Upon glancing back, Li Chun was struck with fear and hastily attempted to fend off the barrage of punches emanating from Shangguan Wudi's rapid advance. However,
his spiritual energy was swiftly shattered by Shangguan Wudi's overwhelming internal power, sending him crashing to the ground, a clear demonstration of sheer strength.
Once on the ground,
Li Chun gritted his teeth and tore apart a talisman, disappearing without a trace. Shangguan Wudi then retrieved Li Chun's flying sword and returned to address the assembly of the Han Kingdom, saying, "It was my oversight that allowed that individual to escape. I sincerely apologize, however, I have gravely injured him, and he will not recover in a short while."
Emperor Long Ao, upon hearing this, quickly interjected,
"There is no need for such words. Had it not been for the elder's intervention today, our Han Kingdom would have faced a river of blood." He then turned to the martial saint of the Chu kingdom and stated, "You may withdraw your forces. I do not wish to impose further hardships upon your nation. My only desire is to prevent any further conflict between our two kingdoms." The martial saint of the Chu kingdom, having been thoroughly intimidated by Shangguan Wudi's might, responded with a sense of relief, "We are deeply grateful for the Han Emperor's magnanimity. We will retreat immediately and pledge that our Chu kingdom shall pay tribute to the Han kingdom annually." With that, the martial saint hurriedly led several Pekinate warriors in retreat. Shangguan Wudi, along with his companions, conveyed their purpose to Emperor Long Ao and Chen Huawu, presenting the spiritual herbs entrusted by Chen Qun to Chen Huawu for delivery to Chen Qun's parents. Furthermore, Shangguan Wuji shared insights regarding Chen Qun's recent circumstances with Chen Huawu. Upon absorbing the details relayed by Shangguan Wuji, the members of the Han dynasty found themselves in a state of disbelief, particularly Chen Huawu, whose heart was a tumult of emotions. He could scarcely fathom that his grandson, whom he had never held in high regard, had ascended to such formidable heights. Chapter 56, The Shock of Wang Fu. Within the central region of Shenzhou, in the city of Tianshui, Chen Qun exhaled a long breath of turbid air. The great Luo Brahman sound incantation had finally stabilized. The methods of Buddhism are indeed profound and unfathomable, making it nearly impossible to guard against. Now, I can confidently declare myself the foremost individual beneath the golden core stage. Emerging from his secluded retreat, Chen Qun soared through the air on his sword, heading directly to the Wanbao Pavilion. On his journey, he donned a mask, concealing his cultivation to the mid-foundation stage. After a year of intensive meditation, his spiritual awareness had reached the initial golden core stage. Consequently, his true cultivation would remain undisclosed, provided he did not encounter any cultivators at the mid-golden core stage or above. Upon arriving at the Wanbao Pavilion, he summoned the manager, Wang Fu, and conveyed his general requirements for materials. To his surprise, the pavilion's inventory was quite comprehensive. They possessed the materials necessary for cultivating the first layer of the Umatban 9 Suns tempering technique. However, the cold snow fruit required for the second layer was currently unavailable, though it could be transported from the headquarters. As for the earth core spirit nectar and the dragon-slaying root needed for the third layer, Wang Fu had already checked. Even the headquarters lacked these, leaving Chen Qun to rely on fortune at various auctions or within secret realms. With the abundant number of spirit stones in his possession, Chen Qun could easily purchase the materials he required from the Wanbao Pavilion. Once he had gathered all that he needed, he informed Wang Fu of his intention to sell some unnecessary spiritual items. Wang Fu, with a broad smile, encouraged him to present his wares, assuring him that they would offer a satisfactory price, given their familiarity. As Chen Qun continued to retrieve various spiritual items from his storage bag, Wang Fu's expression gradually transformed. His thoughts racing, could this person have plundered a sex treasury? However, when Chen Qun produced the water immortal jade flower, the Yin spirit flower, and a drop of the Nine Heavens jade dragon liquid, Wang Fu rushed over, his hands trembling with excitement, rendered speechless. As for the purple rhythm dragon emperor ginseng, Chen Qun had no intention of selling it, for his hair remained a shade of gray, and he wished to keep it for himself and share it with his mentor, Li Yanhua. Regarding the other spiritual items, Chen Qun felt no pressure in selling them. Prior to his departure for the Panglai secret realm, the sect leader, Dao Ran, had secretly issued a command to Chen Qun. Regardless of how precious a spiritual item he acquired, he was not obliged to turn it over to the sect. Chen Qun was free to retain it for trading in exchange for any spiritual items he desired. The sect leader's intent was clear: the Tiandao sect did not require Chen Qun to contribute anything at this time. The only request from Dao Ran and Li Yanhua was that Chen Qun, the most promising cultivator with the potential to reach the nascent soul stage, must exhaust all means to advance to that stage in the shortest time possible. The Tiandao sect would provide full support for his endeavors. Only in this manner, after the passing of Li Yanhua, would the Tiandao sect be spared from the dire fate of annihilation. At this moment, Chen Qun gazed at the agitated Wang Fu. Chen Qun inquired, "Manager Wang, what troubles you? Does your esteemed establishment not wish to procure these few items?" Wang Fu hurriedly stammered, "These 3 spiritual items are exceedingly precious. I suggest that you entrust them to us for auction. In a month, there will be an auction held here, and I believe you will fetch a satisfactory price. Moreover,
You may also come to see if there are any spiritual items you require. Before Chen Qun could respond, Wang Fu continued, if you insist on selling them now.
It is possible, yet the total spiritual stones available in our branch are insufficient to purchase these 3 items.
We must urgently allocate spiritual stones from the headquarters. After contemplating, Chen Qun replied, very well, I shall entrust you with the auction. Please begin by liquidating the other spiritual items. Thus, Wang Fu summoned a group of subordinates to start inventorying Chen Qun's spiritual possessions.
It took nearly an hour to complete, totaling 3 million high-grade spiritual stones.
Notably,
the few stalks of lampwood grass for refining the golden elixir and the purple soulflower for concocting the infant conception pill accounted for over half of the total value. Wang Fu commanded someone to fetch a storage bag and handed it to Chen Qun for verification. Chen Qun scanned it with his divine sense, confirming precisely 3 million high-grade spiritual stones. He was profoundly astonished, never anticipating that he would one day possess such a substantial amount of spiritual stones. As for the Shui Xian Yuji flower, the Yinshin flower, and a droplet of the 9 heavens jade dragon liquid, Chen Qun entrusted them to Wang Fu for safekeeping due to their exorbitant value. Consequently, Wang Fu summoned a mid-stage golden core cultivator stationed at the Wanbao Pavilion in Tianshui City. Upon arrival, the cultivator assessed Chen Qun without uttering a word, collecting the 3 spiritual items before retreating to the back hall. Wang Fu then presented Chen Qun with a diamond VIP card from the Wanbao Pavilion, which recorded the 3 items entrusted for sale. Once the auction concluded, Chen Qun could exchange the number of sold items for spiritual stones at any branch or the headquarters of the Wanbao Pavilion. Chen Qun felt reassured regarding the credibility of the Wanbao Pavilion, as he had previously encountered records of it in Tianlan Continent's otherworldly chronicles. Noting that the branches of Wanbao Pavilion were scattered across the entire continent. The main pavilion is located in Wanbao City, which derived its name from the pavilion, and the duration of its existence remains a mystery. However, it is rumored that the power of the Wanbao Pavilion rivals that of the 5 major sects, perhaps even surpassing them. Nevertheless, the Wanbao Pavilion primarily engages in commerce and refrains from partaking in the conflicts of the cultivation realm. After Chen Qun departed, Wang Fu hastily called upon the mid-stage golden core cultivator again, asking, was that individual truly a foundation establishment cultivator? Elder Lu responded, reporting to the young master. That person is indeed a foundation establishment cultivator, though not merely at the mid-stage, but rather at the peak of foundation establishment. Wang Fu remarked, this individual is exceedingly peculiar. The spiritual items he presented are more valuable than those possessed by some ancient beings in the nascent soul stage. However, at Wanbage, integrity is paramount, and we must ensure the absolute safety of our customers within. Elder Lu hastily remarked, what the young master says is true. However, with these 3 spiritual items up for auction, it is likely to attract numerous formidable beings in the nascent soul stage. My subordinates may not possess sufficient strength. Wang Fu nodded thoughtfully and replied, send a message in my name to the main hall, requesting that 2 supreme elders be dispatched to ensure the smooth conduct of the auction in a month's time. Furthermore, we must intensify our promotional efforts. I intend for the auction to be the talk of the continent. Let us see if more treasures can be brought forth for auction by then. Elder Lu acknowledged with a nod and then withdrew. Little did Chen Qun anticipate that within the Wanbao branch of Tianshui City, the seemingly ordinary plum shopkeeper was, in fact, the young master of the Wanbao main hall. Chapter 57 Reunion with an old friend upon returning to his small courtyard. Chen Qun gazed at the azurite magic monkey, Xiaohei, which he had released from his spirit beast pouch. Without hesitation, he tossed a spirit fruit to Xiaohei. At this moment, apart from leaving half a year's worth of provisions for Xiaohei, Chen Qun had exchanged the majority of his spiritual items for spirit stones. As for the treasures he had acquired, they had all been consumed by the embryonic form of his Tianxiao sword, which had grown increasingly formidable. Eager to commence his training in the Umatba 9 Sun's body refining technique, Chen Qun clutched the spiritual materials purchased from the Wanbao Pavilion. He held great faith in these 2 Buddhist manuals, for their offensive and defensive capabilities were unparalleled. Thus, he placed the spiritual materials for the first layer of the Umatba 9 Sun's body refining technique into a large vat to concoct them, and then he leaped into it, activating the technique as prescribed. As he felt the searing heat enveloping him, Chen Qun gritted his teeth and endured, knowing that success required the fortitude to withstand what others could not. Half a month swiftly passed, and Chen Qun had successfully mastered the first layer of the Nine Sun's body refining technique. With merely 2 weeks left before the auction at Wanbao Pavilion, he resolved to test his strength within the Wan Beast Mountain range. Clad in a mask and riding a flying sword, Chen Qun, mindful of his wealth, only wielded a mid-grade flying sword. Within the Wan Beast Mountain range, he effortlessly slaughtered demon beasts below the 7th level of the Golden Core stage, as if he were slicing through vegetables. The sword domain, formed by his sword intent, had been enhanced through his consciousness and understanding of the sword path. Now capable of completely restraining late-stage foundation establishment demon beasts, the great Luo Brahman sound mantra had also reached an astonishing level, having completed the second layer. Chen Qun could now emit a golden Om and a golden Ma. These two syllables served distinct purposes, one for suppression and the other for attack, multiplying their power manifold when unleashed simultaneously. Though Chen Qun had only mastered the first layer of the Nine Sun's body refining technique, he sensed that his physical strength and resilience were comparable to that of a 5th-level demon beast. Such an enhancement was truly remarkable. Continuously employing his newly acquired spells, he became increasingly adept at slaying foundation establishment demon beasts, even utilizing a storage pouch to collect their carcasses. Despite his ease in dealing with demon beasts below the Golden Core stage, Chen Qun still lacked the courage to confront those at the Golden Core stage. It was not a matter of bravery, but rather a clear awareness of his own capabilities. According to his current strength, he could be deemed invincible beneath the Golden Core stage, yet that was the extent of it. The distinction between the pinnacle of late foundation establishment and the initial stage of Golden Core was but a single step, yet it represented a chasm between realms. A transformation of essence. Even against the weakest of Golden Core cultivators, Chen Qun knew he could not withstand more than 3 moves. Gradually acclimating to his newfound power, Chen Qun grew weary of the slaughter and prepared to return to Tianquo City to consolidate his gains further. The carcasses of the demonic beasts have lost their significance for Chen Qun. Presently, he possesses over 3 million high-grade spirit stones, which, when converted to low-grade stones, amounts to a staggering sum in the hundreds of millions. Thus, he no longer relies on selling the remains of demonic beasts to accumulate spirit stones. Chen Qun scrutinized his Tianjia sword embryo once more, noting the delicate luminescence that enveloped its surface. Although he had yet to encounter a treasure of celestial caliber, he sensed that his Tianjia sword embryo was approaching such a level. After all, the treasures he had obtained within the Panglai secret realm had all been devoured by the sword embryo. If, after consuming so many artifacts, it had not ascended to the level of a celestial item, it would be a disservice to Chen Qun. He stowed the sword embryo and retrieved a mid-grade flying sword, setting off towards the direction of Tianquo City. As he neared the territory of the 3rd-tier demonic beasts, he detected familiar presences with his spiritual sense. It was none other than Guo Chen and his companions, albeit with the notable absence of Renani. Their situation was dire. The 4 of them were besieged by a pack of 3rd-tier scavenger wolves. Guo Chen and Qin Shang had reached the pinnacle of their qi refining stage, while Wei Chen and Hishuru were at 90% of their cultivation. 8 scavenger wolves surrounded the 4, who stood back to back in a desperate attempt to fend them off. Despite being 3rd-tier beasts and classified as late-stage qi refiners, the wolves' combat prowess was nearly on par with those at the pinnacle of the qi refining stage. Observing their chaotic assaults, Chen Qun discerned that Guo Chen and Qin Shang had a chance to escape, but Wei Chen and Hishuru were without any hope of survival. Nevertheless, Guo Chen and Qin Shang refused to abandon their companions and continued to fight valiantly. With a quivering voice, Hishuru urged Guo Chen, "Brother Guo, you must go. Don't worry about us." Qin Shang interjected hastily, "What are you saying? We vowed long ago to share life and death together. With Ani gone to Coldwind Valley, it's just the 4 of us now. No matter what, Guo Chen and I will not leave you and Wei Chen behind." Guo Chen added, "What is death to me? If I can die alongside you, Shuru, I will die content. If we survive, I shall surely take you as my wife." A faint blush graced Hishuru's cheeks upon hearing this. She too harbored feelings for Guo Chen but found it difficult to voice them. In this moment of impending doom, Guo Chen's confession made her feel that death would be worthwhile. Before she could respond, Xin Shang burst into laughter. Old Gua.
Isn't it a bit late to confess to Shiru now? If you had declared your feelings sooner, we might have had a chance to toast at your wedding. Now it seems we are destined for the underworld.
Listening to their exchange, Chen Qun couldn't help but reflect on the genuine camaraderie that exists among lower-tier cultivators. Their bonds were far more sincere than the treachery often found among higher-tier practitioners.
Yet, Chen Qun realized that he could no longer remain on the sidelines.
He could not bear to watch Guo Chun and the others perish. However, he was reluctant to reveal his true strength, as a significant disparity could jeopardize their friendship in the future.
Given Guo Chun's forthrightness and character, Chen Qun cherishes this friendship immensely.
He removed his mask, stabilizing his cultivation at the 8th layer of qi refinement, realizing that if he refrained from intervening, he would have to rely solely on Xiaohei. For a 6th-tier emerald-eyed demon monkey, tearing apart a few carrion wolves was a trivial matter.
As one carrion wolf was about to pounce on Wei Chen,
a swift figure appeared beside him, instantly shredding the beast. Both Guo Chun and Xin Shang exclaimed in unison, "The emerald-eyed demon monkey!" In that moment, their hearts plummeted. While they possessed the strength to fight against the carrion wolves, facing the emerald-eyed demon monkey extinguished any courage to battle.
Yet, with death as the inevitable outcome,
they felt indifferent. The remaining carrion wolves, sensing Xiaohei's overwhelming presence and terror due to their bloodline, attempted to scatter in panic,
but were swiftly hunted down and slain by the agile Xiaohei.
At that moment, Guo Chun grasped Shuru's hand and slowly closed his eyes, knowing that resisting or surrendering bore no distinction. After a prolonged wait without witnessing the emerald-eyed demon monkey slay them, he cautiously reopened his eyes,
only to be met with a face close to his, exclaiming, "Brother Guo, you are quite the romantic." Guo Chun gasped, "Brother Chen, what are you doing here?" Chapter 58, the eve of the auction. Chen Qun observed the expressions of the individuals around him, and remarked, "Why can't I be here? It has been quite a while since we last met. I trust you are all well." Guo Chun and the others gazed in astonishment at the obedient blue-eyed demon monkey standing behind Chen Qun, and inquired, "What is the story behind this blue-eyed demon monkey?"
Chen Qun glanced at Xiaohei before addressing Guo Chun and the others. "It refrains from attacking me because it is my spirit pet. I saved its life under fortuitous circumstances." Upon hearing this, Guo Chun's face lit up with envy as he exclaimed, "Brother Chen, you are indeed blessed. With such a spirit pet, you could traverse the periphery of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range with ease."
"I am grateful for your life-saving assistance,"
Chen Qun replied modestly. "It was merely good fortune, there is no need for such formality, Brother Guo. However, upon my arrival, I seem to have overheard someone mentioning a proposal to marry Daoist He Shuru." Xin Shang and Wei Chen chuckled at this, saying, "Indeed, someone did say that. We thought we would miss out on the wedding banquet, but it seems fate has smiled upon us today, allowing us to encounter Brother Chen. Let us quickly set a date." Their banter left He Shuru blushing profusely, retreating behind Guo Chun, who, feeling slightly embarrassed, declared, "If it is to marry, then so be it. I, old Guo, always keep my word." Chen Qun smiled at the profound camaraderie among them and stated, "Since Brother Guo and Daoist He Shuru are to be united in matrimony, I must bestow upon you some gifts."
Guo Chun promptly declined, saying, "Brother Chen,
you have only just reached the 8th level of qi refinement, there is no need for gifts.
Your presence at our wedding banquet will suffice." Chen Qun responded,
"I may have other matters to attend to in a few days, and may not be able to join you for the celebration. Thus, I shall present the gifts today." Without further ado, Chen Qun retrieved 4 foundation establishment pills from his storage bag, which held the spoils from today's hunt, and handed them to Guo Chun. Guo Chun wished to refuse, but Chen Qun did not afford him the opportunity. He stepped onto his flying sword and said, "Brother Guo, I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, until we meet again." With that, he took to the skies, accompanied by Xiaohei.
As they watched Chen Qun's retreating figure, Guo Chun remarked to the others, "Brother Chen is truly a fortuitous star. Every encounter with him allows us to turn peril into safety."
Xin Shang and the others echoed their agreement. When Guo Chun inadvertently examined the gifts Chen Qun had bestowed upon him, he was rendered speechless. He Shuru, noticing his dazed expression, tugged at his sleeve and asked, "Brother Guo, what has happened?" It was only then that Guo Chun regained his composure, saying, "We must hurry back, for the time being. We need not venture out to face danger."
Qin Shang, puzzled, inquired, "What is the matter? What has transpired, De Chun?"
Guo Chun cautiously gathered the others close and whispered,
"Do you know what Brother Chen has gifted us?"
"Nearly 100 corpses of Foundation Establishment stage beasts, along with 4 Foundation Establishment pills."
The other 3 stood there, utterly astounded. Meanwhile, Chen Qun soared through the skies towards the Wanbao Pavilion,
intent on inquiring whether the cold snow fruit he sought had arrived after the passage of half a month.
Having acquired the cold snow fruit, Chen Qun is now poised to cultivate the second layer of the Umatba 9 Yang body refining technique. Upon arriving at the Wanbao Pavilion,
he was once again greeted by Wang Fu, who facilitated the transfer of the cold snow fruit from the headquarters.
Satisfied,
Chen Qun spent 200 high-grade spirit stones to purchase the fruit, a mere trifle for him at this juncture.
After exchanging pleasantries with Wang Fu,
he returned to his modest courtyard.
As before, when he was refining the first layer of the Umatba 9 Yang body refining technique,
Chen Qun melted the spiritual object in a large vat and then plunged himself into it, commencing his practice of the incantation.
Initially,
he considered purchasing the materials required for the crafting of mechanical beasts as delineated in the secret art of mechanisms.
However,
the inventory at the branch of Wanbao Pavilion was limited to materials suitable for forging foundation stage mechanical beasts, which offered little assistance to Chen Qun. Rather than expending his energy on crafting ineffective foundation stage mechanical beasts, he deemed it more advantageous to directly forge those of the golden core stage.
Yet,
the materials necessary for creating golden core mechanical beasts such as soul-cutting wood, 3-star stones, and Xianbing soul were rather rare. It appeared he would have to wait until the auction commenced to engage in trade with other cultivators. The day of the auction arrived swiftly.
Donning a mask,
Chen Qun made his way to the Wanbao Pavilion auction house, marking his inaugural visit to such a venue.
Compared to the Wanbao Pavilion he frequented, this auction house was even more grandiose.
Upon arrival, Chen Qun was taken aback, noting that even the doormen were foundation stage cultivators, indicating the significant scale of this event. As Chen Qun attempted to enter the auction house, he was halted by the 2 foundation stage guards.
One of them stated, "Today is a large auction event featuring legendary treasures.
To enter, each individual must surrender a high-grade spirit stone."
Hearing this, Chen Qun silently lamented the greed of Wanbao Pavilion.
Requiring a high-grade spirit stone merely for entry was akin to a shameless scheme. Although he possessed a considerable amount of spirit stones, they were not simply a windfall.
Suddenly, Chen Qun recalled the diamond VIP card given to him by the manager, Wang Fu.
Curious if it would suffice, he produced the card for the guards to inspect.
"With this card, is there any need for spirit stones?" he inquired. Upon seeing the card, the guard's expression shifted to one of alarm. "Ah, you are our esteemed diamond VIP.
Not only are you exempt from the entry fee, but any incidental expenses within the auction house will also be waived.
Allow us to escort you inside."
Chen Qun was pleasantly surprised by the utility of the diamond VIP card. As he entered, he noticed that the number of arriving cultivators was still relatively modest. Scanning the room, he was about to find a seat when he noticed the attendant who had escorted him in, respectfully trailing behind a woman clad in red. Approaching Chen Qun, the woman addressed him, "As a diamond VIP of our Wanbao Pavilion, you are welcome to enter the private box on the 2nd floor. And it is complimentary."
Chen Qun inquired, "May I ask what distinguishes the private rooms on the 2nd floor from this one?" The woman in red replied, "The private rooms on the 2nd floor can shield one's consciousness, thus affording superior protection of your privacy. Moreover, all services rendered are of the highest caliber. Should you wish to access the 2nd floor without a VIP card, a fee of 100 top-grade spirit stones is required for each room. However, with your VIP card, entry is complimentary."
Upon hearing this, Chen Qun promptly requested the woman in red to guide him to the 2nd floor. For such a splendid opportunity was too good to pass up. Once he ascended to the 2nd floor, he casually selected room 4 and entered. Then settled in quietly to await the commencement of the auction. Chapter 59. The auction. As time gradually passed, the number of cultivators in the auction house increased, filling nearly all the seats on the 1st floor, with many standing in attendance. Slowly, the private boxes on the 2nd floor began to fill as well,
with the 5 major sects and the esteemed Tiandao sect making their presence known. Chen Qun, having arrived early,
had the advantage of observing the attendees before they entered the boxes, while those outside could not glimpse the happenings within. Among the representatives of the Tiandao sect were the esteemed elder Dao Yuan, Xiao Chen, and surprisingly, Jiang Shanshan. Chen Qun mused to himself that Jiang Shanshan indeed seemed to be a woman who could never remain idle. As more cultivators gathered, Chen Qun recognized several familiar faces, many of whom were talented disciples he had encountered in the Panglai secret realm. Notably, one individual had even broken through to the golden core stage, Lin Ying, the venerable elder from the Tianchi sect. As noon approached, the auction house was filled to capacity, with over an hour remaining until the auction commenced. Inside his private box, Chen Qun sat quietly in meditation, awaiting the event's start. The various sects were already sharpening their wits, most of them aiming to acquire Chen Qun's coveted Zhoutian Yulon liquid, the Shui Xian Yujihua, and the Yin Shenhua. Remarkably, this auction would also feature a low-grade celestial artifact. In summary, this auction was unprecedented in its grandeur. With the sound of a gong, the auction officially commenced, hosted by the red-clad woman who had previously invited Chen Qun to the second floor. Behind her on the auction platform sat three elder gentlemen. The one in the central seat emanating an aura as formidable as a mountain, Chen Qun surmised he must surely be a Yuanying stage expert. The first item for bid was a vial of high-grade healing elixirs, serving as an appetizer, which was acquired by a minor cultivation family for 500 high-grade spirit stones. Following this were several rare materials. Chen Qun successfully bid 10,000 high-grade spirit stones for a small segment of the broken dragon root, as he now required only the earth heart spirit cream to cultivate the third layer of the Umatba Joyang body refinement technique. Next up for auction was the primary ingredient for refining the Ningjin pill, the Danshin grass. With a starting price of 30,000 high-grade spirit stones and minimum bidding increments of 5,000. As soon as the red-clad woman announced the item, many minor families began to compete fervently. After all, this was a precious Danshin grass. If the success rate for pill formation was high, it could yield 3 Ningjin pills. For these minor families, a golden core cultivator represented their family's glory. While achieving the golden core required exceptional talent and fortune, it did not deter these families from attempting to seize this opportunity. Originally valued at merely 80,000 high-grade spirit stones, the Danshin grass astonishingly fetched a price of 200,000. As the red-clad woman presented a crescent-shaped weapon, the atmosphere in the hall reached a fever pitch. She spoke slowly. This weapon is known as the Cold Moon, a low-grade celestial artifact, with a starting price of 600,000 high-grade spirit stones in increments of no less than 100,000. As her words settled, a voice resonated from the box representing the Wuji Palace, 800,000. Almost immediately, another voice rang out from the Lingyun Sect's box, 900,000. 1 million. 120,000. 150,000. One after another, the bidding voices echoed from the private boxes. During this time, Chen Qun made a bid but later relinquished his pursuit, feeling that this inferior immortal artifact did not possess the strength of his Tianjia sword embryo. Ultimately, this low-grade immortal artifact was secured by the Yunu Palace for a staggering price of 260,000 superior spirit stones. Following this, the woman in red produced an ancient tome, proclaiming, "This is a fire control technique from an ancient cultivator, known as the Zhurong formula, capable of commanding various extraordinary flames. The starting bid is set at 800,000 superior spirit stones, with each subsequent bid to exceed 100,000. As soon as the words left her lips, a wave of murmurs rippled through the audience, with some audacious voices remarking, "An 800,000 starting price? I doubt anyone would even bid 8,000. What use is a manual without an extraordinary flame? Controlling ordinary flames pales in comparison to the might of a flying sword." The audience echoed in agreement. For the number of special, potent flames in this realm was exceedingly scarce, and the prospect of obtaining one was akin to chasing a mirage. Before the murmurs could dissipate, a voice rang out, 800,000. The elderly Taoist Lin Ying, within the Tianchi sect's box, was overwhelmed with excitement, for he possessed a corrupted bone demon flame, and he was determined to acquire this ancient cultivator's fire control technique. Just as he believed he faced no competition, a voice emerged from the nearby box 4, 900,000. Lin Ying shot a glare towards box 4 and declared, 1 million. Yet, the voice from box 4 remained unfazed, responding, 110,000. Lin Ying's eyes nearly blazed with fury.
As the young master of the Tianshi sect, few dared to cross him. Now, at just 50 years of age and having recently ascended to the golden core stage, no one had the audacity to challenge him. In a fit of exasperation, he shouted, 120,000. He was certain that the occupants of Box 4 were not members of any major sect. How could a mere minor cultivation family dare to slight the Tianshi sect? His indignation had yet to find an outlet when another voice from Box 4 called out, 130,000. Chapter 60, The Auction in Box Number 4.
Chen Qun was resolutely determined to acquire the tome Zhu Rongju, which was specifically designed to control fire. This ambition was fueled by the South Ming celestial fire he had obtained in the Panglai immortal mansion, which now hovered quietly within a golden orb. The old Taoist Lin Ying called out, 1,400,000. Without hesitation, Chen Qun countered, 1,500,000.
1,600,000. 1,700,000.
Thus, Chen Qun and old Taoist Lin Ying engaged in a fierce bidding war, leaving the other cultivators in a state of astonishment. The cultivator who had previously claimed that 8 million would be unattainable dared not utter another word. As the price soared to 2,700,000, old Taoist Lin Ying contemplated another bid but was restrained by an elder from the golden core stage beside him. The elder cautioned, young master,
do not forget the purpose of our visit. Perhaps we should allow the tome to go to the person in box number 4 for now, and we can.
Upon hearing this, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lin Ying's eyes as he nodded in agreement, ceasing further remarks.
Consequently, Chen Qun successfully acquired Zhu Rongju for 2,700,000 high-grade spirit stones.
While the price was exorbitant, he found solace in the fact that it was an invaluable asset to him, thus he felt no regret. However, his own reserves of spirit stones were now nearly depleted. The intense rivalry between Chen Qun and old Taoist Lin Ying had escalated the atmosphere of the auction to a fever pitch.
The woman in red, wearing a smile, presented the next item for bidding, a zihen flower capable of refining the infant formation pill.
Chen Qun gazed at the zihen flower on stage and felt an uncanny resemblance to the one he had sold to Wang Fu. The starting bid was set at 1,800,000 high-grade spirit stones, with increments of no less than 100,000. As soon as the auctioneer concluded her announcement, several major sects and first-rate sects eagerly began to place their bids.
1,900,000. 2 million. 2,100,000.
Ultimately, the price settled at 3,800,000, claimed by the foremost sect, Xianjian sect.
Chen Qun watched in astonishment.
He had sold numerous items, including that very zihen flower, for merely 3 million high-grade spirit stones.
Yet, this single zihen flower fetched 3,800,000, leading him to perceive the Wanbao Pavilion as exceedingly avaricious. However, this predicament could not be entirely blamed on Wanbao Pavilion.
Although an item's price may be marked, it is often out of stock until the moment it becomes available, at which point it will be fiercely contested, with only the highest bidder prevailing.
Moreover, the zihen flower,
capable of refining the infant formation pill, represents the pinnacle of combat power on this continent, revered by every sect as a treasure. Any sect would spare no expense to provide their core formation cultivators even the slightest chance of ascending to the infant stage. The woman in red signaled for silence and announced, the next item is the rare spiritual item, the Yinshin flower, which can restore one's soul. The starting price is 3 million high-grade spirit stones, with increments of 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. As the words of the woman in red faded, several sects commenced a subtle yet palpable bidding war. The competition was not particularly fierce, culminating in a final bid of 340,000 superior spirit stones,
successfully acquired by the venerable Taoist Lin Ying. Following the transaction, Chen Qun utilized his spiritual perception to examine his diamond VIP card, and indeed, a figure of 310,000 appeared within. It seemed that the additional 30,000 had been withheld by Wanbao Pavilion as a 10% handling fee. Subsequently, the woman in red auctioned several magical artifacts and manuals, including Chen Qun's own water immortal jade skin flower, which fetched an impressive price of 400,000 superior spirit stones. Observing the nearly 400,000 superior spirit stones credited to his diamond VIP card, Chen Qun felt a surge of excitement as they approached the climax of the auction with the 3 grand finale items. With the woman's voice resounding once more, the atmosphere within the auction house reached an unprecedented zenith as she produced a token and a ring, proclaiming, "This is a soul tablet of the celestial mansion.
And the spatial ring contains a small celestial estate. By refining the soul tablet, one becomes the master of this ancient celestial estate. The starting bid is 8 million superior spirit stones, with increments no less than 300,000. As her words concluded, the major sects vied fervently against one another. And before long, the price of the soul tablet approached 20 million superior spirit stones, yet the upward trend showed no signs of abating. Chen Qun cast a glance at the soul tablet in the woman's hand, shaking his head in disinterest. After all, he already possessed an expansive Penglai celestial mansion, though he had yet to find the time to utilize it. Moreover, he could not enter the golden sphere, only accessing it with his spiritual perception to retrieve some items. Ultimately, the soul tablet was secured by Lingyun's sect for the sum of 23 million superior spirit stones, a testament to the formidable strength of these major sections. With only 2 items remaining, the auction was nearing its conclusion. Based on the current proceedings, Wanbao Pavilion had evidently reaped substantial profits, given their 10% commission. As the woman in red unveiled a small white jade vial, the various sects and several high-ranking loose cultivators began to prepare for another round of bidding. The woman, steadying the atmosphere, announced, "Contained within is a drop of 9 heavens jade dragon liquid, a sacred elixir for healing and restoration, equivalent to a second life for any cultivator. The starting bid is 9 million superior spirit stones, with increments no less than 300,000. This time, the number of bidders clearly exceeded that of the previous soul tablet, for no treasure could rival the value of one's life. Especially during confrontations among Yuaning stage cultivators, a single drop of the 9 heavens jade dragon liquid could prove decisive. Consuming it would restore 1/3 of their spiritual energy and heal all injuries within a few hours, essentially guaranteeing victory. The more intense the competition outside, the more exhilarated Chen Qun became within box 4, for these were indeed precious spirit stones. The various sects are engaged in a frenzied competition for the 9 heavens jade dragon liquid, intended for the venerable ancestors in the nascent soul stage. The mere extension of half a life for these esteemed beings justifies any expenditure of spirit stones, no matter how exorbitant. As the rivalry intensified, the price of a single drop of this precious liquid skyrocketed to 26 million high-grade spirit stones, and the ascent showed no signs of abating. The outcome, however, left Chen Qun both amused and exasperated, for it was his own sect, the Tiandao sect, that ultimately secured the drop at a staggering price of 28 million high-grade spirit stones. Chen Qun speculated that this prized elixir was likely intended for his frugal master, Li Yanhua. Yet, he found himself unconcerned with the identity of the buyer or the recipient. What truly captivated him was the astonishing surplus of over 25 million high-grade spirit stones now residing in his diamond VIP card. With only one final item remaining, Chen Qun's curiosity piqued regarding what this last treasure might be. As the woman in crimson gracefully unveiled a red bottle, the crowd collectively held their breath. For the auction of the final artifact was about to commence. Chapter 61, the auction concludes. Chen Qun has followed the woman in red slowly announced. The final item of today's auction is a vial of ancient dragon blood. It is said that consuming it will bestow a trace of the dragoness bloodline within you. However, direct ingestion poses tremendous risks, with a high likelihood of catastrophic consequences. Alternatively, it can be utilized as a rare ingredient for alchemy. This substance is exceedingly scarce. Before the audience could fully comprehend the implications, she continued. The starting bid is set at 10 million superior spirit stones, with increments no less than 1 million. At this declaration, the entire venue erupted in fervor. After all, this was dragon blood, a legendary treasure. Even Chen Qun felt a surge of desire. He was determined to compete for it. Presently, he possessed over 30 million superior spirit stones on his diamond VIP card, though he was uncertain if that would suffice in the bidding war. As the woman's words resonated, cultivators from various sects began to place their bids fervently. 11 million. 12 million. 13 million. Chen Qun refrained from bidding, patiently awaiting the emergence of the final contenders. As the price ascended to 25 million superior spirit stones, the number of competitors dwindled significantly. Although the vial of dragon blood was a coveted artifact, for many cultivators, its value paled in comparison to the 9 heavens jade dragon liquid, which represented a second life. Just when a golden core cultivator from the 10,000 Buddha temple confidently believed that 26 million superior spirit stones would secure the vial, a voice from the long silent box 4 rang out, 27 million.
the golden core cultivator from the 10,000 Buddha temple felt a surge of irritation. The individual in box 4 had just crossed paths with the Heavenly Master sect and now dared to challenge them. It was evident that the occupant of box 4 was not affiliated with any of the prominent sections. How could a mere rogue cultivator possess such audacity? And where did he acquire so many spirit stones? Yet, the golden core cultivator could only grit his teeth in frustration and retorted, 28 million. As anticipated. Chen Qun from box 4 raised the bid once more, 29 million. Internally, Chen Qun lamented, after the auction house deducted its fees. He was left with merely over 32 million superior spirit stones. If the opponent raised the bid again, he would lose the opportunity to claim the dragon blood. He regretted not having auctioned off a few more drops of the Nine Heavens Jade Dragon liquid, of which he possessed a substantial reservoir. However, Chen Qun's concerns mirrored those of the golden core cultivator from the 10,000 Buddha temple, who had just over 30 million left, allowing him one final bid, albeit slightly less than Chen Qun's. The cultivator, filled with indignation, shouted, 30 million. Simultaneously, he fervently hoped that the dreaded contender in box 4 would refrain from further raising the stakes. As expected, Chen Qun raised his bid once again, 31 million. Chen Qun felt a twinge of anxiety, for if the opposing bidder were to raise the price once more, he would find himself forever estranged from the precious dragon's blood. However, the rival refrained from making another offer, and ultimately, Chen Qun secured the vial of dragon's blood for a sum of 31 million superior spirit stones. With this transaction, the auction came to a close. Once he acquired the dragon's blood, Chen Qun discreetly exited through the back door of his private booth and made his way to the trading area on the 3rd floor. In the end, no one knew the true identity of the esteemed patron in box 4. The design of the Wanbao Pavilion's booths was intended to safeguard the privacy of its distinguished guests. Unbeknownst to Chen Qun, a minuscule corpse insect, smaller than a mosquito, stealthily infiltrated the sleeve of his garment, having been released by the old Taoist Lin Ying to track his adversaries. Upon arriving at the free trading area on the 3rd floor, Chen Qun found numerous cultivators setting up their stalls and commencing transactions. He initially intended to seek out Elder Daoyuan of the Tiandao sect to report his safety. Yet after the auction concluded, Elder Daoyuan had departed with several members of the Tiandao sect, escorting the precious Jiutian Yulon liquid back. Chen Qun surveyed the diverse array of stalls with patience, searching for the spirit items he required. The cultivators manning the stalls had also participated in the auction, often. When they failed to procure the items they sought, they would come to this trading area after the auction's conclusion. Over time, this had evolved into a burgeoning marketplace, rivaling the scale of the auction itself. Furthermore, all areas under the jurisdiction of Wanbao Pavilion were protected by its cultivators, ensuring fair transactions devoid of any malicious intent. At last, Chen Qun espied the earth heart essence he sought at a stall manned by a golden core cultivator. Approaching with utmost politeness, he inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed senior, the price of this vial of earth heart essence?" The golden core cultivator scrutinized Chen Qun before replying coldly, 2,000 superior spirit stones. His brusque tone stemmed from his belief that a mere foundation establishment junior could not afford such an item. Nevertheless, Chen Qun ultimately acquired it for 1,800 superior spirit stones, prompting the golden core cultivator to regard him with newfound respect. At last, he had gathered all the materials necessary for the 3rd layer of the Umatba 9 Yang body refinement technique. Chen Qun let out a silent sigh of relief. He then resumed his quest for further useful spirit items. Whether it was sheer luck or divine favor, he soon stumbled upon a 3-star stone. Though the price was somewhat steep, he nonetheless purchased it. With this 3-star stone in his possession, he was now only lacking the soul-severing wood and the profound ice soul to construct a golden core mechanized beast. However, after perusing numerous stalls, he failed to locate the remaining 2 items. Yet, even in their absence, Chen Qun felt a profound sense of satisfaction, for his acquisitions had proven substantial. Just as Chen Qun continued his search for valuable spirit items, the old Taoist Lin Ying, observing him from a distance, felt his frustration boiling over. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ying muttered to himself, "So it is this brat, I shall settle both old and new scores." Chen Qun failed to find the spiritual artifact he sought and had no intention of lingering any longer. Thus, he departed from the Wanbao Pavilion auction house and swiftly soared towards his secluded courtyard on his sword.
Midway through his flight, he sensed that someone was tailing him. Had it not been for his spiritual awareness having ascended to the golden core stage, he would not have detected that faint, elusive presence. From the aura, he surmised that his pursuer was undoubtedly a cultivator at the golden core stage. Consequently, he contemplated turning back to the Wanbao Pavilion, as there he would find the protection of its practitioners. It appeared that the old Taoist Lin Ying had discerned Chen Qun's awareness of his presence, for he ceased to conceal himself and directly obstructed Chen Qun's path back to the Wanbao Pavilion. Upon recognizing Lin Ying, Chen Qun inquired, "May I ask, dear Taoist Lin, what business compels you to follow me?" With gritted teeth, the old Taoist Lin Ying retorted, "Dao Yun, I have been searching for you. You nearly cost me my life within the Panglai immortal abode, and today you have humiliated my heavenly master sect by daring to seize a scripture from me. It is time to settle both new grievances and old." Observing the grim expression on Lin Ying's face, Chen Qun realized the predicament he was in. Feeling the subtle yet palpable pressure emanating from Lin Ying's golden core stage, his only thought was to flee. Suddenly, he called out towards the rear of the old Taoist, "Elder Dao Ci, what brings you here?" Instinctively, Lin Ying turned to look, only to find nothing but emptiness. By the time he turned back, Dao Yun, who had just been in front of him, had already fled over 10 paces away. Realizing he had been outsmarted, Lin Ying's face turned ashen as he hastened after Chen Qun. Chapter 62, Trapped in despair in a desperate bid to escape the venerable Taoist Lin Ying, Chen Qun fled swiftly into the distance. However, as a mere foundation establishment cultivator, his speed was trivial in the eyes of a golden core practitioner. Moreover, Lin Ying, a prodigious disciple of the Heavenly Master sect, had just recently broken through to the golden core stage, yet his prowess was already approaching that of mid-golden core cultivators. Feeling the relentless approach of Lin Ying, Chen Qun resorted to summoning a mechanical beast from the Panglai immortal manor, hoping to impede the Taoist's pursuit. Upon witnessing the mechanical beast, Lin Ying's eyes blazed with fury, for he had nearly met his demise at the hands of such constructs during his time in the Panglai immortal manor. However, the newly ascended golden core Lin Ying was no longer comparable to the foundation establishment cultivator he once was. The mechanical beast, which roamed freely in the foundation establishment realm, was vanquished in mere moments by the enraged Lin Ying. With no time to glance back, Chen Qun continued his frantic flight. Yet, regardless of how much he accelerated, he could not shake off Lin Ying. Before long, the distance between them diminished significantly. As he fled, Chen Qun dared a glance over his shoulder. Realizing that Lin Ying seemed to be toying with him, akin to a cat playing with its prey, deliberately allowing Chen Qun to experience the dread of impending death. Nevertheless, Chen Qun could not afford to ponder such things. Survival was paramount. In a state of panic, he dashed towards the direction of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Lin Ying trailed him leisurely, appearing remarkably unhurried. Observers at the periphery of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range watched Chen Qun's rapid escape with envy, exclaiming about the remarkable speed of a foundation establishment cultivator. As Chen Qun entered the territory of fifth-tier beasts, Lin Ying's patience began to wane. He accelerated and positioned himself directly in front of Chen Qun, declaring, "You have a talent for digging your own grave, but it is futile. I shall refine your corpse into a zombie, ensuring that even in death, you shall find no peace, your body forced to serve me." At that moment, a fifth-tier crimson flame beast charged forth, intent on devouring the intruder. Yet, before it could close the distance, it was petrified by the golden core aura emanating from Lin Ying, collapsing to the ground in submission. Chen Qun, observing Lin Ying without uttering a word, was preoccupied with devising an escape plan. Suddenly, he uttered a golden Om and a golden Ma, the two characters enveloped in boundless might, spiraling towards Lin Ying. This was Chen Qun's most formidable attack, aside from the life-burning Shu Mi Pong. However, the ensuing events sent Chen Qun's heart plummeting. With a nonchalant gesture, Lin Ying shattered the two spinning golden characters with ease. Despite having endeavored to accurately gauge the strength of golden core cultivators, Chen Qun found himself woefully underestimating their formidable prowess. Given the current circumstances, even if Chen Qun were to exhaust his life force to unleash the Shu Mi Pong, he would still be unable to rival the venerable Taoist Lin Ying. Even if he attempted to employ the void step, specially designed for escape, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to evade his fate.
since Lin Ying was aware that it was Chen Qun in the private chamber of the Wanbao Pavilion.
He undoubtedly possessed means to track him. Chen Qun had contemplated using the long-distance communication talisman bestowed upon him by his master, Li Yanhua.
However, it was too late for Li Yanhua to arrive from the Tiandao sect.
Moreover, Li Yanhua had already entered seclusion. If Chen Qun were to rashly seek help, it might not only jeopardize his own safety but also endanger Li Yanhua's well-being. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Qun seemed to have fallen into a genuine predicament. With a steely resolve, Chen Qun addressed the venerable Taoist Lin Ying. "Taoist friend, we harbor no deep-seated enmity.
Why must you pursue such a path of annihilation? I am willing to share the Zhurong art with you. Might we not transform this conflict into reconciliation?"
Lin Ying erupted into a hearty laughter, responding,
"When you vied for the Zhurong art, did you not foresee this day? When you conspired against me in the Panglai immortal manner, did you not anticipate this moment? If you have no further words to impart, then I shall send you on your way."
Chen Qun's show of submission proved futile. Although he could not recall any specific moment in the Panglai immortal manner where he had maliciously harmed Lin Ying,
the latter's resolve to kill him left Chen Qun with no option but to resist.
Thus, Chen Qun launched a direct mental assault against Lin Ying.
But before the Taoist could react, Chen Qun was met with a violent backlash, resulting in a splitting headache.
A sinister smile curled upon Lin Ying's lips as he remarked, "Young man, you harbor quite a few secrets, however, no need for your explanations.
Let me first dispose of you, and then I shall leisurely unravel your mysteries." With that,
Lin Ying hurled a pale yellow talisman at Chen Qun.
Chen Qun attempted to evade swiftly, yet he was nonetheless struck by the talisman. Following a resounding explosion,
blood splattered across Chen Qun's darkened visage. He hurriedly consumed a drop of the Nine Heavens Jade Dragon Essence. Had it not been for his cultivation of the Umatba Nine Yang body refinement technique reaching its second level, that blow might have claimed his life.
Even so, he sustained considerable injury.
Although the gap between the perfected foundation establishment and the golden core stage was but a single step, that step delineated an insurmountable divide. Chen Qun could not afford to dwell on anything else. He summoned a mechanical beast to impede Lin Ying's advance before fleeing at full speed into the depths of the Wanshou mountain range.
Lin Ying,
effortlessly dispatching the mechanical beast, pursued Chen Qun with unrelenting speed. He had abandoned any pretense of playing cat and mouse, propelling himself to his utmost velocity.
In mere moments, he was closing in on Chen Qun. As Chen Qun sensed Lin Ying's approach drawing ever closer, despair welled within him. He reflected on the myriad of memories from his past. Was this truly the end of it all?
Nevertheless, despite the thoughts swirling in his mind,
Chen Qun would undoubtedly refuse to yield until the final moment.
Thus, a domain of sword intent enveloped the elderly Taoist Lin Ying behind him. The old Taoist suddenly sensed the space around him stiffen, causing his movements to slow.
Yet, he still managed to strike Chen Qun with a palm.
Struck and undeterred by his injuries, Chen Qun swiftly consumed a drop of the Nine Heavens Jade Dragon Essence and continued his desperate flight.
However,
it was not long before Lin Ying caught up with him once more. In a hurry, Chen Qun unleashed his sword domain to impede the old Taoist's advance. Yet he still endured another blow from Lin Ying. The Nine Heavens Jade Dragon Essence poured into his mouth as if it were free, and relying on these extraordinary elixirs, coupled with the formidable power of the Umatba Nine Suns body refinement technique, he stubbornly dragged his severely injured body for half an hour.
Observing Chen Qun ahead,
who resembled an indestructible cockroach, Lin Ying mused inwardly, "I wonder how much longer you can endure."
Chen Qun, in turn, silently lamented.
For even with the aid of the Nine Heavens Jade Dragon Essence, his body was nearing its breaking point. Every bone within him felt as though it were on the verge of shattering under the relentless assaults of the old Taoist. At this rate, if he were to endure just a few more strikes, it was likely that he would meet his demise in this treacherous Wanshou mountain range. Chapter 63, A brief refuge. After fleeing for a considerable distance, Chen Qun found himself utterly exhausted. As he beheld the old Taoist Lin Ying preparing to strike him down once more, he realized he lacked the strength to resist any further. Just as Lin Ying was about to deliver the fatal blow, a bolt of lightning suddenly surged toward him, startling the old Taoist into retracting his attack on Chen Qun. Unbeknownst to Chen Qun, in his desperate flight, he had inadvertently trespassed into the territory of a 7th-tier golden core demon beast, the Lightning Eagle. Upon sensing an intruder in its domain, the formidable beast charged out in haste, intent on tearing apart any human that dared to invade its realm.
Consequently, the highly skilled Lin Ying became the prime target of the lightning eagle's wrath.
After retracting his assault on Chen Qun, Lin Ying, realizing the imminent danger, swiftly dodged the beast's attack. Observing this, Chen Qun felt a flicker of hope for survival ignite within him,
prompting him to consume another mouthful of the Nine Heavens Jade Dragon liquid and continue his rapid escape. Though Lin Ying sought to pursue Chen Qun,
he found himself ensnared by the lightning eagle, forced to engage in a desperate struggle against the creature. As Chen Qun glanced back at the old Taoist entangled with the beast,
an overwhelming surge of survival instinct propelled him deeper into the heart of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. After fleeing for over 3 hours, Chen Qun was on the verge of collapse.
Coupled with his severe injuries, had it not been for the sustenance provided by the Nine Heavens Jade Dragon liquid, he might have succumbed long ago. Strangely, throughout his escape, he had encountered no other demon beasts, and the atmosphere around him felt eerily foreboding. Dismissing any thoughts of the uncanny, Chen Qun prioritized healing, surmising that Lin Ying would be unable to locate him at this juncture.
Approximately half an hour later,
having regained 2 or 3 parts of his strength, Chen Qun marveled at the efficacy of the Nine Heavens Jade Dragon liquid.
Just as he began to feel a semblance of self-preservation, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Dao Yun, you truly possess remarkable agility, but today marks the day of your reckoning." As the words echoed, Lin Ying's figure materialized before Chen Qun.
With no time for dialogue, Chen Qun turned on his heel and fled once more.
Enraged,
Lin Ying pursued him, and predictably, Chen Qun received another blow. Yet, in that moment of impact, he spotted a dark cave,
its entrance seemingly protected by some form of barrier. With death seemingly inevitable, Chen Qun resolved to take a gamble.
As he was propelled backward from the strike,
he dashed toward the shadowy cave.
Upon nearing the entrance, a powerful resistance began to impede his advance. However, the golden orb within his consciousness seemed to resonate, emitting a radiant glow that enveloped him. Consequently, Chen Qun effortlessly crossed the threshold into the cave.
The elder Taoist Lin Ying swiftly followed with a strike, but his palm met the barrier at the cave entrance, failing to strike Chen Qun.
Frustrated, Lin Ying yearned to enter the cave. Yet he found himself thwarted by the barrier. With no recourse, he could only ponder how to dismantle the obstruction before he could venture inside to eliminate Chen Qun. Observing the elder Taoist trapped outside, Chen Qun felt a flicker of hope in his dire situation.
He surveyed the cave's surroundings, noting its lamentably small size. Even Lin Ying at the entrance could discern everything within.
The cave possessed but a single exit, surrounded by walls on all sides,
save for the dimly illuminated hexagram symbol etched into the ceiling.
Infuriated, Lin Ying shouted, "Dao Yun, come out and face your demise, I might grant you a complete corpse."
Turning to the entrance, Chen Qun retorted, "Does Lin Daoist think I am a fool?
If you wish to slay me, you must first breach the barrier.
Should you fail,
then it is your own inadequacy that you must lament." Lin Ying, seething with anger, replied, "Do not grow overly confident, Dao Yun. I shall see how long you can maintain your arrogance." With that, he summoned 2 silver zombies, relentlessly assaulting the barrier. These silver zombies now possessed the attack power of golden core cultivators.
Lin Ying settled himself outside the cave, seemingly resolute in his intent to exhaust Chen Qun. Meanwhile,
Chen Qun sat within the cave and consumed a drop of the Nine Heavens Jade Dragon essence, beginning to restore his strength.
Unbeknownst to him, a day and night slipped by as he meditated. Stretching lazily, he mused, "My strength has been fully restored, but how shall I extricate myself from this predicament?"
He gazed at Lin Ying, who remained seated at the cave's entrance.
Chen Qun understood that should the barrier be breached, the elder Taoist would undoubtedly rush in to kill him without hesitation.
The 2 silver zombies beside Lin Ying continued their tireless assault on the barrier,
causing ripples to form upon its surface.
Chen Qun surmised that if the zombies persisted, the barrier would likely be shattered within a month. Yet, he found himself powerless to intervene. Resignedly, he focused on augmenting his strength within the cave, all while under Lin Ying's watchful gaze. He retrieved the Zhurong formula, which he had previously purchased at the auction, and dedicated himself earnestly to its practice. Outside the cave, Lin Ying's glare burned with fury. If looks could kill,
Chen Qun would have perished at the elder Taoist's hands countless times. Chapter 64. The eerie hexagram. Chen Qun had become deeply immersed in the practice of the Zhurong art. The more he delved into it, the more he felt it was indeed a masterful scripture for fire control. Cautiously, he extracted a fragment of the southern Ming heavenly fire from the golden orb and attempted to manipulate and fuse it using the techniques outlined in the Zhurong art. Outside the cave, the old Taoist Lining was astounded upon witnessing the southern Ming heavenly fire. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He had previously believed that his corrupted bone demon flame was unparalleled among cultivators, as such extraordinary flames were exceedingly rare in this realm. However, he had not anticipated that this disciple of the heavenly Tao sect, Dao Yun, possessed a flame even more potent than his own corrupted bone demon flame. Lining could not help but ponder how many more astonishing secrets this Dao Yun harbored, and vowed to unveil all of them once the restrictions were lifted. Days passed. And at long last, Chen Qun completed his mastery of the Zhurong art and gradually absorbed the southern Ming heavenly fire into his being. In a mere thought, a thin layer of southern Ming heavenly fire enveloped his body, its heat seemingly capable of devouring the very fabric of space itself. As the southern Ming heavenly fire cloaked his exterior, a minuscule corpse insect, instinctively terrified of the extraordinary flame, fled in haste from Chen Qun's sleeve, desperate to escape. Understanding this, Chen Qun instantly grasped why the old Taoist Lining was always able to locate him so swiftly. With another thought, the southern Ming heavenly fire surged into the air, transforming into a fireball that pursued the diminutive corpse insect. In but a moment, the tiny creature was reduced to nothingness. Chen Qun had now attained an extraordinary level of control over the southern Ming heavenly fire. To enhance its power further, he realized that in addition to his own spiritual energy, he could also consume other rare flames to bolster it. As he stored away the Zhurong art in the southern Ming heavenly fire, he attuned himself to the surroundings of the cave. Remarkably, his spiritual consciousness had ascended to a new level, reaching the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. It seemed that the southern Ming heavenly fire not only possessed immense power but also had the ability to cleanse the spirit, facilitating this rapid advancement in his spiritual awareness. Yet, despite this elevation in his spiritual prowess, Chen Qun found it exceedingly difficult to break through to the Golden Core stage. He had yet to encounter the bottleneck that would allow such a breakthrough. Unable to proceed further, he resigned himself to sitting cross-legged. Familiarizing himself with the nuances of mid-stage Golden Core spiritual awareness. Time passed once more. And Chen Qun observed the two silver zombies relentlessly attacking the barrier at the cave entrance. The barrier quivered violently, and he estimated that in about 10 more days, it would likely be breached by the relentless assault of the two zombies. However, since he had refined the southern Ming heavenly fire using the Zhurong art and elevated his spiritual awareness to the mid-stage of the Golden Core, he now possessed a newfound confidence in his ability to protect himself. The enhancement of his spiritual awareness signified an improvement in the sword domain formed by his sword intent. With unwavering confidence, he believed he could significantly diminish the speed of the venerable Taoist Lining using the sword domain, thus engaging in a protracted escape akin to a tug-of-war. However, for the time being, the two relentless zombies could not breach the barrier at the cave's entrance. Consequently, Chen Qun retrieved a large vat from his storage pouch, filled it with water and various auxiliary herbs, and added the dragon's broken root and earth heart essence obtained from the auction house. Finally, with a flourish, he employed the southern Ming heavenly fire to heat the concoction. Once the heating was complete, Chen Qun leaped into the vat, commencing his cultivation of the Umatba Nine Sun's body refinement technique. Days passed, and Lining remained steadfast at the cave's entrance, while the two silver zombies continued their ceaseless assault on the barrier. Gradually, fine spiderweb-like cracks began to appear on the surface of the barrier. As these fissures manifested, the enormous black hexagram hovering above Chen Qun took on an even more eerie quality, though neither he nor Lining was aware of the peculiarities unfolding around them. 2 more days elapsed. Suddenly, Chen Qun erupted from the vat with a fierce roar, delivering a powerful punch to the stone wall of the cave, leaving a deep imprint within the once unyielding surface. Elated, he realized that he had finally reached the 3rd level of the Umatba Nine Sun's body refinement technique, estimating that his physical strength now rivaled that of a high-grade magical artifact. However, the ironwood spirit leaves and Buddha flame roots required for advancing to the 4th level were exceedingly rare, having not been seen for millennia. Yet, Chen Qun chose not to dwell on this, recognizing the significance of having attained the 3rd level. The remainder would depend on fate. observing the barrier at the cave's entrance. He noted that it was on the verge of collapse, predicting it would not withstand the night. He stored away the vat used for his cultivation and ceased his practice, opting instead to sit on the ground and engage in casual conversation with the Taoist Lining outside, their earlier animosity seemingly forgotten. Nevertheless, both were acutely aware that once the barrier fell, Lining would undoubtedly rush in to eliminate Chen Qun without hesitation. At last, as the sun began to rise the following day, a significant crack appeared in the barrier. A cruel smile crept across Lin Ying's lips as he remarked, "I presume you have no final words. Soon, I shall enter and send you on your way." Chen Qun, arms crossed, responded, "To send me on my way, you must first possess the strength to do so." Now brimming with confidence, he understood that while he could not yet defeat Lin Ying, capturing him would not be a straightforward endeavor. With a series of resounding cracks, the barrier was finally shattered by the two silver zombies. Simultaneously, the black hexagram above Chen Qun began to whirl rapidly as the barrier succumbed to destruction. The old Taoist Lin Ying took a decisive step into the cave, intent on vanquishing Chen Qun. Yet, he was suddenly engulfed in a sensation akin to wading through thick mire. In a moment of carelessness, he fell prey to Chen Qun's cunning maneuver. Lin Ying was perplexed, pondering how Chen Qun's spatial control had grown exponentially more formidable in just a month. Nevertheless, he remained confident in his ability to easily eliminate Chen Qun. However, just as Chen Qun attempted to dash toward the cave's exit in a bid for escape, an immense force materialized behind him, swiftly pulling him back. Chen Qun's expression shifted dramatically. When he turned to investigate, he beheld the old Taoist Lin Ying being drawn into a black hexagram etched upon the cave wall. Before Chen Qun could even contemplate the situation further, he too vanished into the depths of the black hexagram. Chapter 65, Misstep into the Demon Realm. It is unclear how much time had elapsed when Chen Qun gradually opened his eyes. Before him loomed a blood-red sun, casting an atmosphere thick with brutality and bloodshed. As Chen Qun surveyed his surroundings, an ominous premonition crept into his mind, and he could not help but sigh inwardly, "Surely I have not inadvertently stumbled into the fabled demon realm." While Chen Qun was scanning his environment, in a distant castle of the Demon Kings, dozens of demon lords were seated around a black hexagram. Each possessed cultivation equivalent to the nascent soul stage. The black hexagram they encircled was identical to the one Chen Qun had encountered in the cave. One of the lead demon lords proclaimed, "Send word forth. We must ensure the extermination of the 2 human cultivators who have entered our realm. A bounty of 100,000 top-grade demon stones will be awarded for each kill, along with a month's access to the blood pool for training." With this decree, the entire demonic faction erupted into chaos. The resources of the demon realm were already scarce, and eliminating even one human cultivator could pave the way for ascension to the rank of demon commander or even demon king. After issuing the command, the lead demon lord continued addressing the others, "Esteemed lords, what are your thoughts on these 2 infiltrators from the human realm?" One of the demon lords responded, "Once we ascend to the rank of demon king, we will be confined within this castle, with no possibility of exiting except through ascending to the demon emperor and fleeing to the upper realms. However, if we unite our strength against the constraints, in 10 years we could break free and open a passage to the Azure Sky continent, allowing our kind to reclaim what was once ours. It is likely these human cultivators have come to investigate the true nature of our realm," the lead demon lord remarked. "Should the powerful cultivators of the human race learn of our plans, they may well sabotage the spatial exit to the Azure Sky continent. Therefore, for our safety, we must not allow these 2 to escape." The other demon lords nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to the bewildered Chen Qun, he had already become a target for the ruthless demons. When he and the elder Taoist Lin Ying were transported into the demon realm via the black hexagram, their presence was reflected in the castle, revealing their appearances and cultivation levels to the seasoned nascent soul demon lords within. Chen Qun chose a random direction to wander, encountering numerous chi refinement and foundation establishment stage beasts along the way, most of which he dispatched with ease. As for the golden core stage beasts, he skillfully evaded them, utilizing his mid-golden core stage spiritual sense. Days later, upon spotting a black city, Chen Qun felt a surge of joy, having dealt with demonic beasts for several days. The sight of the city was a welcome relief.
Although it was inhabited by demons, his spirits remained high. However, just as he approached the city, a swarm of demonic cultivators erupted from within, darkening the skies. Before Chen Qun could react, a flurry of flying swords surged toward him, resembling a rain of blades. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. Unbeknownst to him, the orders issued by the Dark Lords within the Demon King's castle had empowered the Demon Kin to detect human cultivators' presence from a distance of 10 zhang. Fortunately, this small city lacked any formidable demon generals at the Golden Core stage, otherwise, Chen Qun would have found himself in grave peril. Although he was merely pursued by some foundation-building demon generals and a multitude of chi-refining demon soldiers, their sheer numbers forced him to keep running. Thanks to his profound spiritual energy, Chen Qun eventually managed to shake off his pursuers, but his general location was now exposed. Numerous formidable beings at the Golden Core level, akin to demon generals, were swiftly converging upon the area. Thus, Chen Qun sought refuge in another hiding spot. But it was not long before the demon cultivators who chased him found his concealment. After a fierce battle, he managed to escape yet again. Chen Qun was perplexed as to why the demon cultivators could so accurately pinpoint his location after he had hidden himself. He recalled how the old Taoist Lin Ying had once used corpse insects to track him down. In response, Chen Qun employed his divine consciousness and the south bright heavenly fire to thoroughly inspect himself, yet he found no abnormalities. Just as he began to gather his wits, a dozen or so foundation-building demon generals approached, directly heading toward his hiding place. Despite Chen Qun's advanced cultivation, even a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. After enduring a series of intense skirmishes, he felt somewhat exhausted, even with the rejuvenating effects of the Nine Heavens Jade Dragon liquid. Seeing the approaching group of demon cultivators, Chen Qun called out, "Wait!" Remarkably, the leading demon cultivator halted and inquired, "Do you have any final words to convey?" Chen Qun was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, "Are you so confident in your ability to kill me?" However, he feigned trembling and asked, "I have hidden so well, how could you find me so easily?" "If you do not tell me, I shall die with my eyes wide open." The demon cultivators erupted in laughter, and the leader replied, "Let me enlighten you. Your human cultivators bear a blood feud with our demon kin. While we may not be as treacherous as your kind, we possess many innate talents, one of which allows us to sense your presence whenever you come within 10 zhang of us." Another demon cultivator smugly added, "Now you can rest assured as you embark on your final journey. Allow me to escort you on your way." Chen Qun clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the insight, indeed, I can now depart with peace." With that, he summoned his flying sword, transforming it into a streak of light as he fled into the distance. The demon cultivators, realizing the ruse, collectively cursed, "What a despicable trick!" before they all rushed after him. Chapter 66, Flight and Breakthrough. Within a murky swamp, Chen Qun, who had been fleeing for over 10 days, had covered himself entirely in mud and finally found a moment to catch his breath. Gazing at the muck clinging to his hands and body, he murmured to himself, "They should no longer be able to find me. However, the stench of this swamp mud is quite unbearable, yet, for the sake of survival, I cannot afford to be overly concerned." Suddenly, Chen Qun sensed another group of demonic cultivators approaching. He quickly concealed himself behind a massive rock, daring not to make a sound. Over the past 10 days, he had encountered several Golden Core demonic lords, and his escape had been fraught with peril. Each moment a harrowing experience. His body bore numerous injuries, and had it not been for his mastery of the Mitua Jiuyang body refinement technique at its 3rd level, he would have surely been shattered by now. At that moment, he overheard a demonic cultivator proclaim that human cultivator cannot have vanished into thin air. "Search the vicinity. We must locate this cunning human." Chen Qun remained hidden behind the rock for quite some time, and only when there was complete silence outside did he cautiously emerge. Exclaiming in delight, "It seems this method truly works, I can finally rest assured." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a raspy voice echoed, "You may be celebrating prematurely." Chen Qun turned to find himself face to face with a Golden Core demonic lord, and terror gripped him as he fled. The formidable figure wasted no time, transforming into a streak of light to pursue him. Not far from Chen Qun, another bloodied human cultivator, smeared in the oil of corpses, was cursing vehemently, "Damn it! They've dispatched so many demonic lords to hunt down a mere Golden Core cultivator like me,
including a mid-stage Golden Core Lord. One day, when I achieve great mastery, I shall annihilate your wretched demon realm. This individual was none other than the old Taoist Lin Ying, who had been drawn into the demon realm alongside Chen Qun. His plight was even more dire, as the demon kings had anticipated their cultivation levels and had swiftly devised a strategy once their positions were revealed. For many days, Lin Ying had been relentlessly pursued by a horde of Golden Core demonic lords, plunging him into a state of despair. Had it not been for his formidable cultivation and cunning methods, he would have long since met his demise. Despite his resilience, Lin Ying was left with only half his life remaining, surviving through the use of a blood escape technique. Eventually, Lin Ying realized that the demons could track him by scent. In response, he anointed himself with the foul-smelling corpse oil, granting him a fleeting opportunity to breathe. The more he reflected, the more regret he felt for not having eliminated Chen Qun directly in Tianshui City, instead engaging in a game of cat and mouse. Now, he found himself ensnared in the demon realm, and even if he escaped death, he would surely endure great suffering. At that moment, the old Taoist Lin Ying felt an overwhelming hatred for Chen Qun. In his heart, Chen Qun epitomized the very essence of misfortune. With no outlet for his fury, he could only inwardly curse Chen Qun's ancestors through countless generations. Meanwhile, the fleeing Chen Qun inadvertently sneezed, perplexed by the frequent sneezing that had plagued him of late. Relying on the barriers provided by his sword domain, he struggled to shake off the demonic commander in pursuit. After days of relentless escape, he sensed he was approaching a bottleneck in his ascension to the Golden Core stage. However, the perilous environment deterred him from rashly attempting a breakthrough. Observing the dwindling mud on his body, he rummaged through his storage pouch and applied some fresh mud to himself. In this world, it was likely that Chen Qun was the sole cultivator who utilized a storage pouch for carrying such filthy material. Several days passed, and numerous waves of demonic cultivators traversed near Chen Qun, yet none managed to detect him, including several formidable commanders. Despite this, Chen Qun remained on high alert, choosing to conceal himself within the inconspicuous cave. After a few more days had elapsed, as the demonic cultivators seemed to have moved on in search of new territories, Chen Qun cautiously opened his eyes. Just as he was about to make a move, he overheard a conversation. It appears the human cultivator is truly absent from this location. We have been observing in the shadows for days without any sign of activity. It is likely that he has fled to another region, one demonic commander remarked to another. The second commander nodded in agreement, and together they transformed into streaks of light, soaring away into the distance. Inside the cave, Chen Qun broke into a cold sweat. Thinking to himself, that was close, I almost got discovered. Feeling increasingly apprehensive, he decided to wait another couple of days. Once he confirmed that all the demonic cultivators had indeed departed, he stealthily emerged. Chen Qun gathered some straw and covered the entrance of his hiding place with the swamp's decaying mud. After surveying the area for any anomalies and finding none, he returned to the cave to commence his cultivation breakthrough. As Chen Qun sat cross-legged in meditation, he could distinctly sense that the barrier to his ascension to the Golden Core stage was within reach, yet it remained just out of grasp. He retrieved a Golden Core pill and swallowed it. The pill dissolved instantly within him, and as it melted away, the obstruction to his breakthrough began to loosen. Suddenly, Chen Qun found himself enveloped in a transformation. He was no longer in the demon realm but had returned to his childhood home in Nanjing. His parents, upon seeing him, embraced him with fervent joy. To his astonishment, he realized he had reverted to the form of a child. However, at that moment, a voice boomed, "You ungrateful wretch! To defy me for the sake of such a worthless being, I shall ensure your demise here today." It was his grandfather, Chen Huawu, who had come to express his wrath, enraged by Chen Qun's perceived inadequacies. Chen Huawu, filled with rage, strode towards Chen Xiaolei, and without a moment's hesitation, he struck him with his cane, causing his brain to splatter, resulting in a death that was irrevocable. Witnessing this horrific scene, Chen Qun's eyes transformed into a crimson hue, his hair billowing wildly in the wind. At that moment, he had completely lost his sanity, consumed solely by hatred. He despised the unfairness of fate and was driven by an overwhelming desire to unleash a bloodbath. However, at that critical juncture, a golden orb emanated a beam of golden light, which penetrated Chen Qun's eyes, restoring clarity to his vision. As he realized he was still within the cavern of the demon realm, cold sweat dotted his forehead. He understood that he had just confronted his own inner demons. Had it not been for the golden orb awakening him at that pivotal moment, should he have succumbed to his inner turmoil, he would have descended into a mindless creature, solely driven by the urge to kill, until death claimed him. Chapter 67, The Anomaly of the Calamitous Clouds. At this moment, Chen Qun's gratitude towards the golden sphere was beyond the capacity of mere words. The golden orb had invariably rescued him at critical junctures, prompting Chen Qun to silently vow to locate the essence of the golden sphere he had once faintly heard about. Following the tribulation of his inner demons, Chen Qun had fully entered the realm of the golden core stage in his cultivation. The only aspect that had yet to align with his heightened state of mind and spiritual awareness was his personal cultivation level. Nevertheless, Chen Qun persevered in seeking a breakthrough opportunity. As he absorbed increasing amounts of spiritual energy into his body, his dantian began to swell gradually. The mounting force of expansion threatened to rupture his body. Gritting his teeth, Chen Qun tirelessly compressed the spiritual energy within, transforming the newly absorbed energy into liquid, akin to the original energy within him. As the quantity of liquid spiritual energy increased, so too did the pressure on his body. He continued to compress the already liquefied energy, patiently taking the most crucial step on his path of cultivation. Eventually, the liquid spiritual energy within him began to condense into solid forms. A faint, elusive smile emerged on Chen Qun's pained face. He sensed that success was imminent. For the compression of gas yields liquid, and the compression of liquid yields solid. Once the spiritual energy within him fully transformed into solid form, he would be nearing the successful formation of his golden core. The compressive force would constrict the previously abundant liquid spiritual energy into a solid the size of an egg, which, after undergoing the baptism of heavenly tribulation, would ultimately coalesce into the golden core. As Chen Qun tirelessly compressed the spiritual energy within, colorful clouds began to manifest in the sky. He had no time to attend to other matters, remaining wholly focused on compressing his energy. As vibrant clouds appeared within a 1,000-mile radius, they attracted the attention of numerous demon cultivators, who had never before encountered such beautiful hues in the sky. Even the venerable Taoist Lin Ying, concealed within a tree hollow, marveled at the beauty of the clouds in the demon realm. However, coincidences abound. Both Lin Ying and Chen Qun, aimlessly fleeing, found themselves unexpectedly close to one another. Chen Qun remained oblivious to the unusual colors above, entirely absorbed in compressing his spiritual energy. As the compression intensified, the colorful clouds above grew increasingly vivid. Lin Ying, reclining in his hollow, leisurely observed the rare spectacle, murmuring, "You demon wretches, what use is strength if you cannot catch me? It is but a fool's dream to think you can seize the great Taoist. I shall play with you once I awaken from my slumber." Chen Qun, at this critical juncture, felt his teeth grinding audibly. While he understood the difficulty of forming the golden core, he had not anticipated such arduousness. Now, he could only rely on his indomitable will. Should he falter, all his previous efforts would be in vain, and he would find it nearly impossible to ascend to the golden core realm again in this lifetime. Chen Qun was not one to succumb to despair. After all, the cold indifference he faced in his youth had forged the resilient spirit he possessed today. Meanwhile, the nearby demonic cultivators remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril. The vibrant clouds that once scattered across the expanse of 1,000 miles began to converge, gradually shrinking to a radius of 100 miles before falling silent. Such a phenomenon was indeed rare, prompting even the venerable Taoist Lin Ying to ponder whether a precious artifact was about to emerge in the vicinity. At long last, Chen Qun persevered through the final moment. Feeling the surge and solidity of spiritual energy within him, he had successfully formed his golden core. With his divine sense, he observed the egg-sized golden core in his dantian, overwhelmed by an indescribable joy and emotion. At that moment, he had finally become the golden core cultivator he had longed for. As Chen Qun achieved this milestone, the colorful clouds in the sky began to churn violently, emanating a cataclysmic power that stained the land with radiant hues across hundreds of miles. The venerable Taoist Lin Ying, hidden within a hollow tree, could not help but exclaim in exasperation, "What the hell is this calamity cloud? Which fool is attempting to transcend here? I am truly going to be done for." After uttering his curse, he swiftly darted out of the hollow, abandoning the need for concealment as he fled into the distance. Lin Ying was acutely aware that even if he were discovered by the demonic cultivators at that moment, he could still find a way to escape. However, if he had not vacated the area engulfed by the calamity clouds before the seven-colored lightning tribulation struck, his demise would be inevitable. Had this been a typical calamity cloud? Lin Ying would have recognized it long ago, but the seven-colored calamity cloud had not manifested for tens of thousands of years. Not only had he never encountered such a sight, but even his master had certainly never witnessed it. At this moment, Lin Ying could think of nothing else but to flee for his life, hoping the tribulation would delay its descent. Not only Lin Ying, but even the demonic cultivators pursuing him were desperately trying to escape. Lin Ying discerned that someone was undergoing the 9 heavenly tribulations associated with forming a golden core. Yet, should the tribulation strike him, it would transform into the 5 heavenly tribulations for the nascent soul, as the nature of tribulations adapts according to one's strength and realm. Thus, the higher the cultivation of those present, the more swiftly they would meet their demise. Moreover, this was the most formidable 7-colored lightning tribulation. Even a typical tribulation would spell death for Lin Ying, who was still far from forming his nascent soul. Furthermore, once targeted by the heavenly tribulation, no matter how far he fled, the 7-colored calamity cloud would relentlessly pursue him until every last bolt had struck, not a single one spared. As Chen Qun gazed at the roiling clouds above, he felt an overwhelming sense of awe. However, he soon steadied his emotions, swallowed a drop of 9 heavens jade dragon essence, and began to meditate on the spot to recuperate. In order to maintain his optimal condition to confront the impending heavenly tribulations, Chen Qun is acutely aware that he will face many such trials in the future. Having successfully condensed his golden core, he now must endure the 4-9 heavenly tribulation, which entails being struck 4 times. When he reaches the stage of condensing his nascent soul, he will encounter the 5-9 heavenly tribulation, requiring him to withstand 5 strikes. The spirit severing stage will bring forth the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, demanding 6 strikes, and so forth, with each subsequent tribulation growing increasingly formidable. Upon reaching the tribulation phase, he will face the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, also known as the 9-1 tribulation. Successfully navigating this will usher him into the Great Ascension stage, allowing him to transform the spiritual essence within him into a mortal essence, thus enabling his direct ascension to the celestial realm. As the vibrant clouds billow and swell in magnitude, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, descends upon Chen Qun with unerring precision. Chapter 68, Crossing the Cataclysm of the 4-9 Heavens as the Thunderbolt. As thick as a water barrel, struck Chen Qun, many demonic cultivators beneath the calamity cloud suffered dire consequences. Outside the storm, the venerable Taoist Lin Ying, bent over and gasping for breath, exclaimed, "What a close call! If I had been a moment late, I would have been reduced to ashes. I barely managed to escape just as the thunder fell." Before the old Taoist could finish his lament, a glimmering, cold sword flew directly towards him. In a panic, Lin Ying attempted to defend himself but was sent flying several meters, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Enraged, he cursed, "Just as I have survived the tribulation, you dare to ambush me. One day, I shall obliterate you all." After his tirade, he swiftly took to the skies on his sword, with the demonic cultivators hot on his heels. While the demonic cultivators continued their pursuit of Lin Ying, the first thunderbolt struck Chen Qun with tremendous force, creating a vast crater within a 2-meter radius. The sheer might of the thunder was evident when the soot-covered Chen Qun emerged from the pit. His appearance was so altered that even his parents would scarcely recognize him. He coughed up blood and hastily consumed a drop of the 9 heavens jade dragon essence to heal his wounds. The second thunderbolt swirled ominously, poised to unleash its overwhelming power and reduce Chen Qun to mere ashes. Desperately, he endeavored to restore his vitality, for the previous thunderclap had severely injured him. Although Chen Qun had once been filled with confidence, surpassing any perfected foundational cultivator, he had foolishly chosen to test the strength of the Amitabha 9 Sun's body refinement technique by enduring the first thunderbolt with his flesh alone, neglecting the fact that he faced the formidable 7-colored thunderstorm, a trial that few throughout history had successfully navigated. As the second thunderbolt prepared to descend, Chen Qun had managed to recover approximately 60% of his spiritual energy. He realized he could no longer withstand the next blow with his body. Another direct hit would likely spell his doom. With a resounding crash, the second thunderbolt, imbued with immense power, descended. Anticipating its arrival, Chen Qun expelled 2 golden characters,
which spun gracefully towards the thunder. Upon collision, the golden characters erupted, significantly diminishing the thunder's ferocity.
Next, Chen Qun enveloped himself in the southern bright flame to bolster his defenses. Yet, in an instant, the thunderbolt struck him, sending him hurtling away.
The impact felt as if his very bones were fracturing.
With no time to spare, he gulped down a large swig of the Nine Heavens Jade Dragon Essence to recuperate.
The second thunderbolt was far more potent than the first, leaving Chen Qun devoid of confidence regarding his ability to survive this 4-9 cataclysm.
Especially with 2 even more formidable thunderbolts still to come. Another thunderous roar echoed as the third thunderbolt descended.
In the moments preceding its arrival, Chen Qun had made extensive preparations. 2 golden characters rotated above Chen Qun, beneath which lay the Tianjiao sword embryo.
Ultimately, Chen Qun transformed the Southern Ming's heavenly fire into a colossal shield that shielded his head.
However, the ferocity of the third tribulation lightning was overwhelming. Despite having mitigated much of its power, Chen Qun was still on the brink of losing consciousness.
He bit his tongue, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to stave off fainting.
If he succumbed, it would mean bidding farewell to this world. For the fourth and most formidable bolt of tribulation lightning would not spare him. Desperately, Chen Qun gulped down 2 large mouthfuls of the Nine Heavens Jade Dragon liquid. Managing to regain some spiritual energy, albeit insufficient to counteract the severe damage inflicted by the tribulation, he gazed up at the multicolored tribulation clouds, murmuring to himself, "Perhaps it is all destined to end." He seemed to have succumbed to despair, having exhausted all his means against the third bolt. His injuries worsened, and he now faced an even more potent fourth bolt with no confidence left. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He prepared as he had for the third bolt. Reaching into the golden orb to retrieve the vial of dragon blood he had purchased at the auction house. Since death was inevitable, he decided to take a gamble. He shouted defiantly at the ominous clouds above and drank the entire vial of dragon blood in one go. Upon consuming the dragon blood, Chen Qun felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, his body visibly pulsating with crimson energy. As this energy surged violently within him, his eyes turned a dark red. Overwhelmed by pain, Chen Qun relentlessly struck the ground to release the energy within him. Yet, no matter how much he expelled, he felt an inexhaustible reservoir of energy, escalating rapidly as if it might burst forth at any moment. In just half a minute, Chen Qun's physique swelled dramatically, visibly expanding before the eye. It seemed only a matter of time before he would explode, as he ballooned to the size of a massive sphere. The fourth bolt of tribulation lightning gathered its might in the heavens, striking down towards him. The golden characters and the Southern Ming's heavenly fire were instantly dispersed by this bolt, and even the Tianjiao sword embryo was left with a significant breach. Ultimately, the fourth bolt, imbued with the power to annihilate worlds, struck Chen Qun, who resembled a grotesque orb. A violent explosion ensued, reducing much of the surrounding area to dust, and creating a deep pit of 4 to 5 meters in depth within a 10-zhang radius. After a long while, Chen Qun emerged from the crater carved by the fourth bolt of tribulation lightning, his form so battered that he scarcely resembled a human. Yet, he persevered and stood tall. The residual celestial energy from the lightning continued to mend his ravaged body. Had it not been for the last moment, when the energy of the dragon blood within Chen Qun countered the force of the calamity thunder, he would have surely been utterly obliterated beneath its wrath. Chen Qun sheathed the Tianjia sword embryo and the Southern Ming heavenly fire, then hastily chose a direction and sped away. He now needed to find a safe haven to tend to his wounds. Chapter 69. The battle a month had slipped away in the blink of an eye. It was as if Chen Qun had vanished into the abyss of the demon realm, leaving behind only the ravaged land that had once suffered under the onslaught of the colorful thunder tribulations. Even the formidable demon lords of the nascent soul stage within the Demon King's fortress believed that Chen Qun had been utterly extinguished. Yet, in a cave beside a marsh, an immensely powerful aura suddenly erupted. This energy was none other than Chen Qun, who had concealed himself within this cave for a full month. During this time, he had tirelessly tended to his injuries and attuned himself to the benefits bestowed upon him by the recent thunder tribulation. His southern bright heavenly fire had undergone a mutation due to its encounters and resistance against the tribulations, now imbued with a hint of thunderous pressure within its delicate flames.
His great Luo Brahma sound spell had ascended to the third tier, enabling him to articulate the sacred syllables Om, Ma, and Ni in golden script. Moreover, with his current cultivation at the early golden core stage, the power he could unleash was formidable beyond measure. However, the most significant gain for Chen Qun was his physical form. Although his Amitabha Nine Sun's body refinement technique had yet to break through to the fourth tier, the dragon's blood he had consumed without succumbing to explosive demise, coupled with the baptism and fusion from the thunder tribulation, had granted his body a strength comparable to that of a low-grade spiritual artifact, with traces of dragon lineage still lingering within him. Yet, Chen Qun lamented the considerable damage inflicted upon his Tianjiao sword embryo by the thunder tribulation, which had left a substantial fissure. Fortunately, the Tianjiao sword embryo possessed the ability to self-repair, though it required numerous magical treasures for it to devour. Chen Qun now pondered whether the treasures of the demon realm could nourish the Tianjiao sword embryo. Having organized his thoughts, Chen Qun exited the cave and chose a direction to speed away. He was eager to escape the brutal atmosphere of the demon realm. However, he found himself troubled by the question of how to return to the Azure Sky continent. He was still leagues away from the integration stage, and with his current cultivation, he could not tear through the spatial barriers. Chen Qun could only search for a teleportation array within the demon realm that might lead him back to the Azure Sky continent. Now that he had advanced to the Golden Core stage, he felt confident in his ability to protect himself, provided he did not encounter any hidden nascent soul demon lords. As Chen Qun wandered aimlessly in search of a teleportation array, he unexpectedly crossed paths with a mid-Golden Core demon commander. Upon spotting Chen Qun, the demon commander was filled with excitement and exclaimed, "What a stroke of fortune! I have stumbled upon you without any effort. Boy! Let us see where you think you can escape to this time." However, this time, Chen Qun did not flee at the sight of danger. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings. Once he confirmed that only this mid-Golden Core demon commander was present, he felt at ease. Chen Qun was eager to test the improvements in his strength since entering the Golden Core stage. Thus, he addressed the mid-Golden Core demon commander, saying, "Who said I intended to flee? Just make sure you do not escape when the time comes." The mid-stage Golden Core demon general, upon hearing this, burst into laughter and declared, "If I were to be defeated by a mere foundation establishment cultivator like you, I would have no face left to continue my existence in this demon realm." At this moment, Chen Qun had deliberately concealed his true cultivation level, presenting himself as a peak foundation establishment cultivator. Thus, the demon general failed to perceive that Chen Qun had already ascended to the Golden Core stage. With a disdainful glance at the mid-stage Golden Core demon general, Chen Qun retorted, "Then come and try your hand. And see if this foundation establishment cultivator can indeed best you, a demon general." The mid-stage Golden Core demon general, feeling a surge of anger, responded, "It seems your mind has gone awry, young one. I shall borrow your head as a stepping stone for my own ascension." With that, he launched himself at Chen Qun. In that moment, visions of the rewards promised by the demon kings of the Demon King's fortress danced in his mind, seemingly within his grasp. Moments later, the two engaged in fierce combat. The mid-stage Golden Core demon general wielded a massive trident, channeling potent demonic energy through it to relentlessly assault Chen Qun. In response, Chen Qun summoned his somewhat damaged Tianxia sword embryo and engaged the demon general in earnest battle. As the fight progressed, the mid-stage Golden Core demon general grew increasingly alarmed. He could not help but think, "This is no mere foundation establishment cultivator, the energy within him is clearly on par with my own as a demon general." Conversely, Chen Qun was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that a mid-stage Golden Core demon general would prove to be so formidable. Despite having pushed his sword domain and the 8 styles of swordsmanship to their limits, he found himself at a disadvantage after half an hour of fierce conflict. Indeed, only Chen Qun dared to entertain such thoughts. Had any other initial stage Golden Core cultivator attempted to challenge a mid-stage opponent, they would have been vanquished within mere exchanges. Moreover, Chen Qun had only just stepped into the initial stage of Golden Core cultivation, without having fully consolidated his newfound strength. Nevertheless, this anomaly continued to ponder why he found himself at a disadvantage. By this time, the mid-stage Golden Core demon general had grown somewhat impatient.
He began to invoke the secret arts of his demon kin, aiming to eliminate this peculiar human cultivator once and for all.
Countless strands of black silk emanated from the trident, swiftly ensnaring Chen Qun's limbs.
Rendered immobile, Chen Qun was mercilessly struck by the trident, blood spilling from his mouth. Although his physical body had attained the strength of a low-grade spiritual artifact, he could not withstand the ferocity of a mid-stage golden core cultivator's assault. Once Chen Qun regained his composure, he refused to remain a passive target any longer. He summoned the southern bright heavenly fire, instantly incinerating the black silk that bound him. Though the strands had been destroyed, the injuries he sustained hindered his speed, and he was struck several more times by the demon general. At this juncture,
the mid-stage golden core demon general's heart was stirred by tumultuous waves of astonishment.
Despite being attacked multiple times by his assailant, Chen Qun only sustained minor injuries. He possessed a profound understanding of his own offensive capabilities. Even a few strikes from him could reduce a towering mountain to mere powder. Yet, he found himself perplexed by the extraordinary resilience of his opponent, whose physical prowess was astonishing. Chen Qun lamented his predicament, for this formidable demon commander wielded an unparalleled strength. If the battle continued in such a manner, he feared he would inevitably fall victim to this powerful adversary. With this thought, he hastily retreated. Observing Chen Qun's withdrawal, the demon commander assumed he sought to escape and swiftly pursued him. However, Chen Qun unleashed a golden OM from his mouth, enveloping the commander in an instant. Unfortunately, before Chen Qun could relish his moment of triumph, he witnessed the golden OM being shattered by the demon commander as trident with a single, careless strike. Chapter 70. Encountering the elder Daoist Lining, Chen Qun gazed in astonishment at the shattered golden OM character. He swiftly unleashed another golden OM and a golden Ma, both spiraling towards the advancing demon commander. As anticipated, the mid-stage golden core demon commander effortlessly shattered these two golden characters. However, this time, after destroying them, he appeared rather disheveled. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Qun did not hesitate to release the three golden characters OM, Ma, and Na, which intertwined and spiraled towards the demon commander. The commander felt a profound sense of threat from these three rotating golden characters. Deciding to reveal his full power, he unleashed all his demonic energy in an effort to counter the attack. With a deafening roar, the demon commander was sent flying several feet away, spewing green blood from his mouth, clearly gravely injured. Not daring to linger, he took advantage of the lingering smoke to flee at great speed, knowing he could not withstand another assault from Chen Qun. Once the demon commander escaped, Chen Qun seated himself on the ground, his condition not faring much better, as he lacked the energy to pursue. After about 15 minutes, aided by the Nine Heavens Jade Dragon liquid, his injuries healed rapidly. With his spiritual power gradually replenishing, he hastily departed from the battlefield, fearing the potential arrival of other high-ranking demons. As Chen Qun concealed himself yet again, a message reached the Demon King's fortress. What? That foundation-building human cultivator did not perish in the colorful thunder tribulation and has successfully ascended to the golden core stage. The leading Demon King, the Annihilation Old Demon, exclaimed in astonishment. Another old demon, known as the Peaceful Sky, remarked, "Any cultivator who can survive the colorful thunder tribulation is an extraordinary genius. This individual will undoubtedly become a formidable foe for our demon race, so we must spare no effort in eliminating him. For only the death of human prodigies will pose no threat to us." The Annihilation Old Demon nodded in agreement and commanded, "Summon the reclusive Dark Knight to me. We must eliminate both human cultivators without fail." Unbeknownst to the healing Chen Qun, he was soon to encounter even stronger adversaries. After a full day and night, he finally recovered completely. Reflecting on his battle with the mid-stage demon commander, he mused, "It seems that as one's cultivation level rises, it becomes increasingly challenging to attack those of higher realms." After tidying himself, he resumed his search for a way back, this time with heightened caution. Given that his current strength was roughly equivalent to that of a mid-stage golden core cultivator, if not slightly weaker, he was acutely aware of the dangers that lay ahead. As Chen Qun cautiously advanced, he suddenly sensed an impending danger. He swiftly dodged to the side, only to witness a pale yellow talisman soaring past him. In an instant, it erupted with a resounding explosion. Chen Qun felt a wave of relief. Had his reflexes been even slightly slower, the talisman would have surely struck him. However, Upon turning around, he found himself in a rather absurd situation. The assailant was none other than the old Taoist Lin Ying, who had been drawn into the demon realm alongside him. Now, seeing Lin Ying brought a sense of familiarity to Chen Qun, for within this entire demon domain, they were perhaps the only two human cultivators.
Yet, Lin Ying's gaze bore down on Chen Qun with the intensity of a raging inferno. Without uttering a word,
he unleashed all his attacks upon Chen Qun. The latter hurriedly evaded, exclaiming, "Hey, Taoist Lin, calm yourself.
Do you not understand the joy of encountering an old acquaintance in a foreign land?
We should stand united against our common foes." In response, Lin Ying continued his assault, retorting, "With you, the big-headed ghost, there's no way I'm letting you off. I must deal with you first, and we can discuss other matters later." Thus, Lin Ying relentlessly attacked Chen Qun, while the latter defended himself with a lackadaisical effort, muttering, "Taoist Lin, it was you who initiated the pursuit and sought to end my life. I don't harbor such wrath, why are you so fixated? Any grievances should be settled once we return to the Azure Sky continent.
Resolving them here will only benefit those demonic cultivators."
Lin Ying, undeterred, continued his barrage,
even summoning two silver, golden core zombies to join the fray against Chen Qun.
Upon seeing these two zombies,
Chen Qun recognized them as the very ones that had aided Lin Ying in breaching the cave's restrictions.
For nearly half an hour, Lin Ying and his zombie allies assailed Chen Qun, but gradually, he began to regain his composure. He realized that, with his current strength, he could not hope to overcome Chen Qun. Just as Lin Ying contemplated calling a truce, a memory struck him, the recent colorful thunder tribulation. He murmured to himself, "That thunderstorm which nearly cost me my life, could it have been orchestrated by this brat?" With this thought, the old Taoist, who had nearly calmed down,
descended into a frenzy once more, launching a renewed onslaught against Chen Qun.
Chapter 71, Cooperation. Observing the relentless assault from the old Taoist Lin Ying, Chen Qun found himself in a state of inner turmoil.
He mused to himself, has this old Taoist truly lost his mind? After all, I have not wronged him in the past.
At this moment, Chen Qun felt utterly helpless, responding to the attacks in a half-hearted manner. Were this still the blue sky continent, he would have undoubtedly struck down the old Taoist without hesitation. Since the moment he laid eyes on Lin Ying, Chen Qun had contemplated the situation. In this desolate demon realm, even allying with an enemy of his own kind was far preferable to facing the relentless onslaught of the horned demons who sought his demise. As half an hour passed, Lin Ying finally appeared fatigued, leaving only the two silver zombies to continue their unyielding assault on Chen Qun.
After over an hour of combat,
Lin Ying came to a profound realization: the Chen Qun of today was no longer the naive Foundation establishment cultivator he could easily manipulate.
With this understanding, Lin Ying paused,
indulging in some spiritual herbs before entering a meditative state to restore his energy. He no longer regarded Chen Qun or the two silver zombies that fought on his behalf with any concern. Having discerned that Chen Qun had not sought to harm him,
Lin Ying surmised the young man's intentions.
Indeed, experience often proves invaluable. Recognizing that Chen Qun wished to cooperate and would not turn against him, Lin Ying felt liberated from any reservations. Even if he could not best Chen Qun, he would still employ his tireless zombies to vex him. Observing Lin Ying's actions, Chen Qun called out, "Hey, Taoist Lin, since you no longer wish to fight, why not recall these two monsters?" Lin Ying, however, remained silent, continuing to recuperate his spiritual energy, while the zombies persisted in their relentless attacks on Chen Qun.
A fleeting thought crossed Chen Qun's mind: should he eliminate the two zombies?
Yet, he swiftly dismissed the notion.
Should he indeed destroy them, any chance of reconciliation with Lin Ying would vanish. Resigned to his fate,
Chen Qun found himself enduring the incessant antics of the two zombies. Pondering the ceaseless fatigue of the undead beings, Chen Qun couldn't help but wonder how Lin Ying had conjured such peculiar creatures. As time gradually slipped away, Lin Ying eventually restored his depleted energy and called back the two silver zombies. The moment Chen Qun saw the zombies retreat, a wave of relief washed over him.
Perhaps this old Taoist still possessed a semblance of humanity.
Before Chen Qun could fully process the situation, Lin Ying spoke, "Dao Yun, young man. Tell me how you wish to cooperate."
Chen Qun, puzzled, inquired, "Taoist Lin, how did you know I wanted to collaborate with you?"
The venerable Taoist Lining looked disdainfully at Chen Qun and remarked, "After all this time, you still refuse to unleash your full strength against me. If it were not for the fact that I still find some value in your Dao Yun, I truly cannot fathom any other reason to continue this charade." Chen Qun scratched his head and replied, "Indeed, Taoist Lin, you perceive matters with remarkable clarity. I genuinely wish to collaborate with you. Surely, you do not wish to remain ensnared in this realm of cruelty and bloodshed indefinitely. Why not set aside our grievances for the time being and settle them after we escape this demonic realm?" In truth, after calming down, Taoist Lin Ying had also contemplated the possibility of working together with Chen Qun. The brutal nature of this demonic world was indeed unbearable. However, he still felt the need to maintain a facade of authority. Therefore, he decided to wait for Chen Qun to propose the idea to avoid losing face. Finally, Taoist Lin Ying spoke slowly, "Very well, I shall collaborate with you, young Dao Yun. Once we have left this demonic realm, we can address our past grievances." Before Chen Qun could respond, Taoist Lin continued, "To prevent any covert machinations against us before we escape, I shall set up a ritual altar shortly. Prior to our collaboration, we must swear an oath upon the altar, vowing that we shall not harm one another until we are free from this realm." Though Chen Qun was unfamiliar with the concept of a ritual altar, he nodded in agreement, saying, "I have no objections. As long as it is an agreement not to harm each other, I wholeheartedly consent." After Chen Qun spoke, Taoist Lin Ying retrieved a piece of yellow cloth from his storage bag and laid it out, revealing a pentagram drawn in red cinnabar upon its surface. He began to chant incantations directed at the cloth, though Chen Qun could not comprehend a single word. Upon completing his incantation, Taoist Lin pointed at the yellow cloth and declared, "Rise." Remarkably, the cloth transformed into a square altar. In front of this altar, Taoist Lin lit 2 candles and instructed Chen Qun, "Stand upon the altar shortly, and we shall swear our oaths." Taoist Lin leapt gracefully onto the altar and began to invoke his oath to the heavens, while Chen Qun earnestly mimicked the elder's actions. Once the oaths were completed, Chen Qun sensed an inexplicable presence in the ether. Observing Chen Qun's puzzled expression, Taoist Lin explained, "This is a binding oath that will be monitored by the heart demons and the heavenly laws. Should I conspire against you in this demonic realm, I shall undoubtedly fall victim to the repercussions of this oath and perish between heaven and earth. The same applies to you." Chen Qun was astounded by the extraordinary nature of such a phenomenon. He remarked, "It seems Taoist Lin is indeed prudent and cautious in his endeavors. So, shall we now consider ourselves partners in this venture?" Taoist Lin Ying affirmed, "Caution ensures longevity, especially in a world fraught with peril at every turn." Chapter 72, Collaborating to defeat the demon lord-level cultivator at long last. 2 cultivators, once adversaries, who had been simultaneously drawn into the demon realm, began to forge an alliance. Chen Qun turned to the venerable Taoist Lin Ying and inquired, "Pray tell, have you discovered a means to return to the Azure Sky continent during these past few days?" With a sigh, Taoist Lin Ying replied, "To be candid, I have indeed learned of a way back, however, it is exceedingly arduous." Chen Qun's heart leaped at this revelation, and he pressed on. "Might I ask what this method entails?" "I would be most grateful for your guidance." Taoist Lin Ying explained, "Not long ago, I devised a plan to capture a demon lord cultivator at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. By employing the soul-searching technique, I probed his memories and uncovered that within the Demon Emperor's tomb, located near the Demon King Fortress, there exists a teleportation array leading to the Azure Sky continent. Alas, the entrance to the tomb has been sealed by formidable restrictions for many years." Chen Qun, taken aback, responded, "Near the Demon King Fortress?" "If my knowledge serves me right, demon cultivators of the Demon King level possess strength equivalent to that of the nascent soul stage. Does this not render our hopes utterly futile?" With an eye roll, Taoist Lin Ying reassured him, "Fear not, my young friend. I have also discerned that, due to the inherent rules of this realm, the demon kings of the nascent soul stage are confined within the Demon King Fortress and cannot step beyond its boundaries. Thus, as long as we do not encounter a late-stage Golden Core or perfected Golden Core Demon Lord, we shall remain quite safe." Elated, Chen Qun thought to himself, as long as those ancient demon kings of the nascent soul stage do not intervene, his chances of survival remain substantial. Just as he was about to voice further thoughts, Taoist Lin Ning interjected, "We have been discovered. A mid-stage golden core demon lord approaches."
Chen Qun scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense but detected nothing amiss. Just as he marveled at Taoist Lin Ning's formidable perception, he noticed two minuscule corpse insects darting towards the venerable Taoist, and suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon him. In mere moments, the mid-stage golden core demon lord stood before them. As Chen Qun appraised the formidable figure, he received a communication from Taoist Lin Ning. "In a moment, I will hurl two puppet corpses to impede this demon lord, and we shall flee together towards the southeast. I possess methods to ensure our escape." Urgently, Chen Qun transmitted back, "Taoist friend, hold on. Together, we may stand a chance against this demon lord. Let us not shy away from a confrontation." Although Taoist Lin Ning did not respond verbally, Chen Qun discerned from his expression that the venerable Taoist had tacitly acquiesced to his proposal. Chen Qun surmised that Taoist Lin Ning had also been relentlessly pursued by demon cultivators in recent days. Given the Taoist's propensity for vengeance, he would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. The mid-stage golden core demon lord, noticing that the two had not fled, felt a surge of delight, eager to subdue them swiftly and claim his reward at the Demon King Fortress. Just as the mid-stage golden core demon lord reveled in his triumph, he suddenly sensed an intense constriction of the surrounding space, which hindered his movements. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a pale yellow talisman struck his body. With a resounding explosion, the talisman detonated upon impact, leaving the mid-stage golden core demon lord in a state of utter disarray from this unexpected assault. This marked the inaugural collaboration between Chen Qun and the venerable Taoist Lin Ning, and their synergy was remarkably flawless from the outset. As the mid-stage demon lord contemplated a counterattack, two shimmering silver zombies materialized before him and lunged forward. The demon lord hastily attempted to evade, only to be ensnared by a golden character hovering above him. In a desperate bid, he summoned a magical artifact to shatter the golden symbol. However, as he succeeded in dispelling the character, the assaults from the two zombies landed squarely upon him, propelling him several meters away. At this juncture, the demon lord was seething with frustration, having yet to unleash a single attack while sustaining injuries. Yet, before he could retaliate, a petite black sword hurtled toward him. He narrowly dodged it, but was subsequently struck head-on by three more pale yellow talismans that arrived from another direction. Observing the disheveled state of the mid-stage golden core demon lord, Chen Qun and Taoist Lin Ning launched a relentless offensive. Thus, for a full half hour, the formidable mid-stage golden core demon lord of the demon race found himself unable to mount any form of counterattack and was ultimately slain by the combined might of Lin Ning and Chen Qun in this desolate domain of the demon realm. Gazing upon the lifeless form of the demon lord, Chen Qun mused to himself, "This Lin Ning is indeed a cunning old fox. Having fought alongside me for so long without revealing his true capabilities, he now demonstrates the formidable prowess of a seasoned Taoist against the demon cultivators." Meanwhile, Lin Ning too was lost in contemplation, astonished by the unexpected strength of Dao Yun, who had only recently attained the golden core stage yet now seemed to surpass him significantly. Lin Ning felt a sense of relief, grateful for his foresight in establishing the heart demon oath beforehand. Otherwise, if Dao Yun were to suddenly turn against him, he would have found it exceedingly challenging to contend with. After a brief pause, both Chen Qun and Lin Ning approached the deceased demon lord, with Lin Ning directly retrieving the demon lord's storage bag. After inventorying its contents, he turned to Chen Qun and said, "Dao Yun, let us divide the items within this storage bag equally, half for you and half for me." Chen Qun nodded in agreement, replying, "Let us proceed as you suggest, Lin Taoist." Thus, Chen Qun examined the storage bag and was astounded to discover a fragment of soul-disrupting wood within it, a crucial material for crafting the mechanisms of the golden elixir stage. Determined to procure it, Chen Qun addressed the venerable Taoist Lin Ning, saying, "Dear Taoist Lin, I require only the soul-disrupting wood from this storage bag, the remaining items shall belong entirely to you. Might this be agreeable?" Lin Ning, upon hearing this, readily replied, "The soul-disrupting wood serves no purpose for me, since it holds value for you. It is only fitting that I bestow it upon you." With that, the elder Taoist retrieved the soul-disrupting wood along with several other items from the storage bag and handed them to Chen Qun. Chen Qun had not anticipated such generosity from Lin Ning, rendering his prepared speech unnecessary. Not only did Lin Ning grant him the soul-disrupting wood, But he also divided the other items fairly with Chen Qun.
A flicker of gratitude blossomed in Chen Qun's heart, prompting him to gracefully accept the gesture. Bowing slightly to Lin Ying and expressing, "Thank you, dear Taoist Lin." Now, only the elusive Xianbing soul remained to gather the materials for crafting the golden elixir stage mechanisms. Chen Qun felt a spark of anticipation, wondering if he might uncover it in this enigmatic realm of demons. Chapter 73, A tough encounter. Months have passed, and Chen Qun along with the venerable Taoist Lin Ying have transformed from prey into hunters. Any solitary demon cultivator of a level below the late golden core stage that crosses paths with them meets a merciless demise at their hands. They have even annihilated several hunting squads comprising early golden core demon commanders, and their notorious reputation has swiftly spread throughout the demon realm. Now, the pursuers have shifted to a group of mid-golden core demon commanders, with a few early golden core cultivators mixed in. The foundation-building demon generals have entirely withdrawn from the hunt. Chen Qun and Taoist Lin Ying, brimming with enthusiasm, began yet another round of spoils division. Their recent hunts have yielded an abundance of resources, including a rare conception pill, which Chen Qun insistently bestowed upon Lin Ying. This gesture deeply moved the venerable Taoist, prompting a change in his address from Dao Yun, lad to Dao Yun, elder brother. Chen Qun's decision to present the conception pill to Lin Ying was not without reason. He had perceived the presence of a Buddha flame root within the item. However, for Lin Ying, the significance of the Buddha flame root paled in comparison to the rarity of the conception pill. Content with the Buddha flame root that allowed him to advance to the fourth layer of the Amitabha Nine Suns body refinement technique. Chen Qun still lacked an ironwood spirit leaf, the timing of its acquisition remaining uncertain, but he felt he had taken a substantial step forward. After some deliberation, the two assessed their progress and concluded that, at their current pace, they would reach the Demon Emperor's tomb in a matter of days. 2 days later, while traversing their path, they stealthily eliminated another early golden core demon commander. Suddenly, they were engulfed by a powerful aura bearing down upon them. Taoist Lin Ying shouted urgently, "This is bad. The newcomer is a late golden core demon commander, the earlier one was merely a bait, let's flee." However, before Lin Ying could finish his warning, a late golden core demon commander blocked their escape. Realizing that retreat was no longer an option, Chen Qun exchanged a glance with Lin Ying and declared, "Let us confront him." Without hesitation, Chen Qun launched the first attack against the formidable foe. Lin Ying quickly joined in the assault, and the pair unleashed their most potent techniques. Yet, after half an hour of intense combat, they found themselves unable to make any headway against their opponent, who seemed to toy with them. Though their combined strength could barely vanquish mid-golden core demon commanders, facing a late golden core adversary rendered them utterly powerless. After all, both were merely early golden core cultivators, and the disparity in their abilities was monumental. The late-stage golden core demon lord sneered, proclaiming, "I expected the two renowned human cultivators to possess remarkable strength, yet it appears their reputation is but an empty facade. I can no longer be bothered to toy with you." With that, the demon lord's dark mist rapidly coalesced, and the surrounding atmosphere thickened with an oppressive force, causing both Chen Qun and the old Taoist Lin Ying to sense an imminent threat. Feeling himself targeted, the old Taoist Lin Ying attempted a hasty retreat. But it was too late. A colossal shadow, infused with countless strands of demonic energy, struck him with immense force. Lin Ying was sent flying several meters, rendered utterly incapable of countering the onslaught. Observing Lin Ying's helplessness, the demon lord unleashed another massive palm shadow brimming with dark energy, clearly intent on eliminating Lin Ying before turning to Chen Qun. As the overwhelming shadow approached, Lin Ying, already gravely injured and unable to move, succumbed to despair, realizing he might perish in this brutal realm of demons. Chen Qun, witnessing the impending doom about to befall Lin Ying, yearned to summon a magical artifact to assist him. But time was not on his side. Gritting his teeth, Chen Qun launched himself forward, using his own body to shield Lin Ying from the fatal blow. After being thrown near the old Taoist, Chen Qun disregarded his own injuries and swiftly grasped Lin Ying, making a desperate escape. The late-stage golden core demon lord, surprised to see Chen Qun still capable of movement after being struck, quickly pursued him without a second thought. In mere moments, he was closing in on the fleeing Chen Qun and the unconscious Lin Ying. Chen Qun hastily summoned a sword domain, slightly diminishing the demon lord's speed. Yet it remained far superior to his own.
Just as the demon lord was about to catch up once more, Lin Ying, as if revitalized, produced a massive orb and hurled it towards the pursuing demon lord. Following this, a deafening explosion ensued. After casting the orb, Lin Ying fell into unconsciousness. Chen Qun, unwilling to linger and assess the situation, focused solely on his escape. After a considerable time, a dark figure emerged from the smoke of the explosion. It was the demon lord who had injured Lin Ying. Upon breaking through the haze, he discovered that both Chen Qun and Lin Ying had vanished without a trace. With Lin Ying in his grasp, Chen Qun did not dare to pause, fleeing for several hours until he found a secluded cave to hide within. He gazed at the unconscious Lin Ying and mused. This old Taoist has quite a few life-saving tricks up his sleeve. Were it not for his timely release of that formidable orb, we would surely be doomed. Chen Qun found a spot within the cave to sit down. He consumed a drop of the Nine Heavens Jade Dragon Elixir for himself, then administered a drop to the old Taoist Lin Ying, before tending to his own injuries. Chapter 74, Mutual Gifts. Indeed, spirits exist in this world. After a few hours had passed, the venerable Taoist Lin Ying finally awakened, astonished to discover that his injuries had remarkably healed by about 70 to 80%. Upon noticing Chen Qun, who was still meditating nearby, he addressed him directly, saying, "Dao Yun, my dear brother, had it not been for your selfless rescue today, I would have surely perished in this demonic realm. Your kindness is beyond words, thus, our previous grievances are hereby resolved." However, before Chen Qun could respond, the elder Taoist expressed his confusion once more. "Yet, I find the nature of my healing rather peculiar. Given the severity of my injuries, a full recovery would typically take a year or more. Why, then, have I healed so significantly in such a brief span?" Chen Qun opened his eyes and replied, "I administered a drop of the Nine Heavens Jade Dragon Essence to you." Upon hearing this, Lin Ying was instantly taken aback, rising to his feet in astonishment. "Dao Yun, you have bestowed upon me such a rare elixir for my recovery. I am deeply humbled by your magnanimity. I apologize for my past actions. From this moment forth, we shall be bonded as brothers through life and death." Chen Qun, slightly languid, responded, "There is no need for such formalities, my friend. We are partners now. This is merely a matter of duty." Lin Ying's heart had completely relinquished any lingering resentment towards Chen Qun, replaced solely by profound gratitude. Suddenly, it seemed a thought struck him, and he rummaged through his storage pouch, producing an ancient tome. He handed it to Chen Qun and remarked, "I noticed your speed was rather lacking during your escape. Given the perils that abound in this demonic realm, I wish to gift you this manual, which is designed to enhance one's swiftness." Upon receiving the weathered volume, Chen Qun observed the title inscribed upon it, Phantom Shadows. It appeared to be a treatise on increasing speed. He accepted it graciously, as aside from the life-burning technique of the void step, he possessed no other immediate means of escape. However, Chen Qun did not accept Lin Ying's generosity without reciprocation. As he prepared to accept Phantom Shadows, he retrieved the Jerome Art, a manual they had once contested at an auction, and presented it to Lin Ying. Having already mastered the Jerome Art, it served no further purpose for him, and he deemed it a fitting gesture to return the favor. Lin Ying, upon receiving the Jerome Art, felt a swell of emotion and reflected on the fortuity of encountering such a kindred spirit. The memory of his past actions towards Chen Qun filled him with a sense of shame. Thus, the bond of friendship between the two deepened, unspoken yet palpable. With the Phantom Shadows in hand, Chen Qun was eager to commence his training. However, upon acquiring Chen Qun's Zhurong Ju, the venerable Taoist Lin Ying did not hasten to commence his cultivation. Instead, he ventured outside the cave to establish a formation capable of concealing fluctuations in spiritual energy. Subsequently, he released several corpse insects that had previously trailed Chen Qun, commanding them to disperse in all directions. Finally, Lin Ying conjured a transparent energy entity that appeared as though it could act of its own volition, placing it outside the cave before returning within. Eager to begin his practice of Zhurong Ju to refine the corrupted bone demon flame he had once acquired. Yet, the sight of Lin Ying releasing this energy entity left Chen Qun utterly astonished, for with the naked eye, he could scarcely perceive it. However, through his spiritual sense, he distinctly sensed the presence of a female figure. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chen Qun inquired of Lin Ying, What is that elusive energy entity you just released outside the cave? Why is it that I can distinctly feel it as a woman through my spiritual perception? In response,
Lining burst into hearty laughter, replying, Taoist friend Dao Yun, what I just summoned for vigilance is a spiritual entity commonly referred to as a ghost in the mortal realm. Chen Qun was taken aback, for in his youth, his parents had often frightened him with tales of ghosts.
He never anticipated encountering one in such a manner. Tentatively, he asked, Taoist friend, is it truly a ghost? Does the world indeed harbor such beings? Observing Chen Qun's perplexed expression, Lining patiently elucidated. The world is vast and filled with wonders. A ghost is essentially the spirit formed after a person's death. If a person harbors immense resentment or clings to an obsession fervently before their demise, their soul may persist under the weight of that resentment or obsession, thereby becoming what is referred to as a ghost. After imparting this knowledge, Lining noticed that Chen Qun still appeared somewhat bewildered, so he continued, very well. I shall also bestow upon you this ghost control technique, you may study it at your leisure. With that, he tossed Chen Qun an ancient tome of pale yellow, boldly inscribed with the words Ghost Control Technique. Upon receiving this tome, Chen Qun felt a surge of exhilaration, for throughout his life, he had encountered numerous legends about ghosts in various texts. Now, with the Ghost Control Technique in his possession, he could finally seek verification. And he even contemplated capturing a ghost for further study. After stowing away the Ghost Control Technique, he produced a jade vial filled with 9 heavens jade dragon liquid and presented it directly to Lining. Upon seeing the vial extended towards him, Lining resolved to refuse any further gifts from Chen Qun, recognizing that he had already benefited greatly from their interactions. The gift of the Ghost Control Technique was ample, and he felt it was essential not to accept any more of Chen Qun's offerings, lest he find himself in a debt of gratitude. Just as Lining prepared to voice his refusal, he keenly detected a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating from the jade vial. Thus, the venerable Taoist Lining took hold of the jade vial, his curiosity prompting him to scan the contents with his spiritual awareness. In that fleeting moment, he was so overwhelmed with excitement that he nearly let the vial slip from his grasp. Quickly, he cradled it to his chest, fearing that Chen Qun might have a change of heart. A full vial of 9 heavens jade dragon essence, what a substantial boon, equivalent to countless lives. It appeared that Dao Yun's friendship was indeed profound and immeasurable. Lining felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude within his heart. Regaining his composure, he addressed Chen Qun, saying, Brother Dao Yun, your kindness shall not be forgotten. Rest assured, should you ever require my assistance, I shall respond without hesitation. Chen Qun, pursing his lips, thought to himself, is it truly just a vial of 9 heavens jade dragon essence? Is such fervor truly warranted? If you were to discover that I possess a whole pool of it, you might very well be frightened to death. Though he entertained such thoughts, he could not voice them aloud. Instead, he responded with a hint of embarrassment, Taoist Lin. There is no need for such formality. Let us instead focus on diligently practicing the secrets in our possession. The best course of action is to enhance our strength. Upon hearing this, Lining nodded in agreement. Thus, the two of them each immersed themselves in their respective training. Chapter 75, Departure to the Tomb of the Demon Emperor. Chen Qun was incessantly perusing the tome Ghostly Shadows and Elusive Traces, which had been bestowed upon him by the venerable Taoist Lining. As he absorbed the incantations inscribed within, Chen Qun could not help but silently commend its profound wisdom. The book was divided into 3 tiers. The first tier alone could temporarily augment Chen Qun's speed 3-fold. The second tier promised a 6-fold increase in swiftness, while the third tier offered not merely a 10-fold enhancement but also the remarkable ability to conjure 6 identical avatars that would flee in different directions, rendering it nearly impossible for pursuers to discern the true Chen Qun. This art was indeed the epitome of escape techniques. Though its effects lasted a mere quarter of an hour, that fleeting time was ample for him to elude formidable foes. Chen Qun now understood why the early-stage Golden Core practitioner, Taoist Lining, had managed to evade the relentless pursuit of numerous demonic cultivators. It was likely due to the efficacy of Ghostly Shadows and Elusive Traces. As Chen Qun began his earnest cultivation of the text, he inadvertently beheld Taoist Lining engrossed in the practice of Zhurong's art. Before the elder floated a plume of pitch-black flame, which, upon closer inspection,
Chen Qun recognized as the legendary peculiar fire, the bone corruption demon flame. Although it paled in comparison to his own southern bright heavenly fire,
it still ranked highly among extraordinary flames.
No wonder the elder had once risked everything to seize Jerome's art, he too possessed a rare flame.
After a moment of reflection,
Chen Qun turned his focus back to his own studies, immersing himself in ghostly shadows and elusive traces.
5 days swiftly passed,
and he successfully reached the first tier of the technique. Should he employ it now, his speed would rival that of a late-stage golden core cultivator.
However,
he was acutely aware that this advantage was ephemeral, as it would dissipate after a mere quarter of an hour, reverting him to his original state.
Contemplating this,
Chen Qun devoted himself to the rigorous practice of ghostly shadows and elusive traces.
Indeed, time in the realm of cultivation is a fickle companion. And a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Finally, Chen Qun ascended to the second tier of the technique.
Yet, he persistently felt as though something elusive stood between him and the threshold of the third tier. Consequently, he engaged in discourse with Taoist Lin Ying, who was still familiarizing himself with the bone corruption demon flame.
Friend Lin,
why is it that upon reaching the second tier of ghostly shadows and elusive traces, I find myself unable to grasp the threshold of the third tier?
Ah, Brother Dao Yun, you are indeed a prodigious talent.
In just over a month, you have ascended to the second tier, while I toiled for over 3 months before attaining it.
However,
the third tier cannot be accessed merely through diligence, it requires one to reach the spirit division stage, otherwise cultivation is unattainable.
Spirit division stage? Friend Lin, are you jesting?
How long might it take to reach such heights? I have faith that one day, Brother Dao Yun, you will indeed cultivate to the spirit division stage.
Yet, even now,
having reached only the second tier, ordinary golden core practitioners will find it challenging to capture us, unless they are among the more formidable, monstrous golden core cultivators.
Otherwise, we are secure.
The two individuals engaged in conversation for a while and agreed to embark on an exploration of the tomb of the Demon Emperor at dawn the following day.
Meanwhile,
within the confines of the Demon King's fortress, in the secret chamber of the ancient Demon King, stood a practitioner of the Demon Commander level, who was at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. This Demon Commander was none other than Aotian, the illegitimate son of the ancient Demon King. The ancient Demon King addressed Aotian, saying, "My son, do you understand why the leader of our demon tribe is a mere Princess Mayor, who is still in the early stages of the Golden Core realm?"
Aotian, perplexed, replied, "I do not comprehend, please enlighten me, father."
The ancient Demon King sighed and explained, "I have reached the pinnacle of the late stage of the nascent soul realm, and with one more step,
I can ascend to the rank of the Demon Emperor. However, even upon entering the realm of the Demon Emperor,
I would not be recognized as a true member of the Demon Emperor lineage, and thus I would be unable to command the entire demon tribe.
In contrast, that Princess Mayor is the sole descendant of the Demon Emperor bloodline, with the ancient dragon's essence coursing through her veins." After listening intently, Aotian still found himself at a loss regarding the ancient Demon King's meaning. Seeing Aotian's confusion, the ancient Demon King continued,
"I wish for you to seize Princess Mayor's primordial line. In doing so, you shall inherit the bloodline of the ancient dragon, and eventually, you could become the true sovereign of the demon realm." Aotian hastily responded, "But, father, there are numerous golden core level demon commanders guarding Princess Mayor daily. And the most formidable among them, the Annihilation Demon King, is wholly devoted to the revival of the demon realm and is deeply protective of her. Should I act against her, I would undoubtedly lose my place in the demon realm." The ancient Demon King erupted in hearty laughter, saying, "My son,
do you think I am unaware of the challenges you face? I have already made arrangements for you. Tomorrow,
Princess Mayor will visit the mausoleum of the past demon emperors to pay her respects, and her guards will be replaced with our own. Once you enter the vicinity of the demon emperor's tomb, even the formidable Annihilation old wretch will be unable to discern any disturbances within."
Aotian, still somewhat agitated, remarked, "But what if Princess Mayor refuses to comply? Would that not lead to our downfall?"
The ancient Demon King then tossed Aotian a vial filled with a crimson powder, saying, "This vial contains a rare concoction I stumbled upon, specifically designed to affect those of dragon lineage.
Even a mighty dragon would succumb to confusion upon inhaling it. Furthermore, Should you claim Princess Mayer's primordialine and she does not willingly submit, you may eliminate her to prevent any future complications. The following day,
as the blood-red sun began to rise, Chen Qun and the elderly Taoist Lining stealthily made their way towards the fabled tomb of the demon emperor. Lining estimated that, given their cautious approach, they would reach the vicinity of the tomb within half a day's time. The tomb of the demon emperor is the true holy site of the demon tribe, typically visited only during pilgrimage.
Under ordinary circumstances,
no member of the demon tribe would dare to disturb the resting place of the past demon emperors,
as their hierarchy is strictly defined and none would venture there without cause.
Thus, once Chen Qun and the venerable Taoist Lining step within the confines of the demon emperor's tomb, they need not fear encountering formidable foes from the demon clan. Their only concern should be the traps and mechanisms within the tomb itself. As Chen Qun and Taoist Lining hasten towards the tomb, within its precincts, a group of 6 powerful demons is escorting a young and exquisite demon princess, gracefully advancing towards the entrance of the demon emperor's tomb. Just as they are about to approach the entrance, the lead guard, Aotian, addresses the other 5 guards, instructing them to stand vigilant in the vicinity,
assuring them that his presence is sufficient to safeguard the princess.
Upon hearing this, the 5 demon commanders promptly disperse. The princess, Mayer, senses an anomaly. Under normal circumstances, her guards would remain steadfastly by her side without her explicit permission.
Why, then, do they heed Aotian's commands?
After contemplating her predicament and realizing that her strength pales in comparison to Aotian's, she feigns ignorance of the unusual situation and continues her approach towards the entrance of the demon emperor's tomb.
Chapter 76, Princess Mayer is ambushed. As Aotian observed Princess Mayer, he noted her unwavering intent to venture into the entrance of the demon emperor's tomb,
a decision he deemed perilous. Growing impatient, he remarked, "Your Highness, the scenery around the demon emperor's tomb is truly splendid."
In response, Princess Mayer declared,
"If the scenery is indeed so delightful, then Commander Aotian, do accompany me for a stroll."
Aotian remained silent,
instead accelerating to position himself in front of the princess, revealing a sinister smile. Princess Mayer, however, did not display fear. As the last scion of the demon emperor's lineage, she possessed a certain confidence and courage.
Calmly, she inquired, "Commander Aotian, what are your intentions? Such disrespect towards a princess, do you seek to betray the entire demon race?"
Upon finishing her statement, she discreetly produced a teleportation talisman belonging to the demon emperor's clan.
Should Aotian pose a threat,
she would shatter the talisman and transport herself into the safety of the tomb.
Aotian leered at the exquisitely beautiful Princess Mayer, unable to suppress his wicked desires. He then stated, "Your Highness, I have long coveted you. The scenery here is enchanting, and with no one to disturb us, why not fulfill my humble wish?" Princess Mayer,
flushed with indignation, retorted, "Shameless!
If you dare to offend me, do you not fear the wrath of the entire demon race? Are you not afraid that the Grand Elder will annihilate you?"
Aotian laughed heartily, replying, "By the time they discover this, you will already belong to me."
"Will you not speak in my favor then?"
"Time is of the essence, and I shall not waste it on idle chatter."
With that, Aotian produced a vial of crimson powder and scattered it upon Princess Mayer.
Caught off guard, she was doused in the powder and inadvertently inhaled some. Before she could comprehend the nature of what she had inhaled, she saw Aotian lunging at her like a famished beast.
In a moment of desperation,
Princess Mayer crushed the teleportation talisman in her hand, instantly transporting herself into the demon emperor's tomb.
Aotian, surveying the empty surroundings, glanced toward the distant entrance of the tomb, feeling a pang of regret. He had surmised that Princess Mayer had been transported within the tomb by the talisman.
He lamented his failure to seize her at that moment, allowing her the opportunity to use the talisman.
Nevertheless, Aotian was patient. He did not doubt that Princess Mayer, possessing the bloodline of the ancient dragon, would not endure long after inhaling such potent dragon essence. He chose to linger at the entrance of the tomb,
awaiting the moment when she would emerge, willing to submit to him.
In truth, while Aotian was patient, he also yearned for Princess Mayer to appear sooner.
Had he possessed the strength to breach the tomb's protective barriers, he would have charged in without hesitation. Alas, he lacked that power.
Meanwhile,
not far from the vicinity of the demon emperor's tomb, Chen Qun and the elder Taoist Lining found themselves embroiled in yet another life and death struggle. though it was more accurately a frantic escape from a formidable demon commander at the peak of the Golden Core realm. Even with the acceleration provided by the technique Ghostly Shadows, the two could not escape the formidable presence of the demon commander, whose strength was beyond comprehension. This demon commander was none other than the enigmatic figure known as Knight, dispatched by the Supreme Demon Lord during their initial encounter at the Demon King's fortress. Renowned as the closest entity to the Demon King within the demon realm, Knight was also the favored disciple of the Supreme Demon Lord. The combined efforts of Chen Qun and the elder Taoist Lin Eng were utterly inadequate against Knight's overwhelming might. After a brief assessment, they hastily activated Ghostly Shadows and fled, yet they still found themselves unable to outpace Knight's speed. Chen Qun incessantly deployed his sword domain to diminish Knight's velocity, managing to hold their ground for a mere quarter of an hour. However, with that time now elapsed and the benefits of Ghostly Shadows dissipated, it was likely that Chen Qun and Lin Eng would soon fall victim to Knight's relentless assault. Chen Qun recognized that conventional attacks held little effectiveness against such a powerful adversary. Thus, he unleashed the Southern Ming celestial fire upon Knight. Upon seeing the celestial flames, Knight displayed a flicker of surprise, quickly retreating a few steps to evade the attack. He then sought to exploit the moment Chen Qun completed his incantation to strike decisively. Yet, just as Knight narrowly avoided the Southern Ming celestial fire, he was met with the onslaught of the corrupted bone demon flame. Even the immensely powerful Knight dared not confront the omnipotent flames directly. If only one individual were wielding this exotic fire, Knight could have easily seized the opportunity to eliminate him during the casting. However, the fact that both humans could conjure such flames effectively closed any gaps in his offensive. At this juncture, Knight was compelled to closely pursue the pair, biding his time until they exhausted their spiritual energy before attempting to subdue them. There was no doubt that they could not evade his grasp. Chen Qun and Lin Eng found themselves in dire straits. Conjuring such exotic flames demanded a significant amount of spiritual energy. They were now alternating their efforts to impede Knight's advance. Without the replenishing effects of the Nine Heavens Jade Dragon Essence, they would have long succumbed to fatigue. As time progressed, they drew ever closer to the confines of the Demon Emperor's tomb. Knight, akin to a cat toying with its prey, reveled in the chase, albeit with a burgeoning curiosity regarding the vast reserves of spiritual energy within the two. Upon entering the vicinity of the Demon Emperor's tomb, both Chen Qun and Lin Eng keenly sensed the presence of 5 demonic cultivators, each of whom exuded a strength no less than that of a demon commander. This revelation plunged Lin Eng into despair, mirrored in Chen Qun's countenance. Should Knight ally with these 5 demon commanders, their demise would be inevitable. Yet, with no alternative paths available, they had no choice but to retreat deeper into the tomb's recesses. When the 5 demon commanders finally noticed Chen Qun and Lin Eng, their reactions were peculiar, marked by an unmistakable tremor, indicating a reluctance to assist Knight in his pursuit. However, upon encountering the 5 cultivators, the Dark Knight's consciousness shifted its focus away from Chen Qun and the old Taoist Lin Eng, honing in on the 5 demonic commanders. Although Chen Qun and Lin Eng were oblivious to the reasons behind the internal conflict, they seized the fleeting opportunity to escape deeper into the Demon Emperor's tomb, employing the technique of Ghostly Shadows. This time, Dark Knight did not pursue them, as his attention was entirely consumed by the 5 demonic commanders before him. These commanders served as the personal guards of Princess Mare, the sole heir of the Demon Emperor lineage. Thus, upon stepping out of the Demon King's fortress, they were bound by an unbreakable decree to remain by her side. The absence of Princess Mare in their presence indicated a singular, troubling possibility: she was in peril. Coldly, Dark Knight addressed the 5 commanders, inquiring, "What brings you here? Where has the princess gone?" The 5 demonic commanders dared not raise their gazes, one in particular, a late-stage Golden Core commander, betrayed a flicker of apprehension, as if concealing a grave secret. Without hesitation, Dark Knight propelled himself forward, swiftly incapacitating the late-stage Golden Core commander. Exuding an aura of overwhelming authority, he declared to the 5 commanders, "Should you persist in withholding the truth, I shall flay your skins, extract your tendons, and refine your souls." Chapter 77. Entering the tomb of the Demon Emperor, the 5 guards remained silent, paralyzed by fear. In a fit of rage, Eni seized a mid-stage Golden Core demon general, disregarding the potential damage to his own consciousness. He directly employed the soul-searching secret technique on the mid-stage Golden Core guard. The demon general, after undergoing the soul search, collapsed to the ground, rendered utterly senseless. With the knowledge of the events that transpired, and Yi had no time to deal with the other 4 guards. Ignoring the damage to his own consciousness from using the technique, he rushed deep into the confines of the Demon Emperor's tomb. At this moment, Chen Qun and the old Taoist Lining were engulfed in confusion. They had just escaped in Yi, only to be blocked by Ao Tian. Chen Qun turned to the old Taoist Lining and said, "Friend Lin, did you not mention that typically there are no demon cultivators near the Demon Emperor's tomb? Why are there so many here, and they all appear to be formidable foes?" Lining, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, replied, "Brother Daoyun, I too am at a loss as to why so many powerful figures from the demon realm have gathered at the tomb today. It seems our fortunes are particularly ill-fated." Ao Tian, already consumed by a surge of malevolent energy, found his frustrations heightened upon seeing 2 human cultivators daring to approach the Demon Emperor's tomb. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to eliminate Chen Qun and the old Taoist Lining. As Chen Qun and Lining beheld Ao Tian's overwhelming aura, their faces turned ashen. Though they knew they were outmatched, they would not surrender easily. They resorted to their previous strategy, using the might of their exotic flames to impede Ao Tian's advance. Frustrated, Ao Tian glanced at the alternating flames and hesitated to confront them directly. Thus, he found himself temporarily stalled, much like Yi had been. At that moment, Ao Tian's fury intensified. He had just inadvertently allowed Princess Mei to escape, and now these 2 insignificant human cultivators were provoking him. However, before he could unleash his wrath, he sensed a more potent aura racing toward him. Ao Tian's expression shifted, and he thought to himself, "This is bad, it's in Yi." Chen Qun and Lining also sensed in Ye's arrival, causing their spirits to plummet further. Yet, as they braced themselves in fear, they noticed that upon Ye's arrival, he did not lock onto them with his consciousness. Instead, he targeted Ao Tian directly. Once Ao Tian was locked onto by Ye's consciousness, he hastily retracted his focus from Chen Qun and Lining to confront Yi. Given that Ao Tian's cultivation was already inferior to Ye's, and having just committed a morally questionable act, he was filled with anxiety, unable to comprehend why Yi had come to the Demon Emperor's tomb. Meanwhile, the true instigators, Chen Qun and Lining, began to plot how they might slip into the entrance of the Demon Emperor's tomb unnoticed while Yi and Ao Tian were preoccupied. In the dark of night, Yi directly inquired of Ao Tian, "Where is Princess Mei? What have you done with her? How dare you betray the demon clan?" Ao Tian hastily retorted, "How could I possibly betray the demon clan? Princess Mei merely entered the Demon Emperor's tomb to pay her respects." Ye's expression darkened as he replied, "You speak nonsense. The previous Demon Emperor issued a decree that forbids any descendants of the Demon Emperor's lineage from entering the tomb unless in a life-or-death situation. If you wish to avoid death here, you must quickly hand over Princess Mei." Ao Tian attempted to provide an explanation, but after much contemplation, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, Yi was no fool. Observing Ao Tian's flickering gaze, Yi could no longer contain himself. Disregarding the fact that Ao Tian was the son of the old demon king of Ping Tian, he swiftly flew forward, intending to subdue Ao Tian first and then extract the whereabouts of Princess Mei. As Yi charged towards him at great speed, Ao Tian quickly summoned a magical artifact to defend himself. Although his cultivation was inferior to Ye's, it would not be so simple for Yi to overpower him. Chen Qun and the old Taoist Lining, witnessing this confrontation, were utterly elated. Lining muttered under his breath, "Fight, fight. Strike with all your might. And may you both perish together." It was only when Chen Qun gently tugged at him that he realized the peril they were still in. Thus, the 2 began to stealthily approach the entrance of the Demon Emperor's tomb. In truth, their movements had not escaped Ye's keen perception. However, his mind was solely occupied with thoughts of Princess Mei's safety, everything else was secondary. Moreover, the protective barriers at the tomb's entrance were immensely powerful. Unless one was a descendant of the Demon Emperor's lineage, even a Yuanying stage demon cultivator would be unable to breach them. Therefore, Yi was intent on swiftly subduing Ao Tian, uncovering Princess Mei's location, and then eliminating Chen Qun and Lining with ease. As Chen Qun and Lining stealthily approached the entrance of the Demon Emperor's tomb, the 2 battling demon powerhouses did not intervene. Exchanging a glance,
Chen Qun and Lin Ying simultaneously declared, "Go."
Chen Qun dashed towards the tomb's entrance, with Lin Ying closely following.
As Chen Qun passed through the entrance,
he felt a powerful resistance. Yet, that resistance was instantly negated by the golden light emanating from a small golden sphere, and thus, he entered the Demon Emperor's tomb unimpeded. However, Lin Ying, who followed closely behind, was not so fortunate. It was as if he had collided with an iron wall, causing him to be violently thrown back.
Dazed and disoriented, landing on the ground. The speed of the impact even left his face somewhat contorted. When Chen Qun noticed Lin Ying's inability to enter the tomb,
a surge of alarm gripped his heart. Having faced life and death together with Lin Ying through numerous trials, they had become steadfast friends.
Therefore, Chen Qun could never stand idly by and watch Lin Ying perish at the entrance of the Demon Emperor's tomb.
Chen Qun hurriedly dashed out to assist the venerable old Taoist Lin Ying, gripping the elder's arm tightly with his right hand, murmuring a prayer for the golden orb's blessing.
Hoping they might gain entry, he then pulled Lin Ying's arm and charged once more towards the barrier at the entrance of the Demon Emperor's tomb.
As they approached the barrier, the golden orb in Chen Qun's sea of consciousness radiated its luminous glow once again, enveloping Lin Ying as it flowed through Chen Qun's arm. Thus, both were able to enter the tomb successfully. At the very moment Lin Ying's body crossed the threshold into the tomb,
a formidable attack struck the barrier of the Demon Emperor's tomb.
Chen Qun and Lin Ying simultaneously wiped the perspiration from their brows, exclaiming how perilous the situation had been. It was revealed that the dark figure, and Yi, engaged in combat with Aotian from a distance, was astounded to see Chen Qun's ability to enter the tomb freely. In a rush to subdue both Chen Qun and Lin Ying, he attempted to extricate himself from the struggle with Aotian.
However, Aotian, rather foolishly, seized the opportunity to launch an attack upon noticing Yi's sudden cessation of hostilities.
This miscalculation afforded Chen Qun the crucial time needed to pull Lin Ying into the sanctuary of the Demon Emperor's tomb before Yi could make his move.
Chapter 78 Encountering Princess Mei Ere We Are Safe. Chen Qun gazed at the entrance of the Demon Emperor's tomb,
where the dark night raged against the barriers with fervent blows, yet no ripples appeared upon the surface of the enchantment. Lin Ying, the venerable Taoist, who had miraculously survived,
remarked, "This demon realm is truly no place for humanity.
Should I manage to return to the Azure Sky continent, I shall never again set foot in this cursed land." Upon hearing this, Chen Qun turned, intending to respond to Lin Ying, but upon seeing the elder's appearance, he could not suppress a chuckle.
Lin Ying, puzzled, inquired, "Dao Yun, what troubles you?"
Chen Qun, stifling his amusement, replied, "Friend Lin, your current visage is quite distinctive. If it were not for your demeanor, I would scarcely recognize you." In response, Lin Ying retrieved a copper mirror adorned with an 8 trigrams pattern from his storage pouch. As he beheld his reflection, he too felt a surge of irritation. His features had swollen to resemble those of a pig, likely due to the fervent determination with which he had attempted to breach the entrance of the Demon Emperor's tomb. After a brief respite, the two ventured cautiously into the depths of the tomb. Outside, the dark night continued its relentless assault on the tomb's barriers. Yet such fervor proved futile against an edifice that had endured for countless years. Seeing the dark night in a frenzy, Aotian contemplated slipping away unnoticed.
But as he turned, he found himself once again ensnared by the dark night's awareness.
Thus, the two were drawn back into an extraordinary battle.
"Friend Lin, how long has the Demon Emperor's tomb existed?" Chen Qun inquired.
"Dao Yun, let us not dwell on the age of this place. We must swiftly locate the teleportation array to return to the Azure Sky continent." "I have not ceased my efforts," Chen Qun replied.
"But should there not be numerous traps within the Demon Emperor's tomb? Why have we not encountered any mechanisms thus far? Even in the absence of traps, we must remain vigilant, for the calmest places often conceal the greatest dangers."
As the two continued their cautious exploration, they engaged in conversation. As they delved deeper, they discovered numerous stone chambers lining the passageway, each housing a stone coffin at its center. Adorned with peculiar murals, figures depicted in the frescoes seemed to be the very masters of the coffins.
Just as Chen Qun became engrossed in the artwork,
Lin Ying abruptly interrupted him.
"There is someone in the chamber ahead." Startled, Chen Qun could hardly believe that in this tomb, untouched for thousands of years, another presence lingered.
The two crept stealthily towards the source of the disturbance. Upon reaching the threshold of the chamber, they beheld a black-clad woman seated in the center. On the woman's forehead rested a diminutive golden horn, yet this peculiar feature did not detract from her beauty. In fact, she surpassed the enchanting Iceheart princess that Chen Qun had encountered in the past by a notable margin. At that moment, the woman's face was flushed, as she struggled to resist an unseen force with great effort. The venerable Taoist Lin Ying scrutinized her closely, stating, "The horn upon her brow is golden. She must be a descendant of the demon emperor lineage. I can ascertain that her cultivation is at the initial stage of the golden core realm. We shall subdue her shortly, just in time to inquire about the location of the teleportation array." Chen Qun felt reassured upon hearing this. Thus, the two advanced towards the seated figure clad in black. However, just as Chen Qun and Taoist Lin Ying were about to approach the ebony-clad woman, they simultaneously caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma. While Lin Ying exhibited no reaction, Chen Qun suddenly sensed a stirring within his dragon bloodline. Alarmed, he called out to Lin Ying, "Taoist friend, we must not draw closer to her, there is something amiss, I believe I may be poisoned." Upon hearing this, Lin Ying halted abruptly. Observing Chen Qun's complexion gradually reddening, Lin Ying hastened to examine his own state but found no discomfort. He swiftly seized Chen Qun's pulse, instructing him to sit and circulate his spiritual energy to counteract the effects. As Lin Ying meticulously assessed Chen Qun's condition, everything appeared normal, save for his rapid heartbeat and flushed visage, reminiscent of symptoms associated with springtime toxins. Suddenly, Lin Ying recalled the fragrant scent they had encountered moments prior. Yet he was perplexed as to why he was unaffected while Chen Qun was ensnared. Gazing once more at the seated woman, he noted that she exhibited similar symptoms to Chen Qun. The sight of the golden horn on her forehead prompted Lin Ying to recall that Chen Qun had acquired a vial of dragoness blood at an auction not long ago. He muttered to himself, could it be that this lad consumed the dragon's blood and gained its lineage? This seemed the only plausible explanation. The fragrant essence they had encountered was undoubtedly the dragoness lust powder, and the demon emperor clan were indeed descendants of the ancient dragon lineage. Thus, Lin Ying deduced why he remained unscathed. The dragoness lust powder only affected those possessing dragon blood. Realizing the implications, Lin Ying marveled at Chen Qun's uniqueness. Dragon's blood was a sacred substance for alchemy and medicine, and though there were tales of individuals gaining a fragment of dragon lineage by consuming it, those who had done so invariably perished, their bodies exploding without exception, even including a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. It was utterly astonishing that this young man could withstand the explosive energy that even a late-stage nascent soul master could not endure. Addressing the now seated Chen Qun, who was beginning to expel the poison, Lin Ying remarked, "Brother Dao Yun, do not waste your efforts, the dragoness lust powder has no antidote, it can only..." At this juncture, Chen Qun's consciousness began to blur, as he felt a conflagration igniting within his heart, yearning to be unleashed. Upon observing Chen Qun's expression, the venerable Taoist Lin Ying shook his head, pondering to himself, "Alas, it appears that my younger brother Dao Yun's cultivation is still in its infancy, and his resolve pales in comparison to that of the girl opposite him." At this juncture, the old Taoist had no choice but to acquiesce to the current flow of events, for he possessed no alternative means. Thus, he swiftly lifted the seated Chen Qun and propelled him into the stone chamber, subsequently producing a roll of yellow cloth to seal the entrance. He muttered, "My dear brother Dao Yun, this is all the assistance I can offer you. As for other matters, your elder brother Lin truly cannot intervene any further." Inside the stone chamber sat Princess Mayer, who had succumbed to the effects of the dragon lust powder. Originally bolstered by her formidable will and the ancient secret arts inherited from the demon emperor lineage, she was nearing the point of completely suppressing the potion's effects. However, at this critical moment, the unexpected arrival of two humans disrupted her efforts. Although Princess Mayer was currently immobilized due to her intense focus on counteracting the poison's potency, her consciousness remained lucid. Upon perceiving Chen Qun's state through her spiritual awareness, her heart sank into despair. Chapter 79, The Despair of Chen Qun. Princess Mayer fervently prayed within her heart, hoping that this human, possessing the bloodline of the dragon race, could master the toxic allure of the dragon's lust as she did. Yet, it seemed her prayers fell upon deaf ears. At that moment, Chen Qun's consciousness had become largely obscured, with only a faint flicker of rationality managing to govern his body. However, as time inexorably passed, he gradually began to lose dominion over his own form, his body irresistibly drawn toward Princess Mayer. Outside the stone chamber, the venerable Taoist Lin Ning paced anxiously.
Muttering to himself, "It has been so long, why is there no sign of movement? This is unusual. Could it be that Dao Yun has encountered some difficulties? If that is the case, we might be in trouble."
After voicing his concerns, he contemplated lifting the yellow cloth to peer inside, but hesitated,
feeling it would be improper to intrude.
Thus, he resolved to grant Chen Qun another quarter of an hour. Should silence persist beyond that, he would venture in to ascertain the situation. Within the stone chamber, Chen Qun's face was not only flushed but his eyes had turned a crimson hue,
having lost even the last vestige of rational thought.
Princess Mayer continued to pray fervently for him not to approach, yet ultimately, Chen Qun lunged toward her.
At that moment, the long-suppressed toxicity of the dragon's lust within Princess Mayer erupted, unleashing a tempest of chaotic movement. Upon hearing the tumultuous sounds emanating from the chamber,
Taoist Lin Ning joyously slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "I knew Dao Yun would not fail in that regard." An hour later, Chen Qun, filled with remorse, gazed at the tear-streaked face of Princess Mayer and said, "You may kill me, I will not retaliate. Regardless of the reasons.
I am deeply sorry for what I have done to you."
In response, Princess Mayer summoned a flying sword and aimed it at Chen Qun, determined to slay the human who had tarnished her purity. Yet, just as the sword was about to pierce him, she found herself unable to strike. Despite being under the influence of the dragon's lust, her consciousness remained clear, and she understood that Chen Qun was not acting of his own volition. Coupled with their newfound bond, Princess Mayer, though deeply aggrieved, could not bring herself to deliver the fatal blow.
Instead,
she hurled the flying sword to the ground and collapsed into tears. Chen Qun rushed forward to offer comfort, but Princess Mayer picked up the sword once more and declared,
"Leave me. I never wish to see you again. If our paths cross once more, I will kill you without hesitation." With that,
she activated a hidden mechanism in the wall behind her and vanished without a trace. Chen Qun stood there, staring blankly at the restored stone wall, a profound sense of desolation enveloping his heart. After Chen Qun and the old Taoist Lin Ning entered, they encountered no traps, as all mechanisms had been disabled by the Princess Mayer, who had entered prior to them.
Originally,
Princess Mayer intended to deactivate the traps to reach the stone chamber smoothly and then access the secret passage within,
in order to suppress the dragon lust powder within her. However,
she did not anticipate that the dragon lust powder released by Long Ao was so abundant that before she could enter the secret passage, its toxicity began to take effect. Consequently, Princess Mayer had no choice but to employ secret techniques within the stone chamber to mitigate the poison of the dragon lust powder,
inadvertently benefiting Chen Qun in the process.
After a considerable time, Chen Qun remained lost in thought, gazing blankly at the wall. Lin Ning, the old Taoist, who had not heard any commotion from the stone chamber for a while, could not resist lifting the yellow cloth to sneak a glance.
Upon seeing only Chen Qun, he stepped inside and, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Dao Yun, where has that demoness gone?" Chen Qun lowered his head and replied, "She has left."
Lin Ning hastily responded,
"How could you let her go? After she has left, who will guide us? Where did she escape from? I must go capture her again." Upon hearing this, Chen Qun interjected, "Wait.
I will not allow anyone to harm that woman any longer, for she is now mine.
I hope, fellow Taoist Lin,
that you will not trouble her should you encounter her again."
Lin Ning gazed at Chen Qun's resolute expression and sighed, "Alas. Heroes find it difficult to resist the charms of beauty. Let us continue our search at a leisurely pace."
Meanwhile, Princess Mayer, already at the heart of the Demon Emperor's tomb, listened to Chen Qun's recent words through the tomb's array, which evoked a peculiar feeling within her. Thus, she etched the name Dao Yun into her memory, a name belonging to the man who had inadvertently taken her virtue. As she observed through the array image at the center of the tomb, seeing Chen Qun and the old Taoist Lin Ning nearing the mechanisms behind the Demon Emperor's tomb, she inexplicably deactivated all the traps leading to the teleportation array, even perplexed as to why she acted so, though it was her first time entering the Demon Emperor's tomb. Princess Mayer had been taught about all the traps and their control methods by the previous Demon Emperor and Empress during her childhood. They had also instructed her never to enter the tomb unless absolutely necessary. Not long after Lin Ning and Chen Qun continued onward,
Lin Ying suddenly realized that Chen Qun's cultivation had inexplicably advanced to the mid-golden core stage. He promptly halted, exclaiming, "Dao Yun! How did your cultivation reach the mid-golden core stage? What elixir have you consumed?" Surprised by Lin Ying's words, Chen Qun quickly examined his own cultivation and indeed found that he had unexpectedly attained the mid-golden core stage, with his spiritual awareness having also reached the pinnacle of the golden core realm. It was merely because Chen Qun's thoughts had been in disarray since Princess Mayer departed that he failed to notice his own transformation. It was only through the reminder of the venerable Taoist Lin Ying that Chen Qun became aware of his inexplicable advancement in cultivation. However, the reasons behind this elevation eluded him. In truth, he was not alone in this enhancement. Princess Mayer's cultivation had also progressed from the early stage of the golden core to its mid-stage. Moreover, through the fusion of the divine dragon bloodline within Chen Qun and the ancient demon dragon bloodline within Princess Mayer, an unexpected awakening of the ancestral memories of the demon emperor lineage within her was triggered. Yet, at present, Princess Mayer found herself even more perplexed than Chen Qun. Lacking the focus to explore her own transformation, only vaguely sensing a substantial influx of memories. Chapter 80, Return to the Azure Sky Continent. The elderly Taoist Lin Ying gazed at Chen Qun, who remained unresponsive to his inquiries, and remarked, "Dao Yun, my dear fellow. This is unlike your usual demeanor. It seems that your spirit has been utterly captivated by that enchanting girl from the demon clan." With a hint of exasperation, Chen Qun replied, "Friend Lin, please refrain from jesting at my expense. My mind is currently in disarray, and as for the manner in which my cultivation has advanced, I am utterly perplexed." Lin Ying chuckled and continued, "Take it easy, every man must eventually confront such trials. Should you meet that demon girl again, simply bring her home as your wife. We cultivators are not overly concerned with trifles. However, I must admit, I did not foresee that after acquiring the maiden's pure essence, you would ascend directly to the mid-stage of the golden core. When I return, I too shall seek a female cultivator for a dual cultivation experience." Observing that Lin Ying was becoming increasingly nonsensical, Chen Qun chose to remain silent, lowering his head and proceeding forward. Curiously, within the so-called tomb of the demon emperor, renowned for its unparalleled traps and mechanisms, the two had encountered not a single obstacle. The more Lin Ying pondered, the more he found the situation uncanny. It was not until they spotted the teleportation array at the end of the passage that he could scarcely believe their smooth journey had led them here. Chen Qun examined the 3 teleportation arrays before him and inquired of Lin Ying, which of these arrays leads back to the Azure Sky Continent. Lin Ying scrutinized the 3 arrays, glancing back and forth before placing several spirit stones atop them and releasing a few corpse insects. After the insects circled the arrays a few times, they returned to Lin Ying's hand. With unwavering conviction, Lin Ying declared to Chen Qun, "I can assure you it is the one on the left." Without hesitation, he leaped onto the leftmost teleportation array. Chen Qun remained rooted in place, lost in thought. Noticing this, Lin Ying urgently called out, "Dao Yun, stop daydreaming and come quickly. I have activated the teleportation array." At that, Chen Qun instinctively cast a lingering glance down the passage behind him before jumping onto the array that would take him back to the Azure Sky Continent. In a flash of white light, both Chen Qun and Lin Ying vanished from the array. After a considerable time had passed and the array had settled into tranquility, Princess Mayer, clad in dark attire, appeared beside the now empty left teleportation array. A sense of inexplicable loss washed over her as she gazed at the array, as if she had lost something dear. Suddenly, Princess Mayer broke into a radiant smile, sweet and joyous, and spoke to the array from which Chen Qun had disappeared. "You must cultivate diligently, we shall meet again. When we next cross paths, you will truly be my husband." With that, Princess Mayer leaped onto the largest of the central teleportation arrays. As a brilliant light enveloped her, she too vanished within the array. Only the desolate tomb of the demon emperor remains, bearing witness to the rise and fall of the demon race over countless years. On a solitary island in the northern seas of the Azure Sky Continent, a flash of white light flickered, and 2 figures plummeted from the sky. They were Chen Qun and the elder Taoist Lin Ying, having just returned from the demon realm. "At last, I am back!" Lin Ying exclaimed, gazing skyward with a triumphant roar. However, Chen Qun felt no joy, instead enveloped in profound despondency. "What troubles you, brother Dao Yun? We have returned. Are you not pleased? Finally. We need not face those ferocious demons any longer, Lin Ying remarked to Chen Qun.
Indeed, we have returned.
I wonder what plans you have, my friend, Chen Qun replied.
Upon hearing the word plans, Lin Ying declared, I intend to exact vengeance.
After suffering so severely in the demon realm, I must reclaim my honor. Chen Qun was taken aback. Surely, you do not mean to return to the demon realm? He questioned. Nay. Who would willingly return to that wretched place?
I have learned that in 10 years, the portal from the demon realm to the Azure Sky continent will reopen. I must inform all the sects in the cultivation world to prepare. We shall vanquish those demon spawn.
Lin Ying's eagerness to settle scores was palpable, revealing his steadfast nature.
I do not share your grand ambitions, Lin Daoist. I merely seek to find some spiritual materials I require. Then retreat into seclusion for a while before visiting my family in the mundane world, Chen Qun said, disheartened. Upon hearing Chen Qun's intent to seek spiritual materials, Lin Ying thought to repay the kindness he owed Chen Qun.
However, uncertain of what Chen Qun needed, he inquired, Pray tell, what spiritual materials do you seek, Brother Daoyun? Perhaps I might possess them.
After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qun responded, I am in need of Xianbingpa and Taimulingye. I wonder if you possess these two spiritual materials. If so, I would be willing to offer equivalent items in exchange.
Lin Ying hastily replied. Let us not speak of exchange. If I have them, I shall simply gift them to you. He then retrieved a piece of Xianbingpa from his storage bag and tossed it to Chen Qun, adding, I possess only this one piece of Xianbingpa. As for Taimulingye, it has not appeared for many years. Upon receiving the Xianbingpa, Chen Qun felt a surge of excitement.
He resolved to return to the Great Han Kingdom, to settle his parents and the entire Chen family, thus freeing himself of all burdens.
With this piece of Xianbingpa,
he could forge a mechanized beast at the Golden Core stage to protect the Chen family.
Lin Daoist, what price do you ask for this Xianbingpa?
I wish to purchase it, Chen Qun proposed. Lin Ying's expression shifted, and he exclaimed, Brother Daoyun, you underestimate me.
Since I have offered it, simply accept it. Chen Qun, rendered speechless, ceased his reluctance and accepted the Xianbingpa without further ado. After a leisurely chat, the two parted ways.
Chen Qun intended to seek a tranquil place to seclude himself and forge a mechanical beast of the Golden Core stage, before returning to the Han Empire to visit his parents and arrange matters for the entire Chen family.
Meanwhile,
the venerable Taoist Lin Ying was headed back to the central region of Zhengzhou to inform the various sects about the impending invasion of the demon race into the celestial blue continent in 10 years' time. Little did the old Taoist Lin Ying know that his back-and-forth teleportation with Chen Qun had caused instability in the spatial fissures of the celestial blue continent,
hastening the opening of the demon realm gate by nearly half.
Now, only 5 years remained.
Moreover, it was not only the demon realm gate that would open,
but also numerous races, sealed away by the mighty beings of humanity eons ago, would break free from their confines at that very moment. Chapter 81, The Boy with Celestial Roots. After parting ways with the venerable Taoist Lin Ying, Chen Qun discerned his direction and soared westward on his sword.
He traversed the skies for several hours before settling down in a quaint town.
Upon inquiring, he confirmed that he was still within the borders of the western state,
specifically in a small town belonging to the Qingfan kingdom. Chen Qun sensed the concentration of spiritual energy in the air.
While it paled in comparison to the central divine continent, it was significantly more abundant than in the western state.
Not feeling an urgency to return to the Dahan kingdom,
where the scarcity of spiritual energy would hinder the refinement of his golden core automaton, Chen Qun sought a suitable location to enter seclusion and commence his creation. Just as he was about to do so, a young couple caught his attention. The woman possessed a cultivation level of the 6th layer of qi refinement, while the man appeared to be an ordinary mortal, and they were accompanied by a 7 or 8-year-old boy. The family of 3 walked cheerfully toward the outskirts of the town, unaware of a qi refinement grandmaster stealthily trailing them from a distance. As Chen Qun scanned the young boy with his divine sense, his heart raced with excitement. The boy exhibited the rare water-type celestial root constitution. Had Chen Qun's divine sense not reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, he might have remained uncertain, however, with his formidable perception. He could easily discern the boy's unique traits. A surge of affection for this gifted child welled up within him, prompting him to follow discreetly.
After exiting the town and traveling several dozen miles, they finally arrived at a secluded mountain village. Concealed in the shadows, Chen Qun employed his divine sense to survey the quaint settlement and soon discovered its peculiarities. At the village entrance stood a limping blacksmith, surprisingly a mid-stage martial saint. It was rare for such a formidable warrior to inhabit such a remote area, where a martial saint could safeguard an entire realm. The young couple and their boy proceeded into the village. As they passed the old blacksmith, the young man addressed him, "Uncle Li, still forging? You ought to rest more. Given your health." The blacksmith, known as Uncle Li, looked up and replied, "Luo lad, I am old and nearing my end. While I still possess some strength, I must earn a bit for my last rites." The young man, referred to as Luo, responded, "Uncle Li, do not say such things. When you grow older, I shall repay your kindness. Besides, there's little Feng. You have treated him like a grandson since his birth. When he matures, I shall have him recognize you as his god-grandfather." Before Uncle Li could respond, the 7-year-old boy piped up, "Grandpa Li, I want some candy." The old blacksmith gently patted the little boy's head and said, "Xiaofeng, be good. In a few days, when Grandpa Li goes to town to sell the forged ironware, he will bring you some candy." After speaking, the old man's murky eyes turned towards the village entrance, and he continued, "Luo, you've just returned from town and must be tired. Quickly take your wife and child home. I, too, am weary and shall retire for a while." With that, the old blacksmith limped back to his dilapidated thatched cottage. The young man referred to as Luo did not find the old blacksmith's behavior peculiar, after all. The blacksmith was known for his eccentric temperament in the village, yet he treated Luo's family with great kindness. Subsequently, Luo led his wife and child towards their home. Once the family departed, the previously lethargic old blacksmith's demeanor shifted dramatically, his presence becoming sharp and decisive. He swiftly exited through the back door of the cottage, gripping an iron cane, and dashed into the dense woods at the village's edge. Chen Qun sensed that a thrilling spectacle was about to unfold. A practitioner at the peak of qi refinement could never evade the perception of a mid-level martial saint. The qi refinement practitioner, feeling himself targeted, fled with haste. The old blacksmith appeared to intentionally allow him to escape to a secluded area before making his move. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the old blacksmith accelerated and suddenly blocked the path of the fleeing qi refinement practitioner, coldly inquiring, "Are you also from the family of Baolan City?" The practitioner replied, "Indeed, since you are aware, why do you dare provoke me?" The old blacksmith, now visibly angry, retorted, "Why do you persist in tormenting Luo's family? Do you not understand the concept of kindness? Besides, they already have children." The qi refinement practitioner disdainfully remarked, "A mere mundane person has abducted our third miss from the He family, leaving us unable to show our face before many cultivation families. If we do not bring these 3 back to the He family, where will our dignity lie?" The old blacksmith scoffed and countered, "If you take them back to the He family in Baolan City, I fear for the life of that boy, Luo. It is not for an outsider like you to meddle in our affairs." With that, the qi refinement practitioner summoned a flying sword and thrust it towards the old blacksmith. However, before the sword could reach him, the old blacksmith's iron cane shattered it into 2 pieces. Instantly, the practitioner suffered a mental blow. Though initially aware of the blacksmith's strength, he had not anticipated that this seemingly frail old man could be so formidable. Consequently, the qi refinement practitioner began to chant a spell to flee. Observing the imminent escape of the practitioner, the old blacksmith disdainfully declared, "For the safety of Luo's family, I must eliminate you. Otherwise, once you return to the Yi family in Baolan City, I fear I will be unable to protect them any longer." Having spoken, the blacksmith hurled his iron crutch towards the direction in which the qi refinement great perfection practitioner had fled. Under normal circumstances, the practitioner would have faced certain death against an attack from a mid-stage martial sage. However, lurking in the shadows was Chen Qun, a mid-stage golden elixir cultivator, who had been contemplating how to approach the young boy's family. Upon overhearing their conversation, a cunning plan began to form in Chen Qun's mind. He resolved to send the qi refinement great perfection practitioner back to the Baolan He family to deliver a warning, while he himself would swiftly eliminate the hidden threats facing the family of 3. Subsequently, he would propose that the boy, endowed with celestial roots, accompany him back to the Tiandao sect for cultivation,
making the entire endeavor seamlessly come to fruition.
With this thought, Chen Qun unleashed his sword domain, ensnaring the blacksmith.
The iron crutch, poised to strike the fleeing practitioner, fell to the ground, immobilized by Chen Qun's domain. The Qi refinement great perfection practitioner, having narrowly escaped death, dared not linger any longer. He swiftly invoked his spells and vanished into the distance. Only after the practitioner had disappeared without a trace did Chen Qun retract his sword domain and gradually step forward. Chapter 82, Nyoja Village. As Chen Qun emerged slowly, the old blacksmith, having regained his mobility, felt as though he were facing a formidable adversary, unable to relax even for a moment. In secret, he had grasped the trump card he intended to use in desperation. Chen Qun observed the old man's subtle gestures with keen awareness but chose to remain unfazed. If he could still be harmed by a mid-level martial sage at this juncture, it would be better for him to simply find a block of tofu and end it all. The old blacksmith, looking directly at Chen Qun as he approached, inquired, "Who are you, and what brings you here?" Chen Qun, not wishing to conceal his intentions from the old man, replied, "Do not be alarmed, sir. I harbor no ill will. I am interested in the son of the young man you refer to as Luo, and I wish to take him back to my sect for cultivation." The old blacksmith's expression darkened as he retorted, "Do not attempt to deceive this old man. Even if you are not one of the He family, you are certainly not of noble intent. If you mean to harm the Luo family, you must first contend with me." With that, he prepared to strike at Chen Qun. Resigned to the situation, Chen Qun recognized that if words could not sway the old man, then he would have to rely on his strength. He unleashed his mid-golden core aura, pressing it down upon the blacksmith. The old man, a mid-level martial sage, was immediately forced to kneel before Chen Qun, blood seeping from his mouth. Utterly devoid of any power to resist, let alone attack. Observing the old blacksmith's complete lack of defiance, Chen Qun retracted his overwhelming presence and remarked, "With my current strength, do I need to resort to cunning schemes to harm anyone?" At that moment, the old blacksmith's heart was tumultuous. The young man before him, with his graying hair, seemed a being of such extraordinary prowess that even the legendary martial god might not rival him. The old blacksmith hastily apologized, "I have misspoken, I beg your forgiveness, senior." He had swiftly concluded that this young man, despite his somewhat gray hair, was likely an ancient being who had mastered the art of preserving youth through years of cultivation. Otherwise, how could his strength be so formidable? Chen Qun, uninterested in lengthy explanations, simply inquired about the family of the young boy. It turned out that the youth referred to as Luo was named Robin, hailing from the town of Luo near Baolan City. Robin had inadvertently rescued the injured third miss of the He family, He Qianer. During the days of her recovery, Robin's attentive care won He Qianer's affection. As an orphan, Robin also developed feelings for the beautiful He Qianer. However, upon learning of their bond, He Qin, the head of the He family, was infuriated. A mere mortal dared to covet his cherished jewel, it was tantamount to courting death. He dispatched assassins to eliminate Robin, but He Qianer intervened to protect him. Ultimately, she resolved to elope with Robin in secret. They fled from Baolan City, leaving behind Luo Town, and ultimately sought refuge in Nyoja Village, a quaint hamlet where the old blacksmith currently resided. However, the power of the He family in Baolan City is indeed formidable, and locating the two individuals is not an insurmountable task. Over the past few years, several waves of spies have attempted to reach this place, all of whom were discreetly dealt with by the old blacksmith, who has consequently acquired a thorough understanding of the backgrounds and experiences of the Robin couple. Chen Qun casually inquired about the strength of the He family in Baolan City. The He family is merely a small cultivation family, with the current head, He Qin, being the most formidable, possessing late-stage foundation establishment strength. Once the old blacksmith had provided Chen Qun with sufficient information, Chen Qun openly accompanied him back to Nyo family village. As for the old blacksmith's own background, Chen Qun refrained from probing further, acknowledging that everyone harbors their own secrets. On the journey back to Nyo family village, many villagers greeted the old blacksmith. Although his demeanor was eccentric, he was nonetheless a kind-hearted individual. Those villagers familiar with him incessantly inquired about Chen Qun's identity. Thus, on the day Chen Qun arrived in Nyo family village, the old blacksmith gained a new nephew from afar, this nephew being none other than Chen Qun himself. Having been raised as the son of a general, Chen Qun had never experienced the simplicity of a small mountain village. Gradually, He found himself integrating into the genuine community of villagers, discovering a sense of authenticity that was absent in both noble society and the realm of cultivation. During his days in Niu family village, Chen Qun found himself quite content. Even the azurite demon monkey, Xiaohei, was released from his spirit beast pouch to play with Robin's son, Luo Xiaofeng, forging a bond between them. In the evenings, Chen Qun diligently studied the tome Yugui Dafa gifted to him by the old Taoist Lin Ning. Initially, he intended to merely familiarize himself with the content. Yet as he delved deeper into the text, he glimpsed an unknown facet of this world. The book elucidated that ghosts are the resentments or obsessions formed by souls after death and recorded various techniques for capturing, controlling, and nurturing ghosts, even detailing methods for crafting ghost-restraining artifacts. Even an ordinary person could subdue certain spirits with this knowledge. Although these techniques were of no use to Chen Qun, a mid-stage golden core cultivator, his curiosity compelled him to memorize them all. The reason for their ineffectiveness was clear: with his current mid-stage golden core cultivation, even malevolent spirits would dare not approach him. Should a malicious ghost appear, Chen Qun could easily vanquish it with his spiritual power. 5 days swiftly passed, and Chen Qun surmised that the Yi family from Baolan City would arrive today, as the 5-day round trip would suffice for high-level cultivators. However, he miscalculated. Another day passed without any sign of the Yi family. It wasn't until 3 days later that Niu family village was finally graced with unexpected guests. A party of 10 arrived, led by a stern-looking elder. And Chen Qun needed no further deduction to ascertain that they were indeed the representatives from the Yi family in Baolan City. Those individuals inquired about the whereabouts of Robin's residence and proceeded directly towards it. Chen Qun led Luo Xiaofeng, who followed slowly, eager to witness the reunion between father and daughter. While preparing a meal, Qianer dropped the ladle from her hands upon spotting the elderly man at the forefront, exclaiming, "Father!" The elder retorted, "So you still acknowledge me as your father? I had thought you had long forgotten your roots in the He family." At that moment, Robin emerged from the house, only to be struck motionless upon seeing the elder. He was utterly at a loss as to how to react. The elder's gaze turned fiery upon noticing Robin, and he commanded, "Eliminate him." Instantly, a cultivator in the early stages of foundation establishment flew forth from behind the elder, brandishing a flying sword aimed at Robin. The onlooking villagers gasped in shock at this turn of events, with some of the more timid ones retreating in fright. However, the blacksmith, undeterred, settled himself upon a long bench, leisurely observing the unfolding drama. He understood that with Chen Qun present, no one would dare harm a single hair on the heads of Robin and his family. Chapter 83, The Crisis of the Robin Family. As Qianer beheld the flying sword thrusting towards Robin, she realized that her cultivation at the 6th level of Qi refinement rendered her utterly incapable of deflecting such an attack. Resolutely, she positioned her body to shield him, having made up her mind to perish alongside her husband. Qianer's father, Qin, was consumed with fury upon witnessing his daughter sacrificing herself for Robin. Yet, just as the sword was about to strike her, he intervened and deflected it. At that moment, the old blacksmith seated on the long bench clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Marvelous! Truly marvelous! It has been ages since I have witnessed such a splendid spectacle. Young Robin, you and your wife may depart with peace of mind. After you leave, I shall take care of Fonger, ensuring he pays respects to you both every year." Ha ha ha! The blacksmith, reveling in the drama, felt emboldened by his association with the formidable Chen Qun. He believed that in the realm of Qingfan, no one could contend with such a powerful figure. Upon hearing the blacksmith's words, Qin's expression soured, and he contemplated sending someone to apprehend the old man. However, when he turned to face the blacksmith, he was taken aback to discover that this disheveled old craftsman was, in fact, a mid-stage martial saint. Although Qin typically dismissed mid-stage martial saints, he chose not to provoke further conflict at this juncture. Instead, he merely emitted a cold snort in the blacksmith's direction. Meanwhile, young Luo Xiaofeng, frightened, burst into tears, freeing himself from Chen Qun's grasp and rushing into his mother's embrace. Chen Qun did not stop him. Wishing for the young boy to grasp an essential truth: in this world, only through the acquisition of formidable strength could one ensure the safety of oneself and one's loved ones. Using his divine sense,
Chen Qun discerned that the visitors to Niu family village today were far more numerous than just the members of the Yi family.
Concealed within the dense forest at the village's entrance lay three distinct groups, each led by individuals whose cultivation levels were comparable to that of He Qin.
He Qin,
witnessing his daughter willing to forsake her life for Robin, felt an overwhelming fury swell within him, yet he found no outlet for it. He recognized that should he command the execution of Robin today, his daughter would undoubtedly follow him into death. Thus, He Qin addressed He Qiner. If you agree to return to Baolan City with your father and vow never to see this father-son duo again, then I shall spare their lives.
Upon hearing this,
He Qiner's face flooded with tears as she glanced at Robin, then at the still-crying Luo Xiaofeng in her arms. With a trembling lip, she replied to He Qin.
I accept your terms.
Upon hearing He Qiner's response, Robin cried out, My dear wife, do not acquiesce.
Even in death, I shall not allow them to take you away.
He Qiner wiped away her tears and said, My beloved, I have never regretted being your wife.
After I am gone,
you must take good care of Fenger and never act foolishly.
With those words, she gently pushed Luo Xiaofeng into Robin's arms.
Robin wished to step forward to intervene. But upon seeing his son weeping in his arms, his heart felt as though it were being cleaved in two. At that moment, a nauseating voice drifted over. Belonging to the old blacksmith, who, in a tone that was half sob and half lament, remarked, Oh, how touching!
Even this old man is moved to tears.
How can there be such heartless beasts in this world who would dare to tear them apart? Hearing this, He Qin's anger flared. He directed his ire at the blacksmith,
declaring, You old scoundrel, you are becoming exceedingly audacious.
If you dare to stir up trouble again, I won't hesitate to eliminate you first.
The blacksmith, undeterred, retorted. To kill me would not be so simple. Are you not aware that I have recently acquired a nephew? Should you wish to take my life?
You must first contend with him. The blacksmith, possessing a modicum of self-awareness, knew he could not match He Qin in strength, thus he readily sacrificed Chen Qun. He Qin scrutinized Chen Qun, merely a brash youth devoid of any cultivation. Just as he prepared to berate the blacksmith further, a soft voice interjected.
Master did you not say that once you located your daughter and that eloping scoundrel, you would hand them over to our Song family for justice? Why then do you now agree to release that lad named Luo?
As the words fell, a group of 5 approached them slowly. The blacksmith's spirits lifted upon recognizing the hawk-nosed elder leading the group, exclaiming, Even the head of the Song family, Song Xinggu, has arrived.
This drama is becoming ever more captivating.
However, no one paid heed to the blacksmith, who was incessantly seeking to provoke.
Master Song, let mercy prevail. Especially since 9 years have elapsed since this incident, He Qin implored.
Master your daughter was betrothed to my son, yet she eloped with an ordinary man.
If our Song family does not punish this pair of adulterers, what face shall we have left? Song Xinggu countered.
He Qin realized that this matter could not be easily resolved. Thus, he replied to Song Xinggu, In that case, unleash whatever abilities you possess. For I shall never surrender my daughter to you for execution. Song Xinggu laughed heartily in response, Master I anticipated your refusal.
Yet, do not forget.
The kingdom of Qingfan is governed collectively by our 4 great families. Hence, I have summoned both the heads of the Yu and Su families to join us. Before He Qin could react, Song Xinggu called out toward the village entrance, Heads of the Yu and Su families, please step forth to adjudicate.
The nation has its laws. And families have their rules. I implore you to handle this impartially.
As soon as he finished speaking, another group of 8 appeared at the village entrance, slowly making their way toward them. The 2 elders leading the charge were none other than Yu Hua, the head of the Yu family, and Su Tang,
the head of the Su family.
Upon seeing Yu Hua and Su Tang approach, He Qin felt his heart plummet. Today, his daughter was likely doomed.
After all,
the kingdom of Qingfan was jointly governed by their 4 families, and one must adhere to reason in all matters. Once Yu Hua and Su Tang stood before them, Yu Hua was the first to speak. Master therein lies your fault.
We, the 4 clans,
have long established an agreement to govern the Qingfan kingdom with fairness and justice. Moreover, your family indeed brought disgrace upon the Song family. And you had pledged to surrender the eloping couple to them to restore their honor.
Why, then, do you now go back on your word? Hearing this,
He Qin felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, he realized that he could no longer protect his daughter today.
With a sigh, Qin remarked, "Very well. The path she has chosen is her own.
Do not blame me, her father, for being heartless.
Master Song, you may proceed as you wish. Regardless of how you choose to deal with them, I shall not intervene further." Upon hearing this,
Song Xinggu ceased his idle conversation with Qin and turned directly to the 4 cultivators behind him, commanding, "Seize that pair of illicit lovers along with the illegitimate child,
and take them back for public execution."
Just as the 4 cultivators were about to act, the voice of the old blacksmith interrupted them once more. "Allow me to offer a word of advice. If you wish to lay hands on Robin's family, you would do well to consult my nephew first." Chapter 84. The mutated spiritual root. Song Xinggu cast a glance at the untrained Chen Qun and then at the old blacksmith sitting on the bench, declaring,
"I care not who you are. Do you truly believe that a mere mid-level martial saint such as yourself can withstand my advance?"
Just as Song Xinggu contemplated issuing another command to attack, Chen Qun slowly approached Robin and his family. Turning to the weeping Luo Xiaofeng in Robin's arms, Chen Qun said, "Uncle Chen intends to find you a formidable master, so you too may become exceptionally powerful. In time, no one shall dare to bully your parents again.
Would you be willing to come with your uncle?" Luo Xiaofeng looked at his tear-streaked mother and then at his father, who held him tightly.
With tears in his eyes, he pleaded, "Uncle Chen, please save my father and mother.
I don't want them to be separated. Help me save them, and I will go with you.
I wish to grow strong and protect them in the future."
Chen Qun gently patted Luo Xiaofeng's little head and reassured him, "Fear not, Xiaofeng. Uncle Chen will drive away these villains for you.
But when you grow up, you must rely on yourself. Now, watch how your uncle makes these evildoers flee in terror." Upon hearing Chen Qun's words, Song Xinggu retorted, "You foolish lad, you are courting death." With that, he personally unleashed his flying sword, directing it straight towards Chen Qun.
However,
before the sword could approach Chen Qun's back, it suddenly fell to the ground without warning. The 3 family heads, including Qin, looked at Song Xinggu in confusion,
unable to comprehend his intentions.
In truth, Song Xinggu was equally perplexed, for just as his flying sword neared Chen Qun, a powerful force of spiritual consciousness severed the connection between him and the sword. Before he could ponder further, Chen Qun slowly turned around and declared,
"Who did you say was courting death?"
As Chen Qun's words echoed, an overwhelming aura of mid-level golden core surged forth towards the assembled individuals.
"A golden core cultivator!"
Qin exclaimed, paralyzed with fear.
Song Xinggu was so frightened that he fell to his knees, repeatedly imploring, "I meant no offense, esteemed senior. Please forgive my transgression."
Yu Hua and Su Tang stood there in a daze, unsure of how to respond. If they had provoked this golden core cultivator today, they would all perish.
And even the entire Qingfan nation might suffer dire consequences.
However, Chen Qun paid them no heed, for as he unleashed his golden core aura, he sensed a faint trace of wood-type energy emanating from the frightened Luo Xiaofeng.
Chen Qun quickly turned to investigate, beginning to doubt his initial assessment of Luo Xiaofeng's constitution.
Such a blunder was utterly embarrassing for a cultivator with a fully realized golden core consciousness.
After grasping Luo Xiaofeng's arm and probing delicately with his consciousness, Chen Qun couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Damn!
This boy possesses a mutated spiritual root." The mutated spiritual root is a rare manifestation that emerges from a singular heavenly spiritual root, born from fortuitous circumstances, and possesses a potency far surpassing that of the heavenly spiritual root.
Although Chen Qun cherishes talent,
he is preoccupied with his own cultivation and lacks the time to take on disciples.
He intends to entrust Luo Xiaofeng to the sect leader, Dao Ran, for guidance, which can be regarded as Chen Qun's contribution to the Tian Dao sect.
Song Xinggu watched Chen Qun, who was lost in thought, and dared not interrupt. Nor did he dare to rise. The hearts of the other 3 clan leaders were also filled with trepidation, uncertain whether this golden core cultivator would impose punishment upon them. Yu Hua and Su Tang were filled with regret, lamenting their greed for the benefits offered by Song Xinggu, which led them to assist in suppressing the Yi family.
Now, having failed to subdue the Yi family, they feared for their very lives. The old blacksmith, reveling in their plight, exclaimed with glee, "What has happened to your earlier bravado? Where has all that spirit gone? Ha ha ha!"
None of the others dared to confront the old blacksmith. And they would have welcomed a few strikes from his cane to alleviate the fury simmering within the golden core cultivator.
Song Xinggu hurriedly addressed the blacksmith. Yes. You are absolutely right. It is entirely our fault, we were blind to the greatness before us. Please do not take it to heart. Chen Qun, ignoring them, turned to Luo Xiaofeng and said, Do you see? The villains are trembling in fear. If you follow your uncle, you too shall become formidable in the future. Wiping the tears from his eyes, Luo Xiaofeng looked at the very individuals who had just bullied his parents, now reduced to a state of submission. Not daring to breathe too loudly, with determination, he declared to Chen Qun, I wish to follow Uncle Chen Qun. When I grow up, I want to be as powerful as you, so that no one can ever bully my father and mother again. Chen Qun smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. He then turned to the 4 clan leaders and proclaimed, Today, I, as a representative of my master, the sect leader of the Tiandao sect, accept Luo Xiaofeng as my disciple. From this day forth, he shall be an inner disciple of the Tiandao sect. Should any of you dare to harm the Robin family, I will not hesitate to extinguish you on the spot. The 4 clan leaders felt as though they had been granted a reprieve. Chen Qun's words indicated that they would not be forcibly slain today. They quickly responded, We would never dare. We absolutely will not transgress again. Chen Qun continued. I must attend to matters in the western province for a period of time. Within 2 years, I shall return to take Xiaofeng to the Tiandao sect for instruction. Should the Robin family suffer even a single hair's loss by then, the 4 of you, along with your clans, will find no reason to exist. Upon hearing this, Yu Hua and the others hastily agreed, Yes. We will ensure that no one in Qingfan country dares to disrespect the Robin family again. Rest assured, esteemed elder. Particularly given the stature of the Tiandao sect in central China, the elder members of these 4 cultivation families were well aware of its might. Moreover, it was unnecessary for the Tiandao sect to intervene, for the golden core cultivator before them could effortlessly annihilate them all without breaking a sweat. After Chen Qun finished speaking, he found himself engulfed in a tumult of conflicting thoughts. Although he had boldly thrust Luo Xiaofeng into the hands of the sect leader, Dao Ran, he could not shake off the uncertainty of whether Dao Ran would grant him the courtesy he anticipated. Should Dao Ran choose not to extend such courtesy, it would lead to an exceedingly awkward situation. Unbeknownst to Chen Qun, in the future, when Dao Ran and several elders of the Dao Yuan sect beheld the child with a mutated spiritual root that Chen Qun had brought back, they would nearly engage in a fierce dispute over the acquisition of an apprentice. Had Dao Ran known at that moment that Chen Qun had abandoned a child with a mutated spiritual root for an entire year simply to return home, he would have swiftly come to confront Chen Qun. Subsequently, he would have taken Luo Xiaofeng back to the Tiandao sect to nurture him properly. In Dao Ran's eyes, nothing was more paramount than the future of the Tiandao sect. Chapter 85, Passing through Yong'an City. Once more Chen Qun momentarily pondered before retracting his thoughts. If the headmaster Dao Ran truly refused to accept Luo Xiaofeng as a disciple, then it would fall upon Chen Qun himself to take action. He cast a glance at the 4 timid old men and, after conferring with the blacksmith, made arrangements with Robin's family, promising to return within 2 years to escort Luo Xiaofeng to Tiandao sect. Although Robin and his wife felt an immense reluctance, they ultimately acquiesced for the sake of Luo Xiaofeng's future. After exchanging brief farewells with the blacksmith and Robin's family, and issuing a final warning to the 4 old men, Chen Qun soared away on his sword, heading into the distance. Rather than proceeding directly to the western province, Chen Qun sought out a nearby valley rich in spiritual energy, where he made some arrangements and summoned Xiao He to stand guard outside before commencing his secluded cultivation. His primary objective was to refine a mechanism beast at the golden core stage, following the instructions in the secret techniques of mechanisms. He fused the soul-severing wood with the 3-star stone, then introduced several auxiliary materials. Subsequently, he divided the Xianbing essence into 7 parts, forming a 7-star gathering spirit array that would automatically replenish spiritual energy. Having completed all preparations, Chen Qun embarked on his cautious process of refinement. Time in the world of cultivation is elusive. Before he knew it, half a month had passed. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he declared, at last, "It is a success." Before him stood a mechanism beast resembling a black bear. In his hand, he held a spherical core, Whoever refined this core would become the master of this golden core mechanism beast. When Chen Qun summoned Xiaohei back, the creature was alarmed. Its fur standing on end at the sight of the mechanism beast beside Chen Qun. Instinctively, it sensed a profound threat emanating from the beast. However, this bear-like mechanism beast was not as formidable as Chen Qun had envisioned. Perhaps due to his own cultivation limitations. The beast he had refined only matched the mid-golden core stage, rather than the perfect golden core stage he had initially anticipated. Nevertheless, Chen Qun felt content. A mechanism beast equivalent to the mid-golden core stage would be more than sufficient to protect the Chen family in the resource-scarce western province. After a brief tidying up, he stored the golden core mechanism beast along with Xiaohei and set off toward the nearby Niujia village. He intended to discreetly ascertain whether the four old men had acted contrary to his words. As Chen Qun stealthily approached the vicinity of Niujia village, he sensed numerous cultivators concealed within the dense forest. Avoiding the hidden cultivators, he employed his spiritual awareness to observe the situation within Niujia village from just outside its entrance. To his surprise, he discovered that the blacksmith had ceased his forging activities and was instead merrily drinking with Song Xinggu, the head of the Song family, in his smithy. Through their conversation, Chen Qun learned that the four immortal families had reached an agreement. Each family would take turns stationed at Niujia village, rotating monthly. Thus, the absolute safety of Robin's family was assured. Consequently, the old blacksmith acquired a few more companions to share drinks with him. Chen Qun nodded in satisfaction. Choosing to remain incognito as he deftly maneuvered his flying sword towards the western states. With his current cultivation level at the mid-stage of the golden core, he could fly for an extended duration without the need for rest. The spiritual energy consumed during his flight was replenished more swiftly than it was depleted. In just 3 days, Chen Qun entered the territory of the western state. Along the way, while traversing desolate valleys, he sensed the presence of some golden core beasts. Perhaps these creatures, recognizing the danger posed by Chen Qun, refrained from emerging to cause him any trouble. Another day passed. And as Chen Qun gazed down upon the bustling kingdom below, he descended to inquire casually, only to discover he had entered the domain of the Great Han Kingdom. Presently, he found himself in Yongding City, and a mere 100 miles further would lead him to the capital, Yong'an City. Yong'an City was an essential stop on Chen Qun's journey back to the Great Han Kingdom. And he was eager to observe how much it had transformed since his last visit several years prior. Hence, he ascended his flying sword in the direction of Yong'an City. Shortly thereafter, within the Mingyu Pavilion of Yong'an City, Chen Qun once more took residence in the very room where he had previously achieved his breakthrough to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Years had passed, and through diligent effort, he had progressed from the mid-stage of foundation establishment to the mid-stage of golden core. Of course, his advancement from the initial to mid-stage of golden core was not solely due to his own cultivation. It was unexpectedly accelerated by the acquisition of Princess Mayoress Primordialine. The next day, Chen Qun ordered a pot of wine and a few delightful dishes at the Mingyu Pavilion. Intending to savor the culinary delights of the mortal realm before continuing his journey back to the Great Han Kingdom. It was here that he had previously assisted Gu Changfeng and others in confronting the Prince of Yu, Shang Guanyao, and met the third elder of the Great Han Kingdom, Shang Guanwuji. Just as Chen Qun was enjoying his wine and reminiscing about past events, an incongruous voice pierced the air. "Prince of Yu, I beg you, spare my granddaughter. She is my only lifeline." Chen Qun then observed 2 soldiers dragging a youthful maiden away, while an elderly man knelt on the ground, pleading desperately with Shang Guanyao. Without needing to ponder, Chen Qun surmised that the incorrigible Shang Guanyao was once again resorting to the abduction of innocent women. Thus, he addressed the newly arrived Shang Guanyao. "Might I suggest, Prince of Yu, that perhaps my previous admonishment was too lenient, allowing you to persist in your disgraceful behavior?" The surrounding diners were taken aback by Chen Qun's audacity. Who was this young man, daring enough to publicly insult the Prince of Yu? It seemed he truly had a death wish. Shang Guanyao, momentarily stunned, soon approached in a fury. Today, he had not committed any wrongdoing. Yet everyone believed he was responsible for the abduction of women. He had merely come for a drink and happened upon the infamous Shang Guanhong in the act of wrongdoing, resulting in all the misdeeds being attributed to him. Had this occurred in the past, he would have dared to provoke Guanhong. However, ever since Guanhong's brother,
Guan Mo, recently advanced to the foundation establishment stage, Guan Hong has begun to assert his dominance in Yong'an City.
Even the Grand Elder, Guan Wudi, has adopted a lenient stance towards Guan Hong. Presently, Guan Yao is seething with unexpressed anger, and to his astonishment, someone has the audacity to openly insult him within the Mingyu Pavilion. Consequently, Guan Yao, accompanied by his guards, stormed towards Chen Qun with a fierce demeanor. Yet,
upon laying eyes on Chen Qun's countenance, he was so taken aback that he collapsed on the spot.
Chapter 86, Upholding Justice After Taking a Bite of His Dish. Chen Qun directed his gaze to the prostrate figure of Shang Guan Yao and said, "Stop feigning death there.
Rise and tell me whose granddaughter you have abducted this time."
Truly, you are a creature incapable of reform. Shang Guan Yao, lying limp on the ground, sprang to his knees upon hearing Chen Qun's inquiry and exclaimed, "Your Excellency, you see clearly."
This time it was not I but that rogue Shang Guan Hong who committed the act. Observing Shang Guan Yao's expression, which seemed devoid of deceit, Chen Qun commanded, "Fetch that young woman, I wish to inquire about the matter at hand."
"Should you dare to deceive me, you are well aware of the consequences that await." Shang Guan Yao hastily replied, "Yes, yes, Your Excellency, please wait a moment.
I will bring her here without delay."
With that, he quickly rallied his guards, urging, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry and follow me to retrieve her. If you fail to bring her back, do not expect to keep your lives." Thus, Shang Guan Yao led his entourage in pursuit of the team dispatched by Shang Guan Hong to abduct the girl. Meanwhile, the Mingyu Pavilion was engulfed in silence, with patrons secretly speculating about the identity of the young man with gray-white hair, and why he wielded such power that even the Prince of Yu, Shang Guan Yao, trembled in his presence. The elder who had just beseeched Shang Guan Yao rushed over and fell to his knees before Chen Qun, pleading, "I implore you, noble sir, rescue my granddaughter. I prostrate myself before you."
Chen Qun quickly assisted the elder to his feet, assuring him, "Do not worry, old man. I promise you that I will bring your granddaughter back safely, and I shall ensure justice for both of you."
At that moment, Shang Guan Yao's team had not ventured far.
Without hesitation, he and his guards charged at the unsuspecting abductors, causing them to scatter in panic and abandon the young woman, who then hurried back to report to Shang Guan Hong. Previously, Shang Guan Yao had refrained from offending Shang Guan Hong, but circumstances had changed.
As a prince of the great Hong Kingdom,
even if he were merely a debauched youth, he had heard whispers of Chen Qun's formidable reputation.
It was said that without Chen Qun, the third elder, Shang Guan Lei, and Shang Guan Hong's brother, Shang Guan Mo, would have perished in central Shenzhou. Moreover, it was rumored that Chen Qun had already attained divine cultivation.
In a bid to ingratiate himself with Chen Qun, Shang Guan Yao decided to act first and speak later, disregarding any potential repercussions from Shang Guan Hong. Within a mere quarter of an hour, Shang Guan Yao returned to the Mingyu Pavilion, accompanied by a group of battered guards and the young woman. He even dispatched one of his guards to summon reinforcements from his princely residence, fearing that should Shang Guan Hong cause a ruckus,
he would lack the manpower to defend against any ensuing chaos that might disturb Chen Qun.
Chen Qun inquired about the situation, and through the young woman's account, he realized that Shang Guan Yao had indeed been wronged. However, being wronged was one thing. After all, Shang Guan Yao was no saint.
Could he expect an apology from Chen Qun?
As Chen Qun prepared to have Shang Guan Yao find a way to properly settle the frightened father and daughter,
Shang Guan Hong had already surrounded the Mingyu Xian restaurant with his men. Shang Guan Hong shouted, "Shang Guan Yao, come out.
We have always kept to our own affairs.
On what grounds do you dare to seize my people and injure all my subordinates?" Shang Guan Yao did not respond to Shang Guan Hong's provocations. Instead, he turned to Chen Qun, seeking his counsel.
Chen Qun, meeting Shang Guan Yao's inquiring gaze, replied slowly, "You must handle your affairs in the great Hong Kingdom, but I expect a satisfactory outcome."
Although Shang Guan Yao was no paragon of virtue, he was astute enough to grasp Chen Qun's intent.
Thus, he apologized to Chen Qun before storming outside with his guards.
Once outside, Shang Guan Yao confronted Shang Guan Hong directly, exclaiming, "Is there no law left when you brazenly abduct common women? Since fate has brought us together,
I shall take it upon myself to intervene."
Shang Guan Hong was momentarily speechless, retorting angrily, "This is no longer the Shang Guan Yao of old. Who would dare to speak of our king with such audacity?"
Although Shang Guan Hong's words made Shang Guan Yao feel somewhat embarrassed, as he had indeed engaged in such acts before. This time, Shang Guanyao was not inclined to reason with him. Upon seeing that his guards he had sent to call for reinforcements had successfully gathered all the soldiers from his estate, his confidence surged. He commanded his guards. The emperor and the commoners are equal under the law. Today, I shall act on behalf of my elder brother and the council of elders to enforce the law. Attack.
With that declaration, Shang Guanyao led his guards and a large contingent of soldiers towards Shang Guanhong's forces. Initially,
Shang Guanhong did not believe Shang Guanyao would dare to strike him, and thus had brought only a modest number of guards and soldiers.
However, he was taken aback by Shang Guanyao's unexpected ferocity.
Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Shang Guanyao seized him from his horse and his guards, fierce as wolves, unleashed a brutal beating upon him. Half an hour later, Shang Guanhong and his men, including Shang Guanhong himself, were all reduced to a state resembling that of battered swine.
Shang Guanyao, despite having received several punches himself, shouted jubilantly, "What a relief!
I have long found him displeasing." Observing Shang Guanhong, now assisted by soldiers, fleeing towards the palace, Shang Guanyao immediately deduced that he was off to lodge a complaint. However, with Chen Qun present, even if Shang Guanhong reported to the Grand Elder, he felt no fear.
Yet, Shang Guanyao remained concerned that others in the Great Han Kingdom might inadvertently provoke Chen Qun. He needed to report the situation to the Grand Elder as swiftly as possible, for only the Grand Elder could deter the second Elder and Shang Guanmo accordingly. Shang Guanyao returned to explain the circumstances to Chen Qun. Nevertheless, Chen Qun merely replied coolly, "How you choose to handle this is your affair. I only require a satisfactory result." Upon hearing this, Shang Guanyao hastily mounted his swift steed and hurried towards the palace. In a modest courtyard within the rear palace of the Great Han Kingdom, Shang Guanhong, clutching his face resembling that of a pig's head, lamented to his elder brother. Shang Guanmo, and the second elder, Shang Guanwushuang, embellishing his grievances. He falsely accused Shang Guanyao of abducting a maiden, portraying himself as a paragon of righteousness. The second elder, upon hearing this, was incensed, exclaiming that such audacity was utterly intolerable. Without hesitation, he and Shang Guanmo soared out of the palace, intent on apprehending Shang Guanyao and returning to administer familial discipline. Simultaneously, Shang Guanyao provided a succinct explanation of the events to the elder. The elder, upon learning of Chen Qun's involvement, was struck with alarm, fearing that his reckless younger brother might provoke Chen Qun. He hastily made his way towards the Mingyu Xian tavern, accelerating his pace in hopes of intercepting the second elder and Shang Guanmo before they reached their destination. Chapter 87, The Fury of Shang Guanwudi as the Second Elder. Shang Guanwushuang and Shang Guanmo were about to enter the Mingyu pavilion. A figure descended and obstructed their path. It was none other than the urgently arrived first elder, Shang Guanwudi. Without uttering a word, Shang Guanwudi approached and slapped both Shang Guanwushuang and Shang Guanmo across the face. Stunned after receiving the blow, the second elder shouted, "Elder brother, you!" Shang Guanwushuang had long lost count of the years since his elder brother had last struck him. Now, for the sake of a wayward Shang Guanyao, he disregarded decades of brotherly affection and publicly assaulted him. How could he not be enraged? Shang Guanmo, on the other hand, showed little reaction to the slap. For as a junior, he accepted the reprimand from his elder without protest. The reason Shang Guanwudi struck Shang Guanwushuang and Shang Guanmo was, in fact, to demonstrate to the onlooker, Chen Qun. He could not fathom that a dignified Golden Core stage immortal would be oblivious to his actions outside the Mingyu pavilion. At that moment, he was solely focused on quelling Chen Qun's ire. Just as Shang Guanwudi contemplated reprimanding Shang Guanwushuang and Shang Guanmo once more, he spotted Shang Guanhong in the distance, riding a horse and leading a throng of soldiers galloping towards them. Upon witnessing this, Shang Guanwudi nearly succumbed to fury, thinking, "Does this brat seek to escalate the situation further?" However, before the smug Shang Guanhong could approach the Mingyu pavilion, he was struck down by a palm from Shang Guanwudi in midair. Already battered by Shang Guanyao, Shang Guanhong was now utterly dazed. Yet upon realizing it was Shang Guanwudi who had struck him, he dared not utter a word, merely standing behind Shang Guanwushuang and Shang Guanmo, hoping for justice to be served. Unbeknownst to him, the two had already suffered blows prior to his arrival. Even with his typically good temper, Shang Guanwushuang could no longer contain his outrage, bellowing at Shang Guanwudi, "Elder brother, you are truly going too far." Shang Guanwudi,
Disinterested in engaging in further discourse with Shangguan Wushuang, was preoccupied with strategizing ways to appease Chen Qun. He retorted, "Be silent. You will remain here quietly until Yao arrives." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wushuang's fury intensified. Just as he was about to unleash another tirade, the fierce glare from Shangguan Wudi deflated him like a punctured balloon. He suppressed his anger, letting out a cold huff, and refrained from uttering another word. If one were to inquire whom Shangguan Wushuang feared most, it would undoubtedly be his elder brother, Shangguan Wudi. He and the third elder, Shangguan Wujie, had grown up under the relentless discipline of Shangguan Wudi, a long-standing familial dominance that could not be easily overcome. As for the already established Shangguan Mo and the battered Shangguan Hong, they could only remain obediently silent behind them. Even the second elder dared not provoke the first elder further, and as mere juniors, they were even less inclined to do so. Before long, Shangguan Yao rode in on a small horse, accompanied by several guards, arriving fashionably late. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Shangguan Wudi hastily addressed Shangguan Yao, urging him to promptly enter and report the situation, stating that he had come with their second grandfather to offer an apology, imploring that the esteemed individual inside should meet with them at all costs. Without delay, Shangguan Yao rushed toward the Mingdu Xian restaurant. Observing Shangguan Wudi's demeanor, Shangguan Wushuang was taken aback, pondering the nature of the individual who could instill such fear in his elder brother. He couldn't help but think, could it be that Honger has provoked someone formidable, inciting such wrath in my brother? Casting a questioning glance at Shangguan Hong, he found him equally bewildered. As he had merely taken a country girl, yet this had escalated into such a tumult. Realizing that he would gain no useful information from Shangguan Hong, Shangguan Wushuang approached Shangguan Wudi and inquired, "Elder brother, who exactly is inside?" In response, Shangguan Wudi barked, "Do not pry into matters beyond your understanding. Just remember, once we enter, maintain your composure. If you offend that person, our Dahong kingdom may cease to exist." The gravity of his words sent a chill down Shangguan Wushuang's spine. For the only beings capable of obliterating Dahang would be a legendary martial deity or a golden core immortal. As this thought crossed his mind, cold sweat began to trickle down his brow. Stealthily, Shangguan Wushuang moved closer to Shangguan Hong and demanded, "Honger, speak the truth. What transpired today? If you dare utter another falsehood, I shall end you." Terrified, Shangguan Hong trembled, revealing the entire account without further concealment. Enraged, Shangguan Wushuang struck Shangguan Hong down to the ground. Even Shangguan Mo, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow in discontent towards his brother. Poor Shangguan Hong was now so battered that even Shangguan Mo found it difficult to recognize him. At that moment, Shangguan Yao emerged from the Mingdu Xian restaurant, relaying a few words to Shangguan Wudi, who then instructed Shangguan Wushuang and Shangguan Mo to accompany him inside, while directing Shangguan Yao to bring along the wretched Shangguan Hong. With that, Shangguan Wudi advanced into the Mingdu Xian restaurant, closely followed by the others. Inside the establishment, patrons had long since fled in terror during the confrontation between Shangguan Yao and Shangguan Hong. Only Chen Qun remained, sitting there unperturbed, accompanied by an elderly man and a young maiden who stood awkwardly nearby. Upon entering, Shangguan Wudi made his way directly toward Chen Qun's location. As he neared, he halted and performed a respectful gesture, stating, "I, Shangguan Wudi, the Grand Elder of Dahong Kingdom, pay my respects to the immortal. I humbly seek your forgiveness for today's events." Upon recognizing Chen Qun's visage, Shangguan Mo also bowed and expressed, "I, Shangguan Mo, pay my respects to you, esteemed elder. And thank you for your benevolence in bestowing the foundation establishment pill upon me." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wushuang promptly concluded that the man seated before her was a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. She respectfully clasped her hands and said, "I, Shangguan Wushuang, the second elder of the Great Hong Kingdom, pay my respects to the esteemed immortal. I humbly ask for your forgiveness for today's indiscretion." Chen Qun cast a nonchalant glance at the three individuals before him, then shifted his gaze to the figure behind them, Shangguan Hong, who had been reduced to a pitiful state by Shangguan Yao. He remarked, "There is no need for apologies directed towards me. Instead, you ought to extend your apologies to the elder beside you and his granddaughter. Inquire about the elder's wishes, I merely hope for a satisfactory resolution." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wudi hastily addressed the elder, saying, "My apologies, venerable sir.
It is all due to the misconduct of my reckless junior,
which has caused you and your granddaughter undue suffering.
I earnestly hope that you can overlook this transgression."
The elder, having never encountered such a scenario, trembled as he responded.
"I dare not make any further demands. I only wish for you esteemed individuals to allow this old man and his granddaughter to return home." Shangguan Wushuang, elated by his response, interjected before Shangguan Wudi could speak. "Thank you for your magnanimity, venerable elder. Please,
someone escort the elder back to his residence and present him with a set of housing and 100 taels of gold." Upon hearing Shangguan Wushuang's words,
Chen Qun's brow furrowed slightly, and he released the aura of a mid-stage golden core cultivator, causing Shangguan Wushuang's legs to tremble uncontrollably. He stated, "I fear that the second elder's approach may not suffice to satisfy my expectations." Chapter 88, a satisfactory conclusion. Upon witnessing Chen Qun's intent to unleash his wrath upon Shangguan Wushuang, Shangguan Wudi felt a sudden pang of anxiety in his heart. He hastily stepped forward and implored, "Please, esteemed immortal, temper your anger. My second brother has been sequestered in seclusion for an extended period and may have forgotten the laws of the Great Han Kingdom. I beseech you to grant me a moment, and I shall certainly provide you with a satisfactory resolution." Upon hearing this, Chen Qun retracted the overwhelming aura he had directed at Shangguan Wushuang. In that instant, as Chen Qun suddenly withdrew his pressure, Shangguan Wushuang felt a coppery taste flood his throat, and blood threatened to surge forth. Yet, in a fleeting moment, he managed to suppress it, although some blood still trickled from the corner of his mouth. Witnessing this scene, Shangguan Wudi was internally astounded. Despite being on the verge of achieving the martial god realm himself, he recognized with certainty that even should he attain that level, he would not stand a chance against Chen Qun. Not daring to delay, Shangguan Wudi swiftly addressed Shangguan Mo, personally escort that scoundrel Shangguan Han to the celestial prison, and ensure he remains there for a decade without a single step out. Should anyone dare to release him, I shall end their life myself. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Han's legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, pleading, "Elder, spare me. I beg you, I shall never dare again. I do not wish to be confined in that dark, damp place for 10 years. Seeing Shangguan Han's expression, Shangguan Wudi furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that Shangguan Han would display such a lack of fortitude. He resolved that once this matter was settled, he would take the opportunity to thoroughly rectify the royal family and the laws of the Great Han Kingdom. Shangguan Han's pleas fell on deaf ears, and Shangguan Wudi turned to the still-dazed Shangguan Mo, saying, "More, what are you waiting for? Hurry and confine him to the celestial prison." Heeding the elder's command without hesitation, Shangguan Mo replied, "I shall obey." With that, he seized Shangguan Han and exited the Mingyu pavilion, instructing the guards to bind him securely before making their way to the celestial prison of Yong'an City. After ensuring Shangguan Han was dealt with, Shangguan Wudi addressed Shangguan Yao, stating, "Yaoer, escort this elderly gentleman back and fulfill the promise made by the second elder. Furthermore, you must amend your own conduct. Should you fail to do so, you shall also spend 10 years in the celestial prison." Upon hearing the elder's final remark, Shangguan Yao nearly lost control of himself. He was well aware of the dire conditions within the celestial prison and would never willingly endure a decade there. Thus, he resolved to amend his ways. Moreover, with numerous consorts already, he had no need to seek out fleeting pleasures. With a prompt acknowledgement of the elder's directive, Shangguan Yao treated the elderly man and the woman with utmost respect, escorting them home personally. Shangguan Wudi then turned to the now-recovered Shangguan Wushuang and declared, "Second brother, henceforth, issue a decree throughout the Great Han Kingdom, anyone who dares to defy the law and oppress the virtuous shall face dire consequences, regardless of one's status. Strict measures shall be enforced against all, and those who dare to harbor wrongdoers shall be considered equally culpable." The elder, Lord Shangguan Wushuang, upon hearing this, addressed Lord Shangguan Wudi, saying, "Yes, I shall comply. Tonight, I will issue this decree nationwide." After completing this task, Shangguan Wudi hastily turned to Chen Qun and clasped his hands in respect, saying, "As an old man, I have arranged this. I wonder if the esteemed immortal finds it satisfactory." Chen Qun nodded and replied, "It is passable, let this matter be set aside." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wudi felt as if he had received a great pardon and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your magnanimity, esteemed immortal.
Chen Qun then inquired about the recent whereabouts of the third elder of their nation, asking why he had not visited that day.
Shangguan Wudi quickly explained.
It turned out that after their group had assisted the Great Han Kingdom in overcoming a crisis, it was Shangguan Wudi who inadvertently allowed Li Chun to escape.
Consequently,
they had deliberated before leaving, fearing that Li Chun might seek trouble with the Chen family again should he recover.
Thus, in the interest of the Chen family's safety, third elder Shangguan Wujing and Shangguan Lei remained behind to guard the Chen residence. Upon hearing Shangguan Wudi's explanation, Chen Qun felt a wave of emotion swell within him. He had not anticipated that the elder, Shangguan Wujing, would willingly remain in the Great Han Kingdom for the sake of their family's safety. Such loyalty was truly touching. Chen Qun then glanced at Shangguan Wudi.
Although Shangguan Wudi had brushed over his own contributions, Chen Qun could still discern that it was this elder who had directly repelled the formidable foes threatening the Chen family.
Chen Qun's demeanor toward Shangguan Wudi softened considerably.
He began to contemplate how to express his gratitude to this unfamiliar elder. After all, had it not been for Shangguan Wudi and his companions' timely assistance,
the Chen family in the Great Han Kingdom might have faced annihilation.
Yet, after careful consideration, Chen Qun could not think of any suitable gifts for a warrior.
However,
it was not in his nature to remain ungrateful.
Upon noticing the peak aura of a martial saint emanating from Elder Shangguan Wudi,
Chen Qun retrieved a golden condensation pill and offered it to him, saying, "Elder Shangguan, I perceive that you are but a step away from the martial god realm.
While I possess no elixirs to aid a warrior's breakthrough,
I present this golden condensation pill to you as a token of gratitude for your assistance to the Chen family."
Shangguan Wudi gazed at the golden condensation pill in astonishment.
His voice trembling with excitement as he exclaimed, "Thank you for your generous gift, esteemed immortal. With this pill, I may attempt to break into the martial god realm and see if I can condense a martial soul pill, thus realizing my dream of becoming a martial god."
Chen Qun smiled gently and said, "I wish you great success in your endeavors, elder. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that,
Chen Qun summoned his flying sword and soared toward the Great Han Kingdom.
After Chen Qun had departed, Shangguan Wudi gazed at the golden condensation pill in his hand,
his excitement causing his hands to tremble. In his unsteadiness, he nearly dropped the precious pill. Observing this, Shangguan Wushuang hurriedly stepped forward to support him.
However, upon seeing Shangguan Wushuang, Shangguan Wudi bellowed, "What are you still doing here? Hurry and issue the decree. Am I a peak martial saint in the late stage, not capable of capturing a golden elixir?"
Shangguan Wushuang, feeling a sense of grievance, found himself at a loss for words.
This esteemed second elder of the Great Han Kingdom,
despite his stature, could only endure such treatment from his elder brother Shangguan Wudi, as few others dared to speak to him in such a manner.
Chapter 89,
Return to Nanjing City. Upon departing from Yong'an City, Chen Qun did not linger but soared directly towards the realm of the Great Han. As he approached his homeland, which he had left for several years, a tinge of excitement stirred within him.
In just 5 days,
he traversed the distance from Yong'an City of the Great Han to Nanjing City of the Great Han. Upon arriving at the gates of the Earl's residence,
a wave of familiarity and warmth enveloped him.
Just as Chen Qun was savoring this nostalgic feeling, a stern voice interrupted him.
"Who are you, and what brings you here?"
"Loitering is prohibited outside the Earl's residence." The 2 guards stationed at the gate shattered his reverie. Chen Qun scrutinized the guards before him,
only to realize he did not recognize either of them.
Years had passed, and even the guards at the Earl's residence had been replaced. Observing the imposing demeanor of the 2 sentries, Chen Qun thought, arriving at one's own doorstep, it would be unwise to resort to violence to gain entry. Thus, he addressed the guards, "I am the second son of this Earl's residence. Please inform my father and mother at once that I have returned." The guards erupted into laughter,
responding, "What madness is this? Be gone, and do so quickly. If you dare to cause any more trouble here, we will not hesitate to take action." Feeling a mix of frustration and incredulity, Chen Qun attempted to clarify, "Why do you not believe me?
I truly am the second son of this Earl's residence. Either notify them promptly, or I shall enter myself."
Once again, the guards laughed heartily, saying, "What audacity! Even if you were to fabricate a story, at least choose a plausible one. Who does not know that our Earl's son is but 4 years old, while the second daughter is merely 2? Chen Qun was left utterly bewildered and thus inquired, "Then who is the current master of the Earl's residence? What is his name?"
Exchanging glances, the guards thought to themselves,
"This fellow has finally revealed his ignorance.
he does not even know the master of the Earl's residence, yet he claims to be the second son."
They replied, "Listen well.
Lad, the master of this Earl's residence is General Chen Feng." Chen Qun found himself in a state of amused disbelief. After all this time, the master of the Earl's residence was no longer his father, Chen Xiaolei, but rather his elder brother, Chen Feng. With a sense of resignation, he explained to the guards, "In truth, I am the younger brother of General Chen Feng.
Please, I implore you to notify him once more." The guards, growing impatient, moved to expel Chen Qun, saying, "You are quite mad.
Just moments ago, you claimed to be the Earl's second son, and now you assert you are the Earl's younger brother.
What is it that you seek? The Earl's residence is not a place for your antics."
As Chen Qun was entangled in this exchange with the guards,
a procession approached from the distance.
At the forefront, a general sat majestically upon a tall steed, none other than General Chen Feng, the master of the Earl's residence.
2 guards,
upon noticing the arrival of Chen Feng's entourage, hurriedly advanced, intending to usher Chen Qun aside.
They admonished him, "Cease your antics, should you inadvertently offend the esteemed general,
the consequences would be beyond your capacity to bear." Chen Qun gazed at the formidable Chen Feng, feeling a deep sense of pride. It was unexpected that in merely a few years, Chen Feng had not only inherited his father's title of Earl but also attained the distinguished rank of General.
Indeed,
it was most fitting for Chen Feng to inherit both the earldom and the generalship, for both Chen Qun and his brother Chen Shong were rather frivolous individuals.
Entrusting them with the command of the Hui Legion in Nanjing would be utterly implausible. From a distance,
Chen Feng spotted Chen Qun entangled with the guards at the gate, yet he could not ascertain if it was truly Chen Qun.
Thus, he hastily galloped forward. And upon recognizing Chen Qun's visage, he bellowed, "Second brother, when did you return?"
The 2 guards, upon hearing Chen Feng's exclamation, turned pale with fear and promptly knelt, pleading, "Please forgive us, young master, we truly did not recognize you as the Earl's brother.
We beg for your mercy."
Chen Qun, uninterested in contesting with the guards, took a few steps forward and remarked to Chen Feng, "I never anticipated that after inheriting our father's title and position, you would become even more imposing."
Chen Feng, upon seeing Chen Qun, felt immense joy and inquired, "How long have you been back? Have you visited father and mother in Yanjing? Are they well?" Upon hearing Chen Feng's query, Chen Qun asked, "Father and mother have both gone to Yanjing?"
Chen Feng replied, "Ever since your departure. Grandfather sent someone to bring our parents back to Yanjing, intending for father to inherit the family headship. However, father steadfastly refused, fully aware of his own limitations. He believes he lacks the capability to lead our family to greatness, thus insisting on allowing uncle to take on that role. Ultimately, grandfather acquiesced. Yet father and mother remain in the Chen family in Yanjing." Chen Qun responded, "Given father's unyielding nature, he indeed is not suited to inherit the family headship. Uncle possesses a more agile mind, making him better suited to guide our family towards prosperity, thus, father's decision was indeed wise." At that moment, Chen Feng suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Look at my foolishness. I'm utterly flustered upon seeing you, it's hardly appropriate for us to chat here at the gate." With that, Chen Feng dismounted and took Chen Qun by the arm, leading him into the Earl's residence. That evening, Chen Feng hosted a